Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday night segment of the Outer Realm. We're broadcasting live right here on the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 and 107.7 FM from the beautiful city of New Orleans. Thank you big time to Folgers Coffee, who have been part of our journey since the very beginning. Without you, we would not be here. So we appreciate you so very much. Also, big thank you to Dr. Snick, the Sonic Surgeon, aka Justin Snicker, who is an award-winning composer of Halloween, horror, sci-fi, and dark wave electronic music. And he is the voice that you hear on our intro and our outro. That is his music, to which he created. And we're just so honored that he would pass that on and allow us to use it. So he's been very creative and just awesome. Big thank you to Steve McGinnis. Again, the man behind the artwork of the Outer Realm. You can find him on Facebook and Instagram. Does a lot of commissioned pieces, has a lot of stuff ready to go. Again, you're getting into the horror genre and all kinds of phenomenal stuff. But again, just remember, he does commissioned pieces. I've seen him do phenomenal stuff. So anyway, check him out. Anyway, tonight, and I really hope I'm going to say this right, because I know you're sitting here waiting, Rob. Rob Goutreau. Please nod if I said that right. So yeah, maybe no. Okay. But anyway, he's here for the very first time, and we're going to be discussing his book series, Pets and the Afterlife. And I know a lot of people love this, and we've had a lot of requests to bring on people who wish to talk about pets. So tonight is the night. So head on over to one of the 8 designated chat rooms. Please bear with us once you guys all start filing in here. It's like a super highway of 8 lanes coming down into one. And the objective, of course, is to let our guests speak. And if we have the opportunity to bring your questions and comments, of course, we certainly will. So, Amelia, we are ready for...
Yes.
So, here we go.
Yes, very excited. I have a lot of people really, really excited about this show tonight. Rob Goutreau is an author, paranormal investigator, and medium with inspired ghost tracking of Maryland. Since he was a child, he could receive messages from ghosts or spirits who have crossed over. As a scientist, he also provides some scientific explanations about how energy is the baseline for the afterlife and the medium that entities use to communicate. In 2005, Rob's late puppy passed. Poor. That's awful. And inspired Rob to write his first book and enabled him to communicate with pets. Rob participates in private paranormal investigations. He also helps spirits cross over and has provided countless messages from people or pets as ghosts or spirits. And he also lives in a haunted house.
Ooh.
Please welcome Rob Goutreau to the show.
Hello.
I'm so sad the puppy died. Hi.
Hi, Amelia. Hi, Michelle. Thanks for having me.
How are you? Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you for joining us. Okay, please, did we say your last name properly? I always try to get people, like when the agents send me stuff, sound it out like phonics.
It was close enough. I pronounce it Gautreau, but
Gautreau. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
I add the "oo" from being Italian. Forgive me.
And I'm French,
sorry.
so yeah, let that go. We get everything
We do
wrong.
that European. We change it to a long instead of a short. Okay, that's all I
I'm
have
French,
to do. Is
Irish,
tell
and
you short
Italian, and it's kind of a massacred French name, so we're all good.
Yeah.
I get massacred on a regular basis. It's usually how I can tell when I'm being, when I have a telemarketer after me, I'm going, "What? How did you say that?" Oh, I know. Okay, there we go. But thank you again for joining us. Definitely, a lot of people have been asking for this for a long time. We try to do it at a really lighthearted time of year.
Mhm.
because there's a lot of loss of life, and people, for a lot of people, our fur babies are our babies. And we get a lot of signs, much like you would in the spirit world. And I think it's a matter of being aware of those signs because life keeps you so busy, you just don't recognize them. You don't think that pets could leave signs. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. So, where would you like to start with all of this? Because I want you to get in as much as possible to make this time well worth it for you.
Sure. Well, I will tell you that we do meet our pets on the other side, and as a scientist, it's really important for me to prove things. So,
Hmm.
so I talk about the science of energy. I talk about behavioral science. I talk about how pets learn, and as they learn, how they can convey things back to us, and how they take in the environment.
Hmm.
Um, and there's many ways that they do communicate with us from the afterlife. Just like people.
Oh,
That was me. Sorry. Ripped
okay.
the paper a little too loudly. Sorry.
Um, I I completely believe that because I've had several different experiences from my pets. The last pet to die, I hear her barking all the time. I'm thinking because my scientific brain says, "Oh, it's got to be residual," but it gets weird when it's in response to what you're talking when you're communicating about the pet in general. So um, there is a belief that spirits are essence, reincarnation. And if you're looking at the Buddhist belief that you can't come back as a pet. Do pets have these little, I always say, because, my Chihuahua was 3 pounds, do they have these little essences? Is there human essences? Can we come back and forth as anything we want?
Well, it hasn't been my experience that we've been able to come back and forth as like across the animal kingdom, but
Okay.
anything's certainly possible. I don't know the answers, um,
Okay. Yeah. It's a
but
curiosity because, that would explain, I mean, the ability to communicate, but I would like to hear your theories on that.
well, I sometimes I joke that I say, "Hey, if you've ever caught your coworker licking their hand like a cat, then you know what they used to be."
Yeah. Okay. I love it. All right. Well, then with spirits, let's just look at one of your experiences with the loss of a pet. How did you first off become involved in wanting to or delving into pet communication? Was that from the loss of one of your pets first off? Because you have four
Yeah,
books. That's pretty impressive.
thank you. Yeah. Well, people from the other side just won't stop talking to me, and that's
Yeah,
actually it's a good
right.
thing.
Including the
Um,
pets, apparently. you
That's
know,
sweet, though.
yeah.
yeah. So when I was 13 years old, my grandfather appeared to me, and he scared me. And I shelved it until my puppy Buzz passed away, and that's this guy over here.
Oh,
Oh.
He's a
so cute.
Weimaraner. He
Yeah.
was 7 months old when he died. He was a victim of a car accident when his legs
Oh,
broke.
Oh.
So um, that was a very traumatic experience for me back in 2005. But he blew the doors off of my abilities to communicate with people and pets who passed on the other side. And he did a lot of things. And uh, some of your some of your viewers might be able to relate to these things. Like you mentioned hearing a bark, Michelle.
yes.
Um, yeah, so barks, meows, whinnies from horses. Any domesticated pet has the ability to communicate with us from the other side.
Mm.
And they often do things that they used to do in life. So they will, they may appear as a shadow figure. Later on, maybe we can address the
Yes.
topic of energy.
Yes, of course.
Um, Also, I just want you to know that there's also I make a distinction between ghosts, which are earthbound, and spirits, which have crossed over.
Yes.
And 99% of our pets have crossed over, so they're in spirit and they'll be waiting for us. Um, they have the ability, thanks to the help of human spirits, to send us things like coins, um, and they may, with human spirit help, have us turn on the radio at a certain time, or walk into a certain place that's playing a song that may remind you of them. So
Mm,
a lot of the same kinds of things that human spirits do.
wow.
Oh, Versace's
Yeah.
going to be putting the Disney Channel on.
I know. Their little personalities. Yeah,
Yeah.
we have ghost cats here in the house. It's an old house and it's got a lot of history, and people will have things, rub up against their calves and they're just sort
Or
of
jump
swatting
up in
around
front of
looking.
them.
Yeah, we've had cats
Yeah.
pass away and they'll jump up on the bed, and you can feel them jumping on the bed. Like I guess it's fairly limited, basically, is what you're saying, on their own, but with the help of spirit individuals, humans, that they can really expand on the communication.
Yeah, they do. So typically, what they do, they'll do things like they did in life. So cats often jump up on the bed. A lot of folks have reported feeling that after their cat passed away. I do a lot of pet readings, and I do them on the weekends. And
Oh, good.
sometimes a cat will tell me that they will sleep, or they have slept against the person's head, the pet parent's head, or
Oh,
they'll at night they will take their paw and they'll muss their hair, their pet parent's hair, and it's amazing to me when I get these confirmations back, that this is exactly what their particular cat did. Um,
I
I did
love that.
I did a reading for a dog this past weekend, and every reading I do is different. There's always really one thing that triggers um, the acknowledgement of their pet. So as I was going through this reading with this dog, and when I do a reading, I hear them in my head, or I see pictures that they share. And the dog stopped in the middle, and they're like a 3 to 5 year old child. They'll stop in the middle of saying something, and then they'll say, "This dog said a blue toy." And I thought, okay. So I do readings by email,
Random.
so I typed it up. So I said, okay, your dog stopped and said something about a blue toy is very special to them. And then the dog stopped and said, my elephant. And I said, okay, your dog stopped me again and says, my elephant. And I said, I'm not sure if there's a connection between the two, or what's going on here, or I'm just throwing this out there. So the mom wrote me back and said that one of the dog's favorite toys is a blue elephant.
Aww.
Oh,
Now, there's no way I would know that.
No.
no, no.
So
And I love it because it's just so benign, like such a basic thing that, and
and
it means
it's
volumes.
random too.
Yeah, she must have felt so good hearing that. Like it really validated you. Because I think sometimes when people seek out messages from the other side, from mediums or psychics regarding their animals, they're ridiculed by other people. They're more than when we seek them out for, our past loved ones and our family members. Have you ever had a pet with a grievance from the other side?
The grievance, that's good. I have conditions.
I wanted more food. Like, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
good
Like, did they
question.
ever
Your
say
grievance?
a, a grievance? Yeah. Were they ever pissed off for something?
Um, well, they can get irritated,
Yeah.
but because pets are really the embodiment of unconditional love,
That's true.
they know that humans have some issues. um,
Just
Just
a
a
few.
few.
yeah, and they really only connect. So they connect with the like for animals that come from abusive situations. Um, so my partner and I work with uh, animal rescues, and we've been doing that for 15 years. And our 3 dogs are all rescues,
Oh,
and
mine too.
they were all came from abusive situations.
Oh,
That's
Um,
true.
so when you have that, um, your pet, whatever pet you have, will connect to your family, taking them in and caring for them, and not the family that abused them on the other
Oh,
side.
that's really nice to
good.
know.
I'm glad to hear that because there's too many of them that sit and rescue.
Now,
Yeah.
do you, in your opinion, do you feel that they forget that abuse over time, or it really
Oh,
stays with them, eh?
Yeah,
Because
they
I've
don't.
had lots of rescues. I also, like you, work with rescues. They're
Do you,
all
Michelle? You
they're
say
all rescues.
are all your kids are rescues?
They are my fur kids. Yep.
Your fur kids? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to distinguish
Meanwhile, my
between
real kids going, wait, what?
the fur kids.
Yeah. Right.
So, do you find that some of them are you able to tell what abusive situations they came from, or what in what ways they were abused?
Yes. A lot of times, because I will go through rescues, you get a little bit of insight as to where they come from. The three that I have now, two of them were in breeder situations. One was a cage breeder, and she came in at about 18 months old, already been a mama,
oof.
and
Mm. Oh my.
she now it no, it's really traumatic. Like there's a lot more to it. Like she's now, I'm guessing she was given up or put on the streets. She's just a Chihuahua. She was only about 5 pounds. This specific dog, because she was prone to seizures. She's had seizures. She now has, some brain damage. She can't walk much anymore. We do everything. She's on holistic stuff, like naturopathic stuff. I mean, we've extended her life years. But, I always say to myself, I wonder if she just wants us to stop. She's happy when it's time to go in the car, happy when it's time to eat. She's aware of a lot, but and the other little one, she's only 2, and they were trying to breed her at 14 months.
Oh,
And I know, and I guess it was traumatic for her, so they listed her. I bought her, and was because as soon as I saw her, they trimmed back all her fur. I just knew instinctively, and I just went for it. I've bought a lot of dogs like that in really horrific situations that have been abused because they want money for their dogs. I'll do
That's
it,
yeah.
or I'll deal through a rescue because I'm affiliated with rescues. I have people on who are in chat who are affiliated with rescues. My daughter does a rescue blog and is affiliated with several. She works for a vet clinic, so it
that's
comes
awesome.
to you when it's meant to, right?
Hmm.
And and the my other dog, again, she was never cared for. The third one, also a mama at really young age. Now she's a happy 10-year-old old lady. Is just really ornery, but she's happy. So it's hard. So I had an idea. There were breeder situations for those three anyway.
Wow. Well, thank you for rescuing them.
Oh,
Uh, the, the
pleasure.
the memories really do stay with them. So, um,
Oh, I was hoping not.
Yeah.
and it tragically, it's just like a person being abused. That the memory stays with you. I mean, it fades over time. It's less over time,
Mm.
but it's still you don't forget it. So one of our dogs came to us, and he is a 10-pound Dachshund Chihuahua mix.
Wow.
The um, the family that turned him in was not bright enough, not really
Mm.
bright, because they wrote on the turn-in form that the little girl in the family kept pulling the dog's tail. Now this is a little 10-pound dog, until the dog was crying, and then the dog turned around and nipped,
Oh,
Right.
well,
and so the mother the mother wrote this on the turn-in form that she kicked this 10-pound dog across the room because the daughter was abusing the dog.
Mm.
did she break the ribs on the dog?
I don't know because the dog was in rescue for several months before we found them.
Oh, this
Um,
is traumatic for me. Yeah.
it is it's
Mm.
horrendous. So when we adopted this dog, he was every time he saw a woman, he would shake, and it took a
Mm.
year for him to
Yeah.
stop shaking.
Terrible.
Yeah. Another one was abused by a man with a beard and black pants because every time somebody with a beard would come over or black
That
pants,
would be
he
it.
would nip them.
The trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, the triggers.
So, yeah.
People
So,
don't think that, to
yeah.
me, it's common sense. I once had a Chihuahua I rescued. She was 9 months old. She was kept in a hamster
Oh,
cage, little tiny hamster cage. She was so emaciated because her teeth were so bad that her body was eating its own muscle mass.
oh my gosh.
And I went in and I obviously I bought her. I found an ad. I looked at her and I could tell by looking at her, I'm going, she's not right. This little one. I went and looked at her. I took her to my vet. The vet's just like they basically filed charges against the other vet because they did not. They cleaned her gum line. Her teeth were terrible, and they did not put her under anesthetic because I got the bill.
Oh,
I saw the bill from those people. That would be pretty much torturing that dog.
Oh my
no
gosh.
kidding. I would never
So
do that without
my
freezing.
vet had charges filed through the Veterinary Association, and had that charged
I
because
think
that woman wasn't very bright. First off, she gave me the paperwork, and I looked at the paperwork, and I'm like, "Where's the anesthesia? Where's her freezing? Where's there anything?" There wasn't anything because she paid minimal to do it.
that's inhumane that a vet would do that,
Yeah.
especially here.
I'm just gobsmacked when I look at some of the things that people do to their animals.
I think they should have, like Ontario, we have the health insurance here, and all over Canada, every province has their own insurance. They should
Mm.
have that for pets. I really feel that.
People would be
uh,
more diligent with healthcare for animals because it's so expensive. I agree with you 100%.
I believe that animals would have a better life if we did take care of them, as much as we could. That there would be more homes and less in shelters
But
and
you
Mhm.
at
know,
the pound,
you
because
that's
a lot
because
of
you
people don't.
believe that the animals are sentient beings. So
Well,
to Rob and
yes,
Amelia, how many
my
people
dog
have
is my
you
grandson. It's my
yes,
daughter's dog.
but how many
He's
people
my
have you
grandson.
come across who don't even believe that animals are sentient beings?
I understand that, but I also believe that people don't realize how much it costs to have a dog the first year of
Sure.
its life
No,
either.
I know.
Yeah,
I
that's true.
believe they're so they underestimate it,
Mm-hmm.
the expense of, if we could
Mm-hmm.
just even cover the first year, maybe, like it
Mm.
would be.
It's hard. Here's a question popping up, so we'll switch gears a little bit before we all start
Yes,
wailing.
Lori
Getting mad, one of the
Washington.
two.
Hi, Lori. Lori asks, what are some other signs we can look out for to connect with our pets?
Great question.
So there are quite a few signs, and a lot of them are very unique, actually. One thing that I mentioned in my books is the science of energy. So what happens after we all die is that our memories, personality, and knowledge of this life combines with the physical energies that we have in our life, in our body rather. That is the essence of a soul. Memories, personality, and knowledge combined with physical energies. That energy has to go somewhere.
Mm.
Therein, we make a choice. We choose to either stay earthbound at a fixed location of our choosing, like a home or a place where we passed, or we cross over and join the energies of the cosmos or heaven or paradise or whatever you want to call the other side. Um, so, that said, because they're energies, they require, like people, they require energy to get strong enough to communicate.
Mm.
And so what I found, Amelia and Michelle, is that they use either physical energies or emotional energies. Physical energies are heat, light, water, and electricity. Those are things that they use to get strong enough to send us a message. Earthbound ghosts, which are 99% uh, not our pets, just 1% of our pets. Um,
Right.
Earthbound ghosts use emotional energy like fear, anxiety, depression, and anger. You,
Mm.
you'll very rarely see a pet stay earthbound. Spirits use love, faith, and hope. So sometimes you will see a shadow of a pet in your home, or you'll see them visibly in your home. It depends on how much energy they have. So um, the reason they appear as shadows is because they don't have enough either physical energies or emotional energies to show up in full color. So they appear as a shadow.
Hmm. That's interesting. There's a lot of controversy with shadow beings.
Mhm.
So it's interesting. It's like, how do you know? It's one of the good shadows or one of the more malevolent because there's so much around that. Any suggestions?
Well, so two things. I just look at entities as either having a lot of energy
Mm,
or not enough energy. So to
right.
me, a spirit who is crossed over or an earthbound ghost is kind of like a light bulb that doesn't have a big charge
Okay.
and on a dimmer switch. So if you have it on the lowest setting, you can see the outline.
Right.
If you turn that energy up, you can see it. You can see all the filaments.
Full
And to
on.
me,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
that's what a ghost or spirit is, with energy and without energy.
Okay. That's really interesting. We have another question coming up.
Hi,
We're gonna.
Tamara. Tamara asks, do you find that the pet that has passed away over usually come to give a message, or do they just miss their owners?
Mm,
They do both, but usually they come around birthdays, anniversaries, or holidays, just like people do.
Yeah.
And that could be anniversaries of adoption or anniversaries of passing, or their birthdays or your birthday.
right.
And the reason they do that is because, like people, they sense our emotional energy changes during those times.
Mm,
So when we celebrate our birthday, our emotional energy is elevated, and
Mm-hmm.
pets recognize that. I mean, pets also recognize it when you come home and you're happy to see them. So, and they in turn react being happy to see you. So they're reading your energy, your emotional energy, as well as your physical reaction. So
which
they'll
they're
come,
like amazing at doing in life. They're little mini psychics.
they
Like
are.
it's like they are. So they know when you're having a bad day. They know when you don't
Yeah.
feel well. They'll stay by your side. They'll, I imagine you are in your afterlife what you were in life. As far as your attributes. Another question.
And also, Tamara, this is a really good question, and it segues right in. Do you find some pets are more
Mm,
psychic than others?
Well, certainly the ones that interact with us more,
mm,
Mm-hmm.
dogs and cats really are much more. Um, they're much more able to read our emotions than gerbils per se,
right.
because
Yeah,
gerbils don't have as much interaction with us. We
that's
don't,
true.
we don't give gerbils and I only use gerbils as an example, but we don't give gerbils a specific bed, if you will, right next
Mm,
to our bed, like we do with cats and with dogs.
Mm-hmm.
mm,
Um, but horses are an exception
Oof.
because horses are very intuitive. um, I've actually done some readings for horses.
really,
Yeah,
very
They're
and so
nice.
beautiful animals, just beautiful.
I've
Mm,
communicated with uh, dogs and cats, of course, birds, some birds,
birds.
horses,
I've had birds.
ferrets,
Yep, lots of parrots.
gerbils, and even a rat that
Right.
was a pet.
Hey, rats are totally bloody underrated. They're.
I think so.
I think
Yeah,
so too. I do. I think they're really lovely
Well,
little animals.
not by lab scientists,
No.
sadly.
Yes.
sadly no.
But
No.
horses are. They're very um I've had friends who've had horses, and after seeing the Horse Whisperer, that show, you realize, when that horse was injured trying to protect, his owner in an accident. And if no one's seen the movie, I recommend it because she was so fearful of the horse after that, and it took somebody much like yourself to come who was working with the horse to say, make her realize like, he saved your life, like he really loves you that much, and they were able to make the connection again. So how many people go through life in a sort of a situation where they have no idea because we can't, not everybody can speak to their pets. Like even the really
Oh,
seasoned
no.
mediums can't always speak with their pets. Like they just don't connect that to a pet the same way they do to an individual.
Yeah, that's true. I will tell you though, I'll give you an example of a gentleman that came to me and about his horse that had passed that he was
Please.
very connected to.
Yeah.
Um, he had a farm, his farm in I think Pennsylvania, and he told me that his favorite horse had passed, and he really missed this horse.
Mm,
And one day when he was in the barn and he was thinking of his horse, he heard the horse's distinct whinny coming from outside the barn. So he
mm,
thought he must have been imagining that it was that horse's whinny. So he
right.
said that dropped what he was doing and he went outside the barn to see what horse was out there. and there was no horse out there. And he realized that it was his horse that
Oh.
was trying to connect to him and let him know that he was still very much around.
So I think I love that story because it's like what we were basically started the show with. They leave signs, but we're just not making the connections. Right? Like it's like anything. I always tell people if you have a pet, follow their lead, or if you have even a regular like a human spirit in the home, just pay attention. Life keeps you really busy, and people look for signs all the time. And I mean, my little Chihuahua
Yeah.
died 2 years ago. She truly was my baby, and it was a long, long haul. And I still hear her barking, and because I always say, I'd look at her and I'd say, you know, you little adult, get out of my dog because she just really thought she was one. And
Hmm.
she would just, if you're sleeping in the morning and she has to go, she stands on your chest and just stares at you. I'm like, can I help you? It was just stuff like that. There's larger than life personality. But while we're on that topic, Amelia, would you mind?
Yes. Hi, Wayne. When my cat passed away, I had to pack away all of his stuff because I had a hard time seeing it. I put a plant on top of his huge cat tree. The next morning, I found the plant on the floor and under the
How
couch.
dare you
Was
put a
that
plant
a
on my cat tree?
I don't like it.
I know.
I
How
need
dare
my
you?
tree.
I know.
Well, the first thing I would ask is, if was there another cat in the house? um,
No, that was the
pro-
last one.
yeah.
That was the last cat.
So if not, it was if there's nothing you can physically explain it as, it was an acknowledgement of the tree, and it was most likely an accident that it was knocked over.
No, that's interesting. I'm pretty sure I remember this story. That cat had it out for that plant, and that was the one time where
Oh,
that plant really went. I'm just
That
like,
he didn't add to the see. That
no,
makes
he did.
sense.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah,
It's like
yeah.
not on
He
my tree.
no, no, yeah, because he was elderly when he passed too, so he had a good life. But another
Oh.
question.
Yes, Lori Washington. Hello. Can our living pets still see them and interact with them?
I'm not quite understanding the question.
yeah.
Can
Oh, can
your
our
living
living pets?
pets,
Got it.
yeah, still
I'm
see
okay,
see the
Lori.
ones that have passed?
I'm okay. Sorry.
Yes,
It's
and
Christmas time. We're all drained.
yeah, no worries. So that's another thing that I address in my books too. Is that so I've also studied not only the behavior and learning of pets, but I've also had to study their physiology. So what I've learned is that dogs and cats have different cones and rods in their eyes, and that enables them to see faster movement than humans can.
No.
As a paranormal investigator, I've learned that we can use high-speed cameras to catch the movement of a quick-moving spirit or
Mm,
an earthbound ghost.
right.
Dogs and cats don't need that. They can actually see them head on.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, they also have a different physiology in their ears, in their hearing. So if you think of a dog whistle that we can't hear, but dogs can hear,
Mm,
um,
true.
spirits can speak at different frequencies that we can't hear.
Yes.
So when I'm on a paranormal investigation with somebody doing with a recorder, they will ask a question and we can't hear the answer, but we'll play back the recording
Leave your
and
piece.
then we'll hear the answer because it's
Right.
spoken at a different frequency. So dogs and cats can hear and can see your dogs and cats that passed over.
Mm-hmm.
So, and a couple of other follow-ups to that, check birthdays, anniversaries, and holidays again. And
That's
if
a
your
good
dog or
point.
cat is staring at what appears to be nothing and it's not a bug,
It's something else.
it may be them.
Right.
Um, I've also learned too over time that spirits don't need to stand on the floor. They can actually stand a little bit higher.
Right. That's
uh,
true. Is
and
that a dimensional thing, you think? Could that be a dimensional thing?
I don't think they really even need to acknowledge the floor.
Right. 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 Yeah.
Um, and I had always thought that they would have to be on the floor level because I'm thinking logically in the
Physical.
physical world
Yeah.
like a scientist. And then I thought, no, because I've talked to so many people that have said, no, my dog or cat is looking up a little bit, and
Mm.
there's
Yes.
nothing there. It's not a bug. It's not
Hmm.
pollen or anything else.
Right. Right. That is so interesting. It's so true. that they just don't have those limitations. When my sister's cat passed away, um, her cat used to sleep in one of her bottom dresser drawers. And after she passed away, obviously my sister took her things out of the drawer. The
Mhm.
cat just favored it, so she just turned it into a little whatever bed. And
Oh,
for many times after her passing, my sister would wake up and the drawer was pulled open and all the clothes were messed up, like so, and with an indentation where she had been laying. And she was just like, "What the heck?" I said, "You say you're not psychic. Look at you." She's always the one of the three of us that says, "I have a psychic bone in my body." Yeah, okay. You know, I thought that was pretty talented. But this is a cat that could turn on lights and open
Oh my
doors.
yeah.
God.
So I'm not
Cats are
surprised
so smart.
I found a way to get in there. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, some animals obviously leave more of a in your face sign than others.
Hmm.
You know, she goes, I darn near just like tripped over that drawer in the morning. You know, so I don't know. It's definitely interesting.
It's funny.
Well,
They will
habitual,
find, yeah, they will find a way to do certain things. I know that our living dogs have figured out we have an extended cab pickup truck, and
right?
they ride in the back on a giant comforter, and they're
Yes,
restrained. So, but they figured out how to open the back window.
nice,
To come into the truck.
No, no,
nice.
while they're in the back of the truck, in the back,
Oh,
they want to look out, and they figure out how to move the buttons so
yeah.
that they
So
can
they can
lower the
look out.
window. So I have to put the childproof locks on, and that would be
Yeah.
a sign that a dog would be able to do that has passed. Lower
I
Right.
your windows suddenly.
I can tell you that a cat can undo a child lock on a toilet. That's all I'm going to say. I honestly believe that I'm sent these animals to be tortured for the rest of my life because I can't outwit any of them. And my cat, the cat that we had, I've had dogs all my life. I've only had two other cats. Um, we have like an L-shaped door handle.
Mhm.
So long story short, my house was haunted when I moved here. So long story short, I would come in and I would always close the door so the cat wouldn't be all over the place because he was just a kitten. And I would come home and all the doors were open and I'd be like, "What
Oh,
the hell? What's in my
The
house?" Like
cat
it
sitting there
never
going,
did I think the
yeah,
cat until
right.
one day I had my elderly cousin from the States staying with me and she was in the spare room and I watched we called him Popeye. He was black and white like a Holstein cow. I watched Popeye do that little wiggle before they're going to pounce on something and jump up and grab the door handle and go swinging right through like Tarzan. And I'm like, son of a, that cat can open, like, don't even bother closing the damn doors. Seriously. They are so smart. There
yeah,
isn't
they're
anything
very
they can't do. You know,
No, animals are
I've seen him
amazing.
slide the sliding door open by hanging on it and swinging. Like he had a thing for that.
Need child locks for the animals, I think.
I put it in the bathroom and he still broke it. I don't know if he chewed it. He broke it because he liked to they always go for the water in the
It's
potty.
true.
So
It's true. Well, which brings me
crazy.
to this question. Have any of your living pets picked up on the habits of past pets,
Oh yeah.
especially the naughty ones? Because that's what I'm
That
experiencing.
she's asking for a friend.
They're asking for a friend, little bugger out in the other room.
so that is absolutely another way that your pets who passed communicate
Ah,
that they're
there
still
we
around.
go. There we
So,
go.
so people often ask me if our pets will reincarnate in this life, and in my experience, they do not. They wait for us on the other side.
Oh,
Um,
okay. That's
so,
interesting.
but what happens is when we adopt a new pet, they come down and they train the new pet
Ah,
to have
that's nice.
a
That's
habit or
nice.
two that they had.
Training. That's what we
That's
call it.
special.
Okay. Nice training or the naughty training too?
It doesn't matter.
That's special.
Great.
It could be a good habit or a bad habit.
Nice.
Um,
Yeah.
and
I'm
our pets do maintain their personalities on the other side. So, if
Right.
they were frisky in this life, they're going to be frisky
Or
on
as
the other
Melissa
side.
well, like
says,
our loved ones,
saucy.
right?
Yeah.
My mother would
Saucy
always
Link.
pinch me and she pinches me now. Oh,
Well, it's funny because when my last dog died, I says, okay, send me one that needs me, like the rescue dog. Send me one that
Mhm.
needs me. And I end up with this little long haired saucy little thing, and she's so naughty. She's so naughty. Oh
She
my
really
God.
is.
She's like, yeah, she's like 2.5 pounds of sheer naughtiness. And
Yeah,
it's
she
like
really
she
is.
does things that my other dog would do almost verbatim. And
Mhm.
I just look around, I'm going, you did this to me. I asked for it though. But I mean, the habits are identical. And it's just funny because, Wayne will just say, oh, well, that's exactly what the other dog did. And I'm just like, no, 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 I think it's your imagination. And then I just watch him like, because the other one's so saucy as well. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'm living it again. But this one's naughtier. So,
Yeah, it's not surprising that they will teach them a bad habit.
such a,
I will tell you that when we adopted our most recent dog, he's 9 years old,
wow.
another victim of abuse,
Mm,
sadly.
Mm.
yeah.
Um, but he has five distinct habits that our dog Franklin had, who passed away in 2020, and they never met.
Mm,
Um,
Oh, yeah.
five distinct habits that none of the other dogs we've ever had have. So we know that Franklin has been guiding him and teaching him.
isn't that lovely?
Yeah, unfortunately, they're all bad habits, though.
Oh, yeah, exactly. It's just like, remember, I'm still here. It's
Mhm.
like, I love it though. I do deep down. Like I make fun of it and I talk about just how naughty she is, but she makes me smile every single day, except when she tries to hump her disabled sister. That's not cool because a poor dog can't see, right?
No, she's
And she
nasty.
can't move a whole like very quickly.
She's
So it's just
nasty.
like
She's so
Grace.
funny.
And her name is
She
Grace. She
barrels
came
through
with
them.
that name. There's nothing graceful about this dog, you know. So like, stop humping your sister. It's just vile, you know. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's a lovely thing, but yeah. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
I'm not singing
on
it,
that
Wayne.
note, no, I know, no. We'll put this
But
quick comment up. Go ahead.
yes, hi Maria. Maria Spargifora says my mom used to tell me if I ever do something she doesn't like, she'll pull my hair from the other side. Has she
She does.
pulled it
That
yet,
one's for
Mar?
you. Okay, that's for you. Okay, all right. Oh my gosh.
That is so funny. I
Yep.
always say my dog is a Morkie and he's 14 years old. And I call him a grumpy old man. And I swear he has dementia and he's starting, with the blindness. But
Mhm.
we didn't rescue him. We got him for my daughter as a pup. But I would hope that he would communicate with me because I can't even imagine my life without him. He's just the biggest personality of any dog I have ever had, and I've had dogs my entire life. So, but
Mm,
he does
Oh,
test me.
yeah, he will. He will definitely communicate. So for all the folks out there, there are a couple of things I want to throw out there. So number one, if you recently lost a pet, um, know that they really try hard in the first 30 days of their passing to try and give you a sign. But
Oh,
grief is an emotional energy that blocks signs from spirit.
yeah.
So you might not be able to see what they're trying to convey. Ask your pet to come into your dreams. Dreams are the easiest way for any kind of spirit to communicate with us to let us know they're okay. So that would be the easiest way.
Oh,
Um, the other thing too is that people will always write to me and tell me that they've struggled with making the decision to helping their pet pass, and our pets want us to know that they appreciate us having the strength and the courage and finding the lesson that they taught us,
mhm,
unconditional love, that enables us to help them pass. So they're very appreciative that
mhm,
we have that courage. Um,
mhm.
Also, if you don't think you can stay with your pet when it's their time, which I urge you to do, but if you, for some reason, if you don't think you can stay with your pet, put something that has your scent on it so that they think that you're still there.
I couldn't imagine not wanting to be with my pet in their last hour or last few moments. I know it's hard,
Hmm.
and that's a memory that stays with you, but that's like leaving one of your loved ones at the hospital alone.
it's tough because they say in their last moments they look for you. So it's hard. I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
Versace would be able to find me, but he'd be able to smell me because I know
Mm.
his vision's going because he comes up and he smells me,
Right.
you know. But he's still
Right.
playful and everything, and I hope to have him around for a bit yet. But
Mm. Yeah.
And
yeah,
that's the thing, Amelia. You hit on that. It's really it's scent. You know,
yeah,
even though our dogs might not be able to see us toward the end of their life, or hear us for that matter, they can still smell us because
Mm-hmm.
scent is one of the last things to go. Um,
yeah.
so also too, some folks have written and said to me that that they felt guilty when their pet passed and they weren't at home, but our pets make a choice just like
Hmm.
people do.
Mm-hmm.
They either prefer to be surrounded by loved ones or they prefer to pass by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And so they don't want you to feel guilty if you're not there at home when they pass or wherever they are. They they likely chose to do so. My
Mm.
mother in 2013 waited for all of us to be out of her hospital room after days of being there. She was in a
That's
coma.
common. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Um, of course, my my dad and my mother's favorite dog showed up in spirit. And when
Right.
I told my mom that my dad was there and he was holding her favorite dog Gigi, um, then she was ready to go. She wanted to make
Yeah.
sure. I don't think she cared if my dad was there, but she cared that the dog was there. You know.
That's so funny. We all
Well,
want the
because
fur
I think
babies.
that's a question that plagues us all the time. Will we see them? Will we? Is it this rainbow bridge real? And that's probably why when you confirmed it, she knew your dad would be there. Of course, that's the way we were brought up to believe. But
Mhm.
we
Mm.
never really know about our pets, right? So I could see that. Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah, and well, and my mother used to say that her favorite child was her dog, and
I say
in
that.
front of my two brothers and I. So
yeah, yeah. My
I say
kids
that, and
say
I have
that.
one
Yeah.
child.
Yeah.
And I tell her all the
I have
time, he's my favorite.
I have adult children. They've always like the dog's been first. No, not
Yes.
really, but you know.
Yes.
Okay, well, no. Tell me, I mean, being a scientist and
Mhm.
being a medium, it's like one end of the spectrum to the next. How do you find that balance? Because for me, even with mediumship, and I do have a very scientific mind,
Mhm.
and you tend to second guess or question everything. How do you find that balance?
Well, for me, I try to explain things in terms of energy, number one. And number
Right.
two, I'm always looking for confirmations. So if I
Yeah.
can't get those confirmations, it makes it harder for me to conclude that that's exactly what happened. Um,
Right.
so those are the ways that I do it. And I also explain, I've come to explain some of the things that happen in terms of energy that I haven't heard explained before. So, for
Mm,
instance, we've talked about in the paranormal community the appearance of cold spots
mm,
whenever there's a
yes.
ghost or a spirit present.
Yes.
So, what I really had to think about this. So, uh, I've concluded that a, a spirit of a loved one who's visiting or an earthbound ghost will use the energy of motion of air molecules. They will absorb that energy of motion, and by doing that, they slow those molecules down. And fast moving molecules of air are warm air, and slower moving molecules of air are cooler air. So you get a cool spot, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
wherever a spirit or ghost is trying to form.
Mm-hmm. No, that makes sense. Just like people.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Right. Right. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I guess essentially, if you, whatever, I've researched for a couple of decades, so I guess you're pretty much looking at like if what works for a human spirit,
Mhm.
energy wise, would be the same for the most part for a pet.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Right. Right. Okay. Do you ever get into in any interesting EVPs with pets?
Because I don't have the scientific equipment with me,
Right.
I don't. Um, I
But even
just
when you're doing investigations, because
I just use
sometimes,
my head.
oh, so, yeah, why do an EVP when you just got it right there, ready to go?
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Right, right,
so,
right,
I don't think we've had any of our investigators have picked up any pets on EVPs.
right.
Have either of you?
Yeah, yeah. I've caught cats and dogs, things like that. But I mean, usually when you're at a location and you're doing some, some researching, we have spirit animals that had we've had them here. We've had people basically say that they could hear them, with their natural hearing. But I've caught definitely have caught in some only cats and dogs, nothing more.
It's
So
in my head, Rob, like you.
same. Yeah, yeah,
It's in
that's
my head.
true.
I don't use anything. I'm a medium. It just, yeah.
Right. Uh,
Janie Mashburn. Hi, Janie. Janie says, my cat Patches passed. The next morning, her mind and mine connected. I knew it was her. We were communicating our deep love and appreciation for each other. It lasted an hour. Can it
wow.
happen again? Wow, Janie, you're very fortunate that you picked up on that.
That's fantastic. Yeah, it absolutely can happen again. And it typically with pets, they typically happen on those three occasions that I mentioned, the birthdays, anniversaries, and holidays.
Mm,
Um, that's one thing that's kind of different with human spirits, is that when human spirits want to help us out or steer us away from something or lead us to something, um, they will come at different times during the year.
mm-hmm,
You may find a coin during the year, and if you look at the year, that's typically indicative of who it may be.
mm-hmm,
Um, so keep that in mind. Um,
mm,
and that's not to say that pets can't use coins with the help of human spirits. They
mm-hmm,
can.
mm-hmm,
Um, there are also other things that may be indicative of pet communications as well as human communications.
mm-hmm.
I find repeating numbers are
Mm.
often something.
Oh, that's interesting.
They're called angel numbers. I'm
Right.
not an expert with numbers,
Oh,
but
like 1111, 333,
yeah,
that kind of
e-
thing. Oh, okay. Yeah.
exactly.
The
And
spiritual numbers. Yeah.
so, Michelle, one thing I've noticed is that since my dog Dolly passed, she was the Weimaraner that we adopted after Buzz passed.
Mm.
Dolly was my heart dog.
No.
She passed in October 2020, and she was almost 16 years old.
Mm.
We had a very intuitive thing going.
It's
And
hard.
since she passed, I kid you not, almost every single day I have seen a repeating number. I only look at the
Mm.
clock when it's 111 or 444
Right.
or something like that.
Right. Have you ever
Um,
looked up the meanings of those?
Because they're all
They all
different.
have meanings. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
they're all different. Yeah. Hmm.
Right. Right.
Yep,
And do you find that you find connections by looking at the meanings of those numbers pertaining to her?
I have.
Oh,
Yes.
see, I think that's wonderful. I think
Yeah.
that's wonderful. Maybe that's just another way that people can start. Maybe when you see, they say, if you see numbers like that, if you stop and think about for a moment that it's something or someone from the other side trying to get your attention.
Hmm.
I think that's wonderful. I love that. I really do.
Mm. Tamara is asking, do you find you work more on an emotional energy when reading for animals?
Mm,
Oh gosh, yeah. um, so this is another reason why I do. I only do pet readings uh, when by email. I look at a pet's picture.
mm,
Yeah.
I ask for their name and any questions that the pet parent may have.
mm,
If a pet parent knows something, they don't have to ask me. Like you don't have to ask me what their pet's favorite toy is, because
right.
first of all, if your pet lived more than a year, your pet is going to have more than one favorite toy,
True.
and they
Yeah.
may focus on one versus the other one.
Right.
But emotionally speaking, yes, because they are very emotional. Um, I have to tell you both that when sometimes I will open the email and look at the pet picture, and I will be in tears
Oh,
with the flood of love that I get from these
Yeah.
pets. And it takes me 30 to 45 minutes to do a reading. Um, and even before I even get to the questions,
wow.
and and usually I answer the questions in the kind of data dump that they give me in the beginning, and then I
Right.
have to go to the questions and say, oh yeah, yeah, I answered this up here, I answered that up there. Um,
Mhm.
and and I always keeps a box of tissues next to my
Oh,
computer because it's
aw,
an emotional mess,
I
but
could
you know,
see that. Yeah.
yeah, but
they're
that's
precious.
it is, but that takes a lot to be able to do something like that, to be that connected that you can have so much emotion,
That's
you
why I don't
know?
do it over the phone because I don't want to,
Yeah, yeah. It'd be almost like, in a way, like, are you upsetting the person? I would cry if you cried.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah,
we'd be crying together. Yeah,
yeah.
Hmm.
that would really be hard. That would really be hard. Um, oh, okay, hold on. Okay, let's try to get as we go along.
Hi,
Otherwise, I'll lose
Melissa.
them.
Melissa asks, what are your thoughts about the possibility heart dogs, pets, traveling through different lives with you? Life souls when you meet someone who you just know you've met before.
Melissa works with several dog rescues, and she has rescued and fostered many. She's
Oh,
very active. Yes,
yeah.
there we go.
Thank you, Melissa. So I 100%. I think we're all interconnected, and we
Hmm.
will all come back with each other in one way or the other. And I think we'll be connected in one way or the other. I don't know how. Nobody knows how really,
Hmm.
but I look at I look at love like a giant spiritual spider web,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
that we are all connected, um, and and as such, we will all come back interconnected again.
Right. There you go. Because she's, again, fostering these animals, as you know, rescuing them, and sometimes you don't have them for very long.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Especially when you're rescuing older dogs, you know that you're just making them comfortable for a little while. And Melissa's been in that position many
That's
times.
that's
And
tough. You have to be a
yeah,
strong,
kudos
special
to
kind of
you.
person to do that, Melissa. Thank you
Yeah,
for being
kudos
there.
to do
Yes,
that.
thank you.
Absolutely. Um, so basically, we talk about pets who reincarnate. I mean, this I thought would be a good segue in. Do you, and I know this is something a lot of people ask. I asked it as well when this little being came into my life, and I said, well, send me one. And if it wasn't for the fact that I've heard her barking separately aside from this one, I would
Mhm.
have thought for sure that they would reincarnate back into one of your pets. And I've heard people believe that this has
Mhm.
happened to them. Do you believe that can happen, or do you think they're just going to wait out the cycle? Like I know you touched on it a little bit, but can you elaborate a bit more on it?
Yeah, well, it's just been my experience that they wait, um,
Okay.
um, that they don't come back so fast.
Hmm.
And you know, my hope is actually that they're all waiting for me there, um, because that's the only reason I want to go.
Just to see the fur pets. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's a really tough one. It's hard to leave them behind.
Well,
Um, yeah. I don't know. For me, I always have designated loved ones.
mhm,
Okay, this is a dog that's coming. You be a good man to
Yeah,
take care of
take
the
care
dog.
of them.
I know. And it was always my grandfather, and I'm sure he was just like, "Come on." You've given me like all my parrots, everything. Just go. People don't realize how affectionate parrots are. They're like very cuddly. They're very charismatic. You look at a bird, you
Mm.
don't think that they're very charismatic. And I've had them come through readings that have nothing to do with me, but
mhm.
they reach out. They're just larger than life. So, um, your books. I'd like to touch on your books. Um, when people are grieving for their fur babies, your books have been instrumental to some people in helping them through the grieving process. Can you talk about that?
Sure, thank you. So the reason I wrote these books, especially the Pets in the Afterlife series, is to help bring people understanding that um, their pets are still very much alive on the other side, and they're
Mm,
all going to be waiting for us.
right.
Also, to give everybody signs about what to look for.
Hmm.
Um, in my two most recent Pets in the Afterlife books, I have four in the series now. Um,
Wow.
Pets in the Afterlife 3 is about messages from spirit dogs, and 4 is about spirit cats.
Mm,
1 and 2 is about all domesticated pets. But 3 and 4 have special chapters by one is a medical psychologist that deals with how to cope with grief and loss and things you can do.
Wow.
Um, and 4 is Spirit Cats, which has a chapter about coping with grief and loss from a friend of mine who is a counselor uh,
Hmm.
and a social worker, a grief counselor, social worker. Um, I also explain in a chapter of my own all the different ways that we have used to help get over our own grief.
Hmm.
Um, I do find that reaching out to friends instead of isolating yourself,
Hmm.
reach out to friends and let them know what happened and how you just need to hear some kind of um, just some kind of support, emotional support.
Hmm.
You can do things to remember your pet. You can put together a little memory book, or a rock garden, or buy some flowers, or something like that,
Hmm.
um, just to keep their memory alive. Donate to a rescue, or ask your
Hmm.
friends to donate to a rescue in their memory. So those are
Right.
just some of the things that I point out.
So what about, and I mean, I know, I always just hate thinking that this is with any living being, especially animals, because of their innocence and the amount of love that they have. Why do you think a pet or an animal would be earthbound? Um, and how would you deal with something like that? Like me as a fur parent would be really heartbroken. It's like having a
Yeah.
child being left behind.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have given some thought to that, and I've run into two earthbound cats and one earthbound dog
Hmm.
over the 12 years I've been doing this.
Wow. So that's pretty good odds.
That is good odds.
Yes.
And what I've learned from communicating with them is that they both loved their life in their particular dwelling
Hmm.
so much that they stayed um, until their pet parent passed. But
Oh,
when their pet parent passed, they didn't go with them. They continued to stay. And to me, that's unusual.
yes.
Um,
Hmm.
but it does happen. Um, there's
Mm-hmm.
I ran into a dog when I visited a museum in England
Mm-hmm.
called Sir John Soane's Museum. He's a British architect,
Right.
and his home was turned into a museum because he collected architectural things around the world.
Mm.
And I remember walking into that museum and I saw a little black and tan dog running around, and I looked at my partner and I said, "What do you think a dog's doing in here?" And said, "There's no dog here."
Yes. Yeah.
So as it turned out, I, I I asked one of the docents that was running the
Yeah.
museum, and she said, "Oh yes, that's Fanny. That's Mrs. Soane's dog, her favorite dog, and you can see a painting of Fanny uh, with Mrs. Soane in this particular room of the museum." And sure enough,
Oh.
it was there. And there was a little dog that I saw running around the museum, and she said, "Do you sense any humans here?" And I said, "No, only a dog." And she said, "Well, that's exactly what the experiences of the people who work here have been. Only a dog has been
That's
here, a ghost dog."
crazy.
That's
Yeah,
That's
sweet, though.
so the dog just waited behind and missed the boat with with moving with her owner.
but she does. So her little dog Fanny greets everybody that comes to the door with
Oh,
excitement, enthusiasm.
Come
that's
see
just
my picture.
awesome.
Come see my picture.
Yeah, that's just awesome.
That
Um,
is sweet.
what about wild animals? Do you connect a lot or at all with wild animals per se?
So I
Is it,
can't connect with wild animals because
oh,
they don't relate to us. They,
oh, that's
so
interesting.
yeah, so I had to think about it because they don't know our habits, they don't know our
Mm-hmm.
language,
Right.
they don't know the way we live.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing that we have in common. Of course, zoo animals certainly
Yes.
interact with humans,
Right.
but
But in the wild, not so much.
yeah, but in the wild, no.
Hmm.
Wow. Wow.
Have you ever received like has anyone ever asked who came to get my baby, like my fur baby, my puppy, my cat? How did they cross? What was the experience like for them?
Yeah, so many of the pets that pass, when I'm doing readings, they will describe somebody on the other side. They will often give me names. Sometimes they'll show me what the people do for, or what they did rather, for a profession or for work or what they were wearing. They will describe them to a T. I do remember one particular dog describing the grandfather of this woman, turned out to be the grandfather of this woman. And the dog said that this gentleman he had whitish hair, he wore glasses, dark rimmed glasses, and he only wore black and red checkered shirts. He showed me different images of this gentleman, and he was all in the same shirt. And I just
Mhm.
thought, this is weird. So I told the woman, and she said, "Oh yeah, my grandfather only wore black and red checkered shirts. That was all he had in his
Oh,
closet."
that's good to know. It's good to hear.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, because you worry, right? It's
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
Mhm. Hmm. Um, let's talk about the science of all of this. You talk, you discuss science about what's the science that you discuss about pet spirits, I guess, to help us, I guess, understand
Mhm.
how to communicate, how they communicate with the living. Is there science? Most
Well,
people would think no.
yeah, I think there's a science to everything, really. So,
Right.
um,
Okay. Yeah, well, I agree. I mean, frequency and vibration alone can be,
sure.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, so we talked about the physical and the emotional energy,
Right.
the science of physical and emotional energy, but there's also the science of learning and communication. So that's another thing that I touch base in my books about. Um, Pets learn on various levels.
Mm,
I often cite Dr. Stanley Coren. Stanley Coren studied dogs. He had dogs of his own. Um, he studied dogs for decades,
mm,
and he wrote a couple of very good books called The Intelligence of Dogs and How Dogs Think.
mm,
And what he had concluded is that he used dogs as a baseline because he had dogs, but it also applies to some other domesticated animals like cats.
mm,
Dogs have the intelligence of a 3 to 5 year old child.
mm,
And when you think about it, really, we raise them like children.
mm,
So
Mhm.
sure.
dogs have instinctual learning. They have behavioral learning. They learn on schedules. They learn routines. They learn language.
Mhm.
They know words. Um, they know emotions, of course, because they all have their own emotions. They only have, all have their own personalities. They learn to play well with others,
Or
um,
not.
or not, right?
Like mine.
They like who they like. Um,
Mhm.
so I always and I say this all the time whenever I'm talking about this, but it is true that we bring up our pets like we bring up human children. We take them
Yes.
to school, we take them to the vet when they're sick, we teach them to go to the bathroom, we teach them to play well with others, and I always love to say that the only difference is that they don't grow up and marry someone you don't like and move away,
Right.
right?
It's true. They actually listen, yeah.
Yeah. So
So learned behavior as well. So their sauciness probably is a product of the environment that we've created for them.
yeah.
That would explain a
Oh my
lot in my
God.
house. I always
Yeah.
say I'm fortunate that he lets me live here. Um,
Right.
what do you think about this scientifically? These all these videos now, these dogs pushing buttons to speak and form sentences. Yeah, you haven't seen that, Michelle? Some things are nasty what they're saying because the owners are
I'm
teaching them
still
to say
trying to
some.
deal with the saucy dog. So I
Yeah,
don't think
no,
get
they
to that
have these
degree.
buttons and you can buy them online and you can teach them how, like, when to respond with them. And it's your voice saying
Hmm.
whatever it is. You're programming it in there. Have you seen that at all, Rob?
No,
No?
I'm not.
Okay, I spend way too much time on TikTok.
I would be more
Oh,
interested to get Rob's opinion and tapping into the dog that has to push those buttons. I
Oh,
would be curious to see if the dog is thinking, "What the hell am I
sometimes
doing?" Or
they
this
have
is
them
this a
already.
school or
Oh, I know, but they have them already programmed. Like one will press outside now, or hungry or snack, and they'll keep pressing
right.
it, keep pressing it.
Hmm.
But it's
Melissa makes a good
amazing
point with
how
that.
they respond. Like I'm wondering who's training them, and
Mhm.
they're just everyday people at home, and they're buying these buttons online at a store we're all familiar with,
Mhm.
and I'm just in shock at how well they're communicating with them, because
Mhm.
that's the only thing missing from them are words, really. you
Dogs have a
know
really good memory. So I do know that border collies have been known to memorize up to 1,000 words.
yeah.
Wow.
Um, I also know
Wow.
that one thing I've learned is that dogs can see yellow and blue, and every other color appears in
Mhm.
shades of gray. So, and
Mhm.
I've also noticed that with my own dogs because the toys that they always go for are the yellow ones.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, my
that's really
dog's not.
interesting.
He prefers pink. I don't know why. Pink balls, pink, any stuffies, that's what he loved. Those are his favorite. Pink.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Strange, right? Yeah, I know.
Mhm. Have you ever
Um,
do you guys ever remember the parrot, the African gray parrot named Alex? And he was a university bird. They taught him, they had doctors working with him, psychologists. They trained him to say over 400 different words.
Mhm.
He would sing songs and all kinds of things like that.
Wow.
After he passed away, I was contacted by one of his caretakers at the university, and she goes, "I wanted to share a story with you because I donated money. They were trying to buy another parrot at the university, and she goes, I wanted to share a story with you, and I hope you'll be able to share it with others. And this is probably the perfect show for it. She said, I own three African Greys myself. She goes, they have never been in contact with Alex. He was the world's most like best talking African Grey, and he could do puzzles and all kinds of things. She goes, within the week after he passed away, she goes, two out of my three birds were singing one of the songs that was only taught to Alex in the university.
oh, I
She
love
goes, I
that.
just really wanted to share that with you. I was just like,
Wow.
I love that.
but it goes to show like there's this connection with this caregiver, and that that this bird obviously made his way somehow to the home and was teaching these other birds. She goes, I never taught, what we taught at the university was for Alex only. We never taught it to the birds here. We had to keep that very separate for research purposes.
Hmm.
So I thought that would be kind of fun to share. So
Yeah, that's fascinating. So,
Ah,
so perhaps they taught them
yeah,
from the
it's the
other side.
only yeah, it's the only explanation that I could come up with, and she was just mind blown. She goes, it was literally within a week they were starting to sing parts of the song, and she says as time went on, like they just knew the song, and the song was only taught among with other songs to this one specific bird.
That's
wow,
amazing.
that is
Yeah,
incredible. Yeah.
I mean that if that's not an afterlife story
Yeah.
Wow.
in one form or another, and that's a bird. It's not a typical like we always think cats and dogs, but I don't think many of us really think of the scope beyond that with these other little sentient beings. Um, I want to put up this
Oh,
comment because I can
sure.
relate. Our dog came from a Chinese family and we had a big language barrier.
Yeah. Tamara asked, do dogs learn different languages? My adopted dog only understood Mandarin and learned English after several months.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes I will hear words in languages that I don't know what they are,
Hmm.
Hmm.
Oh,
My dog's
and I can't
bilingual.
identify them. Um,
that's that's interesting.
Yeah.
so what? One example is actually a cat I did a reading for. Um, uh, a woman. This is in my upcoming book, Pets in the Afterlife 4, about messages from spirit cats. And um, there was a woman who had a cat, and she just said, whatever my cat wants to say. And so the cat kept telling me the word mala, Mala, and
Hmm.
I don't know what that means. I know mal in Spanish means bad, but I don't know
In
what
Italian
mal.
as well, unwell. Yeah,
Yeah.
mala means sick in Italian.
Okay.
Yeah,
What
male. Yeah.
Mm.
my my mother would be so proud of you because she was Italian.
Oh,
And
thanks. Well, my mother shoved me in Italian school for 10 years, so if I don't know that, I'm in trouble. And
I
it
never
was
went to
my first language.
oh, I never went to school for Italian, but when you grow up with an
No.
Italian mother, you only learn the bad words.
Yes, my mother was a sailor. Your mom too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Gonna
It's
leave that
okay.
right
I thought
there.
it was really funny.
Yeah. So
So
you ran into an issue then with the language barrier,
so
obviously.
yeah, so backtracking to the cat.
Yeah.
So the cat kept saying the word mala, and I had no idea what that meant. So of course, I put it in the email, and I said, "This is the cat is specifically saying this word mala," and the cat's um, mom wrote me back and said that every morning she practices a meditation called mala,
Oh,
only in the
Mm.
privacy of her own room, and the only one that would ever know that is her and the cat.
Aw, I love
wow.
moments like that. Those are precious.
I was blown away by
Precious.
that.
Yeah, you're thinking, do I tell her? Were you thinking like, do I tell her this? This doesn't sound right.
No,
Yeah,
but it
I
goes
was
to show you
thinking she's
everything's
probably,
important.
yeah, she was probably thinking I'm crazy, but nope.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, that's a great validation. That's a great validation. Do you ever get like from any of the pets that you've spoken with, the cats, dogs, like messages they really needed to get across, like maybe like warnings or maybe,
Mhm.
I can't move on until you know this, that
Hmm.
sort of thing.
Yeah, one of the most I think emotional readings I've ever done was for a little cocker spaniel
Oh,
puppy, um, and his mom Elizabeth. I think this is in my Pets in the Afterlife 2 book. This actually this reading was devastating to me, but this woman Elizabeth wrote me and she said that she had a cocker spaniel puppy and she went out with her friend and her husband was watching the dog and she got a call from her husband um, at about 8 o'clock or 8:30 at night to come home because the dog was looking lethargic suddenly, and he didn't understand because he really didn't let the dog out of his sight.
mm-hmm.
So um, she she came home and she called the emergency vet, and they said you can either bring the dog in right now. Of course, it was on a weekend. Everything happens on a weekend.
Always,
Yeah.
you can't
Yeah,
Always.
get to a
Yeah.
vet. Yeah.
or you can watch the dog for an hour or two and make sure the dog's comfortable and then make a decision. So she opted to watch the dog. Well, she checked back with the dog in an hour and the dog had passed away.
Oh, oh my.
She was devastated and
Oh
she
my
Oh,
goodness.
did not know what happened. So she
Wow.
reached out to me.
Oh,
um, the dog came through to me and showed me that he liked to go outside and he liked to nibble on plants. And she
yeah.
and I said it was something toxic that he ingested
oh,
that killed him. And she and I sent her a list of SPCA most toxic plants, and she wrote me back and she said, "Yeah, I have several of those in my backyard, and he did like eating plants." And I said, "It's not your husband's fault at all. The dog takes full responsibility that this is what he liked to do. There
Mm-hmm.
was no way that you couldn't have known that these are out there." Um,
Mm-hmm.
but she was devastated, and
oh, of course.
so that story, she allowed me to share his story in the book. I changed the names, but um, as a warning to pet parents that there are common plants
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
that are toxic and deadly to dogs and cats that we
Yeah.
know.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
Yeah,
hard reading.
especially coming into the season, like mistletoe, ivy,
Poinsettia.
poinsettia. There's a few different ones that you just don't think about,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I think people will remember them at Christmas, but not during the year when they're gifted a plant. They don't think like
mm,
I have very, very, very few plants in my house, and only because they were given to me. And I looked up every single one of them because my biggest fear is a leaf dropping. It doesn't matter how high you have it up. If a
Mm.
leaf drops because it's dried up and dead, it's on the floor, it's still toxic.
It's still toxic. Yeah.
Mhm.
So you have to know, and I think that if if you want to have plants in your home, I suggest you go to a nursery and ask them. A lot of the bigger nurseries will have a section that is pet friendly,
Mm-hmm.
and it will read pet friendly on it,
Mm-hmm.
and you can talk to them and they'll help you. I know I've done that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a big
Yeah.
fear. I wonder if that's ever happened in a past life to one of my animals, because I've always had that fear inside of me.
Hmm.
Mm.
That and choking on the cords for the
Collars
blinds.
or collars. Mm.
Yeah, my dog doesn't wear a collar for a
What a
specific
lot
reason.
do. Yeah.
Yeah, I
It,
know.
mm. Um. Yeah. I guess that would be so basically bringing peace to their owners. That's a big one. Do you ever get anything where they're trying to warn their owners?
Just the only kind of warning that they give me is not to adopt a dog or a cat of a certain sex because they want to be the only dog or cat
Oh
that's male
my
or female.
gosh. Oh my gosh.
That is funny.
Yeah,
Right to
That's a
the end,
little
eh?
ego there.
Yeah.
yeah.
Imagine an animal with an ego.
Yeah. Wayne
Oh
brings
yeah.
up a good point.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Wayne brought up a good point. If you have
Um,
Christmas trees, the preservative in the water is deadly to pets.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
for real
I have
trees.
an artificial tree for, see, there's so many
Yeah.
reasons,
And then
not
this
just
is the big one
environment.
now because these are very popular essential oils.
Essential oils, if you have a diffuser and you have a cat, and not only if you have a cat or dog, if you have a baby, you should not be
Hmm.
using essential
Essential
oils. It
oils.
coats and clogs the lungs. Those little microscopic little
Hmm.
bubbles in the air that you're breathing in because you think this smells so good
Oh
Hmm.
my
is
gosh.
really toxic.
A lot of people
There's
don't
a
know that.
no, there is a list. You can ask your veterinarian for it, and I'm
Hmm.
sure you can go online. I would ask the vet because you never know who puts what online.
Hmm.
And there is, my veterinarian has it on her website, a list of essential
Hmm.
oils that are toxic to pets.
Even candles, try to find pet-free candles. I've heard
Yeah,
that as well. So while we're
yeah,
being all informative on the whole pet front, yeah, buy pet-free candles,
yes.
non-scented, and it is time to do our station and
It's
sponsor
time for me to
ID.
work.
I know, we're just having too much fun.
It's time to work. You are listening to The Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano, coming to you live from the beautiful city of New Orleans on 105.3 and 107.7 FM. Joining us tonight is special guest Rob Guttrow, and we are discussing pets and the afterlife. If you missed it, no worries. You can stream or listen to our archives on any platform that you normally use. We want to give a big thank you and a shout out to the amazing people at Folgers Coffee for fully sponsoring our show from day one. We love you and we thank you so much. And thank you for your continued support. And a huge, huge thank you for our intro and outro to Dr. Snick, the sonic surgeon, Justin Snicker, who's an award winning composer and musician. You can find his music on Amazon and Bandcamp and find him on Facebook and Instagram. And if you're on my Instagram, when I post the show promos, you can click on the little sound button and you'll hear different clips because I do attach different clips of his music as well to that. So if you are on Facebook, Instagram, or on YouTube, make sure to give us a like and subscribe,
Exactly.
please.
That right there. So, and of course, for Rob's websites, we have them both scrolling across here, and they are also in the show description, along with a list of all your books, all your social media links. So there'll be a lot of ways for people to reach out to you and interact with you. So if somebody wants to do a pet reading,
Mhm.
you obviously have like your website specifically for pet spirits, or is this for your books, or maybe you can guide us through there. 'Tis the
Sure.
season.
So all of my books are actually available on Amazon. I don't sell them through my website.
Okay, good.
I'm a
Okay.
self-published guy, so
Right.
Which you have right behind you. If
That's right.
anyone's watching, you can see it. robguttrow.com.
That's right.
Yeah, because my name is kind of, massacred. So it's weird to.
Did I massacre it this time?
No,
No.
no. People like to put a W on my name and there's no W, or they like to put an H in my name and there's no H.
Oh,
Oh,
good,
because
good.
row. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Wonderful.
So that makes it easier. Um, but yeah, they're all on Amazon, and because I'm self-published, I I want people to read them and get comfort, especially with the pets.
Right.
So I can price them myself. So I price them under $10
Oh,
um,
Aw.
on paperback. I'm a meteorologist during the week, so
I
that's how
love
I make
that.
my living. But
I
I
love
do
that.
this because I'm driven by Buzz, my little
Mm.
guy over here,
Yeah.
who is has really opened the door for me to help people and comfort them. So,
Mm.
but I also communicate with humans. So
Mm-hmm.
six of the other books are about my interactions with earthbound ghosts who are people or
Mm-hmm.
spirits who have
And we're going to
crossed
bring you
over.
back on for that
Oh,
too.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
cool.
we will. We will.
all kinds of things.
I
Yep.
love
Right.
that.
Yeah. I have to ask, when you are like, have you ever come across being doing a reading for pets who maybe don't have much time and where you help the family to prepare them for that passing, or do you basically just try to avoid that altogether? Because if I had a pet that was near passing, I would want someone like you to say, I want to know how to make this transition easier for my pet.
So I I can only communicate with pets that have already passed.
Okay,
So
interesting.
yeah, so I always send people to an animal communicator so that they
Okay,
know. Because animal communicators have that ability to talk with pets that are currently alive.
that's actually really interesting. Can you
Mhm.
explain why? Because I would never have thought that there was a difference.
Sure. So my gift there's so many different aspects to these gifts that I have learned. So I can only
Hmm.
communicate with pets, people and pets that have passed away.
Okay,
Animal
interesting.
communicators can understand language, body language, and
Hmm.
facial expressions and so forth of living animals, so
Hmm.
that they can communicate with a living animal and they can tune into their energy. Um, I've also found that animal communicators are like Reiki masters as well because they're
Interesting.
reading energy.
Okay,
I don't have that gift. My gift is
right.
really narrow.
Right. No, I
Um,
think it's an
I don't think
amazing
it's
gift.
narrow. I think it's
That's an amazing gift. Don't
incredible.
sell that short. No, no,
No.
no.
Peop well, people ask me, thank you. So people ask me too about being psychics, and sometimes
Hmm.
people will call me a pet psychic, and I'm not a psychic either because what I've learned is that psychics can tune into energies of the past, the present, and the future. So they can tell you what you did in your past, and they can
Hmm.
tell you what you're going through right now, and direct you to what you should do in the future. I don't
Hmm.
have that gift either.
Mm.
Um,
Right.
again, I can only communicate with the people and pets on the other side.
That's
But
a
Mm.
mediumship
yeah,
gift. Yeah.
so
Mm.
psychics can communicate with energy, and I think tarot readers are psychic,
Hmm.
really.
Some, absolutely. Some just
Yeah.
master the art of reading cards or runes or talismans, and I think it's great. I think anything, any kind of ability that you have that can be helpful in helping people who've passed on or people who are nearing that. I work with many people who are close to passing, and just by communicating with those on the other side, waiting for them. So I guess that brings me back to my question: have you had pets, who let's say let's take it a different step, pets who basically are waiting for their loved ones um, to transition, and maybe the pet knows it, and are saying to you, can you let them know I'm going to be there or that sort of thing? Because that would give
Yeah.
me a heck of a lot of peace knowing my little Chi-Chis were going to be there waiting for me.
Well, they always they do tell me that they will be there waiting,
Right.
and sometimes they will tell me which pet on the other side will come to greet
Oh,
someone who is about to pass.
right.
Um, I've done readings for people whose dog or cat recently passed,
Hmm.
and they will tell me whichever dog or cat had passed before was the one that stepped forward. And usually I find too that the ones that we talked about how personalities are
Yeah,
maintained on the other side. So
yes.
the pet that is more um, assertive or more social will
Hmm.
be the first one to step forward, while the other ones will be back in shadow.
That's interesting. Would that work similar to like the pack mentality, even? You know how you have the matriarch or patriarch when you have more than one pet and one passes, and then the
Mhm.
next one would step up. Does it work like that also with them while they're all together on the other side?
It seems to be, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there'd be some trouble in the pack, I'd say, with
Uh-oh.
the last little one that went in there. Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's a rut row.
I know. I know, I know. No, that's actually really interesting to know. It just sort of gives me a little bit of an idea because as a foster mom or rescue mom, like you see a lot of them come and go,
Mhm.
and just it's good to know that they're going to be there waiting. But I know people who have lost pets, and I'm thinking might be a very nice Christmas gift, which is why I'm saying like, what is the process to communicate with you to get a reading from you, especially if it's being gifted, because I don't want to just
Um,
come out and say, hey, this is what I'm getting you.
well, and so well, there's a pro and a con here. So
Okay.
usually, because I so I do my readings by email, but and they're usually the instructions are on the website. Usually, people just what people will do is they will send me. I ask for a small amount of money
Yeah,
just to cover my time
of
on
course,
PayPal, and
of
then I
course.
send them a confirmation of what weekend they will get it because I do them on weekends. But
Okay.
but Amelia and Michelle, I am booked out until October 2023.
Wow.
So
Okay.
Good for
So
you.
that is
yeah,
See, that's a
fantastic.
huge testimony to your credibility and
It
how
is.
incredible you are. You make it so small, but you're giving so much peace to so many
It's true.
people.
I need to
Seriously, I
retire.
admire that. Pardon?
I
You
need to
need to.
retire. I need to
You
do this
will.
full time.
And you probably would be doing it full time. But I agree
Yeah.
with Amelia. That speaks volume about your integrity and your credibility, with respects to what you do.
Well, I'm humbled and I'm flattered, really. And for people who want to know how it works, that's why I wrote Pets in the Afterlife, one, two, three, and four. If you want to see what a reading looks like,
Mhm.
those will give you, each chapter uh, were from many of the chapters were from readings that I did that pet parents graciously allowed me to
Oh,
put in print so that other pet parents can understand different ways that their pets communicate.
mhm.
Um, and it's a good way to understand a reading. I mean, I do get some emails from people who say they're totally skeptic. They're skeptics,
Well,
and
sure. But that's
um,
with everything.
yeah, and I mean it's healthy to be a skeptic, but there sometimes I would caution people to say if you are that skeptical, then don't
Mhm.
ask for a reading because you've
Right.
already decided that it's not going to be what you want.
You're pretty much just closing the door already before you even really open it. And that's
Yeah,
kind of sad. You just have to remind them, I'm a scientist.
right.
That's a
Follow my
big one
lead.
on your side, just saying.
That's
I,
true. No, no.
and I'll,
It,
I'll tell you that. I'll tell you a little story that a gentleman sent a couple of 3 years ago. A gentleman sent me an email, asked me for a reading.
mm-hmm.
And by the way, somebody said to me, "Why do you charge a small fee?"
Why not?
Um, and
It's your
I
time.
will tell you that for a decade, for 10 years, I charged absolutely nothing, and I would spend
Mhm.
5 to 10 hours a weekend doing free readings
Mhm.
while my other half was yelling at me to come downstairs.
Right. It's
um,
your life, and people don't realize self-published authors that comes out of your own pocket.
it does.
So it's
Um,
a good contribution.
but I try to make everything affordable because
Yeah.
I know I wouldn't want to pay a lot of money either.
Mhm.
So, um,
Mhm.
but I was going to tell you a story of
Yes.
a gentleman that had emailed me. He lost a black lab, and
Mhm.
I think this is my Pets in the Afterlife 3 book. Um, and he sent me a note and he said, I just have a couple of questions. Ask me a couple of general questions, and at the end of the reading, one of the things that the dog said to me was the number 512, and he said, "This number is is special. This number is specific to me or my dad." And the gentleman wrote me back and he said, "I have no idea what that is." Um, and I said, "Well, keep it in mind. Over time, it may come to you."
Hmm.
Well, 8 months later, he wrote me back.
Hmm.
8 months later,
Wow.
and I'm glad he did. And he said, "You may not remember me. This is my first name. You read a black lab. This is my dog's name. And you said the number 512." And he said, "I finally figured out what it was." And he said, "I confess that I am a doctor." And he said, "I was seeing a patient in my office just this week, and my patient was suffering from a collapsed lung. And I wrote the number 512. That's the medical code." And he said, "Then I realized that is what took the life of my dog."
Oh my word.
So the dog was
Wow.
communicating in medical
In
terms.
his language.
Because
Holy cow.
his
He
dad
was,
knew the number.
yeah, and he was thinking like everybody who sits for a reading, they're looking for date of birth, they're looking for anniversaries. They're not thinking, they're just thinking personally. That's why it's
Well,
important to be open-minded when you're
but
receiving that
but
information.
that's the way he should have, and it took him 8 months
Well,
to make the connection. Like the
Mhm.
dog gave the one thing that should have made
but
that
he didn't
connection
look for
easy.
that. He was looking for a favorite toy. He was looking for something
Well, how do
simple.
you figure your dog's gonna know medical term?
He wasn't thinking 512 as a medical term. It's like, do I look for an address? I get this all the time with readings. Do I look for an address? Is it an
Mhm.
anniversary? Is someone's death date? Is it like, what is it? They don't think of anything else and then it comes up.
That is fantastic,
Yeah,
actually.
that's really incredible.
Yeah, that's a really good validation for you as well, Rob.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I was shocked.
Yeah, because how would you know
Me
that,
too.
right?
I know. Yeah, you should be. Wow, that's crazy. So,
That's impressive.
would you say that's the most shocking thing you have, or what's the most shocking reading that you've done? The most outrageous?
Oh my goodness. Well, another
Let's just.
woman, a woman named Ginny, wrote me and asked me about how the reasons in which her four of her dogs died,
Okay.
and every single one of them came through to me at the same time, and they identified specific ways that they passed away, and she was able to confirm and understand how they died,
Oh,
from
Oh,
wow.
wow.
That's good
snake bites
validation.
to other things.
Hmm.
And I don't. Again,
Yeah.
when I get these emails, I I get a first name, sometimes a last name.
Hmm.
I don't know where in the world these people live.
Hmm.
I don't know what their house looks like. I don't know anything about them. All I know
Hmm.
is here's a picture of my cat or my dog. Here's their first name. Here's
Hmm.
my questions.
Hmm.
Um, and somebody said to me, "How do I know that you don't spend hours researching this person online?"
Who
And I'm
has
like,
that kind of
I have a
time?
career. I don't.
Yes,
I'm
I
not.
have a life. Yeah.
Can you
Um,
imagine if you did that? You'd charge by the hour. If I had
well,
to
I would have
spend
to.
hours reaching somebody,
I
that's
would have to
crazy.
Mhm.
charge hundreds of dollars and
Yes,
hire
for that
consultant.
time.
To do
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like
yeah,
that. Yeah, that's
yeah.
And how
insane.
would you get that information that you
I
know
don't know.
anyways? Like how
Somebody accused me of looking up their social media platform, and they were in another country, and I'm like, I wouldn't even know how to do that.
Oh my God. I
Yeah,
think people, you're going to have your skeptics and you're going to have your
yeah.
naysayers, and sometimes no matter what you find and how accurate it is, and
Mhm.
they just don't want to believe it. You
It's
no.
know,
it's okay. I don't take
it
offense.
is. No,
No.
no,
Um,
no. That's the paranormal and average,
It's
readings.
normal. Yeah.
yeah. But
Mm,
I do have to tell you that I have given readings all over the world.
mhm,
Japan, South Korea, um, um, Colombia, um, England,
mhm,
Poland,
mhm,
Canada, everywhere and anywhere.
mhm.
Hmm.
And the thing is that I never know where these people are from.
Right.
Um, but the pet will describe their surroundings to me, and I'm like, that's weird. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
and then it turns out they're in Turkey, for instance, and I'm
Right.
like, oh my gosh. And the pet, the person would write back and say, um, oh, that makes sense because I live in this country and this is what we have in the house, and I'm like, okay.
That is
I've
so
never been to your country.
cool.
That's excellent.
Do you think the
Yeah.
pet is that the pet's way of letting you know that this is where I'm from? Because I
Yeah.
was going to say, how do you like? Do they do a language barrier? Do they speak to you in that language or in their language? So how do you like what do you go Google Translate or how do you really get that? And I know it sounds funny, but you
Yeah.
having to communicate in a different language, how do you decipher the pet and then decipher it to the people?
Well, they mostly show me images,
Okay,
so
okay.
that I don't
That
have
would
to
make
worry about
sense.
languages.
Right.
Um, it's mostly been with people that have come through speaking different languages. Whenever they will show me like
Okay.
a person on the other side that's come to greet them, and the
Mm-hmm.
person will be speaking a different language,
Right.
and
Okay.
I don't understand what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that I have to convey that.
Right. Right. Images.
Yeah.
No, that makes a lot of sense. That's the easiest. I love that. I just totally love that. That's just fantastic.
So, so I have to say that I never would have imagined that I would have this kind of a gift. Um, and I wasn't sure what to do with it when I was a kid, so I buried it, and until
Right.
I was like 40, until Buzz passed.
Mm-hmm.
And my mother had it, but she was afraid of it.
Right.
But
Wow.
when I was a kid, I always wanted to be a superhero, so I look at this as a superpower.
Oh, absolutely. It
It is.
is. It is. And the fact that it's one of your pets that really help push you to do it, to help pets and their families. I think that's spectacular. That's so humble.
I would do anything for a pet. I really
Mm.
would.
Same, same. I know. But you're very humble. And I thank you for what you do. I think that is
Oh
just
well,
amazing.
thank you. Well, thank you both too for what you
Oh,
do,
thank
because
you.
Oh,
obviously you're amazing pet parents, because we've all been choked up tonight.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Oh my
true.
God. Fur
It's
babies.
true.
Yeah.
I know. We're told you gotta let your guests talk. I don't like rude people, so we're gonna remove you. Could have said that nicer, but yes, we're all emotional, and it's easy to get lost in it. I think because people get passionate about their pets. My daughter works at a veterinary clinic, and she has literally been accosted verbally by pet owners who just figure that they should be prioritized more than, somebody's coming in with an emergency. She says, I've seen horrific things. I've seen animals die on the way. I've seen so many things. But she goes, but she always says, but I understand. I am a pet owner also. I work with rescues, and it's a very passionate thing. Like it makes people crazy, and I could see it,
Yeah, you can
especially
get
when you
heated.
see them passing and when you're dealing with rescues and you see horrific stories coming with these animals,
I'm
right?
glad you brought that up, Michelle, because I do get people that email me a lot and say, well, this is an emergency. And it's hard for me to say, well, everybody's pet is an emergency to
Yeah.
them.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
it's hard for me to say to people, well, it's okay for you to jump a year ahead of everybody else, because
No,
that's not fair.
no, it's not fair. It's not fair. Everybody wants that message. Some people, desperate people, I think, go do pretty desperate things. They take some desperate measures. And I just feel like we live in a time where right now people are very easily agitated.
Hmm.
And I find that people just really need to be kinder to one another.
I agree.
And
I wish I could help everybody immediately, but I'm only
yeah,
one guy, and
yeah.
I don't
Hmm.
have the resources. I don't have the
But
time.
you have a life as well.
It's
It happens.
yeah, and
I
you're
I
you're also
understand
you're
that.
also a pet parent of 3 dogs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I
That's a
work
lot.
rescue, and I'm on a paranormal group, and I do
Yeah.
all that stuff in my spare time. But again, that's why I wrote the books. That if somebody wants immediate comfort, learn how your pets are trying to communicate with you, and that way you don't need a medium. You can find
Mm-hmm.
out yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you can be a medium rare.
That's a dad joke if
And
I
on
ever heard
that
one.
note,
It's cute, very cute
Okay, I'm
though.
old.
I'll
no,
take it.
I
No, you're
love
not.
I am.
I'll take it.
it. I love it, though. I love it. Okay, well, as we're nearing the top of the hour, promote yourself, get your websites out, and if you have another book coming out, promote it. Just promote, promote.
Oh, you're so kind. So I have three series of books: Pets in the Afterlife,
Right.
one, two, three, and four. I have another series called Ghosts on a Medium's Vacation, which is about ghosts that I met when I went on vacation
I
because
love that
they
title.
don't stop talking to me. And the other one is about spirits and ghosts, earthbound and ones who have crossed over. Um, so all of them are on Amazon. All of them are under $10 a piece on in paperback and a lot less on ebook. Um, Pets in the Afterlife 4 comes out January 10th. It's on pre-order right now for Kindle. It's Pets in the Afterlife 4 Messages from Spirit Cats.
Oh,
Um,
fantastic.
Yep, it follows up the spirit dogs, and I'm also humbled to say that the dogs, Pets in the Afterlife 3, with my dogs Dolly and Franklin, who passed in 2020, on the cover, and have their own chapters of how they conveyed signs. That won a an international book award for 2021 and 2022 as best one of
Kudos.
the best pet grief books.
Oh,
And I'm like,
congratulations.
how is
Congratulations.
how did this happen? I'm just I'm humbled
Wasn't
that
Dolly? I don't know. I
There's a
can't
I,
think of
there's a
dogs.
lot of pet parents, and
Mm-hmm.
there's very little for them to find and read about how to grieve.
I think
It's
so too.
difficult. You
Mm-hmm.
know, not everybody understands that a fur baby is like a baby to you. They don't
mhm,
Mm-hmm.
understand it with me because I have a daughter. I'm like, but this is the son I never had. I don't know how to tell you that. I've
Mm-hmm.
always loved animals, though. I think people who get it have always had them or loved
Mm-hmm.
them from little,
absolutely.
But I
you
also
know.
believe it's your path, and I believe that, the way will be paved for you to get your message out. And we're so happy that you came on and, joined us and spoke about all of this. We thank you so much for that. And we're happy to offer this platform. And of course, being, like I said, rescue advocates, especially was a really nice surprise that you are, of like mind and a supporter in that way as well. So I
Thank you.
have sent you two emails and they show sent, but yet when I go in my stream, I'm not seeing them. So if you have not received them, please check. If you have not received them, I'm just going to start a fresh email, a fresh
Okay.
stream. And I'm going to, because I made mention that, yes, I wanted to book you further to come on the show with us with some of your other books. And we had talked about that briefly with dates, and I threw dates at you and I never heard
Oh,
back. Yeah, so just have a look, because if you didn't get it, I want to make sure that I send them back out to you, because we would love to have you on again.
well, thank you both. You have just made my week.
Oh,
Oh,
thank you.
thank you.
My day. It's been a
Thank
rough
you.
week. And buon Natale.
That's Italian. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So,
Merry
anyway,
Christmas. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas
Happy
to you
Hanukkah.
as well.
And
Okay, thank you so much, Rob. I will be in touch with you very shortly.
okay, thank you and good night.
Good
Thank you.
night.
Have a good night. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
What an honor. Thank you.
Good night. Wow, just that was fun. And yes, we do get a little bit, emotional when we speak about these things, and we do try to have a lot of fun with our guests. It's not traditional. For those who aren't used to us, it's not traditional answer a question and just, we are complimented on our style of making our guests feel comfortable and sharing of information. So you can always say something in a nice way and it'll be taken as constructive. But when you're not very nice, you're going to get booted. Sorry, that's just the way it's going to be. So, with that being said, we have come to the end of another fantastic segment of the Outer Realm, and huge thank you to Rob Guttrow, said that right. And we will be bringing him back on to cover, some of his other books. I just, I think it's just so kind of him to price his books so they are reasonable for people to be able to afford them,
Yeah.
especially the pets, the pet books, because
Wow.
I really feel that if people know that, if they're grieving, if these books can help them, I think it's wonderful. I really do, and I'm grateful that he's booked that far in advance. It just speaks a lot about his credibility and his integrity, obviously. So
Hmm.
big thank you to him. Big thank you to Folgers Coffee for sponsoring the show. Thank you, thank you. We appreciate it so much. Big thank you to Dr. Snick, Justin Snicker. We appreciate you so much. Also, if you want to email us, you guys know how to go to the Outer Realm page. Best, probably quickest way, click on that email button or message us at the Outer Realm contact at gmail.com. Next week, I know it's what y'all been waiting for. Next week, okay, Wednesday, we welcome the return of Mark Ollie, and he's going to be talking about mysteries of the Bible, Da Vinci. There's a lot of connections in there. So he's going to be piecing some things together. That will be next Wednesday. Brace yourself for Thursday night. I know you guys ask all the time. We're going to try to be giving you a bit more of just Amelia and I. So we're going to be having a roundtable discussion as we address Christmas traditions and folklore from around the world. It'll be a boatload of fun. Um,
Ancient, right?
yeah, all of it, right?
Yep.
So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Tomorrow night, feel well if you're in and around on a Friday night, check out the Church of Mavis at 8 p.m. That's Eastern, and right after that at 10 p.m., check out the Centralist for all you diehard. Um, want to let go some of that angst and politics and stuff. Get in there and just like get right in there because he's, Joe Montaldo and his whoever he's co-hosting with. He has guest co-hosts that come on, and you will definitely get a lot of interaction and you'll be able to participate. So do that. In the meantime, thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you all next week. Good night. Have a good weekend.
General out
Oh
in the middle
yeah,
of
that's
nowhere.
what I was doing. I actually had a pistol in my hand at the time. I was really ticked off when I was having this fit. I was waving the gun in the air, okay, and I had this fit. And at this moment, I said, okay.
He was a Louisiana man named Montaldo. Folks around called him Six Gun Joe. Worked with ICAR, don't you know? Investigating UFOs. Out for a drive with a gal one night, they stopped to check out the reporting site. When an alien lit right there on the ground, commenced to throwing his weight around. Now, old Six Gun didn't take too kindly to that kind of thing, especially without Vaseline or anything like that, Seriously. Well, Six Gun looked that critter right in the eye and said, "Any last wish before you die?" Yo, reached for his gun, quick as a twitch, and said, "Fill your claw, you son of a bitch." Now a legend spread across the land about this pistol-waving man. But if you're from space or from Earth below, you don't give no lip to Six Gun Joe.
Tune in to UFO Undercover, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, with your host, Joe Montaldo, right here on the Paranormal Radio Network. Welcome to UFO Undercover, with your host, Joe Montaldo.
Good evening, everybody. Oh, those funny little promos and songs we have on the network these days. That first one you heard with UFO Undercover, the first one that came up, Guys and Girls, that was made, a long time ago, 15, 18 years ago, by a guy who was trying to make fun of a story we were telling on another show I used to host called Wake Up USA. And when they sent it to me, I thought I was going to get really mad. I actually got the biggest gig. I just got one of them rolling Klingon belly laughs going. So I told him, I called him, I said, look, I don't know why you hate me or whatever. I said, but I want to use your song as my intro. And ever since then, we've been quite good friends. it's, it's just one of those strange things. Tonight, we have Jeff Weiner with us. And I met Jeff, a year ago down in Los Angeles, California. He was down there. He was one of the winners of Writers of the Future. And we're going to get to that in just a second. No, he didn't win. We'll get to that in a second. Whoever just sent me that post, just calm down. In case you don't know what we're talking about, writersofthefuture.com, you can go over and check it out, or galaxypress.com. Writersofthefuture.com is that's if you want to submit something, if you have a story under 17,000 words. And I would say, I talked with Emily and John about this. I would figure if you're going to write it like in a PG-13 format. They're really not into blood and gore and sex, so just PG-13 would be about the best way I could tell you to do that. But anyway, Jeff, how you doing tonight, man?
I'm good, Joe. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it very much.
Man, I love having you. And so, how's things going out there? And since the other Sin City, so guys, because we have one in one Sin City and one in the other Sin City. If you can't figure it out, I don't even know what to tell you, people. But he's out there and not in Las Vegas, not LA. LA is not Sin City. Get out of here. They close at 2:00. How can you be Sin City? Yeah. I mean, on the weekdays, we went hunting for booze at midnight. Couldn't even find any. No, people. It's not Sin City. It's Las Vegas and New Orleans. It's the only two 24-hour cities in the country. There are no others. That's it. And I don't hate people. It's just how it is. So how are things out there? I mean,
I'll tell you, COVID's done. Place is packed.
It's packed. Yeah, that's how it is down here. I like to see it, man.
On fire.
I know everybody keeps trying to drag COVID back into the middle of everything. I said, look, if I get it, I get it. If I don't, I said I've had it twice. I'm not really particularly worried about it now. I said, I plan on it. We're going to have a lot of people in my house this year for Christmas. And we'll have a lot of people. I'm going to, no, what do you mean Hanukkah? No. You're thinking of Jeffrey, the other Jeffrey. Anyway, yeah, we'll talk about that later in the show. I know y'all get confused on holiday seasons because there's a couple of holidays that run over each. There's Kwanzaa, there's Hanukkah, there's Christmas. There's some other one in there besides that. So they all kind of lay over each other, and each one has its own personal beliefs. And that's how it should be, because that's for the people who it's representing. What do you mean? No, there's one God, dumbass. Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to say it like that. They all worship the same God. They just worship it in different ways. Okay, let's not even it's not a philosophical discussion at the moment. Maybe later in the show, but not right now. And yes, I will be giving a lightsaber away later tonight, so but not at the moment. Anyway, getting back to Jeff. Sorry about that little went off on a rampage there. So, I mean, it's glad to hear it's busy out there, because I was wondering, I mean, New Orleans is packed. The Gulf Coast is packed. I mean, everywhere you go, there's people everywhere. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I have been in a bunch of casinos in the last couple of months. And no, nobody's wearing masks. Nobody's doing anything. Nobody's sick. Nobody's coughing. Everybody feels quite comfortable.
And, yeah. The traffic out here is amazing. The strip is packed. The hotels are packed. They're doing a Grand Prix. Vegas Grand Prix.
Oh, cool.
And they're selling, I think MGM is doing the $1 million weekend package. You can get probably a pretty good room with a view, I would imagine, and a lot of food. But yeah, there's a lot of money coming out here now. A lot of stuff going on. The Raiders are doing good. They'll be bringing the baseball team out here. They're bringing the baseball team out and building a new stadium. I mean, this is not a little town anymore. It's going to get big. It's getting big.
It's huge. Las Vegas is big, guys. I mean, very first time I went in Vegas, I was in the Navy. I was 18 years old. I was stationed in San Diego. We went out to Vegas. It was a little shithole is what it was. I don't know how to explain. There was a lot of buildings there, but it's not the Vegas you go see today. The Vegas today is glitz, glam, money. I mean, it's a beautiful place. People get mad at me when I talk about the casinos, but I'm not. When you hear me go to a casino, I'm not always going to gamble. Sometimes I'm going for the buffet. Sometimes I'm going for the entertainment. You don't understand that casino is not what it was 50 years ago. Today, it's an all-inclusive package. like a couple of casinos down here have movie theaters in them. Two lane movie theaters. A couple of them have other things. All of them have fabulous restaurants. If you can't find good food in a casino town, you're just not looking. I don't even know how to tell you. I mean, there's just lots of it, and there's lots of good buffets. And down here they like to do the snow crabs a lot, and there's just lots of it. And there's lots of things to go see and lots of things to hear. No, it's not a sin if you go in a casino.
Last week was Cowboy Week, Cowboy Christmas out here. There was 200,000 cowboys. This is honest to God stuff. Like rodeo,
man.
the serious rodeo. Stetson had its own pavilion. This was serious, really serious. The Cowboy called Cowboy Christmas, and they took over 200,000. It's a lot. That's a lot.
It's a lot of people running around, a lot of cowboys running around. Actually, John had told me about it, but I'd already planned on doing something else. But because I caught up with them in Salt Lake City, I would have loved to go out to Vegas and hang out. It would have been an easier place to calm my wife in to go, oh, let's go to Vegas, baby. She fit in the car.
Right.
It's well, we drove to Salt Lake City this year. The only bad part about driving to Salt Lake City is crossing Texas. All the rest of the states, I got pretty things to see. Texas is flat and boring.
Oh, I see.
And it's a day to cross the damn thing. It takes a day to get across the state. 12 hours. I mean, it's just a big, wide, lopping state. You feel like you're in it for days. In the time it takes me to cross Texas, I can cross 3 other states. It's amazing the difference in time. But we stopped off in Denver. We stopped off in New Mexico. We had friends stopped off in Arizona. We had friends in Sedona down there, so we stopped off and seen them. And it was just a nice trip in general. I came home, took our time coming home. Instead of coming home in 4 days, we took about 7. There's a lot of beautiful country to see between. Like if you drive to Vegas, there's a lot of pretty country to see, especially if you take Interstate 20. There's a lot more mountains up in that area. Interstate 10 has some, but you really don't see the mountains on Interstate 10 till you get to New Mexico. And I mean, like way into New Mexico. When you're going Interstate 20 or Interstate 40, whatever it is, there's lots of mountains along the way. It's lots of beautiful. Plus, if you drive at night, you get to see the firework. Well, let me rephrase that. If you drive at night between Las Vegas and Los Angeles, like on a Sunday night, it looks like you ever see the movie with it looks like that. I mean, all you see is a sea of red in front of you, and it's just weaving through the mountains. It's crazy. Like it's the firework, people. I'm telling you, it's the firework. It's hiding out in Vegas. You know what? Last time I was in your area, though, we were headed to L.A. We stopped over to go see a friend of ours in L.A. because I think it's like a 5-hour drive, and I don't even think it's that long. But we're cruising along the desert, about 90. And I look over, and here's 3 big buses coming out of the middle of nowhere. I mean, I guess they were Janet buses. I don't know what else to tell you because they were in the middle of. There was nothing out there, people. We stopped and got video of this. Literally, and I got an 80 times zoom on my camera. Just nothing for anywhere for like at least 20 miles. And all of a sudden, here comes 3, buses. I mean, nice buses loaded down with people. I'm still wondering where the hell they came from. It was just crazy to see it, and you can see it was a regular used path, but it was a dirt road. It wasn't a concrete or anything or rocks. And here you go. They look like brand new. No, they look nicer than Greyhound buses. Whoever posted that, no, they look way nicer than that.
Was it like a tour?
They look like tour buses. They have nice, pretty tour buses. But I have no idea what they were touring. As far as I know, there's nothing out there but dirt. So I have no idea.
Out by Red Rock or no?
It was no. We were this was somewhere. We were somewhere. We were not too far from getting in to California. It was just a long stretch of desert we had been driving on, just flat desert. Matter of fact,
Calico.
Yeah. So anyway, you stop. They had the rattlesnake signs up. Watch your pets. Watch your kids.
Right. Yeah. Calico mines are out in that area.
Oh, maybe that's what it was because it was crazy to see him come booting ass out of there.
Yeah, and then there's an old mine town. It's pretty well dilapidated now, but it's cool. It's a place to go. Like I could see why they'd bring buses of people out there.
Yeah. I know a friend of mine, Nathan. I was speaking at a conference in Salt Lake. In Utah a couple of years back, and he took me that we were going down to Area 51. He took me. There must be 15, 20 of these old ghost towns along the way. I mean, they're ghost towns, people. There's nothing left. I mean, there's buildings all over the place, but there's nobody living there. Stupid us went walking in a couple buildings like idiots, like we didn't get killed, but made for a great video. And then we stopped somewhere on the way back to where we were, probably about 70 miles away from Area 51. We just stopped in the desert. It was beautiful. The skies were it was like that we were melting on top of you. It was just beautiful. And you could hear the coyotes hooting to each other, walking out. There was nothing else out there. And then way, way, way off in the distance, you're seeing this light little glow with these little white dots just headed to it. You knew what it was. It was Las Vegas in the plane, but it was way away. It was kind of strange looking. It really was. Y'all get some strange country out there. That's all I can tell you. A lot of weirdos live out in, and especially y'all people in Arizona. Y'all are all weird. I'm just being honest about it up front. Y'all,
You find
yeah,
a lot of odd. There's a lot of your unique stuff as you if you take, if you go north on the Nevada border towards, like going to cross over to Tahoe, um, up around up in Northern California, and there's a lot of abandoned military stuff. There's abandoned towns. There's all kinds of stuff. It feels like you're like driving back in time.
it does kind of feel that way. And I don't know. It's weird. People, all I can tell you is go check it out. Last time I was in Roswell for the 60th, and we left there, and we went riding all over. We ran in all kind of weird stuff along the way. And then we went and spent a day driving to White Sands to go to Carlsbad. We wanted to go look at the old testing range at White Sands. You see stuff sticking out of the ground all over the place, just abandoned. What's ordnance, people? Things they've been testing, things they're blowing up, stuff like that. No, it's not nuclear.
That's cool.
It
No.
is kind of strange. It's if it was nuclear, I'd be dead. Okay.
Yeah, nuclear probably wouldn't last. You could see it once.
Yeah, that's it. You get one glowing view, and that'll be the end of it. So, so Jeff, when you won, we're going back to riseofthefuture.com, people. So if y'all get confused while we're talking, so Jeff was one of the winners this year. Book 38, right? Yeah, 38. I keep getting 30. I get this 36, 37, 38 confused for some reason.
Me too.
But so John was in book John. I'm talking about the wrong name. Jeff was in book 38. So first off, what made you? Well, I know you're roommates with Todd, so maybe that was a little pushing. Was he pushing you to submit? Because he seems like he might be kind of be pushing your ass to submit.
Well, yeah, it was a COVID thing. COVID had a bunch of business stuff going on, and then COVID hit, and boom, done. It was, I was involved with some accelerators out here, some business accelerators, and some funds raising capital for new tech and this and that and the other. And then COVID hit, and nada. That was the end of that. So yeah, so I was literally, and the story is, I was literally sitting around staring at the ceiling, like here you are at my age, like. And it was at a like freaking dead stop, right? My daughter comes in, my Brianna comes in and says, "Dad, why don't you just focus on your art? You've been doing your art." And I've been doing their covers and all kinds of art for a long, 15 years.
Yeah.
So I started focusing on that. And then Todd came in and said, "Dude, your stuff is good. Your stuff is really, really good." I'm like, "Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is." So he pushed. I submitted on it. He pushed. It's all him.
It's all him. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about Todd McAfee. That's Ann McAfee's daughter. Todd, you didn't hear that, Todd. Shit. My brain is malfunctioning bad tonight. But anyway, Ann McCaffrey's son is Todd McCaffrey, and that's who he's talking about, who's pushing. Because Tom's got a lot of energy, man. I like to give him trouble when we're at the conference, but they got a gala every year, and anybody who wins gets to attend this gala. They take pretty good care of you. You learn a lot. You get to work with some serious artists and serious writers, depending on if you won for art, if you won for Jim. No, they take both illustrators and artists. So they're going to pick 12 winners a year. They might pick an honorable mention. They might pick somebody else but if you don't submit, you can't win. That's all I can tell you. And it is blind judged. So it doesn't matter. Even if you know somebody there, it doesn't matter because they're not going to know who you are. Unless they're familiar with your work, they're not going to know who you are. So when you submit, it's going to be blind judge. You get the people who go through it, and then they submit it to the judges. And then the judges read it or look at the art, and then they decide who's going to win. And there's 4 winners each category, and then 1 big winner in each category. I mean, in each draw. So 4 times a year. Yeah. So there's 12 winners. And what do you mean? Of course, there's going to be losers. I'll tell you this about Writers of the Future. They're not dogging on people. They're not looking for anything other than to help y'all win. They really just want to help you be able to get in the world and make a career out of this. That's really all this is about. I know people write to me about different things and say, "Oh, they ask you for money." No, they don't ask you for money.
No, it's not a money thing at all.
It's
very legit. If anything, I'd say that they're even more scrutinized than any kind of other agency, just because of their association with L. Ron Hubbard's work, and they're not going to want to. People are looking to cast shadow on that anyway. So
yeah, they do. They try.
Yeah.
Well,
But
Okay.
it's legitimate. They do a really good job and they care and they don't
They
push
do.
any agenda. It's an honest to God, honest effort to try to nurture new talent and get it out there. And some of the people that have come through, like Sanderson and so on, they've done really phenomenally well. So the track record for this competition and being able to get above the noise has spectacular results.
It does. I mean, I've seen quite a few of the artists now get work. I've seen the writers get work. Guys, winning Writers of the Future is a step up for you anyway. So if you win this, because most of the writers and illustrators who are affiliated, that are familiar with Writers of the Future, know that the people coming out there putting out quality people, and that's what makes a difference. I know a couple people came down to New Orleans, got jobs with the gaming community. There's a lot of ways when you're a writer or an artist, you don't have to think conventional like I got to sit down and write a novel, or I got to paint this huge picture. That's not the world we live in anymore. The world we live in is you can go for almost any company and become a writer for them because they're looking for talent to write for new games or new movies or whatever. So there's lots of job openings for that. Same thing with illustrators. They don't have to be stuck with one thing. There's lots of, I mean, there's commercials, there's fun stuff. There's also getting in the gaming community there. And, there's just lots of ways to go that they didn't have, say, 20 or 25, maybe 30 years ago. So there's more doors opening now. So if you can win Writers of the Future, that's a step up. When you go in for an interview and you say, oh, yeah, oh, by the way, I happen to win Writers of the Future, you've got one step up on everybody else right off the bat.
That's true. That's true. It's a legitimate competition. Black tie event.
Yep.
Streams. I think they got to spend $1 million on that thing.
They spend a lot of money on. Oh yeah, he's talking about they put on a gala Friday. They fly in everybody a week ahead of time, and they spend a week, going through courses trying to help them help the writers into sharpen, help the illustrators to sharpen. And Tom Wood and Echo are just outstanding illustrators. I mean, I've seen a lot of their work now. I've had a lot of their work promoted on the station. They just do really good work. Tom, poor man, last time I talked to him, he's lucky he sounded like he could breathe. He was so damn busy. And but that's the thing, guys. I mean, these are people who come in and spend their time to work with these people. So, Jeff had the advantage of talking to all these good illustrators, people who have been around a long time, that really, really make a good living at this. It's a difference than trying to go start anywhere. I mean, you're coming out, and plus, from what I heard from Tom and him, a lot of times they will recommend the illustrators to other people. I mean, you can't pay for recommendations like that. I mean, you just can't. So, I mean, it's just a lot of good stuff too, but you have to win. And the only way you can win is to submit. If you don't submit, you can't win. They don't go randomly pulling people out of the air. And now, since I've joined them about 3 years ago, they have a much larger international group winning with them because my station's spread out across the world pretty well these days. So it makes it even a little tighter on U.S. people getting. So, man, submit, and you don't have to submit once. You can submit 4 times a year. You can do a different piece of art, or you might get a letter back saying, hey, maybe if you do this or that, and then resubmit it. And sometimes that'll help you to win. Same thing with the writers. Sometimes they'll read a book and they'll say, oh, it's real close, but there's and they'll send it back and tell you what you can do with it. It's one thing I got to say about them. They're not rude. Joni does all the winners anyway, but I mean, when she calls, she's not gonna say, "Oh, you dumbass, you lost." That's not what you're gonna get. She's gonna, "Hey, it didn't quite make it. Try again. In the next quarter." And like I said, sometimes if one of the judges or one of the pre-judges see something, you might even get in as honorable mention. So, and by the way, the winners do get money. The biggest winners get $5,000. I forgot what the other guys get, but everybody gets paid. But it's even more than that because when they're sending you home,
it's not a money thing. It's not.
It's not about money.
No, there's so much noise. There's so much noise, and there's so much competition that if you can get recognized by a legitimate third party, and that can look at it and say, we have all these people that submitted, and your work is the best or one of the best, then it helps get above the noise because that's the big challenge with this.
It is. It's and that's what he's right. That's with almost everything these days. You've got to get yourself buzzing, but you've got to get where people can see and hear you. I mean, if you can't get there, you're just not going to make it in the business. But this is a big step up. This really does help you. I've been there 3 years now. I got to say, I've seen several people get careers out of this. I've seen several people actually come out of this feeling better than they went into it. So, and I'm going to tell you all a little quick story. When I was approached by John, that's John Goodman. He's the president of Galaxy Press. You have Galaxy Press. First time he told me about this, the first thing out of my mouth was, "You're so full of shit." I'm like, "Look, dude, nobody blind judges anything. I know you want like what do you get him there? You want $500, or you tell me we need $500 for this and $500 for that. And John was defending himself admirably, And I said, I just, I've seen too many publishing companies in the past with scams, so they can make money off of people. So he just said, all right, well, just take your butt and come out here, and we got 2 years winners out here. Come check for yourself. And I did, and I talked to a lot of the winners, but more importantly, no one at Author Services, Galaxy Press, or Writers of Con, when I asked them a question, they answered it immediately. There was no him and hawing around. There was no bullshitting.
Yeah.
And everybody was there. And John made sure I had access to everyone. Yeah. When I mean everyone, I'm talking about everyone that had anything to do with this in any ways, because I wanted to know. And then I interviewed the guest, the winners afterwards, because I wanted to see if there was any kind of pressure put on them, or if there's not. And Mark, that doesn't come up not even one time. You're talking about Scientology. No, it doesn't come out at all. You'll never hear it mentioned at the place at all. Unless you go asking.
Yeah, I think the proximity to the Scientology and just is one of the things that keeps this thing on the straight and narrow. Like there's no deviation. They don't want any problems. They don't ask for money. There's no pressure. There's no nonsense at all. I think they're kind of under a microscope. I mean, by definition, right?
I agree.
There's some
it's a shame that they have to actually be put through this the way they are. But it does show that they are honest. They're doing what they're telling you they're doing. And again, and y'all know me. Anybody who's been listening to this show or any of the shows that I do know me for a long time. I don't take bullshit. I do my research. I do my homework. I wasn't the only one in looking at this. I had my whole crew looking into these people. They're exactly what they said they are. Exactly. There's no huff business going on, no funny business. No one's asking anything. They're there to do what they're doing. That's exactly what they say they are. Because, I was working, I can't mention name. I was working with a publishing company about 8 years ago. And come to find out, I decided to drop in at one of their things just to see if they weren't up and up. Oh, these people were lying. They were charging to get in. They charged for everything. It was ridiculous. Right in the future, that's just not who they are. I mean, they bring you in, they set you up, they put you in a hotel, they fly you in from wherever you are. I mean, they were flying in people actually as far as Australia and flying them back. And when they fly them back, because they give you stuff and all, your trophies, they actually give you extra luggage and pay for it so you can take it home with you. So I'm just amazed. What is that, Christopher? Yeah, the only thing I think that winners have to pay for is food. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, well, you pay for food no matter where you were.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, what do you mean? No, I don't pay for food. No, that's not happening. But the rest of them, I'm just teasing people. I really enjoyed it. I've been out there 3 years. I look forward to going back this year. I mean, everyone out there is just fun to work with. There's a whole group of people out there that are they're really good people. They're kind, they're smart. And you got good looking, intelligent, and kind people all wrapped up in one. That's hard to find anywhere. And these people are that. And they want to see you succeed. I've watched John, do other gigs with people, helping them get in places. And then there's Emily, which is John's wife. She's a workaholic, that poor baby. And I mean, she just never stops. And then you get the whole crew. And Joni, I mean, I don't know if Joni ever disappears. I don't know what they're going to do. Joni is. See, guys, if you win, ladies and gentlemen, you'll know who Joni is. Okay.
You will definitely know.
Yeah, you will definitely
You'll get a call from her, and she'll be talking so fast that you'll be trying to know what the hell happened. And then you'll find out you won.
That's right. You'll be like stunned. She's like, but what I mean by this, guys and girls, I mean, it's everybody I've talked to out there has been on the up and up. There's been no funky business at all. No one's asked anybody to join anything. No one's asked for any money from anybody. None of that goes on. What they do is you win, you submit, you win, and you can win. So there's quarterly winners, but there's also one big winner from each category at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So you can get in there and win. So yeah, you're competing to get there. I will tell you this much. The year before last, I spent a lot of time with the illustrators, and illustrators tend to be talkative, whereas the writers not so much. This year, I spent a lot of time with the writers and not so much with the illustrators, even though, Tom, I like Tom and Echo, so anytime I get a chance to go drinking with him, I will. But it's different because when you're doing interviews with illustrators, a lot of times you got to pull the information out of, whereas writers, you can't shut them up. So, it's just a weird flip-flop kind of thing. It just really is. So, I mean, oh wait, what we got up here on the screen I just popped up? What is this? Let me put this where we can see this a little better. Maybe it'll. Well, why don't you let me open the whole damn screen thing? Whoops. Not quite what I wanted to do, but I guess it ain't gonna let me blow it out like that unless it ain't gonna let to. So anyway, we're looking at so. Why am I getting feedback now? That's weird. Let's fix that. What the hell? Is it this? No? All right, I don't know what's going on. I'm hearing myself now. This is just weird, guys. Y'all let me know if y'all hearing double audio because for some reason I was up there when it stopped. So anyway, this is some of Jeff's work right here. So what do you call this? Do you name your artwork?
Yeah. So this is a cover for a series of comic books. This is the second book, and it's called Stoic. Comic book series Stoic. Name of it Stoic, and this is Evolve or Die. Not to be too dramatic, but
Yeah,
it's a comic book, so you can be lots of dramatic.
Now, these are cards, or
yeah. So this is using a combination of. What I think is important and is a transition and illustrator of the future, winner illustrator of the future, or whatever, is to recognize that we have new tools that are coming. And for an artist, because there's quite a bit of controversy now, Joe, regarding AI art.
oh, I know there is, man.
And so my position is my position is that it's just another tool. It's just like digitizing tablet or whatever, or word processor or synthesizer or whatever the hell it might be, right? It's another tool. It's here. It's like not ever going to go away. It's going to get a hell of a lot better before it. And so I felt like I wanted to try to push the illustration portion, illustrators utilizing this new technology. And so I created these comic book series and actually created a whole site, aicomicbooks.com. We have well over 20 books on there from 10 different authors. And these books are between 24 and 45 pages of these are graphic novels. And on the art, all the art is all generated, not all, but the art is generated through AI, software. Now, in my case, I utilize AI software just as I would any other asset when I paint or put together art. It just gives me more. I have more power, more storytelling power, and because of the speed at which I can get assets. And so my books kind of really demonstrate that. And so what I want to do in this book is this is all about a guy who, when he dies, he goes to the afterlife and has to and tries to find purpose. And he doesn't find purpose in belief, but he wants to find some purpose. He wants to be able to do something. And so he journeys to heaven, he journeys to hell, and ultimately learns that he defines what he is, and then moves on from there into back to earth. And at any rate, I like the idea of bringing some of this mystical tarot cards in, and so I utilize these programs in Photoshop and some painting in order to make the cards that that kind of if you understand these cards, these tarot decks, the way they lay cards out, it helps tell the story.
Yeah,
And I thought they were pretty cool. And
so
cool is important.
Oh, cool is very important. So is it a whole deck? Because about a decade. Well, it's been long enough. I hate to give up my age here. About 3 decades ago, I used to read for the bottom of Teacup in New Orleans, and I designed this very special reading. It's much more evolved and much more advanced than like any of the other ones that are out there. And we keep it close to us because we only use it with people. By the way, people, it's a paid reading because it's a very different way of having your cards right. And I'm always looking for decks that really kind of make a difference in I'm looking for decks that don't make me have to work as hard, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's and so this is when I seen this was very interesting. So have you made them all yet? Are you still working on them, or?
So I made 60 cards. I made 60 cards, and then peeled out I think 5 for this book, and I'll just keep using them in different parts in different books because they tell the story. And Yeah, I'm
But
gonna.
you need to add another 14 and make a tarot deck and put that damn thing up for sale. Because well, I'm looking at this, I would buy it. I'm looking at it right now to buy the damn thing.
Right.
Well, because for me, well, technically you're not supposed to buy your own cards. You're supposed to have someone buy it for you. But anyway, this
Well,
is
I
a
named
really
the
great
card
deck.
because the card. I liked the art on the card. I like the tarot feel. I like that all the real detailed, um, detailed gold and faces and so on. And so I just basically named the cards: belief, purpose, hope, fear, and
That's a good thing then.
the clown is doubt. So if you the story, if you would read the cards according to what read, according to what I looked up, which I'm not a tarot reader, you would the card placement and the direction of the things is should be technically accurate. If it's not,
Well, this
I
this would be
tried.
this would be the start of a Celtic cross. So the cards look great. I mean, I like I feel what each one represents here really is coming through in the card. I have no doubt when I look at them, this is exactly what the card is saying, which is kind of nice because on some tarot decks it's just just use like the pinnacles and stuff like that. You don't necessarily need that. This would actually be a better deck to read with because people would actually be able to look themselves and kind of get a message out of them, because if you shuffle them and putting them down and mixing up the cards and reading them, they might actually still tell a story that a whole entirely different story is what I mean. That would be interesting. If you have a completed deck, let me know.
Okay, you got
I
it.
like 60. I could probably get away with 60, but I think they really want you to either 74 or 76. I have to look it up to see. But yeah, Glenn, I know they're nice, aren't they? Yeah, it's the best looking carrot deck I've seen in a while. I like the way he framed everything. Everything looks nice. I mean, the colors are crisp. Uh, the dimension are very nice. I mean, everything's offset, so it looks like a 3 dimension, actually, kind of almost a 4 dimension world. Yeah, yeah, no, it definitely doesn't look 2 dimensional. It's got definitely a third dimensional effect to it.
I'm glad you
Uh,
like it. I thought they
yeah, I
were
do. I think they're great cards. Oh, what we got in here? We got some writing in here.
well. This is actually the whole book. You have this is
Oh,
a
okay. Yeah. Oh, we cheating. We got the book up here with us. Oh, all
you
right.
got the whole bloody book, man. This is a 24-page book. It's
Well,
book number
I'm not gonna
two.
let y'all read it because y'all gonna be cheating. Y'all won't go buy the damn thing.
No, you can download it for free right now. It's
Well,
free.
hey, look, people can download it for free. Well,
Yeah.
there's a
Well,
couple people. Y'all can pop into the other chat room, so I don't have to be looking at 3 chat rooms, guys. We are on YouTube and all of that instead of Messenger. Whatever y'all do what you want. I'll have them all open. It doesn't matter. I mean, you got a very good use of color. The depth is fabulous. Oh no, I'm not an artist, people. My art is confined to stickmen. I can't even draw hangman, guys. So get over yourselves. I'm not an artist. I've watched. I have all 3 of my stepdaughters and my stepson are fabulous artists. I try to get them all to go to art school because it was a natural gift. But that's not what they wanted to do. They all picked different careers, but really, so look, people. If you're a good artist, and I'm gonna tell you a little secret. Don't ask mom and dad if you're a good artist. Okay, give it to some of your friends, especially some of your friends that might be mean, because they'll tell you the truth, and then you'll know if you need to change something. But when I do something like when I'm working on something for the station, sometimes, or when I'm putting up a new show, so a lot of times I will send it out on the network across the network to let a lot of people look at it, so I get the feedback to see if it's a show I actually want to add to my network. But it's the same thing when you're doing art or books. I mean, Todd's got a good critic. I mean, Jeff's got a good critic with Todd, so it's a little different. But a lot of people, your mom and dad's gonna probably, oh, it looks so great. My ass. You don't know if that's true or not. So go get other people. I'm just trying to save y'all some embarrassment. Is all I'm trying to do here. I mean, if you get people to look at it outside of your immediate family, if you're at the grocery store, hey, look what I designed. What you think? And whatever. It's just an opinion. And they say, oh, that looks really pretty. And then you get a couple of good opinions. One that helps build confidence, and two, you might know you're on the right path. Now, if everybody kind of cringes and looks back, you might need to do a little work on it. Well, like I
yeah.
said,
The
Jeff's got
reality
Todd
is
as a
pretty
critic.
cold. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, Todd writes, guys. No, but he knows his way around art pretty well too. Well, his mom was Anne McCaffrey. What do you think? That's why he's a writer. Um,
Yeah,
Todd's a lot of fun.
Todd's been in God mode the last couple of weeks. I think he's put out, 120,000 words or something ridiculous.
Jesus. Yeah, he's a writer, guys. He writes a lot. Well, you look him up, so I can tell you he's got a lot of stuff out there. He's not hard to find. Look his mom up. You'll find that she was a prolific writer as well. So there's lots of stuff out there. Oh, you mean who is he? Oh no, he was talking about the twins. That's his two daughters. They're brilliant, by the way. I met them in L.A. this year. They both of them. They're twinsies, but they're kind of opposites, and they're both brilliant.
They're twins, and they write with Todd. The Twin Soul series they wrote with Todd. Todd is in the top. I mean, all 20 books are in the top 50 in their category for the last 18 months.
He's an excellent writer, no, they're grown women. I mean, they're not kids, but I mean, they're. Look, I got to talk to both of them about several different things while we sat there and talked. We were waiting on cocktails or dinner or whatever, and I got to talk to them, and they're gifted. Maybe they get it from their daddy. I mean, they're gifted though. Not everybody's gifted. Not everybody. Well, my son is a pretty good writer, but he'll never submit anything. I've been trying to get him to write, but I started writing myself because of what I've learned. And well, I spent 2 years now with these people, and I spent the whole year with the whole week with the writers this year. It actually did help me to get rid of a little writer's block. But I'm not trying to write to win. I'm just writing for therapy. That's all I can say. It's I'm just trying to learn the thing. Everybody keeps writing, tells me to put out these books, and because of some of our research, and maybe one day I'll actually do it. But we leave it to the pros, and they're much better than I am at this. I love we're going through the. Oh, look at this one.
Do you don't have Adobe PDF, Adobe Adobe Reader for PDF, do you?
Do I have it on this computer? This is a new computer I set up just for doing. I might not have it on this one. I know it's on the other one, but let me look around and see what's on this computer. I just picked this one up a few months. Let's go. Where am I? Am I on 11? I forgot what system I'm in. Damn. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, right now I'm running well, what's her face doing up here? That's Jody Lanai popped up on my screen for some reason. She's one of the judges, guys. She's did a little writing with Ann too. Where the hell is this? Why won't it let me find anything on my computer? Let's try it like this. All right, Adobe. Let's see. We got Office on here. Let's see. We got Office videos, Office music, desktop downloads. No, I don't think I got it on this one. There's not much on this computer yet.
There should be an Acrobat reader. They're generally the readers are free.
Yeah, no, it's usually on my computer. So I don't know why it's not showing up on here. What the hell? Desktop, no, it's not there. Downloads, I don't care about that. Documents, no. Don't care about any of that. No, we don't care about pictures. This PC, that's what we're looking for. Man, this thing ain't got nothing on it. I didn't realize this. I'm gonna have to go and update this whole damn computer. Can't believe it don't even have my regular Office on here. Wow, okay. This is a little weird.
I put the link in the chat if you want to load it.
Okay, hold on. Let me get this out. Let me get this out the way. Let me move this out the way. Let me get over here. Pop up the chat. Comments. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, the private chat inside is.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get it to go.
Oh, gotcha.
Come on, go to private. All right, now. Oh man, we have one of these kind of days with this thing. That's a problem where anytime I get a new computer, I got to relearn everything on it. Now there it is. All right.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It takes time to get it configured the way you want.
Yeah, well, this is actually the 8. This is a 12 core, and it's got about 4 terabytes of memory, and it's got all kind of wonderful stuff in it. But what I've been doing is my 8 core, which is one of my older machines. I think it's almost 12 years old now. I've been slowly but surely transferring everything over here, and I should have realized it because I was looking for something the other day, wouldn't pop open, and I bet you it was because I didn't have Adobe. And it's weird because Microsoft usually puts Adobe on the damn things for you.
Yeah, the file sizes, like for this work, the file sizes on these books is so huge. You'll fill up 5 terabytes in no time, and that's a lot. 5 terabytes is a lot.
Oh, terabytes a lot. I try to. Currently, right now in archives, I'm running about 17 terabytes. I've got two hard drives sitting over there. They're both 5 terabytes each, and then each computer holds probably. The main one holds 11 terabytes, and then this one here, I think what I said 5 or 7, and then I add an external drive to them so I can start putting things on external because you never know when something might freak out and blow up something.
That's the problem with the size of them. Once you load up the big 5, unless you've got one of the like size or bigger, you're vulnerable, even though it feels like you're backing it up to begin with. But the
Yeah.
backup is vulnerable.
So currently, our archives span 3 computers, but it's more than that. We also have them backed up on places like SoundCloud and YouTube and places like that. Go ahead and install. And well,
You guys
install.
probably have a network server. I know we
Yeah,
put it
we,
on.
we,
We have a
we do.
network
I have well, I have a where's
for
it at?
NAS.
It's this has got a Xeon. These are Xeon chips on the in-house server. But yeah, if you don't have a Xeon, people don't even worry about it. You're not gonna know what it is. So don't worry about it. And it's too hard to explain the difference between Xeons and regular chips. All I can tell you is if you buy a 12 core Microsoft like made Generation 9 and a Xeon Generation 5, it's gonna whoop the nine's ass every time. It's just they're workhorse chips. That's what they're made for. They're made to be to work hard.
For data centers.
Yeah, and well, I had a rack system, but I got rid of it because I kept having heating problems with the rack system, so I got rid of it. No, don't cancel. Just tell me when you're done uploading thing. But, oh, John, I think John Goodwin just said hi
So yeah,
to
there's a
you.
network. You know, we have a network a server that basically is on Ethernet. Lets you back up everything on the network to the Ethernet drive, central Ethernet drive. It's good. It's just slow as hell, but it's good. I mean, they'll put 20 terabytes of storage, but it's slow. It's like crazy slow. It's like aggravating slow.
No, I've had a couple of them in the old days. I've been every year I try to update it a little bit faster, a little bit faster. And just recently, I got two 8.1 machines in here run like beasts. But Microsoft said they're not going to after the first of the year they're not going to be updating them anymore. So and I'm not a big fan of 10 or 11, so I'll have to migrate by bitching. Um, I look at all of Microsoft stuff. XP was good. 8.1 was fabulous. 10 is just a hunk of junk. 11 Pro hopefully is going to be better because I got 11 on two of these machines, but they're kind of sketchy.
Eight is the one that put that tanked Ballmer's career. Eight general commercially, people thought that was a friggin' disaster.
It was because of the dual screens.
And they decided he was going to put a mobile system and a desktop together all in one, and that may have been right, but you better bring it out at the right time. Bring it out at the wrong time, and
that's why I brought out 8.1 because too many people wanted their old screen back. That's why 8.1 came out. It's there's people looking at this screen like, what is this? Where is anything? I've said this before. When companies make big changes like this, they should kind of feel you out ahead of time. Maybe send you out some information, say, hey, it's going to change like this or that or this. Desktops aren't really mean to be, or are really not meant to be like your telephone. They're meant to do a lot more work. There's things I just can't do on my phone or my pad. All right, why ain't this thing down now? I'm watching you download. How long does this thing take to damn download? Yeah, no, we're not checking for updates. We're looking for the download. Well, I don't know. For some reason, it's being I'm not going to say what on the air. No, I just watch you download. Where'd you go? Oh, see, that's why I hate this computer, people. It's a newbie, and I'm going to hate it for a long time until it behaves itself. Maybe put it on. There it is. I was looking because it should instantly put an icon on my desktop. Oh, what we got going on here now? Let's minimize this.
Have you been following while it's loading up? Have you been following any of the new chatbots, especially Chat GPT?
No, I usually follow all of that, but I get so little time to do anything anymore. That's like today.
I met Don and Emily when they were down here last week. Well, they were at dinner with the kids, and I showed them that the chatbots are the chatbot now. There's a chatbot release called Chat GPT, which was released I think 2 weeks ago now. But if you go, you'd say I wrote you put text, you write it to prompt. So I wrote give me a story about a blue bear and a cricket on a hero's journey through the forest, and then it wrote up a 500-word story on it was a hero's journey about how the cricket didn't have to accept the fact that the cricket was the hero, and it went on and on and on. Anyways, it wrote the story. That same chatbot is also writing code. Is writing yes, that's code. this all of this stuff, all this AI stuff has come in with vigor, and which is cool, right? Because um, it's enabling people to do, it enables you to do things on the
Yeah,
other
that you couldn't do.
that you couldn't do. And I think it scares a lot of people. It's scaring a lot of people because they're feeling threatened for their jobs and so on. But really, at the 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 machine is only going to do what you tell it. So the creative has to be there. It really creates opportunities to delineate creative in new ways. And
Can't
yeah,
say.
like
Well,
that was part of the purpose of this AI comic books.
well, we were talking about AI the other night because there's been a lot of warnings about different kinds of AI, and I think people have been watching too much Star Trek, or it's not that I don't think one day, 1,000 years from now, it couldn't be a problem, but the way AI is designed now, it's specific, and what I mean by that, so like Tesla's AI, he's going to have true AI in his car, but it's really only going to learn about the car. It's not going to have the outside sources to be able to learn about people and other things. It'll be specific, and most of the AI will be. And no, they're not going to let AI run our nuclear missile system. Don't even worry about that.
I can tell you that this AI is really machine learning. It has no memory. It's a bot. You enter in and you tell it to do something, and it does it, and then it's completed, and it doesn't remember anything. There's no memory. It's basically it's machine learning. It's massive and complicated, and the concept of the stable diffusion behind it is phenomenal. The guys that figured it out, or the people that figured it out, it's crazy how amazing it is. But there's no, it it's just it's just looking at it's a big giant calculator. It's not an intelligent. There's no, because there's no memory. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and well, people, when there's no memory, it can only learn X amount, and then it kind of forfeits back. Let me see if I can pull this one out right quick and pull this one in. Let's see,
Yeah.
present.
So if this little bot's going to run, AI bot's going to run for 30 seconds, it runs for 30 seconds and it's gone, and then it runs for 30 seconds and it's gone.
Yeah, people, no, stop worrying about. They're not gonna look. If you want to worry about somebody nuking us, you better worry about Putin. AI is a long ways from nuking us. Y'all keep worrying about, we're gonna get nuked. I'm like, no, we're not getting nuked.
No,
And I'm not getting nuked. I'm not even in a place where they want to nuke in the first place. So you now on y'all people. That's all I got to tell y'all.
No, dude, we're gonna put semi-automatic weapons on the back of those Boston Dynamic dogs, and send them into the streets in Seattle, and make sure that things stay calm, just kind of like RoboCop, only for real.
Yeah, I don't. People get so paranoid, worried about everything these days, and there's so many other things to be worried about besides AI at the moment. I'm not saying people that maybe in the future AI might be a problem, but as long as you put Asimov's law in it and you keep it to what general, I don't think you don't have to worry about it. Now, if you let it take over the whole world, do all our computers, yeah, of course it's going to learn at a rate that we can't keep up with. But I don't think anybody feels comfortable with that at the time. So why won't it let me present these? Let's see. Let's try it this way.
Okay. If you want to just really, really phenomenal stuff, take a look at the presentation that Elon Musk did with the neural net and the electrodes that are directly implanted into the brain.
Oh, don't even go there. Now you're going to have people writing in all night now. So a friend of mine gets on to me about this the other day. She goes, they're putting chips in people's heads. I'm like, they're going to take your body over. I'm like, I said, they originally started putting chips in people's body because they want to see if they can make, arms and legs and stuff move by a chip, by electric control. And I said, there's other reasons why. I said, but it all started over a guy, I think it was in 94 or 96. He stuck a microchip in his head, had it surgically implanted and part of the memory, and wanted to see if there was any way to get memories onto a hard chip. Everybody said he was crazy. Well, guess what? When they plugged the chip in, his freaking memories were there. So that was the real start of this. They realized that they could start to do this. Now, do you know, people, if you can upload all what's in your brain onto a chip and your body gets messed up and you can go stick it into another computer and download it into a new body, that changes the parameters of life in a big way.
They call those sleeves. They made a whole Netflix special on it. Yeah.
So,
there's a whole sci-fi on that.
So,
but the neural net is real, dude. Neural net is real.
It's real.
These are electrodes, and they demonstrated the machine inserting it directly into the brain They show and the chip is embedded into your skull. There's a Bluetooth connection, a wireless connection, and the proto and then there shows them the methods of being able to translate electrical signals from the brain to different parts of the spinal cord, especially in spinal and with people that have spinal cord injuries. So it's the progress there is mind-boggling to me. It's just
It is. It's. Oh, now it's going to finally behave itself. So it is mind-boggling. Anytime you talk about any of this stuff, and I've heard a couple of different people working on this, it is. I mean, it's like, and I remember it was 1920. I mean, yes, sorry, 2020. And I remember the Air Force and Navy both came out and said they were ending all of their remote viewing programs, and we're going to start looking for telepaths to do telepathy. Well, the really funny part about this is that the government may have figured out how to enhance telepathy. So if you're like a low-grade telepath or you're an empath or something, the government now pretty much knows how to. And the reason why they wanted this is because when you listen to like Ed Dames and them, who was a captain and a long-time colonel actually in the Army for a long time working on these remote viewing programs, remote viewing is limited to, well, it's just limited to seeing like, okay, you want to see the nuclear missile? Yeah, it's you can find it, and you can see the trees and you can see the building, but would never tell them what the address was or what the code was for it. You needed telepathy for that. So our government decided somewhere along the line, yes, and you can look it up for yourselves, people, that they wanted to do that. Well, one of the things about the chip was, and this was brought up just recently, about 2 weeks ago, is that they may be able to put a chip in your brain to enhance those abilities. I don't know where this is all going, but I know if it works the way Elon wants it to work, a lot of people who are handicapped today or paralyzed won't be.
The fundamental, the input output, the basics is putting an electrode in and multiple electrodes in. There's a machine that spots where to put them in, and they can be put in different parts of the brain depending on what you want to interface with. And it can and so it gets data out, and that data out then gets put through a neural net and translated into workable like solutions, like move an arm or recognize something. And so if you can plug it into if you plug those electrodes into where your eyes are, then you should be able to see. You can plug the electrodes into where your memory is, then And so
I think it's a great technology.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's totally amazing.
Well, government corrupts every damn thing, but I don't know if Elon's going to give it to the government. And yes, I'm not saying they could use a chip to take your brain over. I don't think it's that sophisticated yet. Now, maybe in the future, well, really, are you going to let the government just come plant a chip in your brain for no reason? No, that's not going to happen. We don't live in the Soviet Union. We still live in America.
I mean, it was a trip to watch this 2-hour presentation, because they're talking about they're talking it as a very pragmatic thing. How do you do software? How are they going to do software upgrades? How long are the batteries going to last? What are the corrosion with the electrodes inside of your brain? And this is, you're talking about pragmatic, these like real world pragmatic problems that they're solving in order to really make it happen. And it really, I think that's what kind of makes it more real, right? Because they have these fluids, and the problem with the fluid is it's going to create rust, but the amount of rust is so nominal. Go on and on. There's ratchet into this incredible detail on solving real world problems and making it work. It's like, it's going to work.
That's because Elon wants to change the world, people.
He does, man.
He just, I know a lot of people are not happy with him right now because he bought Twitter out and is exposing all of their bad habits, but it wasn't nothing we didn't already know, except for maybe the FBI going in and telling them what to do. That seems a bit on the absurd side, but I wouldn't worry about that as much as his revolution for us. One of the things that the chips can do, and this is one of his things he was talking about just recently, is it may be able to produce oxygen inside the body. Like, so I forgot how he said it works, but say you're on Mars and you're walking around outside, something to do with the atmosphere and the stuff around that could actually turn it into oxygen. So the body wouldn't need a mask to be walking around. The man's brilliant. I mean, I don't know how much is going to come out to be true and how much, but every time I hear him talk about something, he's just innovative. He's trying to change the world, and eventually he's going to move to Mars. He wants to go to Mars. He's like, he wants to. I'm a little leery when he starts talking about Elonville, but it makes me a little nervous. I always think about I always think about the James Bond movie. What is that, Moonraker? When a guy built a thing in space. I'm always thinking, Elon, don't go that man. Come on now. Let's
You
not.
can't
Let's,
tell if he's a superhero or a supervillain, right?
yeah, I mean, in a way, I think he's going to be both, but he's going to be villainized no matter what he does now because he came out and he's down on the liberals right now. So no, that's a negative. People, you can't down the liberals. That's a bad thing to do.
Yeah,
You'll get canceled. Yeah, but the problem is trying to cancel Elon Musk is not an easy task. He's not the richest man in the world, and where they dropped him down, I forgot where they dropped him. Ford's dropped him down. He's only worth 176 billion now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so yeah, he's really worried. But well, I don't know what Twitter's going to do. We'll just have to wait and see what Twitter ends up doing. In the end, if he proves all these liberals, these conservatives were being screwed over, and they decide to sue, then he can just sue Jack Dorsey and them that they gave him a limit, and he'll get his money back, and they'll be stuck with all these lawsuits on Twitter. He's really wanting to save Twitter, though, guys. He wants to make it into a fair place. He said because of things like Facebook and other places, he wants to make it a fair place where everyone can come and talk without being shadow banned. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I haven't asked him for my old page. I lost 3 pages on there. Three of them were 100,000 each, and they slowly but surely banned each one for archive, no less, for putting too many archives up. First time that's ever happened, but it was Twitter. Maybe some of the stuff we talked about they didn't want to hear. We do politics on the network, and they're not always nice to liberals.
I think Elon has enough data now to be able to go to the SEC and prove that the Twitter board of directors and executives knew that 20% or 30% of their traffic was bots and not real, and that they utilize those numbers as a way to defraud advertisers on selling ads, and also on defraud Wall Street and investors on the value of the company, and certainly him. So I think he's exercising great restraint and not.
Oh, I think he is too. Well, Elon's brilliant. People just wait and see. There'll be lots of stuff coming out. Oh, you mean why hasn't he made a DeLorean time machine yet? How you know he hasn't? You say that, but you don't know if he has. He might be traveling through time. He might be friends with Doctor Who, as far as you know. I mean, come on. Look, so to make this clear for most people, so if you were around in the turn of the 1900s and you made it to say the 50s, you've seen a revolutionary change in our country. If you were born anywhere from 45 up to say about the 70s, you're going to see an amazing change in our country. I mean, come on, we figured out cold fusion. What the hell? Do you know how that's going to change the world? I mean, it's going to be expensive in the beginning, but long term, once you start a reactor, it keeps running. It don't need any fuel. It just needs a handful of people to babysit it. Eventually, they'll have reactors the size of softballs that'll run your car and your house, and energy will be free. You know what that's going to do for the world to have free energy? It will change it in a way that most of us can't even imagine right now. And we may live to see it start. I'm pretty old these days, so I got maybe not 20 years around, but and I might see this start, but it would have been nice if it would have happened when I was like 16 or something, so I could take advantage of it. But I'm glad to see it coming. I'm glad to see the things are changing. It's going to change a lot of things in the world. Just the simple fact that you don't have to pay for gasoline or electricity anymore is going to change the world. I know. I wonder how fast my little car will go with a fusion reactor on board. Anyway, people, y'all get me distracted. We're going to play this right quick because I think I can control it from here. Or maybe I can't control it from here. Oh, yeah, I can. Okay.
Yeah, so the purpose of this little video is to show that utilizing AI art, generated art, in conjunction with painting and other digital techniques together is what creates a finished product. And the finished product, the upside to using the AI art to generate parts and pieces, like in this video, is the speed. Because if I can get AI to create the back plate, for example, and I can get that AI and the AI generating that back plate, I can do it in 10 minutes. Then I don't have to paint it. I don't have to make it. I don't have to assemble it. I don't have to. It's already putting together big pieces for me. So being able to assemble so utilizing the AI, we're able. My theory, and I think I'm right, is we can make a comic book in about a tenth of the time.
That'd be nice. Wait, you got a question? Samantha's writing in. Samantha Harolding is how you doing? Well, you're writing in from Tacoma, Washington. Well, how you doing, in Tacoma? Freezing your ass off, probably. Which, so what kind of question you got? Oh, she said she don't understand what you mean by AI. What's the definition of the type of AI you're talking about? Do you have to generate something for it to generate, or can you give it a verbal description and it generates, or how does it
Sure,
work?
sure. So there's a there for many years there was some research done, a lot of money put into it, to basics called a thing called stable diffusion, and that became open source. And now that based on that open source, at this point in time, there's companies like Midjourney, there's Stable Diffusion, there's Dali, and a couple others that you actually just you go to the site and you have a line, like a prompt line, on you would on any, like on your URL line on the top of your browser, and you type in, I want to see a gigantic field on fire at sunset with twigs or whatever. And so now this, what this machine does is it goes out and looks at billions of images. It reads it reads your length, your prompt says what you want, and then it starts assembling bits and pieces of all these billions of pieces of pictures into what it thinks you're asking for. So there's no limit to what can be done. It's if you want a purple flying horse with bat wings on flying on the moon, you type it in and you'll get it. So there's not the mechanics of assembling art have been substantially changed. Now it's much, you can do it. Anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. Now there's some nuances to it. There's making prompts and different types of commands and so on and so on. But the basic of going in instantly being successful in typing in, typing something in and getting the result is now. It's happening right now, and it's exploding everywhere. Microsoft is bringing bringing it directly. Like I'll tell you right now, if you were companies that had stock photos prior to this are in trouble. Where you normally, for example, if you were making an ad and you wanted to have a beach scene, you need a beach because you want to put you're talking about a vacation spot, rather than having to go to a stock photo and buy it and license it. You'll open up a screen inside of your Microsoft Office or another program, and you'll put in there, I need to see a beach, Hawaii sunset, palm trees, and you'll get the image. So that's what's happening. So it's prompt based, meaning you put text in and it creates images. All these little images on top here are all AI images based on text. Whether it's,
well, man, that's hope for me. Then I might be able to get some drawing done. I doubt it, but still.
yeah.
No, Clara, that's exactly what he was saying. Yeah, so it's the world's changing, people. We got to keep
You
up.
scroll down, you'll see all the books.
It's a changing world, and that's just the way we're going about it. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. And see, this is what he was talking about in the beginning on what is it? Action Comics? Is that what it is?
AI.
Okay, that's it. So the website's right there, and I'll post it in the chat, and I'll give it out one more time before the night's over, so y'all can get it. Yeah, it's aicomicbooks.com. Yeah, aicomicbooks.com. It's real easy. Yeah, well, one thing he's probably learned himself. The best thing you can do when you're doing anything on the internet is make the address as short and as easy to remember as possible. Because the longer they are, the less likely people are going to visit them because they forget them or they don't get them right or it becomes a problem. So this is an easy one, aicomicbooks.com. You can't really forget that, not unless you're smoking that marijuana tonight or something. Oh, wait, I'm trying to change it on the wrong one. Dumbass. Oh, shut up, whoever wrote that. So these are all generated by AI, then, right?
Yeah, these are all these are all from different people. There's 10 different writers on here, and the base art was done through AI. Now, a lot of it like you saw in the video that you played just earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You have to put it together. You have to put it into panels. You have to light it certain ways. I mean, there's things to do with it post art, making the art, but the speed at which you can do those things and storytell and give the ability for people that couldn't storytell otherwise because they didn't have the artistic ability or this tool available it makes it really a revolutionary storytelling tool for anyone that's a writer. Anyone that's a writer now can create graphic graphic create a comic book, graphic novel,
That
or
saves
otherwise.
you money. Well, you can always ask an artist to do it for free, but they're going to want something in return, share of your book or something. But this will make it easy on y'all guys. If you got a specific image in your head, you might want to work it out. I mean, that's another thing while we're talking about that. So at Writers of the Future, they have the great reveal, and what they do is the illustrators are given a story and they illustrate the story. The artists, I mean, the writers never get to see it until the night of the reveal. So they get the story, they read it, and then they do the cover art for the story. Jeff, whose did you get?
I forgot. It had to do with a Seder, which is a Jewish ceremony, and some demons, ghouls, and some mystical Jewish folklore. It was fun.
Let's see. We'll go through these right quick. Well, hold on. Let me get my fat fingers out of the way. That's the actual cover, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let me move so I can see. Well, I got all kind of stuff I got to move. Hold on a second. Let me move this one out of the way. So stop screen for a minute. So that's the original cover right there of this book, and then we're going to go through a couple of them. Hopefully Jeff will recognize his.
I think I'm at 37.
Oh, 37 because this is
I think
38
I have
again.
37 because
Okay.
we were the COVID one.
Oh yeah, so I'll get. Well, this is 38, guys. I'll pull up 37 in a second. Oh no, actually, this is 36. I got in my hand. Sorry, but they got great artwork in these. Each one of those pictures you see, though, is a cover for someone who wrote. Let's see, 37. I know I got it around here because I was giving away in sets of threes. Yep, there they are. Well, anybody who wins a lightsaber gets 36, 37, and 38 for free. And then we usually give away two sets of 36, 37, and 38 in the shows every night or right after the show. So this is, I believe, is 37. Yeah, let me see. That's 30. See, that's the cover of 37, guys and girls. 36 and 37's covers were similar because the COVID, they had to do the gala for 2 years at once. So they wanted to kind of try to make it all look like it flowed together, which was a great idea. Don't know whose idea it was, but it was a great idea. See, they got little ones like this. So I read this story. You can look at this picture and kind of get a grasp of what this story is. See, this is one of the things I liked about L. Ron's older works. So if you ever get to see, I got all of his works. John sent them to me a while back. But if you ever get to see his works and you see the retro comic style covers they did for him, the covers really tell you the story. Say, who's that? I don't think I read that story. Here's some crazy guy. What's this guy doing? So that's two of them right there. And there's a lot of great work in it, and there's a lot of serious competition here. These guys.
The one I did is you'll see it's a young boy staring out at you and the monster in the back.
Let me see. Make sure I didn't pass that one out. Now this is a young girl with a cat on her shoulder. Actually, I think I do remember yours. Well, I might as well show them all now. I've been showing them, but here's some more of them. This comes with the book. It's in the book. These are all great pieces of art, and see, that would make me a nervous wreck doing a cover for somebody I've never. I'd just be like, I don't know, man. And see, there's two more. Got a lot of glare in here tonight for some reason. I wish John would put these online so I could just pull them up online. And let's see what these two are. Okay, I think I actually remember these stories. See, I see the covers. It reminds me of the stories. Let me get in here where y'all can see that one. with the little girl down there praying for something, praying that something come eat her in the middle of the night, probably. Well, no, they have a color copy of each one in the book. Yeah, when you read through the book, they'll have it posted on each one, but that won't be color. That will be black and white. I'm not sure what the one on this side is, but on this side, I should say. And I have to remember when I'm looking at the camera, everything is backwards. Here's some space junkies. Well, I'm sure that's not what it is, but it kind of gives me that sense of it. Oh, this is the one. This is the one Jeff's talking about right here.
Yeah, that's the one I did.
Now remember, he had to do this. This isn't something he just did off the top of his head. This is he read the book, or the story, I should say, not the book, and this is what he had to do for the story. So, but this is important about people. When you read the stories, you'll see all this artwork in all of them, and when you read them, you'll see the story ahead of time. I really do. Whoever did L. Ron's original artwork for his books, they did them good because when you would see the picture, it really gave you a feel of what the story was going to be. That kind of gives you a feel of what the story is going to be. It's a lot of work. Personally, I couldn't do it. I'd be like, nope, let me draw a stick man. Let me draw a stick man with a stick man monster behind it. But it's hard work. Now, I had seen Lucille had written in earlier, and it's a question that always comes up. What is your favorite medium to work with? Now, I know we're talking about AI tonight, but they want to know, is that your favorite, or is using a pencil and paper, or painting, or art, or using graphic art design? There's so many ways to do it.
My primary tool is Photoshop.
Yeah.
I do have a couple of kinds of palette, a couple of kinds of digitizers of Wacom's. So you do need something that's pressure sensitive to be able to do some drawing and painting on specifically. But the workhorse is for photo manipulation, for painting, for compositing, and then lighting, and so on and color correcting, all the stuff that you really need to be able to do professional level work is Photoshop. That is your desktop.
Well, quite a few people told me about Photoshop, and then I know when I'm watching, like when I attend some of the classes for the artists or the illustrators, you'll see some there with pen and paper, or I should say pencil and paper. Nobody had a pen. Some would just have a pad or a laptop. Some would have a laptop, but it's different. But when you look at the 12 or 20, or that particularly 24 winners, they're all have their own ways of doing things. It's not like one set thing for each person. A lot of them use PaintShop, and a lot of them use other stuff besides that. And a lot of them like to put it down on a canvas first and then shrink it down to electronic, digitize it. I'm like, that just sounds like a lot of extra work. But I'm not an artist, so I don't really know, what's easier. I would think anything dealing with electronics is going to be easier because it's going to be easier to correct. I mean, when you're doing
easier to size, it's easier to color. It's either easier to make corrections. I mean, as a practical matter, if you're doing a commercial work, you're going to submit something. Someone's going to want to change it. Yeah. They're going to want to change this. They're going to want to change that. I just did a comic book cover, alternate comic book cover that'll come out next year, and they had to change the clouds 3 times, and the guy that was flying through the clouds, the energy wake, so to speak, of like a Superman wake when you're flying, had to be changed. So these are modern tools, and the people that are coming into these in their early 20s, and younger, they're not. To them, this is to normal, them. Yeah. Photoshop is pencil and paper. Not that you don't draw on pencil and paper. Not that people can't sketch on pencil and paper. Not that there's none of the stuff is limited or diminished by anything else. It's just more is more, and now these tools let you create faster, higher quality, and that's kind of the name of the game if you want to try to make a buck.
And that's what I'm getting ready to say. If you're in the real world and you're working for a company, they're not going to give you a year or 2 years to come with a picture because they probably need it now or last week. That's just the real world, ladies and gentlemen. There will be times when someone will commission a piece of work for you that might take you a while. But mostly today, that's not how it works. I was talking with Tom Wood about this just recently, and I know he still uses some pencil and pad, but he uses a lot of digital work too. I mean, almost all the artists I met for the last 3 years at Writers of the Future, all of them somewhere along the line use digital. They use some type of digital, something off the web. Because in the end, like you said, it's just easier. I mean, you can test colors and swap out colors. you can fill in a color, and if you don't like it, you can take it out and fill in another color. It's just I can understand how that would be easy, and plus that you have the ability to make your own colors, which is not something you can usually do when you're painting unless you're going to mix paint together. It's just it's
There's a
this.
there's a very pragmatic issue on this, Joe, is that anyone that's doing commercial art now has to deliver in a
Yes.
format that the publisher wants. And if the publisher is on the other side of the planet and they say, I need a PDF at 300 DPI, and these are the sizes I need, and here are the mechanical layout of it, and this is what I need by this pixels and so on, you got to deliver, right? I mean,
Yeah, you got
you
to.
can stand on ceremony and say, I'd rather do it. I'd rather be, paint by hand, or, do a painting by hand, but ultimately you have to convert it to digital because it has to be then in the format or RGB or CMYK or whatever it might be, all these technical shit that comes up for people to be able to actually
Well,
implement it and buy
well,
it.
it's like the banner that's behind us right now. I did that all digital because there's no way I could have done it any other way. I couldn't have drawn this. I found what I was looking for in different things, and I put them together, and it allowed me to put it together in one format and change the colors around until I got what I wanted. And because the original one's not, if you've seen the original one, it looks nothing like this one, but it's just a nice way of doing it. And look, see, that proves something to you. If I can do it, anybody can do it, people. Okay, and I'm using something called PicMonkey. That thing's just funny. It's a banner maker, is what it is, ladies. And no, it's not the same as what he's talking about right now. It's a banner maker. It's a different thing than using no. If you wanted to create your own banner from scratch, then you would use what Jeff was just now talking about. If you want to take some kind of preformed and do it, then you can do it in PicMonkey as a banner maker. Yes, and you can make any size and you can adjust it to any size, but it is limited to you have to furnish the background material. Whether it's blue sky, purple sky, a spaceship, a monkey running down the street, doesn't matter. You have to furnish it, and then after that, you can adjust it any way you want to. But it's non-sophisticated compared to what he's talking to. It's not the same thing. But anybody who spends any real time on a computer, anybody's in radio, TV, or in art, it's going to be a lot easier to do it this way. And then now that you can use AI to kind of put some stuff, make stuff faster for you, and just allows you to put it together and change the colors and the lighting. That's time saving. And if you want to work for any big companies, you're going to need it because I can tell you now, a lot of like the gaming companies, they want it tomorrow. I mean, they'll give you a few weeks, but they're going to want it fast. And of course, a lot of times they'll give you incentives. The faster you get it to them, the better you pay. It's just I don't make the rules. I'm sorry, guys. I don't make the rules. I just have to live in the same rules with everybody else. I do radio and TV, guys. It's a little different for me.
You know what? We could do a demo. We could do a real time demo if I can get control. If you can let me control it.
Yeah, you can take control. It should let you take right over. Let me drop what's in here. Oh, why won't let me drop it? Okay, remove from stupid thing. Well, I'm moving myself from the studio. But yeah, you can take control of it. It should be easy. It's interesting today the way everything works. I'm fascinated by it all. And digital means I've been playing with digit as they used to call in the old days, digitronics. Yeah, you ain't heard nobody call it that in 30 years. It's
just go with it. Just that's the way it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's got to go.
There you go. I can put it up so everybody can see it. So
this is actually part of my workflow process, and so we want to to create something. Let's make something. What does your screen say? What is your initial login screen? A UFO?
Yeah, it's a UFO. Yeah.
Over
I know, Denisha, you're loving this, aren't you?
over a home, over like a residential home of say 1950s, early evening.
I can already tell I'm about to get me one of these. I got to get myself in all kind of trouble.
LED lights and dramatic.
This is great.
We'll do this in an aspect ratio of 3:2.
I know this is great.
Some of the aspect ratios and some of the little tags at the end are things, are skills you learn like any other any other kind of tool to tweak it. But from just how you get it done, the basics is that text, and that shows there that It's 0%. So give it a second.
Yeah, we got plenty of time. It's I know the other chat room, the messenger board. I know this is great. I'm gonna have to get me one of these. I'm gonna have to get me some software like this. Look, see, it's already generating. Well, this will
This
take a
has
lot
gone
of
out to
work out.
this has gone out to see billions of reference images, and now it's assembling them into a final, into a final image. Actually, these are not finals. These are low res. These are for low res. So when we get this, it says 70%. When it gets to 100%, then we'll take a look at them, and we'll decide which one we want, and then we'll scale, and then we'll choose that one, and it'll go to a full. It'll go up to a higher detail and higher resolution.
Uh, what's that,
So
Jenny?
here's
Yeah,
our result.
I like all of them. I don't know. Let's see let's do the one on the upper right. Yeah,
This one here.
yeah. Let's do that one. That's the one most people wrote texting. They kept saying two, so I'm assuming that's what they were texting. Well, no, guys, this y'all could do serious feature stuff for y'all shows with this kind of technology. Will allow you to create things in a much faster way. I mean, it took me like 3 hours to create that banner. It was a
Yeah.
pain in
So
the ass.
the the power of, it put in a car that's kind of like the 50s, even though it's not
Yeah,
exactly the 50s car. It pulled the architecture that's 50s. It
yeah,
pulled the classic UFO saucer.
yeah, I did.
It's pretty phenomenal as to the result you got with one simple prompt.
I know, and now I'm thinking this is a fabulous little program here. Well, people, y'all might be able, if you've got any skills on the way things look, you want things to look, or you have any. I mean, that's a great pull. I mean, that's really well done. Everything, you got the porch light on, you got the backlit from the clouds, you got the grayscale from the clouds, you got the car, which is pretty close to 50s car, and then you got the saucer, which I like to call a classic 50s saucer, sitting right there. It's a phenomenal job. What do you mean there's no shadow? Why would there be a shadow in the house? There's nothing cast on from the bottom of the saucer, Goofy. Yeah, there
There's a
wouldn't be a shadow there.
Yeah, there's a. I set it to run some different alternatives.
Yeah,
Pick the last one you liked and ran alternatives on it, so it gets you different skies, different kinds of
I know
saucer.
they're cool looking. Yeah, we got people chatting. We'll use any of them. It's that's a piece of work. See, guys, see how much you get to learn just hanging out with people who know what they're doing. Well, Jeff, I seen Jeff's work when we were in L.A. and he's got great work. Oh no, he's got a lot of great stuff. Oh no, that's Echo. You mean the naughty women? That was Eco. I mean Echo. Sorry, I keep wanting to call her Eco. No, that was Echo with the bad girls. Yeah, we did it. We did one of Echo's bad girl list, the
What is
booby
that?
list. She's got they're like naked boobs and stuff.
Oh,
It's
boobies.
she's they were like, I still remember that was so because she had told me about it. I said no, I said the show's not G rated. You can post whatever you want. I said just don't make it like triple X or anything like that. But yeah, Echoes her archives posting. Go check it out. And so is Tom's, and uh, Jess will be posted up later. It's no, it's great work. I mean,
Yeah.
look at
So
that.
so
And
you
that
take
he's yeah.
yeah. So I'll take these parts and pieces. Like here, I need an evil clown. So I was looking for an evil clown to start with. Now, since I'm compositing, I'll get individual. I'll look for stuff as against white backgrounds or dark backgrounds,
Mhm.
and then I'll separate them from the backgrounds and composite them into a final image. But from just being able to the speed of creating things,
I
um,
know.
it's
Gives you a
it,
lot of damn options too. I see.
yeah. I've used this now for. I'm up to about 17,000 images in here of of different kinds of uh, of different kinds of there's really no limit to what um, you can do. It's like here was putting anime characters on fingernails. That
No shit. Don't let my daughter see that, man. They'll be painting them damn things.
and we're looking at different kind of art styles, and
See,
this is all
yeah,
this is all
looking
based on that.
Yeah, I was looking at those. I mean, I like the four options you got there. I mean, any one of those would have been a good picture to use. See, that's great. I mean, that's taking a lot of the work out of it.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the background plates. Like the when you look at the when we look at the book, the background plates for the for all, like the mountains.
The devil.
Yeah, more faces. And this is I actually used Bill Murray. I did Bill Murray as a base model for Satan.
Oh shit.
Just so you know.
No,
Yeah,
that's cool.
it doesn't look exactly like Bill Murray, but Bill Murray had enough of the facial features. Yeah, so that's so there. Yeah, so these are there's
So you can add. So you can add, can you just add in anybody's face and work off of that face, or anybody's, like, say if you took a picture of someone standing somewhere, could you, is there a way to put that in there, and then let it address that however you wanted to enhance it?
yeah. Now we're running we're we're creating. You can utilize the software to create your own models. So if I have, let's say, I had pictures of your head from all different sides, right?
Hmm.
Then would run it through the software, and then your head would be modeled. So then I would, I'd say, make Joe a knight in shining armor with detailed armor or whatever, and your face would be there inside of the shining armor. So creating these individual data models um, around people and right now is done. It's easy. We can do it. Like, it's done all the time now. People are getting it done for cars. They're getting it done for consumer products, all kinds of stuff. Because once you have the model, and once you have the data model in, then you can pretty much tell it what you want to do. Does that make sense?
Sorry, let me turn the volume back on. Yes, it does actually. I had my dog in my lap. I didn't want it to bark in the mic while we were sitting there. See, this is something that would make my life easier. I could actually use this. I mean, I'm kind of geeky with computers anyway, so this would
This
be
is like
something.
I said. This is a lot of detail where you're typing in what you want, the kind of lighting, mood lighting, cinematic, this and that and the other, and you can get really crazy with it. You can make it do phenomenal, really phenomenal stuff. And this is a cyberpunk. Here's a cyberpunk comic I'm working on. Um, but um, but you got to get in there in order to make a comic book out of it. Like the comic books on the site, you got to be able to get in there then and do and add things, to take things out, add lighting and so on. Now the platforms are getting better. They're called in painting and out painting, and they're getting better and better and better all the time. But still, it's not, you still, from a sequential storytelling perspective, um, you have to be able to get consistent characters, and there's some issues with regards to the technology to be able to do that. But
Yeah, give it time. They'll get there. I was thinking when you was typing it brought me all the way back. Yes, people, I actually had a computer before Windows, and if y'all don't know what that means, you're just lucky that you didn't have to find out. So you seen it when he
was
was
it an
typing it.
Osborne? Was
Yeah.
it an Osborne or a K Pro?
Actually, the first thing I worked on, I don't even remember. It was these are for the U.S. Navy, and just to put the perspective in, so y'all can understand this. The computer was 7 stories tall and about 500 feet wide. Every under every floor was panels, so anything you wanted to do had to be typed in HTML. You had to type it longhand, and I mean, so like say you wanted to go to a website. I mean, it was literally 2 paragraphs to go to a website. If you wanted to play this, they had what was a game, Throw the Bananas at you. It's still in DOS even today, y'all. But if you know how to work your DOS, it's actually in DOS even today. But it was just a whole, man. When Windows 3.0 came out, I was like, what is this crap? And I used it. I'm like, well, this might be better than 3.1 came out. And I was like, wow. Yes, people, that's long. That's when we had 5-inch floppy drives and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Stuff that none of y'all have to worry about today. Not even a little bit. I had my hard drive. I remember when I got my first big hard drive. because most of them were like half a gig and stuff. I got my first 2 gig hard drive. They called it a Bigfoot, literally because it was almost a foot long. It was about 4 inches thick and as wide as the base of the computer. Yes. So be grateful y'all have these fast computers and technology like this to do stuff, because when I started, it was a nightmare. Everything was, in order to do just what he just did, would be literally a day's worth of typing. But as each generation grows up, we get faster, brighter, and smarter, and it seems like, uh, what do you mean you don't know how old are you? What do you mean you don't know how to use a computer? 26. And what planet have you been living on? Do you have a cell phone? Well, then you know how to use a computer. What do you mean? My computer is 8 cores, 128 gigs of RAM. Actually, it's 264 RAM. It's as fast as any computer. It can't do what a computer can, because unfortunately it's limited by its size and its memory, but you can do a lot. Yeah, so if you've been watching him, so he just types in, he puts his general parameters in, and then it generates a picture, and then he actually generates 4 pictures, and he's allowed to choose from it. And then each time he just upgrade it a little better, a little faster, a little sharper, a little cleaner each time.
This one we turned in. This was Batman as a mech warrior.
Oh, damn.
In mechs.
He looks badass.
Right?
I'm waiting for Megatron to jump out and say, "Hey, Batman, what's up?"
Right. Yeah.
Well, right now, no, Chris. Right now, Cyberpunk is big. Right now, they've got a couple of big games come out there. Cyberpunk, it's big right now. As a matter of fact, my son bought a new console the other day. Let me rephrase that. I bought him a new console the other day so that he can get a new Cyberpunk game that he's in love with. No, he's 37 and he owns half my business, and I still buy him shit. Yes, that's life. If you don't have kids, you don't understand. If you got kids, you understand. And that's all I can tell you. No, he don't live at home. He's getting ready to get married. What are you talking about? Hell, I live at home. No, I don't think so. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? Where does Jeff put his? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Sarah. I didn't know what you meant. So Sarah's asking, do you have like a website where you keep your stuff? I know we're on the the AI comics one right now, but I guess they want to know in general if there's a place that they can just go review through your work.
Yeah, sure. Let me. I just did here. One second. Did Elon Musk as a mech warrior, just to see what it come up with, just for shits and giggles.
He might invent this technology. You better watch out, man.
Well, he actually did fund there's one of the initial systems is called DAL-E, and he was one of the guys that funded it. So there you go.
He actually might need some mechanized. As many people as he's pissing off lately. No, I like Elon. That's my man crushes Elon. What y'all talking about? Yeah, if I was a girl, I'd be calling him every day. No, I like
bring
Elon.
up another screen for you. Hang on a second.
Yeah. No, doofus. That was Christopher Reeve. No, he got thrown off a horse and was paralyzed. That's why he didn't play Superman again. Yeah. And then we've had a couple other Superman since then. And
okay, so go ahead and pop up.
Let me drop it up for you. Blue. Add the screen.
So for when I work on my this is what came out of the machine, right? Just now. So I change the lighting. I flip a couple of switches and then now I can make something a lot more to what was like beam me up kind of thing, and pop the house out, control where your eye goes and so on. But it's a lot faster to do that than it is to make it from scratch, right? So
hell yeah.
So for someone like myself, that take it from here to there, and that may seem that's actually a significant.
I actually like this backing better, to be honest with you. The color scheme behind it, I guess I should say.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this may be the takeaway for you, right?
Yeah, that's a good looking picture. Yeah. Well, yeah, Scarlett. I mean, Scarlett, like Scarlett O'Hara. Scarlett. I'm just asking. I'm just asking. I don't want to get no trouble here.
Yeah, so I wanted to show you that.
Actually, I like that.
It used I didn't have to import any additional assets other than adding a light beam, but I did change the lighting and lit certain places. But process of this took minutes versus, I mean,
Days.
hours, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of work in it. I mean, if you were painting this is a good day's worth of painting for most painters. And if well, people, even if you were sketching it, I mean, this is not. I mean, there's a lot of work here. I mean, just the highlighting alone is quite a bit of work. I mean, you see the windows in the four windows lit, but they're lit slightly in different colors because of the locations they're in. You can see the ones that are not lit. The porch is well lit up. What do you mean? No, I don't think the car is moving. Why? Well, you see a shadow of light on the ground in front of like a headlight shadow. It's awful close to a car to be a headlight shadow. No, I don't think that's what that is. That's just a reflection. No, I think it looks great. I know Dean's like, yeah, we put it on my website. Idiot. No, you can't go around telling people you made this. What is wrong with you people? Yeah. But y'all go buy this software and try it yourself. I'm sure you'll screw it up a lot, but the more you use it, I'm sure the better you'll get at it.
Let me bring up kind of let me show more capabilities of utilizing this, but adding compositing where you're separating, like you saw the individual person on
Yeah.
and then putting them together. So one second, let me bring that up.
Marco says you should be getting paid for this from the software company. He likes it. Works good, and from what I can see, it works really well. I'm clicking back in the system. And it's I don't know. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of pre stuff in there, but I'm sure you can add stuff too.
So this is a book. It's almost done. It's on the 22nd page. It's almost done, but you can. This is how when you assemble all of these different faces separately, and add the boxes, add lighting, add this guy hung the guy in the tree, compositing. But you can utilize these resources, these AI resources, to make some pretty amazing images, and be able to tell a super compelling story. But so this entire book will probably this entire book from beginning to end will probably take me about maybe 8 days to do. And
That's phenomenal.
And it would be hard pressed for anybody to get this done in under 3 months.
Well, yeah, I was thinking they used to have a team of people who did comics back in the day, and it took some time to do them. It wasn't. There's no way they could have produced anything like this.
With an act, you look at have a story. It's the story is you still have to have a story, and it has to, dialogue and all the rest of it from a pragmatic of I've got an idea and I can turn it into something. Then these tools let you see that, and it's a hell of a lot of motivation to want to learn to do this additional.
Yeah, I'm gonna get me this shit. I'm gonna be playing as soon as I get Roku set up, so I got some free time. But I'm getting me one of these. No, I like this, people. I mean, I can come up with some decent. I have a good imagination. I just don't have any skills as an artist.
No, when the definition of when the mechanics of the base art are removed and are just how well you can type or how well you can visualize and then articulate that vision in text, then the whole thing is flipped. The whole thing gets flipped around, gets flipped around, and that's what makes it so powerful. That's what makes it so powerful.
No, Anthony. No, not tonight. Jeff came on. Well, I met Jeff at Los Angeles at the Writers of the Future thing. I wanted him to come on. Well, I was going to bring him on the Friday show, but he'd get a much larger audience here, much more exposure here than the Friday show. I mean, Friday show does million and a half, but this show is 2.5, 3 million, depending on what we're talking about. And I can see just the artwork caught people's attention pretty solid, because I haven't seen anybody drop off in a while. I've been seeing people coming in. So, no, it's yeah, I know it's cool as hell.
Here, I got something new to bring up.
So AI.
So this is oops. So the base, this is a Photoshop, and so all the layers these are all the layers in this image, and I'll just turn them off. I'll turn them off and turn them back on. This is a composite image which I brought in. Maybe I can find that one. But the only thing that was the AI piece was the tree. This guy hanging was from a different picture. This guy was a different picture, and the flames were different. And then you bring them all together and composite them. And in here, wanted to add our hero, and so you do lighting here, and then add the text bubbles and the dialogue, and then you kind of get a final page. So this is this is an example of one of this is kind of a further step, because the base image was the tree and adding the hangman and so on. But that's the speed at which this can be done and put together to meaningful storytelling, because the base assets are so good to work with to start with, is just, it's super inspirational. It's like, holy shit.
I know it's phenomenal, actually. I mean, this is just people. If you've got any talent, you can use this. I mean, yes, Janine, it will take some getting used to because it's a computer. And if you're not computer literate, it might be a little bit harder on you. But you got to take it with any new software. And I tell this to people all the time. You can't go in expecting to learn software right off the bat. And you got to take your time, and each one has a little different quirks and things you got to learn, and things that are already pre-stacked and stuff that you can use and stuff that you want to bring in. That's just part of any software. It doesn't matter what it's doing. That's just software in general.
So the nice thing about this, say Midjourney, for example, which just look up Midjourney, type it in, look it up, is that you're like instantly successful. You enter your prompt and you get something cool back.
Yeah, I was seeing that. I love this software. Look, people, I'm telling you, if you can actually learn to use this stuff, it'll really do a good job for you.
So when you start software and you don't get anything, it's difficult, and you're getting shitty you're not getting good results, and you start getting bummed out and so on, and then you don't want to do it anymore. The nice thing about this AI stuff is you put it in, you're going to get a good result. And
yeah, I've seen that.
Now, once you take that and you want to start adding nuances to it, you want to get more specific with your result. You want to modify a lighting. You want to turn it up and turn it more into a storytelling platform. Yeah, there's techniques you're going to have to learn. There's more, but it's a lot more motivated. You're a lot more motivated to learn those things when you have a successful experience, an initial successful experience.
I think, well, from what I've seen, guys, this is great software. You might not have to learn a lot of things here and there, but I mean, if you just want to start off with a base, that you can start off with your base like this. I mean, but you can always go back and add different pieces, different text. I'm sure it allows you to upload stuff into the system. So I'd give it a try, people. Well, I don't know how much it costs. What is it, $5 million or something? How do I know?
No, it's like $10 a month or something.
Yeah, I mean, come on, people. That's what I pay for my Windows stuff. Yeah, all of my different Windows things. Yeah, well, I have every Windows product made. That's why I pay that for it. But I can't bitch about that. $10 a month ain't nothing. Now I'm going to add this week. I'll probably do it tonight when I get off there with Jeff. I'll probably do it tonight.
You should. It's just super powerful. I'll show you. I'll show you one other thing that I think would be super meaningful. Maybe even. Okay. So this is kind of my photo collection of different kinds of things, different pieces I made depending on in my workflow, in storytelling and workflow, all those books had to deal with a guy who has to face his demons and determine his own self-worth, and there's all this self-discovery stuff. So demons, Lucifer, temptation, all that stuff is an integral part of the storytelling. So coming up with base characters, character studies, seeing what how you want it to the devil, the Satan to look, or Lucifer to look, and then interior components, conceptual, all kinds of conceptual mapping. There's part of the book is a field of mirrors, and the mirrors are people that are in between heaven and hell, and they just go to the afterlife and they don't know what they want to do, and they stand in front of a mirror. Anyways, there's all kinds of interesting Sandman kind of stuff like that. But so these are the kinds of things that you go through and then mess around with different mountains.
There's a lot of material in there.
Yeah. This one is like, so there's over, for me, I've been doing this now a little bit, so there's well over 17,000 images.
Yeah, and the more images you get, the more options you get, huh? It's no, there's a lot of great images in there, guys. I mean, all you can do is give it a try and see if it works for you. I'm going to get it when I get some free. I'm going to get it now, but when I get some free time, I'm going to play with it and see. Because sometimes when I'm doing uploads of archives, I get time. I'm waiting for the archives to finish, so I get time to play around with the computer. Well, I do a lot of archives every day, so it gives me a lot of free time.
Yeah, it's really phenomenal.
I would get it, guys. It's one of those things that I'm definitely going to get it. If I was y'all, I would try. I mean, if you're into art or you want to do your somebody just asked me again, what's the software called?
This software, I would suggest using Midjourney. There's also DALL-E, and there's another one that uses Dream Studio, Stable Diffusion Dream Studio. But from a just put a prompt in, just put some words in and make it awesome. This is the. And one of the interesting, it's like not off in the weeds or anything, but an interesting part of this is to be able to is to put in different types of art styles, like
that makes sense.
And just to be able to see what it can do and what it can't. Where does it break? Now, it can do line drawings. There's the NS not safe for work filters are heavy. You need no genitals and no but so you're not going to get, but you can get all kinds of crazy results, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing. Well, guys, I'd go out and get it and see what you can do and play with it and buy more, Reddit. Send me some pictures. Let me see what y'all come out with. Maybe I'll have Jeff back on. Well, when we get Roku on, I'll bring Jeff back and we can. Maybe some of y'all can send in some of your things you've done and we can go over them and see, how you did them or how they came out, or what was your experience with the software. I always love new software. I can't tell y'all enough. I got every kind of freaking software you can believe. I can track my dog when it's running around. Shit.
So this is my Instagram, jdbcreative.art.
Yeah.
If you want to see has all the digital stuff on it.
Oh, by the way, guys and girls, in the description on the shows, the comic book banner's there, and all the rest of his are also there. So you should find his Instagram, his other pages. Everything he sent me is listed there for y'all, so y'all can kick it and go see for yourselves. He didn't give me a link for the software. People, don't be lazy. You know how fingers. Listen. It's called typing. Yeah. I know we in the Me Too generation. I forget sometimes that I'm surrounded by crazy people. Well, no, it's in the description of any of the shows where you go. It's in the description. You'll see. Just pop open description, and it'll be right in there, and you can find it that way. Well, yeah, that way it's easy for everybody. He's got a couple of links in there. I know he's got Instagram in there. There's a few of them in here, actually. There's LinkedIn. There's, what is that? A JW Creative Art. That's in there. So all them links are in there, so you can go take a look at Jeff's stuff. I'm sure he's got emails on there where you can email him or contact him. Well, he might be looking for work. Look, there's a lot of you. I know a lot of you people who listen to the show do websites and podcasts and stuff like that and TV stuff, and everybody needs good looking art.
this was the stuff that prior to the AI stuff, this is the kind of stuff I was doing.
Yeah, I remember seeing a couple of these.
We shoot with models. We shoot with models in studio, and then
Yeah.
and then add digital like the creatures were done by ILM, and yeah.
Well, no, people. There's still no. Who wrote that? No, there's still a lot of artists who use models. Oh yeah, don't. I've talked to several artists over the last few years, and almost all of them use models somewhere along their career. Or sometimes just depends what they're doing. Sometimes they don't need them. Sometimes they do.
Yeah, I think
No, Janine, you cannot be a model. You are a scary girl. Lord have mercy. Unless you want to be like Satan's stepwife or something. Yes, Carol, I know Satan was supposed to be the most beautiful of all angels. I understand that. But that's not how humans portray his ass. We portray him as ugly, skanky looking. Yeah, no, when God cast him down, he took away all them good looks. Now you look like a whatever. I don't know. I'm not getting into that. I'm not that religious anymore. No. I don't practice any religions. No. It's not that I don't believe in a creator. I just don't practice any religions anymore. No. I got friends in every religion you can think of. I got a couple of my Jewish friends been trying for years. Let me convert you. I said, they're not going to convert me. They're going to go get that silly bastard out of our church. Out of our family. And I started out Catholic. Oh, yeah, I was raised Catholic. Went to Catholic church, went to Catholic schools until I was 6th grade. And then I converted myself to Baptist. And then I converted myself to the dark arts for a while. And then I realized that's not what I wanted to be into. And then I tried some Wiccan, and then I met Aleister Crowley's great-great-grandson, who introduced me to Marie Laveau's great-great-great-grandson. So I got to study both of them, yes. It's, no, it's not that. What do you mean devil? I'm not into devil worship. Get the hell out of here. Not unless he's got some hot, sexy wife. I'm not interested in that. I'm just telling y'all ahead of time. What popped up in there? What was that?
This is something that is going to come in and really blow away a lot of different things. This chat GBT just came online like 2 weeks ago, and I'm going to ask it to write a story about a blue bear and a rabbit with the hero's journey. And it's writing the story.
See, that's a plus in itself there. Anything that can help you write has got to be a plus.
So
is places like Write of the Future going to consider that cheating or not? I don't know. I'm with you.
First, I had a talk with John about this. That was one of the reasons I met with him, because I put in here, write a story about a blue bear and a rabbit, and using the hero's journey. And the hero's journey is a classical way of creating storytelling, and it did it. Once upon a time in a land far, far away, blue journey to here, and at first there was a problem, and then two friends found themselves alone. The AI just wrote this story, all of that story, which is an original based on my one line of text. So it's not going to be too far. It's not too far away where you say, write a story about a blue bear and a rabbit in the story in the style of Stephen King, or whatever, right? Or I want to mix Shakespeare and Stephen King and make a story about whatever, turkeys. Doesn't matter, whatever it is, right? And because the computer, the nature of how this AI works is that the more data it gets, the more input it gets, the smarter it gets. It's machine learning. So now this open beta, this chat GPT open beta allows, like gobs of people are getting in there and doing stuff and writing, and this thing is coding. I put my resume in here, my CV in here from LinkedIn, and asked it to rewrite it 3 different ways, and it rewrote it 3 different ways.
Damn.
So like, if you want to take any from a content creation point of view, this is available right now to knock your socks off. Like, you want to just grab someone else's articles, shove it in here, and press rewrite it. It'll rewrite the whole damn thing. Now it's more than that, right? Because it's also coding. It's smart. If you ask it things about Nazis, for example, it knows not to answer about Nazis. I mean, there's like this is the beginning of this is the very beginning of something that's as big for art as big for writing as this AI is. The AI art is for art. And ultimately, and I was saying to John, ultimately, the issue is going to be more of what was the base creative? Like you have to have some kind of base creative to come up with a novel, for example. It you know, you have it's if you have super sophisticated, like you could have a skill, you could have a handsaw, or you could have a skill saw or whatever, right? And you still they're still making stuff with you're still sawing things and making them. So this is still only the tools are only are going to be as good as the people using them, but it's certainly going to shake things up because now the mechanics of 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 all of the pieces, for example, of pronunciation, pardon me, uh, grammar, and all the rest of that will be handled, spelling, et cetera, will be handled by the machine.
I mean, see, that would help me out because my grammar is atrocious to say the least. It's fine when I'm speaking, but when I skip points. I don't know. It's just a pain in the ass. So things like that will make my life much easier. See, I wrote 12,000 words when I was out in LA with y'all last year. And I haven't wrote anything since I've been home because my life is chaotic when I'm home. There's just no such thing as free time. Plus, they got me on this medicine for a trigeminalgia, which is, ooh, man. When you first take it, you're like off in fogland somewhere. It's and then it's kind of chills out after that. But Lord have mercy, it makes it hard to concentrate. It's people. This is great for up and coming writers, up and coming artists. I would give all this a try and see what you come up with. Well, no, as far as I know from what Jeff and I just said, I don't think unless it's a direct copy of somebody's work. I don't think you got a problem with writers of the future or anybody for that matter.
The writers of the future, John was like you're standing on the railroad track and the freight train's coming. Like you're not going to stop it.
No, you're not stopping it.
You're not going to stop it.
This is not going to stop. And how are they going to know anyway, unless someone tells you this is how I wrote the story or this is how I did the art? They're not going to know. There's no tags in it. So, I mean, well, no, Christopher, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't consider this cheating because you're going to put the parameters in of what you want written anyway. And then you're going to probably go through and change them. If you've got a particular story in your head, then you'll probably go through it. You can use it to get the bases out and then go through and change what you need to change. Same thing with the artwork. No, I think it's a great base for up and coming. I think these programs will get the millennials, well, not the millennials, but the Z-Geners interested in art and text again, art and writing again. There's been a slack of, one of the reasons we do these book programs is to help get Z-Geners and even younger millennials into reading again and to help them to understand, look, you can make money on this. This is a career. If you've got talent, if you've got any kind of artistic or writing talent, this is a way to go. Now, this stuff that Jeff and I have been talking about tonight is just a phenomenal step up. I mean, it's phenomenal. No, people, we already got AI trying to be actors already. Eventually, AI will replace our actors. They'll just need a screenshot and that's it. And they'll go ahead and do the acting themselves. No, right now it's glitchy and jumpy to actors now, but all this is going to change. What are you worried about? You'll be dead before AI takes over the world, so don't even worry about it. I know how old you are. Don't even BS me. I know how old you are. Oh, I know. Wait, hold on. Go ahead. I'll let Jeff finish this.
So this is a couple of guys I'm talking with and are screwing around, messing around with stuff like this. Where I just asked the AI. I just asked this Chat GPT to write a comic book for me, panel by panel, and it's doing it. It tells me what the scene is. It gives me the dialogue for Bluey and the rabbit, Bluey and the rabbit, Bluey and the rabbit, Bluey and the rabbit. So, in theory, like if I was to I could take this Bluey and the rabbit right here. Let's do that. We'll just do that. We'll do it in real time. And we'll enter that. We'll just enter that text directly into the AI, the Mid Journey.
This stuff is phenomenal. Well, I don't care who you think is cheating or not. I think it's phenomenal. Uh, I'd use it. I might upload the 12,000 words I got written in there and tell it to finish it.
So now I took that first line. Actually, I'll take all of this text, so I can. I told. Here's what I said: write a comic book about a blue bear and a rabbit. And so in theory, like I'm not. Bear with me. I'm not sure exactly how well this is going to work. Let me switch screens. Hang on a second. Okay. Joe.
Yeah, I got you. Oh, I forgot I didn't put you up there. Somebody decided they're going to text me on the phone. I was like, what?
So what just happened is I was in the chat GPT. I put in write a story about a blue bear and a rabbit. It gave me panel 1. The panel 1 said Bluey and the rabbit are lost and alone in a dangerous part of the forest. I took that part right here where it says, you can see right here, that was directly out of the AI we just were in, and I put it into here, and this is the panel I got.
It's pretty good.
So like this is really pushing the edge. Okay.
Yeah.
This is really pushing the edge because I gave it virtually no direction. It came up with a story, and now it's generating images around it. But we can turn this story into a web comic about Bluey and the rabbit in about 20 minutes.
See, I just think this stuff is going to be phenomenal. Ladies and gentlemen, if you got a good imagination, you go and you type in this and you really give it something to chew on, I think it's going to produce you something nice. I really do. Oh, I know we're getting ready to go, guys, because I got to give this lightsaber away. But I'm going to have to bring Jeff back on just to get into this deeper. Oh yeah, this is fabulous. We didn't get into enough of his artwork tonight, but this is fabulous. This is something all y'all should learn. I know we have a lot of people in this network who are into writing and into illustrating. I mean, that's why Jeff's show is so popular. We got a host on Church of Mavis. That's all he does is authors and illustrators. And I know there's a big need for this. And I'm telling you, I'm getting it just to see what it'll do for me. Hell, I'm gonna get it submitted to Writers of the Future next year. Say, look what I wrote, John. John will be going, Joe, who wrote this for us? I said, nobody, man. I wrote this. What you talking about? Oh man.
So if we want, like next time, if you want to get back on next time, get folks to send you some ideas on prompts.
That's a good idea.
We can make different images out of them. We can make a comic out of them. We can do all kinds of stuff in real time and just see how the machine responds. Some of the most interesting stuff that we haven't even touched upon are asking the machine for philosophical images. For example, I need love. What does it look like? I want love to look like. What does it look like as a Picasso painting? So rather than giving it super specific, I wanted a blue bear and a rabbit, right? You can go abstract. I want the goddess of onions, right? And it will, and see what it comes up with. A goddess of onions that's made out of marble. I mean, whatever, right? It doesn't. You can use abstracts and see what the AI comes up with, and it's pretty cool, and it's a lot of fun.
It sounds like it is, guys. We're gonna definitely get this. So I'm gonna try to get him back in sometimes towards the end of January. We'll be on Roku by then and set up. So, but while we're thinking about this, ladies and gentlemen, y'all all have my email at icrackcox.net. Send whatever ideas you think. I'll create a file for Jeff Weiner and I'll put it over there and we'll keep it for the next time he's on. But now while we're on that, so dun, 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 dun. Let me see if it's gonna show it up. There she blows. Okay, let me get out the way because I'm in the way. So this is Darth Raven, his lightsaber, this purple one. We're going to be giving away. It normally lists for $5.99. Yes, the Obi-Wans we gave away were listing for $8.99 each. So for some reason this thing is giving me trouble at night when it's listing, but it must be because I got Oh, I don't have. It's not on Google. That's why. StreamYard prefers Google's. I was on the wrong method, but get out here, check them out. So I'm gonna give this. I'm gonna give this away in 3 books, 36, 37, 38, and his will be in there. So it's the fifth person who writes into me tonight who knows what story that Jeff illustrated for. Okay. So if y'all send me the story tonight, because I know I probably won't get to it, but I will hit y'all back sometime tonight. But be sure you send me the story, or and if it's not the fifth, whoever's the first person after the fifth to give me the title of the story that he drafted that photo for. I mean that artwork for. I'll send it out to you. Now, before we leave, if I'm gonna give away 2 sets of books tonight, 36, 37, 30. I'm gonna give away 2 sets to caller number 20 and caller number 25. The reason it's so late, so far back, is because I want to make sure the lightsaber people get theirs. Yeah, I know we had a lot of overseas people winning lightsabers. I think 5 so far out of 12 that we've given away. So we're going to give away. So and I might even, if I've got an extra lightsaber, you might even get that. Okay. So if you can tell me what year that Jeff won in Riders of the Future, that's 2 of y'all, 20 and 25. If you can tell me what year he won, and the article name, I mean the article name again, but the name of the book again, I'll give away those 6 books as well. So you got my email, icarcox.net. Feel free to write in. Oh, I know. It's close to Christmas time, and right now we're giving away lightsabers we're giving away all the way till January 1st, but until December 21st, you will get them in time for Christmas. Oh yes, even if you're overseas, you'll get them in time for Christmas. So take a look at them. You know, we have all different styles. This is Darth Raven. We've given away Anakin Skywalker. We've given away Obi-Wan's, the old movie, the new movie, and the TV series, which are all 3 are different, by the way. We've given away Kylo Ren's. We've given away Roz. We've given away what's his name? I can't think of his name right now. Obi-Wan's instructor. I don't know why his name's not coming to my head. Qui-Gon Jinn, and we've given away a lot of them. And then, oh, you mean this one? This one's going to be the last one. This is the one that was given me. I'm actually getting 2 coming in for myself. This is the last one I'm giving away. See, aircraft aluminum. All the shafts are aircraft aluminum. They're all come with fighter blades in case any of y'all want to join any of the lightsaber fighting clubs, so you can whack people in the head and stuff. Originally, when I talked to the owner about this, the guy who is doing the promotions on these, we were going to go with the glass one, so for show. But then I realized most of the people listening to these shows are going to want to whack somebody with them, so we put the fighter blades on them, which is actually extra money. But the guy's been really good so far. He has 13 of them so far we've given away on here, and because of that, he's sold probably over 2,000 now. So I'm sorry, over 250. No, I was going to say 25, but over 250 since he's giving these away. It's a nice get back for him. I mean, they're expensive, they're pretty, they're nice. There's a lot of ones. If you want to go buy one yourself, there's a lot of different styles. That look, when I say a lot, there's a lot of different styles. Some come with noise, some don't come with noise. So, a lot of them do different things. Just check into them and look at them. Yes, but we will be giving one day away until January 2nd. Actually, there's a couple of days in there, like Christmas Day, we're going to give 2 away. New Year's Day, we're going to give 2 away. Yes, and they're different ones. So you never know who you're going to get. It's entirely up to the guy who's sending them to us, or actually sending us the links. And I hope y'all enjoy them and have some fun. So, Jeff, any point words before we get out of here? Because I'm not going to find out who this is.
Oh, thanks, brother. I put the link there so you can download the image directly and use it if you want.
Oh, yeah, I'm downloading that sucker right now.
And any questions, just give me a holler. My email is jw@jwcreative.art, or Instagram, same thing, jwcreative.art.
And if y'all are looking for somebody who does good artwork and you want to get something done, get hold of Jeff. If you just want to chit chat, look, people, don't get stupid now. I know how y'all can be sometimes. Sometimes y'all like crickets, and sometimes y'all like the mass exodus. So just, some legitimate questions. That's stuff that you could look up on the internet. What do you mean help you? Yeah, if you pay me, might help you with your software. No, indeed, we don't get that kind of stuff free away. Well, maybe if you're multi-millionaire, we might consider it. But for everybody else, look, don't expect freebies. Everybody's got to work for a living, especially in this economy. Everybody's got to work twice as hard. So think about it when you're contacting people. And he's got great artwork. He can generate pretty much anything y'all want. So keep that in mind if you're looking for something specific. I imagine he can do banners and everything else for you if you want them. So I know Glinda, you're looking. Glinda's the good witch, and she's been looking for a good witch. I wish I'd have thought about it doing the show. We could have had him generate one, but she's she's looking for the two sides of Glinda is what she's looking for, the good witch Glinda and the bad witch Glinda. And you know, by the way, Glinda was an elf. Yeah, not a witch. But anyway, we're not going to fight about it. we got to go, guys and girls. Stay tuned. Well, the Outer Realm's already on, so be sure to stop by and check out Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. I'm not sure who their guest is tonight. I guess I could be not lazy and look behind me and see it's Dennis Stone. So go check them out. They got a lot of UK guests on them. Lately, they've been doing a lot of TV show guests, you know, like the Templars and stuff like that. They've had a lot of them on lately. So go by and check them out. Be sure you say hi to Amelia. And then don't forget, on January 25th, we have a serious show coming up. It's about I'm not going to talk about it in detail right now, but let me just say it's an eye opener, shocking, and some of the topic matter is far, far worse than anything we usually talk about on this network. So stay tuned for that. There will be advertisement going on for that in the next couple of weeks. On that note, good night and go hang out with Amelia. Dun, dun, dun.
Hello, and welcome to the Writers and Illustrators of the Future podcast. This is John Goodwin, your host. This podcast is dedicated to the aspiring writer and artist and will provide inspiration and tips from top professionals in the field. If you've been listening to this podcast or are new to it, I thank you very much. I would also appreciate if you took a moment to follow it on whatever platform you use to listen to your podcasts. Today's guest is Illustrators of the Future winner from 2007 and published in Volume 23, Artem Mirolovich. Artem was born in the city of Minsk, Belarus. At the age of 17, he moved to the United States and soon after enrolled in the School of Visual Art in New York. He was granted a full scholarship from the Department of Illustration and also spent a semester in Amsterdam's Rietveld Art Academy as an exchange student. Between both schools, he was inspired to produce many works of art, including images of post-apocalyptic city emerged in deep sea underwater. I've been fascinated by his art and so have remained in touch with him since initially meeting him. An interview with Artem was published as a Writers of the Future blog post in 2019, aptly entitled Interview with Award-Winning Artist Artem Mirolovich. And now I'm very excited to be able to speak with him on this podcast. Welcome, Artem.
Thank you, John. I'm very excited and happy to be here. It's an honor.
I'm so anxious to be able to speak with you because I love your art. I've been fascinated with it. And your signature black top hat too, where no matter what pictures I see of you, you've got that hat on. So we'll maybe touch upon that as well, where that came from. But my first question is, has art always been your passion?
Yes, it has always been my passion. I've been drawing since I was a kid, playing with clay and other artistic materials and mediums, but mostly drawing, yes.
I get it. So were you encouraged by your parents, or what was the one that helped you keep on persisting? Was it just your I'm not going to give up, or you had other people that were there helping you?
Yes, I was encouraged by my parents. My father actually drew from me when I was a kid, and I copied his illustrations. It wasn't much, but he definitely gave me initial boost. Let's say that.
Good.
And my mother was always encouraging. I mean, both of them, my mother, my father, and my stepfather. And to skip a little bit ahead, when I decided to join the art school, when I told them that I'm going to go to art school, to School of Visual Arts, they were not very happy about me moving to New York and going to art school, but they still supported. They said, listen, if this is what you want to do with your life, we support your idea, as long as you take it seriously and stay persistent.
Well, that's good. You obviously have, which we will go into it over the next hour here. So now, when I reread your article that you wrote, your interview that you had, and you said it wasn't very supportive in, at that time, was it still USSR when you were growing up?
Oh, yes. I was born, just like you said, and thank you for that introduction. I was born in Minsk, Belarus, which at that point was part of the USSR. And I lived there till 93, and the USSR just started to disintegrate in 1990, 91.
Uh-huh.
So I grew up in a totally Soviet system, which wasn't all that bad, but it was definitely a totalitarian system, and art wasn't a part of it unless you were getting ready to become a professional artist, which at that point I wasn't. So the educational system and environment wasn't really aspiring or yeah to be
Right.
creative.
Right.
Yep.
So when you were 17, then that's when you moved to New York. And do you still go back and visit family in every now and then when you go back to Belarus?
Well, thank God, most of my family is here now. My
Okay.
parents are in Buffalo. Yeah. um, and I don't go to Belarus that often because I'm very unhappy with the regime there right now. That Lukashenko, the president, who's been there ever since I left. He's been there since 1993.
Wow.
Yeah, which is a totally totalitarian regime. It's like the last piece of the Soviet Union still remaining. So unfortunately, I don't go back much, but I did go back in the past when my family was still there, and I visited them, and it was nice to reunite with them and to see my friends as well. You know, it was a good feeling to be back home.
I'm sure it was. Now, are your parents here because you were able to afford to bring them out yourself?
No, they actually. I mean, I came with my parents when I was 17. I mean, with my mother and my stepdad. But then I actually brought my dad here much later. So my dad, so I did help him out a little bit, but he managed on his own as well, to his credit.
Okay.
So.
Well, good. So I got now. It's always been your passion. Now, did you ever meet Sergei Poyarkov?
Sergei Volikov.
Yeah, he's from Kiev, Ukraine, and he was a winner probably 10 years before you. He was a grand prize winner. Yeah, he was a winner, and he was able to come out the year that the Iron Curtain fell. And
Oh, okay.
we had to loan him a jacket and a tie because it was like, I mean, everybody there where he was in Ukraine, it was just totally stripped of any resources and people didn't have anything. So we had to loan him stuff. He spoke like 3 words of English, you know, thank you, Ron Hubbard. That's 4 words. So he spoke 4 words. But he was amazing. He became a judge then several years later. So he's right now very much involved in the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. But when that's over with, he'll be back to being a judge again. His art is very similar in style, I think, to yours, because he's very into the, you know, what you do on your work there with. I mean, it's just amazing seeing your, you know, impressionism. Is that what you're mostly what you'd be considering yourself, or?
It's always hard to put a label on myself.
Yeah, I know.
But
I understand that.
Impressionism definitely made a big impression on me. That's for sure. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm definitely a follower, as well as surrealism. And yes, I'm not. I'm familiar with Sergei's work, and I think it's brilliant. I don't know him personally, unfortunately. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because he's also does impressionism and surrealism with his work as well. Very amazing, incredible detail that you've gone into, which remind me of what he did there, and then also just the surreal aspects and telling stories within stories in your art as well.
Yeah, well, my notebooks in high school used to be covered with just ink drawings, just pages after pages. I still have those, hundreds of pages. Yeah, so it's always been my passion and kind of way to spend my time, So
sure.
And yeah, but what pushed me? I mean, I actually don't talk about this much, so this is kind of like fresh. I had a near-death experience in Belarus when I was 17, and because of that near-death experience, I decided, it was just like so clear to me within those few seconds that I had left what I thought I had left in me before I lost conscience, that it's very important to follow your passion in your life and not to waste any time and to be brave about it. So that was my turning point, I think, in my life. That's when I decided to follow my passion seriously, because up until then, yes, I spent most of my time drawing, but I never considered myself, or never considered the path of an artist before that. And but after that near-death experience, I pretty much knew that I will have to try it for real. And
wow,
yeah,
so it stripped away all the other non-important things and just left you with like the bare, okay, this is what I really want, and if I'm going to get an opportunity, I'm not going to waste it.
Right. I think it saved me a lot of years of just unhappiness,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
if I was to go to work in an office or I don't know, become business owner, whatever it is I was going to do, otherwise would probably most likely make me an unhappy person at the end of the day.
yeah. You
So
seem to
as
be anything but that right now.
yes, I'm very happy, and
Yeah,
I'm not. It's being an artist is not an easy path. It's a lot of up and downs or season changes, but you always have your work to speak for you, and I think if you're persistent and believe in yourself, eventually, no matter what, success
yeah.
will come.
Good. Now you create art in multiple formats. You do etchings or oils on canvas. What's your inspiration to be able to do your type work? And I saw some of your three-dimensional art too. Is yours on your website, I think, as well. That Burning Man, you were trying to work out participating there. But so, what's your inspiration for creating the art that you create?
Well, a little bit about etching because that's a funny story. So when I was actually at Rietveld Art Academy of Amsterdam, I passed by this a laboratory that had this like medieval-looking machines, the presses, presses that you run the paper through to get the final etching done.
Right.
And I saw this guy with a beard, and he had a torch in his hand, and he was torching this plate that was hanging above him. That was like totally surreal kind of a scene from the Alchemy movie or something.
Yeah.
So I walked into the studio and asked him what he was doing, and he explained to me that he's preparing the plate for an etching, and he asked me if I wanted to try something like that, and I eagerly agreed. Um, so that's how I got my first etching done, and then I sort of, after I came back to New York, I didn't have a lab because you need a lot of machinery to make etchings,
Right.
and I didn't have any of that. But I lived in Williamsburg, which at that point was very vibrant neighborhood. It was still very sort of rough around the edges, but with a lot of artists, musicians, writers, poets, all sort of creative people living there. And I had one of my first exhibits there, and this older lady came up to me and she said, "Listen, do you etch?" And I said, "Well, no, not really, just a little bit." She said, "You're a natural born etcher. You must come to my studio and etch." And that's how I met Mary Westring. That's her name, Mary Westring, who became my teacher and master etcher, from whom I learned everything I know about etching. And I learned a lot from her, let me tell you. That is the whole craft. Actually, if I knew
Yeah.
what I was getting into at that point, I might have not gone to her studio. Yeah, but it's a wonderful, and etching is sort of like the first way of printing. It was invented
Sure.
in medieval times. And thank you for referring and reminding me about my latest project with projection mapping, because that's the latest word, the latest technological advantage or tool that we can use to further our artistic goals. And I have this cool, amazing, actually, really edge of the technological research project with my friend Dmitry Tryokhsvyatsky, who developed an algorithm that scans the painting, so scans the visual, and translates it into sound. So and it's
Wow.
yeah, it's really which is it's revolutionary, I think, and we showcased. And it's also so we played this soundtrack with the video projection mapping that we create that mostly Dimitri does. That's projected on the painting, so the painting suddenly has a soundtrack, its own soundtrack, not the one that someone created. The soundtrack that was read off the painting, and then the movie that we created on top of that. So that's our multimedia project, which was actually just showcased in one hotel during Miami Art Basel Week, which was really, really important for us to
I
have
can
it there.
I imagine so. That's amazing there. So now I've seen you do large paintings, like a big, like full wall size, and then the smaller ones. Like, what makes the difference on doing the really large paintings versus the smaller ones for you?
Well, it's like micro and macro. When I sit at my table for days, then you really want to stretch your shoulders and go on a large scale. That's just like on a physical level. But also, but to go on a big scale, you need to prepare it on a small scale first. And then there's different projects. For example, I had a project in Miami where I had to paint two 40-foot containers. So that was a huge space to cover. And then some projects just call for a book illustration or book cover, so that requires me sitting at the table. So sometimes job calls for it, sometimes I have an inside call to do it to work either in small or large format. um yeah, and it's good to vary, I think.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Now, when you paint these large paintings, is it airbrush or is it all brush?
It's mostly brush. I sometimes use airbrush. I actually had a big job for a private client inside of his house. We actually even I asked a friend of mine to help. So together we did 22 walls. We covered 22 walls in this private house, and we did some nice clouds. So for the clouds we used airbrush, but for the rest of the walls we just used regular brushes.
Wow, that must have been a project and a half.
Yes, there was 2 months, every 6 days work, 6 days a week.
Yeah. So now, surrealism seems to be your commonality in the art, like we established earlier on. So, why that format? Why that art form, surrealism?
Um, I'm not sure. I think I just like the playfulness of that, or I find that I can be playful in that format. And also, I was influenced early on by Salvador Dali and other surrealists, but especially by him, who was one of the few Western artists that was allowed to be published in Soviet Union, actually.
Really?
So, yeah, so that was um, but I was also very much influenced by European comic books, because I studied French in school, and there was a lot of French students, that not a lot, but there were French students that would come from France to our school, and so I had access to French comic books, which was a great source of inspiration for me as well.
I get it. So now, I guess just overall in Eastern Europe, is surrealism a real popular or common form of art, or is it just like in America? It's a very distinct but not huge section of the art.
I think in Eastern Europe it's more popular than in America, because abstract art in general, different forms of abstract art, take a big portion of interest of America's art goers, lovers, viewers, buyers.
Right.
Where in Eastern Europe it's not so much so, So all other isms get more attention, including surrealism.
Oh, I get it. Because I'm just wondering if that's because of the totalitarianism of Eastern Europe, if certain art forms makes it easier to tell your story without, persecution because you did something that was against the current regime.
Yes, I probably will have to agree with you. And also, it's a way of storytelling, and I like to tell stories through my art. Just like you said, I use a lot of details, and through those details, I tell the story,
Right.
And if it becomes a little dreamlike, a little mysterious or surreal, I'm totally fine with that. I find joy in it.
Good, I get it. Now, you were a winner of the Illustrators of the Future. So, do you consider what you do as illustration?
A lot of times, yes. I mean, I illustrate mostly my ideas one way or another, or sometimes I illustrate other people's ideas. But actually, the trick to be a successful illustrator, just like professors taught me in School of Visual Arts, is to process others' ideas so they become yours. So when you illustrate their ideas, you do it for yourself, not for them, because then it really comes out at your best ability.
Yeah. So now,
so yes, I do consider, and actually, oh, I'm sorry, were you going to ask me something?
Go ahead.
Yep. So Illustrator of the Future was a huge booster for me. It was a huge, winning Illustrator of the Future award, gave me a lot of confidence and gave me a lot of credibility. Gave me bragging rights,
Yeah.
and also it was such an amazing and positive experience. And so I would like to acknowledge and thank you personally and the rest of the team for doing a great job, and for this is amazing what you guys did for us then and keep doing for writers and illustrators now. And
Exactly. Now,
God
when you
bless
when
you.
you well, thank you. When you did the workshop, there's usually some articles by L. Ron Hubbard on art and as being the quality of communication. And do you remember any of the points that were covered there? Anything from Mr. Hubbard that you still recall or that impressed you that you still use to this day?
Yes, I don't remember the quote exactly. Well, actually, I remember writing down a few quotes because I like quite a few. But the one that I like the most, I don't remember the exact quote. But I think one of the most famous quotes, at least used in the writers and illustrator context, is that the writers and illustrators are like the eyes that see into the future. So therefore, they should be people should pay more attention to them, something like that, something
Yeah.
along those lines. I can't remember the exact. I mean, he says it much more beautifully and poetically than I can. But so yes and no, I can't remember the exact quote, but I remember the knowledge and the
Right.
points that he made. Yeah.
So, what was the thing that probably helped you the most from the week-long workshop and awards ceremony that you had when you were out here?
Well, the workshop was good in many aspects. First of all, meeting judges and other artists and seeing it from all different aspects, and actually being involved in the workshop activities, because
Yeah.
that opened up our communication with each other, and my communication with others and others with me. And also, the judges were amazing. It was easy. It was like older brothers and sisters, like
Yeah.
from the same field, just super talented and well achieved, and also very very welcoming. So it was a very welcoming community. So yeah, and the ceremony itself, that was just fantastic. I've
Yeah.
never, I mean, I did, I think, I brought my own shoes maybe, but I was still very much impressed. It was an impressive ceremony, and it felt good to be there. I was even a little like intimidated to go on stage, but once I got
Sure.
on stage, I think I forgot about intimidation. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that was just such an amazing experience. I'm just thinking it over now as I'm speaking about it, and I have a big smile on my face.
Well, that's good then. So, on the
Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry. And another thing, very important, that I met Ray and Gladys Margarita Diaz, two of my friends till this day. So they were working um, with writers and illustrators, and they were picking me up or dropping me off. So they were helping me as your guest, right? As volunteer. So we became very close friends, and we're very close friends till this day. And she's partially responsible for me being in Miami right now.
really.
So yeah,
That's
so all that came out thanks to the illustrators of the
Illustrations
future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still in touch with any of the winners?
Not as much, but very rarely. Like I see something pop up on Facebook and I react, and so I'm in touch with some of them, just not as much as I used to be, unfortunately.
So now, so we said when we talked about your inspiration, you said Dolly and the manga comic tradition you'd written in your bio, and like are there things in life that come by that happen to you all of a sudden, like you see something and go like, oh wow, I need to paint that, or I need to do something with that, with just some circumstance or some situation in life that inspires you?
Yes, absolutely. I'm very much inspired by books. and specifically by science fiction as well. But situations in life inspire me, and ideas do pop up in my head when I drive my car or walk on the street or run in the park.
Yeah.
And actually, the idea that was submitted for the Illustrator of the Future, that got me into the
You got your winning.
got got me. The winner was the idea came up when I lived in Amsterdam, because I lived right next to the water channel, and there was this guy who lived in a boat right next to our house. And every morning I would wave to him, and he would wave to me. Drinking his coffee. He had like a nice, neat apartment inside of the boat. And one day we came back from school, my roommate and I, and we saw that his boat was half sunk, and he was like, his coffee mug was like swimming in the water inside of his half sunk cabin, which was kind of sad. But also, suddenly I had this idea of our whole society being like this boat, this mothership, floating through space and time. And that's how the idea of mothership was born, just, out of this.
Wow, that's a fascinating painting. Yeah.
Yeah, so and that concept, I still run with this concept today. I mean, I did a bunch of different paintings, characters that live in that world, different boats, different submarines, on and on and on. So I populated that world in since then.
I
But
get it. Yeah.
but the idea came, in a split second.
I get it. Yeah, that's interesting how it's something like that. It's all it takes is that one little thing. Just like you said, when you had your near death accident, just that split second, all of a sudden, your future became crystallized.
Right.
Now, you said in your bio that you are not afraid to make statements on global warming or decadence of consumerist society. Explain that a little bit.
Well, actually, now we're going back to mothership, because a lot of that is about global warming too. It's because that mothership is sort of like a Noah's Ark that's floating over the old civilization, which is submerged underwater, which is probably the result of global warming caused by human activity. And consumerism, yes, unfortunately, that's the way to destroy our environment, not to make it last, and it's for the next generations, for our children and grandchildren. So actually, my next big project is called the Labyrinth of Consumerism. Hopefully, within the next 5 to 7 years, it will be realized.
Wow. Now, you seem to prefer displaying your art as you participate in over 100 solo and group exhibitions in museums, galleries, and art fairs worldwide. You've been to England, France, Switzerland, Italy, Russia, Japan, Qatar, Kazakhstan, Latvia, and the US. So, how did you evolve to being able to do like these group exhibitions? It seems like that's sounds like its own technology of how to be able to do that, its own set of rules and procedures.
Well, yeah. So I first of all, I love to travel. So I always look for opportunities and for exhibits, so I can combine my love to travel and my work, so to speak.
Right.
And then, so sometimes I travel for solo or group exhibitions, and sometimes I also apply for these competitions. And that's something that a lot of other artists can probably use. You just do your research online and just apply to a lot of them. And some of them will, like I ended up in Kazakhstan, just because I entered this competition, and I was selected, and as part of the competition, they everything was covered by the Ministry of Culture of Kazakhstan. So they covered tickets, they covered hotel stay, they covered 2 weeks of travel through Kazakhstan. It wasn't just for me; it was for a group of artists that I ended up being a part of. It was actually a wonderful experience, and very, very warm and pleasant, and it was great to see that country when I was driving. Unfortunately, things are not going that well there right now. Not
Yeah.
as bad as in Ukraine or Russia, but
Still.
also still, yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully that's over with at some point in the near future. So, is there some particular, like when you exhibit at galleries, it would seem like there's so many different artists out there with their works of art. There's got to be some other little quality or characteristic to you as an artist that would make a gallery owner want to have you included in their gallery.
Right. First of all, it's never easy, because but the way that I approach it is, I mean, if you have a chance to physically go to galleries that are near you, go to the galleries and look at the art. And if you see that gallery is consistently, or somewhat consistently, showcasing the art that's similar to yours, they're more likely. I mean, if you do surrealism and you go to gallery that showcases surrealism, um, you're more likely to succeed there. Or if you do abstract realism, you're more likely to go to galleries that showcase that kind of art. So that's number one. Number two, of course, now a lot of stuff is available online, and you can also apply and showcase your art in galleries online without ever stepping your foot in the gallery. So, which I also practice. Um, and you have to be constantly proactive. It's you can't stop promoting yourself, and you can't stop being out there. So the moment you stop doing it, unfortunately, the ball starts rolling the other way.
Yeah.
So.
Now, one thing I see about you, it's very obvious with you, is you've got an amazing persona. It communicates visually. You've got your top hat you wear. You've got your mustache. Everything is a trademark. When I look at any picture I see of you, with a rare exception, you've got that basic look about yourself. So, is that important, do you think, for an artist to be able to make it into a gallery stuff where you actually have a persona that people can relate to and go like, okay, yes, he's very, he matches his art. He's surreal.
Well, I mean, it kind of came together in my case. It kind of gradually and slowly came together, and it was sometimes it was out of necessity. For example, I'm practically bald right now, so I'm wearing top hat to kind of give myself an interesting look, and the mustache is the only facial hair I have left. So that's something. But at the same time, yes, of course, I over the years, and thanks to my wife also, I think I chose the look that matches my artwork and also my inner spirit, so to speak.
It totally
And
fits.
I
It
think it's
totally fits.
important.
I'm just amazed. It's like, wow, that it's such a persona that you communicate with how you look, and it matches your art.
And you know what else helped? Burning Man. Burning Man helped me because it's like kind of like a masquerade for a week-long masquerade. But then you take part of it home with you, if you can. So,
Yeah.
so that's just also another wonderful experience. And yeah, so I think that's important, and I would also recommend all visual artists to try to match their art visually if they can.
Yeah. Now you're talking about you got to be vocal. You've got to be like, do you do a lot on social media, or how do you communicate your art and communicate with fans and potential fans?
Yes, you have to be vocal. I mean, whether you like it, I mean, to the point where I had an older artist friend of mine who asked me to help her expand her Instagram. And I said, "What do you need this for?" She said, "Well, believe it or not, I went to the museum curator, and he asked me, aside from my resume, how many Instagram followers I have." Which was a total shock to me because it was like an elderly artist. Anyway, so I personally think that it's important. Fortunately or unfortunately, I'm not sure, because sometimes it takes it. I mean, you have to do it almost like not. You have to do it daily. I do it almost daily, and if I stop doing it, I feel guilty. But on the other hand, it takes a lot of time. Time that I would rather spend creating art or with my family.
Right.
But this is part of the modern advertising or self PR, so
Sure.
unless you're willing to pay somebody to do it for you, and even if you are paying somebody to do it for you, you still have to. It's best for you to oversee it yourself.
Right. So you just use Instagram, or do you also use Twitter or Facebook, or Any of the other social medias?
I use Instagram and Facebook. I use Twitter just a little bit. I mean, I was thinking about TikTok, but I stopped myself there because I just, it's just way too much for me already.
Yeah. No,
So
I understand that.
yeah. And actually, I have a very good friend, Frederick, who was my roommate in Amsterdam, who's now one of the leading Mercedes-Benz designers in Germany. He's from Germany, and he's probably one of the few people of my age that I know that doesn't use any social media at all. But he's yeah.
Yeah, but he's got a stable job doing what he's doing where he doesn't need to have social media because he's in the corporate world there, but you're not.
Right, that's true. That's true. Very true.
Yeah. So
yeah, and also to answer, I forgot to mention because when you asked me about the gallerists, I also wanted to say that at the end of the day, because I mean I work with the few galleries right now, and I always had some kind of gallery representation. Sometimes more, sometimes less. But thank God I was always fortunate to have some kind of relationship with the galleries. But nonetheless, like some other older artists told me, he told me, listen, through your career, you'll have a lot of different galleries, for one reason or another. He said, but at the end of the day, the best gallerist you'll ever have is yourself, and just like with advertising, I also have to agree that you have to stay on top of your on top of your business. That's why I opened my own gallery, and where I represent not just myself but like-minded artists as well. Because
that's the one that's one in New York.
The gallery was based in New York, yes, until COVID. We closed the location with COVID, and then my wife got pregnant, and she was begging me to get out of New York. So we actually, so you love this. So and I called Gladys. The lady that I met at Writers and Illustrators of the Future, because she's my friend in Florida. And I said, Gladys, what's going on in Florida? I'm thinking about going there. And she said, oh my God, why don't you apply to our artist in residency program? And I said, what artist in residency program? She said, oh my God, don't you get the email? Apparently, after years of working on this project, Gladys got it together, and they had a great program that they were just launching. And they actually already picked a winner, but because of COVID, he wasn't able to come, so they were redoing the application process. And so I applied for the residency, and I got in. So my wife and I got a rent-free apartment and a great art studio in the same building right downstairs, and it was by American Landmark. That's the name of the company that provides those. So we spent almost a year there, thanks to Gladys, our friend from Florida, who we know thanks to Writers of the Future. So that's how we ended up in Florida.
And that's where you're still to this day then. Wow, that's great.
No, I mean we changed the location already, but
you're still in Florida?
Still in Florida. Yeah, it was so good to us. I got and I come here every year anyway for the Art Basel week in December. And we usually stay for 1, 2, 3 weeks depending on the year. So there was one big magnet that draws us to Miami anyway. So so we ended up staying in Florida because Florida has been really good to us. So
wow,
for now
that's
we're
awesome.
Here.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I go back and forth a lot, because I still have a lot of work in New York, and so we're actually divided. But I think we spend more time in Florida now. I mean, family, like my wife and kid, definitely spend much more time in Florida than in New York.
Sure.
Yeah.
So now, when you do your work, anything that you found to be for yourself the most helpful piece of advice that you got from others, or that you can now share with others, on that you could give to an aspiring artist?
The best advice
from your perspective, of course.
Right. Well, I don't know. Be honest with yourself and don't be afraid to go out of your box. Don't be afraid to get out of your comfort zone and experiment.
Okay.
And be honest with be your own best critic. That's what I mean when I say be honest. because I think that will save you a lot of time too. That will save any artist a lot of time, because so if the work is good, just go with it, and if it's not, don't go with it.
Yeah. So
or
how much
or
were you
go
able to?
beyond or go beyond it.
Yeah. How much were you able to evolve yourself as a self-critic as compared to relying upon others whose opinion you trusted for their criticism? Like maybe that's what the difference between school and not in school. I'm not sure.
Well, I think it's important to have both, and I think the better self-critic you are, the more constructive criticism from others you allow into your life. Which I allow a lot, because I have a lot of artist friends, and some of them whom I admire, I try to get into my studio so they can, so I can get their opinion on my new works or on the works that can be in the studio.
I get it.
Yeah. For
So,
example,
yeah.
one of the judges that we had at Illustrator of the Future, Stephen Hickman, who unfortunately uh, passed away recently. We stayed in contact, and like because I admire his artwork, and I think he liked my style too. So I always not only liked his stuff on social media, but also wrote some kind of comment, and he often did the same, which is also some form of. I mean, this is more like it was more kind of admirational than criticism, but sometimes it would be with constructive criticism as well.
Right.
So and this is a very easy form of communicating with other artists. Just putting it online, especially in groups with other artists, like Sketchbook Society or science fiction artists or whatever. Whatever the field that you as an artist like.
Got it. Do you ever put your stuff like on ArtStation and those types of sites?
ArtStation, no, but I put it on different. I have it in Saatchi Art Gallery, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
Like I don't sell a lot of stuff there, but I get a lot of feedback from there. And actually, recently, somebody asked me for the rights to the artwork to be published as a book cover, and that's not the first time that happened. So, it's a good feedback, and it's a good way to
Sure,
get
that's
the
great,
artwork out
great
there.
feedback.
Yeah.
Can I give you money for? Can I give you money for it? So, what's been your most difficult part of your journey as an artist? I mean, do you have any stories of caution or warning to other artists on being taken advantage of or getting ripped off?
Well, I mean, connecting yourself with the good gallery is very difficult for any artist. And actually, I have a lot of artist friends whom I consider. Uh, I mean, like there's actually like one artist friend in particular, who's brilliant. He's absolute genius, and it's not just my opinion. It's
Right.
opinion of it's a popular opinion. And apparently, we just spoke recently, and I was shocked to find out that he has got a problem with the gallery rep. Not because nobody wants to rep him, but because the people that want to rep him are not the best people that he wants to be in business with,
Right.
And on and on and on. So getting a good representation is difficult.
How did you do
like
it?
it's like for example, the gallery that I worked with for the last 20 years in Williamsburg, they just closed their location and moved to upstate New York, and they didn't reopen yet. So not that relationship remains very friendly relationship, but the gallery is no longer there to represent me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So and that can happen. The gallery that I worked with in Zurich 10 years ago, they closed. I mean, I worked with them for 10 years, and they closed 10 years ago. And this happens all the time. So um, I worked with the gallery in Chelsea, which is like the most reputable art gallery neighborhood in New York, and I was so excited. And the gallery director made me sign a year contract, exclusive contract that I will not work with any galleries in Manhattan. So I signed the contract, and for 8 months it was the most negative relationship ever, because the guy didn't sell any of my work, but he didn't even come to my studio. He would just make me come to his office tell him about the artwork, and then he would critique it verbally. And I'll tell him, come on, just come to the studio, look at the artwork, then you can critique it for real. Like you can't critique my stories about the artwork without even seeing it. So at the end of the day, I just walked out on him, because it was just a bunch of BS, despite the fact that he had a prime location in the prime neighborhood, there was a lot of empty words and nothing was delivered. So, but when I signed the contract, I thought that that's it. This is the beginning of the most prosperous and successful year in my life.
Oh, well, yes.
So so probably don't sign any contracts until you really find out, until you do the research about the people that you deal with, I guess.
Yeah, now I've interviewed a lot of artists over the last 3 years. So on doing gallery work, what's a fair percentage that you should expect to receive on any sales of your work?
I mean, I'm used to paying anywhere from 20 to 50% to the gallery. But a lot of times, but most of the time, you come to the gallery with your price, and the gallery adjusts their price to your. They just add the percentage to your price. So I mean, sometimes they ask you to lower your price. Sometimes they ask you to upgrade your price. Actually, that both cases happened to me numerous times, actually. And,
so you set the price initially normally, and then they will agree with that. Then they increase the price for their commission.
All right. So, and for example, years ago, I had a very successful show with etchings actually in Zurich. And the gallerist asked me how much I'm charging for my etchings, and I told her I'm charging this and this much. And she said, listen, said in my gallery, we should really sell for at least triple that because, yeah. And I said, no, wait, that's unreasonable. We're not going to sell anything. She said, no. She said, this is the way it is. Let me handle the prices. It's like, are you okay? Are you okay getting more money for your etchings if we sell them, basically? And I said, yes, I'm okay with that. And
smart.
To my utter surprise, we sold 17 out of 18 artworks that were exhibited
at triple the price that you're asking for.
Right, but then after that, it kind of because after you sell your etchings for a certain price, you're kind of obligated to keep not exactly that price, but to keep your price somewhat at that point.
Sure.
Which also kind of created complications for me because nobody would buy it for triple the price in New York because everybody knew that I was selling it for 3 times less just a month ago. So
yeah.
But eventually it evened out, so things worked out.
So that's good. So any other part of your journey as an artist where you're ready to give up and get a day job again or something like that?
Well, I actually sort of have a day job sometimes because I'm an auxiliary list for the for the scenic artist, which is artist union that works for movies and for the entertainment business.
Yeah.
So whatever backgrounds you see painted in Steven Spielberg or any other movies, that's the scenic artists who do that, and I do it in New York. So if I need extra money, or if if I need extra money, I put myself on auxiliary list, and sooner or later they call me for a job, and it's a well-paid job, but it's a hard job actually.
Yeah.
And you have to get up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, and you work all day through. Yeah.
So I guess I need to qualify my question then. So you're still, even
But
your
God,
quote unquote, your
sorry,
alternate work is you're still doing art. You're not
yes,
being
yes. I'm work as a.
You're not pumping gas somewhere or waiting tables.
No. I work as a scenic artist. It's still very much. I mean, it's a hard work, but it's working with other artists, and it helps me in my career as well because it brings almost like it's almost like an industrial level element, because there I work on huge movie productions. So and it's an honor to be a part of that. It's not only well paid; it's also a big honor to be there, and it's a good learning experience, especially the first few jobs that I had there.
So are you allowed to say what movies you did art for, or is it all NDA?
You know what? I'm not sure. Let me find out. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right,
Yeah.
but anyway, you've had some good stuff with that. That's good.
Yeah, we had some good stuff. And but sometimes, I mean, you find out, like, I mean, if you're like, because we come there way before the movie guys do, because we build the set for them and then they
Sure.
come, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah. No, I
So
understand.
but like towards the end of our process, like building process, we start meeting uh the movie production team, like the actors and the directors and everybody else who comes in. So yes, it's also fun.
Oh, good.
And there's
So,
of course certain codes within the industry, you know, like you're not like it's of course it's okay to say hi, but you're not supposed to like come over to the table and talk to big stars over lunch, you know,
yeah,
which is totally understandable, you know,
sure.
and it's
Yeah,
totally appropriate. Yes.
totally understand that. So, what's been the most rewarding aspect to your career?
Being able to paint, being able to freely paint, you know, being able not so I don't have to go even to this fun job, you know, every month, you know, like so I can wake up in the morning and I can paint all day. You know, this is the most rewarding, uh, you know, in the being able to do what I love, you know, and not and know that that I'm not by doing that I'm not slacking. You know, I'm doing what I'm doing for my not only for my soul but also for my career. You know,
Right.
even though it's not always for my, you know, like to be honest with you, I mean, when you paint, you know, career is the last thing you should be thinking about, you know, because I mean, at least in my opinion, and I'm sure a lot of artists will disagree with me, but
Yeah,
I think art should come from within, and it should be as honest and as soulful as you can possibly make it.
I get it. That makes sense on that. And just, I mean, you've obviously got to take account of the fact, especially if you've got a wife and a child, that you provide for them. Is your wife also an artist?
Oh, Alexandra, my wife, she's my muse, and she helps me a lot. Like, for example, we just had a very busy week in Miami Art Basel Week, the busiest week of the year and the busiest and the most fun week of the year. And this year was also record breaking in sales for the Art Basel in general and for myself as well. We did very well. We had a big booth at Scope Art Fair, which is a big art fair. I had a show at one hotel. I had my own art fair which we run with Alexa and the team, and that's called Synergy. Um, so there was a lot of turf to cover, but at the end we did it. Thanks to my family, Alexa, and our team, Stan, Elena, and another Elena, and Dimitri, of course, my partner with whom we did the one hotel. So we had a big team and it was a big success.
That's great.
But it took everything I had, literally everything. Like every hour, every ounce, every drop of blood and sweat and tears, every ounce of my flesh. And yeah, so yeah, but thank God now we can relax for the holidays and
Yeah.
then go into the new year with new projects.
Good. So, do you have a most rewarding aspect to your career?
Most rewarding aspects. Hopefully, it's yet to come. I think I hope that within my lifetime, I will build my own museum slash entertainment center that will present the works of like-minded artists and myself. And I envision it as a big, big, big center that works at the daytime for adults and kids, and at nighttime turns into like a lounge, you know, with projection mapping and 3D art, you know, like edge top of the like edge, technological edge art.
Yeah. So, do you have a particular perspective or viewpoint on AI art? I've been seeing that more and more, and I've seen a lot of controversy over it. And I know that it's not allowed to get the copyright protection because it's actually a computer that generates it. I even tried it once. I put in the various describe something, and then it created a painting for me. And I'm so not an artist. What's your take on AI art?
Well, it's fascinating and scary.
Yeah.
Um, and I work. Actually, I just had a big project with AI that was also showcased at one hotel for the Art Basel week. That was part of the Tree of Life series. So what I did, I took my painting Tree of Life, which is, I mean, I took a picture of my painting and I scanned it in, and with a few commands, I asked the AI to build the world around it, basically to extend the painting. Yeah, and then I mean, it's not a one-two process. I mean, it took me, I don't know, about an hour, because you have to do it a bunch of times, and then you have to make choices. So there's still a lot of human input, at least in the case where I worked. I worked with Dali, once again, Dali. Mm, that's the program. And I liked the result, and it was inspiring because I can, for example, use the successful results of the AI collaboration as sketches for other paintings. Or in this particular case, I actually printed them and showcased them as they are as part of the series. So the actual large-scale painting was showcased with the projection mapping on it, done by Dimitri, and then these prints were right next to it. So it was kind of seeds that grew out of Tree of Life, different seeds in different directions. So I embrace AI, but I see the art world being clearly divided into two camps. Yeah, like pro and against, and I really understand. Like I actually read this Instagram post by a brilliant artist yesterday. He's a brilliant artist who's totally against AI, because he says, listen, it's taking away the personality, the soul, and nothing. It's not creating anything. It's all downloaded and recreated from the original files anyway. So anyway, that's his point. And I understand his pain. I really do, because he's saying that it took him all his life to get to where he's at, and yeah. But I think it's just another tool. I don't think it will, just like photography, just like computer art, just like etching. This will be absorbed by humanity. I don't think this is the end of human evolution as artistic beings.
I don't think it's the end of it, but like for illustrators of the future, for someone to be able to submit that, because we observe this, if somebody, like you have the classes at the workshop, you have do sketches, and we have a thing now where we have models coming in, and you do 10-minute, 15-minute, and 20-minute model sketching. Well, if you don't know how to sketch, then you're not going to, there's nothing in there. So it's like for the role of an illustrator, that you can't do the basic drawing stuff. What's your take on that for the Illustrators of the Future contest itself?
I mean, I love live sketching. I think it's very important. It's a unique form of unique dynamic and very, very good energy exchange between the model and the. And I'll never forget. There was a case when I was still in university in Amsterdam that the model didn't show up for class. So the teacher modeled for us, and then she asked each one of the students to model for the next like 5 or 10 minutes. So I was also like at some point I had to come on stage and model, and it was so interesting to be on the other end of the spectrum, on the other end of the. And I realized, and because I saw this, like, and I saw all other students, paying this very close attention and doing their best and sincere to capture my whatever I look like, and that was a very empowering and eye-opening experience. And I mean, I actually till this day, on and off, I do live sketching, whether with my wife or with a few friends that we get a model. So I love this practice, and I definitely think it should be continued in any form if possible.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good. Well, as I knew would happen, we've burned through this hour pretty fast. So the last question is, how can someone find you online?
Oh, well, I have a website. That's my name, Artem, Artem, artemart.com. And I also have an Instagram. It's first 4 letters of my name, ARTE_Miro, my last name, MIRO. First 4 letters of my last name, Miro. So artemart.com and arte_Miro. That's two best ways to find me.
Okay, that's great. So thank you very much, Artem, and thank you for listening. Subscribe to the Writers of the Future podcast wherever you get your podcasts. We've also been syndicated on the United Public Radio Network, where you can find these podcasts as well. Writers of the Future series can be purchased wherever books are sold in the US, Canada, the UK, Australia, and South Africa, and available everywhere via Amazon.com. We are especially appreciative of our sponsor, Carnation, for supporting this podcast. Carnation has been making delicious milk products for over a century and is still going strong. Writers and Illustrators of the Future are contests created by L. Ron Hubbard to provide a means for the aspiring writer and artist to be seen and acknowledged. It is free to enter and open to amateur short story writers and artists of science fiction or fantasy. Again, thank you very much, Artem.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure and honor. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Great.
Okay, what's been going on here now? See, we got other weirdnesses going on. What the hell? Sorry, guys, for whoever couldn't hear, who could hear, who could not hear. I don't know what's going on. We got lights flickering, things flickering. I'm going to have to go and edit this now. Damn, I have to go edit 20 minutes out of this poor thing. I know, y'all missed all kind of good stuff. Whoever didn't get to hear it missed all kind of good stuff. I don't know. I still see it flicking, but I can hear the sound in my ears, so I know it's. I don't know what the hell it's going on. And thanks for saying that, Electra. I was kind of like, what the hell? Because usually I get more responses. So the only people who could hear me was the ones on Facebook. Well, that bites, man. Anyway, a lot of stuff going on. But we went through some really good stuff in the beginning of the show. What I'll do is I thought 2 of the Facebook pages were responding, so they must have heard me for some reason, and everybody else wasn't. I'm not sure what was going on there, but we'll take a look at it. But in the news, like today, Japanese are building a more powerful military, citing Chinese as their number one menace. Now, remember, if it's a treaty, these guys ain't supposed to have a military. Are we going to trust them to have a powerful military again? And we give them all kind of stuff. Are we really going to trust them to do this? I mean, I know they hate China. They always have hated China, but I mean, maybe China can offer them something we can't. And they say, oh, you know what? Oh, them dumb Americans armed us up like a son of a bitch. I don't know. It scares me. Well, I doubt I'll be around to see it, but Oh, you're talking. Wait, where did I see that at? Hold on, let me think. I did see something about ID voting laws. I think it was in North Carolina. Something about the Supreme Court turned down the first way they did it. They had to do it a different way. I think that's where it said. Well, look, I got to be honest. I don't think anybody should be able to vote without showing an ID. See, I'm kind of anti-mail-in ballots. I feel like, voting is like a sacred duty. And if you can't get your lazy ass up and get in your car and drive down to a voting poll, then you shouldn't be allowed to vote. All these mail-in votings, it's just too easy of a way to cheat. Just too easy of a way to cheat. Only people that should be allowed to mail-in vote is the military that's abroad. If they're here, they're forced to vote anyway, so it doesn't matter. A handicap, and people just can't get out to vote. And even they should have to show an ID. Should be taking a picture or put it on the paper or copied it or something. They should have a place on the card where you put your driver's license information. Because anything that is cheating. Oh, you're not going to ever convince me that mail-in votes don't cheat. It's just too easy. It's just way too easy to cheat on it. What do you mean? I mean, okay. You're never going to be able to watch all the ballot boxes coming and going. Okay, you don't know. Somebody could have picked up one, put 500,000 in 2 or 3 of them and shipped them off. Somebody else picks them up and brings them in and they count them. Well, here's one for you. So Trump had the largest black vote of any Republican in the history of their party. It was like 30%. He also had the largest Hispanic, which was about 40%. Joe Biden, on the other hand, had one of the lowest turnouts of blacks and Hispanics in the Democratic Party. So that means that 5 million extra votes he got. And remember this, Trump also set a record in the Republican Party for the most votes ever for a president. But Biden's still beating by 4.5 million votes. Well, that's not a lot of votes when you spread it out over 50 states. Now, what is that, about 50,000 a vote of state? That's not really hard to stuff a ballot box with. It's just, I mean, there was issues in like 6 states. 3 states, they did prove that there was cheating done. I don't think it was any real consequence. Well, there's a couple of times like New York. So this lady voted in Pennsylvania, and she voted in New York, and she voted in New Jersey. And she voted in each state about 3 times. So that's 10 votes, 9 votes. Don't ask me, man. She went on TV and talked about it. And she proved how she did it. So they couldn't even argue with her. So I was kind of like, what the? But, now if there's 100 of y'all doing that, that's 10,000 votes. That's enough to change an election. 9,000 votes. So, I mean, a local election. But if you've got that going across the whole entire country, that's a lot of votes. That's a couple 100,000 votes. That's way enough, even a couple million if you do it right. That's way enough to sway an election. And that's not if they just are not outright stuffing them, like they said they did in Pennsylvania for 2020. But the only thing that irritated me about 2020 was it was supposable at this one of the bigger polling stations, It was supposable some kind of water catastrophe, and everybody had to leave. Come to find out, it was a toilet that overflowed. And there was at least 3 videos of people carrying in ballot boxes when the Republicans weren't there, and the Independents weren't there either. It was just Democrats. So you know those were illegal ballots. You know it was. But we're not going to start a big investigation because they don't have the power. They can now, but why wait? I mean, why do it now? And if it's true that the FBI actually interfered in this election, this is not even a real election, because a lot of people, I was watching a Twitter poll the other day, and about 25,000 people said they would have voted differently if they would have known about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. And that's just in that one area. Do that across the whole country. Yeah, he'd have probably won that election. What do you mean? No, I don't really care. I mean, I liked Trump's economic. There's 2 things I liked about Trump. He kept our economy stable, and Kim Jong-un would have never launched any kind of missile while he was president, and Putin would have never invaded. No, he would have never invaded. He would have never invaded Ukraine. He said it himself. He was asked on Pravda. They asked him. He said, "No, if Mr. Trump was here, he would have probably wanted to start a full-out war over this." That's his words, not mine. So don't ask me, people. He looked like he might actually, and then Xi Jinping was scared of him. Y'all forget what went on. Okay, this is not the first president to do this, by the way. So Trump was, and he told Kim Jong-un, if you don't watch it, I will just blow you off the face of the planet. So he's having dinner with Xi Jinping when he unleashed that submarine, what was it, 98 cruise missiles? While he was having dinner with Xi Jinping, he launched 98 cruise missiles into Libya like it was nothing. And it wasn't nothing. After that, the sub sailed home to go get more missiles, but it's not the first time we've done that. And a couple of times, there's been presidents, mainly Republican presidents, that have put 4 subs or 3 subs around China, nuclear subs, and have them all pop up at the same time. And China had no idea they were there. They just recently did that again. Trump did with 3 of them. Yeah, they just surfaced just long enough for the Chinese to see them, and then they went underwater and left. Plenty close enough to destroy their entire country without any effort at all. So those kind of things scared people, Xi Jinping's like, Jesus Christ, this dude's going to blow us off the face of the planet. I'm going to be living underground for 100 years. That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, he made our allies pay us money back that they were supposed to pay us, which was what pissed them off. And he made our enemies stay at bay. But Joe Biden is a weak president. I mean, I don't think these guys are scared of him. Obviously, Trump Trump. I'm sorry. Obviously, Putin and Kim Jong are not scared of him. I mean, they're on a rampage. Next thing you know, Taiwan will be trying to invade. Taiwan's going to invade Russia. I mean, China. China's going to invade Taiwan. Sorry, guys, my brain's fried. No, I would like to see Taiwan. Yeah. Hey, look, let's see what the Ukraine's doing to Russia. I don't really know if Russia's really put all of its elite troops out and all of its tanks, and because we know they have stuff stacked on borders all over the place. They got troops all over. I know we got down there in Georgia and other places along the coast, along the Poland coast. I mean, the Poland border. They have troops and tanks. I mean, they're obviously not putting their whole force. Because I would think if Russia put its whole entire military after Ukraine, it should be a short cape. Look, Vietnam taught America a lesson. Come Desert Storm Norman said, okay, we're going to bomb them into the Stone Age, and then we're going to send our troops in. And that's exactly what we did. We took out all their air-to-air, all their frac, everything, and then we rolled our tanks in. It was so funny in some places because you'd see whole tank brigades getting out of their tanks. We surrender with a white flag and stuff because they knew what was going to happen because America was just rolling through. That was Russian state-of-the-art tanks. They were just rolling through like they were nothing. Them Averys are just badass. Well, presidents like that get more respect. Now, in that case, it was Darth Cheney who was really running things. I mean, Bush was there. Bush was doing his job. But I think Dick was the one saying, hey, look, we're going to do it this way and that way and this way. He was actually listening to his generals. And in less than 6 months, we done took Iraq, which has a way bigger military than the Ukraine does, by the way. Yeah, way bigger. Remember at the time they had 1.5 million standing man army. That's big. That's big for any country. And yet we just rolled through it like it was nothing. We took their jets out. It was so bad with their jets, they ran over to Iran, their hated enemy. Please hide us, please hide us. I was just like, you got to be kidding me. Well, that's when I first fell in love with CNN. I hate CNN now, but that's when I fell in love with them. Them boys were brave. They were up there on them balconies hanging over, getting shots, shit blowing up around them. I had to give them credit for that. And then they were reporting real news. Now CNN, NBC are just propaganda. They're like Pravda. Yeah, you might as well call them the communist side in the United States because they're just like Pravda. They put a lot of bullshit on it, worthless crap. I don't know. Elon's a tough thing. You know, I really like Elon. I really do. And there's something about, he just scares me a little bit. That's all. He's a little strange. And he's not really taking any bullshit off anybody, which we haven't had a president. I mean, somebody in our country like that. No, he can't be president. No. He's from South Africa. He's the wealthiest African in the world. Yes. Wealthiest African American in the world. Yes. Oh, I don't know. Some NAACP group freaked out because when they said that, and the guy said, well, he is from Africa and he is the richest, and he is American now. So he is the richest American African anywhere. And he was African American. Yes, you know, because for a long time that was coined just a black thing, but now it's just a person thing. Yeah, because it's our country. Our country's the Stone Age still. I heard Biden threatening Congress yesterday, telling him he'd bring him back to the dark ages if they didn't do what he wants. That's really not going to get the GOP to help him out. Mars, I don't know. He's building all this space stuff. I think that's why he's building. He wants to go to Mars. NASA wants to go to Mars. NASA said we'll be on Mars by 2030. Of course, they said we'd be on Mars by 2014. That's when it's supposed to be closest. And I see we didn't even get close. Eli's going. Whether NASA goes or not, Elon's going. I don't think Eli's going to go in a little way. I think he's going to send a lot of ships and a lot of equipment and everything he can. He's going to get people around the world to back him, different companies, people that want to go, people want to get involved in the technology. And he's going to Mars. He said he wants to die on Mars. He wants to establish, I call it Muskville. I have no idea. But he said he wants to show the world how a true government should treat its people and what kind of freedoms the people should have. You know, he kind of reminds me of the guy from 007 and Moonraker. Oh, no, I'll kill you right now, man. Well, I know he's got an ego, and I know he gets mad when people picks on him. Yeah, so, you know, whether or not that's going to show out on how he decides to conduct his government is yet to be seen. Dan Benongo announces end of national radio show. Well, good for you. I didn't know who you were. Obviously, we didn't know that. I don't really know. Okay, Putin's doing what we did in Vietnam. He just won't commit. And we didn't commit in Vietnam. We got our asses handed to us on a daily basis. And he's not committing, and he's getting his ass handed to him on a daily basis. I wish. Well, look, I don't want to see him invade the Ukraine either, but this needs to come to an end one way or another. Who sent me that? California county considers succession to become a new state. What county was it? When you're going to send me stuff like you got to send me counties and you know who they are and what's going on. I don't know if they can do that or not. I know states can't legally secede from the union, so you can't do that. But I don't know if a state could be broke up. California's a big state. You could make three other states out of it. And I hate to say, 2 of them other states wouldn't vote blue; they would vote red. Yeah, I know. Oh, it's San Bernardino County. Oh, well, we'll just have to wait and see. Well, we'll keep an eye on the story. Yeah, we will. It's a goofy story, but we'll keep an eye on it. Well, that's Microsoft News. Let's see what NBC News has to say. Desperate migrants are met with cold, no room at shelters after crossing the border. Oh, shit. Because you know how many people are down there, Mr. Biden, don't want to go look at the border? Where is our border resort, Kamala? I mean, look at this place. This is ridiculous. I'll have to share this in a minute. So, you know, Musk banned, I don't know, was it 9 or 10, 11, 12? I don't know. He banned a few reporters. They're pissed. They're not journalists. Don't call them journalists because they're not doing true journalism. They're doing reporting. They're not doing real journalism. Real journalism is getting the facts and digging down and getting more facts. I haven't seen real journalism in a while. I'd like to, but I haven't seen it in a while. You're not going to convince me anybody that's on Twitter is a real journalist. No, I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. Elon's pissed. He don't like people knowing where he's at. He don't like people following him around. But he should have known, you know, anybody can get Airport Monitor or any of those programs that shows you arrival times. It shows you private jets. It gives you the numbers of the jets. It won't tell you who the people are, but you can figure that out on your own pretty easy. So it's all public information. Yeah, well, he's flying a private jet. He should be able to register private. Nobody should know where it is. There's a lot of people criticizing him for doing it. He's only doing it for 7 days, but still. Where are they going to go? Facebook? TikTok? They'd be trading, we'll call them traders then, be living up in the Chinese. Really, guys, it's just kind of funny to me. I know for all my friends up north, especially in Buffalo and higher parts of New York, be careful. All my friends in Canada, you know, I know y'all are getting y'all's asses hammered. And, well, that storm just passed through here. It's really weird. When it comes through Mississippi and Louisiana, it's kind of narrow. It starts to widen out about mid-Mississippi. When it gets up above the two states, it's pretty wide. By the time it gets up to you, it's like a third of the country. And all that water's coming out of the Gulf. That's where it's coming from. It's just a funnel from the Gulf. Right now, I think it's 84 degrees, so any cold. That's why we had bad weather in the first place, because the water's so warm versus the cold air. What? Capitol riot defendant planned to kill FBI agents who investigated him. Unsealed filings allege, or whatever. There is you can't find anything on Trump or anybody else on. Nobody was trying to do it. I mean, I've seen all of Trump's tweets from both on Facebook and on Twitter. There's nothing. Every time you read it, it says, do it peacefully and then go home peacefully. He said it over and over. He said it on air. He said it on the radio. And you know how you know I'm right? Because if the Democrats had even one iota where he said, y'all go out and riot and we're going to take over the country, that would be all over the news. Oh, it'd be everywhere. Why do you think they're going after his tax returns? Yeah, because they can't find anything on him. That's the problem. And you can't, somebody said, oh, well, he got mad at that FBI. I said, what do you think? He's the first president to lose his temper when he lost? Give me a freaking break. That's the stupidest thing I had. Obama got pissed when he won because he almost lost. You mean the second term? The only thing that saved Obama in the second term, what kept Mitt Romney from being president, was Hurricane Sandy. Romney was five or 6 points ahead of Obama going into the election, and Hurricane Sandy came along, and then him and Governor Krispy Kreme got together, and that was the end of that. Well, I would say he won by godsend. Maybe he knows something about the big man up there. Or the big girl, I'm sorry. Or I ain't calling that thing, sorry. I'm not calling the creator that thing. Y'all can do that. No, I don't want to piss off the creator. I got enough people mad at me. Well, yeah, they were saying elections were fraud. They were pissed off. It's not like they went and rioted, poll places, or jammed out stuff. Was there any other violence in any other state? No, there wasn't. Nobody was trying to take over. A coup means you take over with the military. So I don't even know what they were saying this was about. An attempted coup. That's how you do that. If Biden won and everybody accepted it, there's no way to have a coup because our military were just removing. Yeah, so that was bullshit. Oh yeah, and they were going to go check. You should. I mean, if you're in an election that's got this much in it, you should always check on the electoral college. You should always check on the votes. I honestly think that they should always be 3 parties at every place counting votes, and all of them signing off on each vote themselves. 3 of them at the same time signing off on a vote, and no votes. No, I'm serious. Electronic voting? You mean over the internet now? Now you want to vote over the internet? Give me a freaking break. I'm not voting over the internet. Oh, yeah, I know you can go check on your vote. But how many other votes can you not check on? You can't check on John Jane. You can only check on your vote. Yeah, your vote got there safely. And probably another Joseph SAAs got on that list too that you can't go check, and they're there now. They don't belong to anybody, so nobody can check them. I don't know. Every year in Chicago, dead people vote. So they drag themselves out of the coffin. They do the Michael Jackson dance, and they go down and vote. And they go drag themselves back to the coffin and go to sleep till the next election. It's a thing in Chicago. It just is. It's a thing in that part of Illinois. It's just they have been caught so many times with dead people voting. It's ridiculous. Again, everyone should have to go to a poll except for handicapped or disabled people. And you should know what that count is, how many of those are that can actually do that. So when the election, when they're doled out, you got that many and no more. This could all be secured better, but no, the liberals don't want this. They want to have illegal Mexicans vote for them. They want anybody that can vote for them. Yeah, they don't care if you vote 10 times for them. No, they don't, because they want to hold on to their power. They're greedy, shiftless, no good bastards. To me today, the Democratic Party is what the Republican Party was 30 years ago. The party that the Democrats bitch about is what they have become. That's what they've become. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. I just don't. That's why I left, because they really are not the party of the people anymore. They are the party of the rich and the powerful. They could give a good shit about you all day long. I mean, look at Schumer. He got up there how many times on CNN, NBC? Oh, we got Trump. Next week it's coming out. I've seen the evidence, and he's done. Really? 4 years later, he's like, well, yeah, we got him. Yeah, whatever. I mean, how can a congressman, especially a senator or a House rep, even act like that? It's pathetic. And it's pathetic we let him get away as a nation. We can take power and we can go after people as a nation. We don't have to wait for Congress or the Supreme Court to do it. We can as a nation. I know I don't mean go get violent people. But if you start piling on and having, if you start piling emails like tons and thousands and millions of them, and you start getting out in the streets and protesting, they will listen and they will do something. So what do the Democratic Party cares if they got to cut 1 or 2 of their people? Come on, they elected Fetterman. Really, Fetterman? Oh no, you mean in Georgia? I hate to say this, I think they elected the right candidate. I like Herschel, but how much does Herschel know about politics? I mean, I know a lot of people who get in this don't know, but how much does he really understand the way politics works? So, I mean, he did good. I mean, he cast a good vote. He might beat this guy in 6 years, but I did hear that rumor where they said Warnock was running around saying white people were stupid, dumb, and look how many I got to vote for me. Yeah, I did hear that, but you got to prove that. I mean, first you got to come up with the video and prove it. Yeah, no bullshit. And you got to come up with the video and prove it. You can't just go around saying that kind of crap. Hey, look, I don't make the rules. Well, if it's not true, Warnock can sue for defamation and probably get a lot of money. It would depend on who put it out there. But if Warnock doesn't sue, then it's a good odds that it's true. I would probably think somebody heard him say that. Probably at some party that he was at, some racial tainted party that he was at, and that's what he said. Well, you really don't think some white people don't get together and use the N-word? Give me a break. Give me a break. Well, it's not always because they're racist. It's just a thing. Yeah, it is. I've heard too many things over the years and not to know what the difference is. You can tell a real racist person in the way, with the tone of their voice and the way they act, versus someone who's just spouting off bullshit. Well, I'm not saying it's right, but it does happen. Trying to say it doesn't happen is just hiding your ass and putting your head in the sand. Ostriches are ugly animals. Why would you want to do that? That's what I'm saying. Well, when you go through the news these days, they're kind of, yeah, it kind of fluctuates from different places to different places. I mean, the three top stories on NBC are immigrants at the border meet with cold, no room at shelters. The next one's must cheerleaders and conservative influences criticize the journalist suspension of Twitter, which is not true. There might have been 5 or 6, but the majority of them didn't. And why K-pop is the first Broadway show to tell the Korean story. Okay, that's their. I'm not kidding you. That's their top 3 news stories. So let's see what CNN's are. Let's see. Tourists from around the world are stranded in Machu Picchu. Okay, that's their number 1 story, by the way. Second story, Jan 6 committee to announce it will refer at least 3 criminal charges against Trump to the DOJ. Good luck with that. I'm just saying, good luck with it. The next story is Lake Mead, nearly exposed stretch of shore has been a site of unexpected discoveries. That's their 3-stop story. They're different than the other ones. But they are still different. I didn't get to see what they got to say. I don't know about anything filed against Trump. I'm not on the committee. Let's see. CBS News. Court rejects GOP states' bids to delay end of Title 42 border rule. Okay. Poster boy of the insurrection is sentenced to 5 years in prison. Oh, and we gotta love this one. Brittany Griner breaks silence after release from Russian prison. Now, I don't even. I shouldn't even brought this up. So I don't even know how the whole entire country isn't pissed off about this. I really don't. I mean, you have to be furious about this. So you've got a Marine in there who's been in there 4.5 years, who has a family, who loves his country, and then you got this chick who has how many times came down to America saying it's a crappy place to live, crappy country, crappy everything, and we went and saved her, and she still thinks we're a crappy country. So I mean, guys, I just don't know. You know what? Let's see what CBS has to say. Hold on. I'll pop it up. Let me see if I can pop it up first. Give me a second. Oh no, it just pisses me off. The girl was smuggling. No. Y'all wrong. Whoever said that. No, it wasn't just a couple of vapes. She had cartons of them. She was actually smuggling. She was bringing something to some friends inside of there. They said about a half a suitcase full. That's smuggling, people. This country, you'd have got 10 years too for smuggling. I hate to break your little hearts. Don't buy the liberal bullshit. Go read the actual report. Well, you can find it. It's online. The one the Russians made, what they actually found, what was going on. You can find it online. Let me see if I can do it this way. You might have to do it old school. Let's see. Will you let me share?
After spending about a week at a military base in Texas. The basketball star says she plans to spend the holidays with her family, and she made a big announcement about her future, saying she wants to make one thing clear. She plans to play for her WNBA team this spring. We get details now from CBS's Weijia Jiang.
Really?
A long embrace after a harrowing separation. Brittany Griner shared the picture of herself with wife Sherelle on social media and thanked everyone who advocated for her return to the U.S., writing, "The last 10 months have been a battle at every turn. I dug deep to keep my faith."
We couldn't be happier that she's home.
Vince Kozar is the president of Griner's basketball team, the Phoenix Mercury. Today, Kozar saw her for the first time since she got back.
It was just a big BG bear hug. I mean, she has a 7-foot wingspan, so it was just a big BG bear hug, and it was emotional.
Griner thanked President Biden for bringing her home and vowed to use her platform to help other detained Americans, including Paul Whelan, the Marine veteran who has been held in Russia since 2018. Every family deserves to be whole, Griner said. The 6-time WNBA All-Star revealed she plans to play for the Mercury when the season kicks off in the spring.
Freedom was taken from her family and friends were taken from her, but basketball was also taken from her. It is a huge part of her life. It is one of her loves. It's how she impacts the world. And so to get it back, like she will when we play at home for the first time in May, I think is going to be a pretty incredible experience.
Kozar said that when he spent time with Griner today in Phoenix, she was in remarkable spirits. He acknowledged that she would have a long road ahead to get back on the court after nearly a year off, but said he was confident she would make it. Nancy?
And her fans must be very excited. Ouija, thank you.
Well, she's got to be suspended.
What if your dentist stopped bugging you about flying?
Sorry about that, guys. Didn't mean to rack your brains out there. So first off, you can't be on drugs to play basketball. Secondly, because she was smuggling and committed a felony, she should be suspended for at least 1 year. So this guy is sitting here condoning a felony is what he's doing. That's just horrible. I mean, that is just horrible. I mean, he condones smuggling into another state. There's going to be protests about this, I can already tell you. A lot of people are going to be like, she shouldn't be allowed to play basketball for at least another year. She should be on suspension. I mean, what she did is, but she served her time. No, she didn't. She got caught and put in jail, and somebody got her out of jail, mainly the United States. She hasn't served a suspension in this country. She shouldn't be allowed to play basketball. Really, because she was smuggling, she should be thrown out. That's what she should be done. I mean, any NBA player that got caught doing that would be out. Any NFL player, any hockey player, anybody got caught doing what she did and was put in jail for a felony would be out. They would not be allowed to play. They would be done. So now, again, we're going to make a special rule for her. For what reason? What reason? For the woman who hates our country? We're going to make another special for what? Sometimes, even liberals, I just don't understand, y'all. This woman spit in your face, and you're like, okay, spit in it again. I don't understand, y'all. It's disgusting to even think about it sometimes. No, I'm serious. It really is. It's disgusting to even think about it sometimes. No, I don't want to get myself worked up because I got company coming on in a little while. Too late, huh? Let's see. What we did. Did we do CBS News yet? Yeah, we did. We did. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Now, see, this proves my point. House Democrats introduced bill to bar Trump from office. Based on what? You can't even get him for any crimes, and you're just going to do it because you see they can't get him on any crimes, so now they want to do this. This is ridiculous. This is communism is what this is. Socialism? No, this is communism. This ain't even socialism. So the Democrats have been doing this for a long time. They just do whatever bills, whatever they think, and then it ends up in court and gets overturned. It's a waste of our time a lot of times because a lot of the stuff, almost everything Obama did except for Obamacare got thrown out. Everything. Yeah, it's just a waste of 8 years. Now, there was some stuff Trump did that they had to leave because they were actually important things and they were done right. Now, a lot of what Trump did couldn't get overturned. I know Biden did a lot of executive orders when he came in, but most of them got overturned. Yeah, I think more than half of them did. The courts were like, you can't do that. This thing actually works. It's a sad thing when they want to start doing that. And they don't understand how many people that's going to rile up. Even people who don't like him, that's going to rile up. They're going to be like, wait, what? So now they can just tell anybody who they don't like, they can bar him from office. So what is next? They're going to bar DeSantis from running for president? Oh my God, when we should have barred Biden from ever running for anything. It's just a sad state of affairs. This is what you call the sad sack of the United States. Just sad. No, I'm serious. You mean the three? Hold on, where are we at? We're on ABC. So what are their three top stories? 2 dead and injured in shooting outside high school. Okay, that's actually something. Nor'easter plummeting the Northeast with snow and ice. That's actually news. TSE breaks firearms records in 2022. Amazon cited for warehouse failures. 2 charged in harassing woman at abortion clinic. There's actually news here. Oh my God, wait, where am I at? There's no Trump. There's no Biden. There's just news. Missing American college student found in Spain. Woman caught with Giraffe and zebra bones at airport. What the hell, lady? 5 officers charged in black man deadly arrest. There you go. Central Park anti-Semitic attack suspects at large. Man, they actually got news. I'm stunned. Who was that? ABC. Y'all got news. Oh, speaking of news and a weird topic. So, Fox took the top 13 places in the news shows. Nobody even got in the top 10 but Fox. Well, I always hear NBC and ABC and CBS always going off on Fox, but Fox has a larger audience than all of them put together. That's just sad. That just tells you that most Americans don't want to listen to hate all day long. That's what that tells you. I don't know if Carl Tuckerson was number one. I'd have to check and see. He might have been. He might have been. But anyway, let's see, because I'm getting ready to bring somebody on. Let's see what our top 10 are for Fox. Plot twist after world leader jab at political rival caught on hot mic during lockdown debate. Okay, I'm not sure what that's about, but I'll find out later on. Networks ignore must tweet Twitter bombshell cover spat with journalist. Who cares? See, nobody cares about that. Even they're saying that. TSA confronts record number forbidden items at airport checkouts. Well, you knew that. It's the holidays. Look at this thing. New U.S. bomber arrives just right on time. What is this bad thing looking at? Hell, this thing looks like a UFO. I mean, this thing, look, it's the new B-21 stealth bomber. Oh, man, it's a beast. It's a beast. Y'all have to go check it out for yourself, though. Well, obviously, they're not going to talk about Trump on Fox. They're really doing a little news themselves. That's kind of cool to see. So let me put that back up. What do we got left? We got One World American News. Let's see what they're kind of red. So Angela, man, I'm tongue tied tonight. Angela Jolie takes her humanitarian efforts elsewhere. Okay. Sorry about that. My reading today is pathetic. And she's moving where she's doing relief for. Now, that's interesting. I wonder what happened. The article's not saying what happened. I don't know. That's cool. So let's see. That was a pretty good article. The FBI ties to Twitter. That's coming out. Trump denounces Putin's missing American student located. We know what that was. Brittany Corner returned home to play basketball. I'm going to start a thing. I'm going to even call the basketball people and say, whoa, what's going on here? Y'all condone drug abuse and drug smuggling? I mean, this girl shouldn't be allowed back on the court. Banning weapons. They'll have to do it now. Well, they don't have much longer to do. They go on Christmas break pretty soon. And then when they come back in January, the Congress goes to the Republicans. I'm sure they're going to try to squeeze in everything they can. It just tells you how no good they are. Archives set to release Hunter emails putting White House in tight spot. Who was that? What news company was that? Oh, that's Newsmax. Okay. But anyway, that was all the lovely stories out today. You got them, of course, 8 different networks, and we got to see what they were doing. I will have to go edit the first 20 minutes of the show since, CNN and NBC are just like part of the damn, they might as well just call themselves a Democratic news network. I'm just saying, they might as well. Well, to be honest with you, Fox probably wouldn't have to be as hardcore as against them if they just weren't so, evil. Biden to appoint John Kennedy, grandson of JFK's grandson, as special envoy to Ireland. Well, he should feel right at home there with his red curly hair. Maybe he can work his way up. I hate to say it, it's always ended bad for the Kennedys. Yeah, if I was him, I don't know if I would. Russia suffering critical losses in Ukraine. Yeah, we already know about that. Twitter left in shock after Trump's trading cards apparently sell out. I read about it earlier. It's kind of retarded. We got a new strike recon jet. Oh yeah, we do. It's what's it called? Mathom hypersonic jet. So not only are the Russians and Chinese over there building hypersonic missiles, we're building hypersonic jets to deliver the missiles. So we're gonna deliver hypersonic missiles on a hypersonic jet. Jesus, y'all people just need to leave us alone. The more you make America paranoid, the faster ways we find to kill you. Stop it. Oh yeah, cable rating Wednesday, December 14th. Tucker Carlson crushes. And demo, Aaron Burnett leads non-Fox News host. Let's see, Fox rating Wednesday network scored the top 13 shows. Damn. I don't know what to tell you, people over there in liberal news. It just ain't working. But anyway, guys, we got to just hang on for a few minutes. I got to find, you pop up an email right quick. We're going to bring the good ones on and talk with them about Merry Happy Christmas. Yeah, what's going on and how many winners we already have now. Well, I'm sure they do. Yeah, I don't know. I've been tongue-tied all night. I have no idea what that's about. No, not really. I wish I knew. Never know. Well, I missed 2 nights of UFO on the cover because I've been just busy. And it's just so crazy around here. Well, I've been remodeling my house, too, which is always, come on, guys. You don't know what kind of nightmare that is. It looks good. I'm almost finished. We're going to paint it this weekend and the part of next week, and then I've got to put my hallway floors in, but I'm done after that. I ain't touching the bedrooms until after the first of the year. No, I put in some people call it Avalon, some call it Mother of Pearl. It's just a backsplash. It's really pretty. I put it in the other day. I still got to trim the top of it, but I put it in the other day. And I got all Samsung touchless black stainless. Yeah, it's pretty. Oh, yeah, it looks great in my kitchen, especially on my new floors. I put in applewood floors throughout the whole house. The place is gorgeous, and it's nice heavy wood. It's about 1/2-inch thick board, so it's really nice when you walk on it. It feels nice. And actually, to be honest with you, because my house isn't raised because I live by the water, it actually took some of the twist out of my house. I know, it's a strange thing. Yes, we don't care about what is this coming up. Anyway, guys, I'm going to bring the good ones on in just a second. I think I just heard a popping in. Look at them down there, looking all fancy dancy and stuff. Anything, as far as the news goes, if y'all have any good stories you want to hear, anything we're going to be doing on Fridays. Next Friday is going to probably just be a kind of goofy because it's going to be 2 days before Christmas, so we'll probably be kind of light. The New Year's Friday will just be a recap of the news for the year, along with a couple other things we're going to be doing, because we usually use that particular night for quite a different stuff, so you'll hear all of that. And then on January 20th, we'll be talking about, Balenciaga. I don't know what, I'm just tongue-tied. But anyway, there's a lot of other stuff that goes with it. We will be posting over, I don't want to talk about it tonight, but we will be posting over all of our web pages that you can find it. And hopefully the week before Christmas, we'll be on Roku. So look for United Public Radio or UFO Paranormal Radio on Roku. Yes, you'll get to see us on your big 75-inch TV. That should just scare everybody in the network to hell and back. But anyway, I'm serious. No, I bought the channel on Roku at the beginning of the month, and we've been just working and setting it up. And then March will be on Amazon Stick TV, and then in June we'll be on Apple TV and Apple Phone, and then I think August we'll be on Samsung TV and Samsung Phone, and then right around October we'll be on Vizio Television, and we'll be on Internet Television just right off the website. So yes, you'll get to see us on all of those venues. The reason we like it and we're very excited about it is because it opens up a potential 4.5 billion people out there to watch it. So lots of things. Plus, my manager of the station's rearranging our daytime lineup, so y'all going to have a very pleasant surprise there. And we're going to probably use that on our 107.7 as well. But anyway, let me bring John and Emily on. I see him down there all patient. I'm not a patient kind of person, people. What y'all doing, John and Emily? How y'all doing tonight?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah. I get tired of all of these damn holidays. I've just been working my ass off. So what have y'all two been into? I love the red jacket. What is that, velvet? It's pretty, whatever it is.
Velvet.
This is velvet too.
Oh yeah, that's pretty too. Look at that. See, Don looking good. He's looking sharp. See, they made me put this on.
I like it.
Yeah.
Super
Yes.
cute.
I told them I wanted $50 an hour to wear this thing. I said, I'm giving you a break because it's on a live show. So maybe when I see y'all Wednesday, I don't know how long it takes for the setup with the Roku people, but we are sending them everything they need, the rest of everything they need tonight. Actually, Michelle I got through expanding the station identification, so they'll get all of that, and boom, and hopefully we'll see next week sometime. We'll be on television, man.
Whoa.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I might have to get a toupee or something. Just kidding. That's never going to happen. I was just kidding. No, ladies, that'll never happen. Just don't even worry about it. That's just never going to happen. But it's very interesting. It's all high def. So we'll be switching over. We're in high def now on the systems we are now, but I think we'll be switching over to high def 4K. So don't even have a pimple. They'll be able to see that sucker. They'll be able to pop it for you online. I'm just saying, this stuff is seriously. Yes, Jessica. Yeah, you've seen John and Emily on before. Yeah, they've been on several times. Oh, well, you're in crack. So you knew their name and not their face. They're always on camera. Always, yeah. We've been doing camera for 2 or 3 years now, so don't start with me. Just go back over there in the messenger box and leave me alone. Now my emails pop. I'm just going to annoy everybody for a while. Oh, hi, guys. How y'all doing again? It's one of those kind of nights. So what y'all been up to? I know y'all had the Christmas parade. I seen the pictures. They look great. I was looking through them. I seen you all over the place. You were like
then
the
we went
whirlwind.
to Las Vegas for the
Oh, yeah, that's
show.
right.
We
Yeah.
came
How'd
back
you like?
from that on Monday.
How'd y'all like the Cowboys?
It was fun. They were great. A lot of them like to read Westerns, obviously, so we did really well there with our Western books. And
Yeah, you got quite a few of them.
surprisingly, some of them still read science fiction, fantasy. So
Yes. Well, Cowboys can read science fiction. You know, they're under the stars all the damn time. Yeah, I know, because we had Jeffrey Weiner was on with me the other night. Speaking of which, we're going to stop. We're going to have to talk about this real quick. So he introduced me to this AI technology they've been using. This is, and I told him, I asked him if it was cheating. He's like, well, I don't know. So, because he made, right there, he typed in for me and made me it came a really nice picture. I'm going to use it probably this weekend on the station. It came out really nice. And I'm thinking, well, this is like, idiots can do this, man. You just type it in. So I was impressed by that. But then he comes up with this text thing. And he starts putting in a story and wrote the whole damn comic book. I was like, uh-oh. And it's actually pretty decent. And now I don't know if it could win any awards or anything, because probably somebody would notice it was like too clean or something. But it's dangerous stuff, because you can see people in the future, 10 years, 20 years from now, using this on a regular basis. And it kind of worries me.
at the moment, if it's not your art, like if it's not your created art, like if it's AI generated, it's not something that you can copyright. So it's at the moment.
And we're just right now modifying the rules, make it very clear. After spending some time with him and seeing both he and Todd McCaffrey, that we're making it very clear that AI generated art is not acceptable for the Illustrators of the Future contest, and AI generated stories will be automatically disqualified too.
Well, I was wondering, because when I was listening to him, and then I seen the Blue Bunny thing he did, and I was like, well, shit. I'm thinking, this is cheating. I actually told him that when we were talking. I said, I don't know, man. This kind of feels like cheating to me. It's which is great for people like me and other people who just want to get some stuff. And I like the way the art worked. It was really cool. I mean, you just type what you want and give it an idea, let it work through different frames, put whatever you want in each frame, and pick out the one you want. I mean, I really liked it. I thought it was clean technology. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I had Jeffrey Wander on with me Wednesday night. We started talking about it about midway in the show, so y'all can go listen. But I was impressed by it. I was like, I might have to use it for something. I'll never use it for writing, because if I'm ever going to finish a book, I'm going to do it on my damn own. It's a
valid technology, and it's being done, and it is part of the way of the future. But the Writers and Illustrators of the Future contest, which we've talked about many, many times, is about an actual artist creating art. Or, I mean, you can use Photoshop and, you know, those types of assistances, but still you're the one that's creating. It's your vision and it's from your skill on using Photoshop that you're able to make something there, or
Yeah.
take a picture and weave that into a piece of art. And same thing with storytelling. We had dinner with them last week in Las Vegas, and Todd showed me, he had a piece of paper and read, it was a computer generated short story. I said, okay, cool. And so based on that, I added a change also into the Writers of the Future rules that AI generated stories are automatically disqualified.
Personally, I'm glad to hear that. I'm not going to lie to you. It just felt like cheating to me. It just,
yeah.
I said, well, I can get it. I got a pretty decent imagination. Let me put some of this stuff in here. I was like, no. It really did. It felt like cheating. It's I mean, it's interesting software, and I will probably use it to make banners and stuff like that, or some other, maybe some cleaner stuff for the station. But I don't really, like I said, I just didn't feel like, I just felt like it was cheating. I mean, Jeffrey's a good artist anyway. I mean, he's really good art. He's really good at his illustrating, so he doesn't need to cheat. And Todd's an excellent writer, so I don't know why he'd want to cheat either. But ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about Jeff Weiner and Todd McCaffrey and McCaffrey's son. Just so y'all know who we're actually talking about here. It was like a personal conversation going on. Sorry, I wasn't trying to leave y'all out, audience. And I know a lot of y'all caught Wednesday shows, so you know what we're talking about. But it's interesting stuff. I got to say, it is interesting. It is good shortcuts for business people.
It is interesting, but it's not for us.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think so. I like y'all stories. They're clean. They're good. I was telling a guy today, his kid, he was telling me about his kids like to write. And I said, look, I forgot what the age was. I said, but
there is no age limit.
I said, it's designed to be, I said, I give them a PG-13. I said, but I said, it's designed to be clean. I said, you can have fun. You can have monsters. You can have, crazy people in space. I said, they just don't want any cursing. They don't need a bunch of alcoholic drug addicts and things like that. I said, the rules are on the site. I said, but, and I said 17,000 words is max. Because he was telling me his son's already written like 5 or 6 books, well over 150,000 words now. And I was like, let's just submit them. I said, look, here's the address, submit them. I said, submit one at a time, see what happens. Yeah. I said, the worst things happen, they'll say, thank you, try again. I said, there's not going to be any harshness or meanness.
Right.
So he's telling me, he said, well, what if I sneak him in? I said, what do you mean sneak him in? He said, if I send him and he wins, assuming you tell your son you just won. I said, I don't know about that, but anyway, because I told my son I was going to sneak one of his and send it in. He said he wouldn't speak to me for a month, so I said, I better not.
Wow. We've had people do that where they, where a spouse has been, they're so self-conscious about their work, and so the spouse will then take it and they'll send it in, and then it's happened a couple of times where Joni has called them and said, congratulations. He said, for what? You won. I won what? And they found out that it was actually a story that their spouse had sent in for them. And that's happened a couple of times over the 38 years.
No, I can imagine this because there are some talented people out there who, for whatever reason, don't think they're talented, and then they get to this.
That's right.
They're like, oh no, that's not me, or something along those lines. But I mean, I've met a lot of gifted writers. All my stepkids are excellent illustrators. I tried to get them all to go to art school when they were young. And they're like, no, I don't want to do this for a living. I'm like, why? But they all can draw, all of them. Yeah, and they're damn good too. I was like, well, okay. They all have other careers away from illustrating and writing, the department management and stuff like that. Supervisors, things like that. I guess they felt more comfortable in those areas. Yeah. I said, well, if I could write, man, I'd be there I'd be writing every year, man. Send something out there. Yeah. What was that, Carl? Who? What do you mean it rained at the Christmas parade? I didn't see no rain at the Christmas parade. It never rains in California anyway, in Southern California at least.
It did. We had one parade where it rained, and it rained a lot. So there was a few years ago. That was a rough one. All the celebrities getting their hair and shoes wet. It was just a disaster.
I always love when it rains from Mardi Gras down here. All the marching bands, everybody's just soaked. I see the batons get stopped thrown in the air. People hanging on to it. But they do it. They go on unless there's wind. They just go on through the parade route. I've seen it out there barreling rain that you couldn't even see somebody, and they're just trucking along. People get whacked in the head with balloons and stuff, and the crowd's still staying. I'm like, okay, you crazy people. So I'm going to get in the truck and watch it from the truck or the car, whatever I'm driving. So there's a couple of years, like a couple of years ago, it rained for one of the Mardi Gras, and I said, we're going to something, go right along the side of the parade while it's raining. So I got in my car. Technically, I was in the parade, but I stayed on the side of the float. So I had my moonroof open. It was ridiculous. My car was full of shit.
Oh, no.
It was fun. Hey, I'm old. Like I can't be going around jumping around, knocking people over and stuff. I don't want to injure nobody. I'll probably get damn sued or something. This is the woke time, people. It's like I'm surprised Mardi Gras even gets to go on during the woke time. It's kind of strange. It's got its issues.
It's a strange city.
Yeah. Karen, I gave away some books earlier. What do you mean you want a book? Well, in a little while we'll give some books away. I got some behind me you can't see right now. Wait, let me see. Maybe you can see them. Let me move this over. No, you can't see. There they are. My mic's in the way. That's what's in the way. There you go. A little stack of them right there.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes. What is that? That is 31, 30, 30, 33, 32, 35, 36, 37, 38. That's what you got standing right there. I think. I might have missed one up. Oh, no, that's not what. That's 36. Sorry. I'm going to give some of them away. And no, we got enough. We're going to make it all the way through the first of the year. And we're giving away a lot of books. Well, we can also give away. Where is this one? This looks like a 5-year-old book. I didn't say that out loud. The Zeta Talk. Scary shit, man. I don't know. I haven't read it, but it's scary stuff. Ooh. So we're going to give that away too. That's not from John. That's from somebody else. It's one of our other authors who send me stuff all the time, who send me tons of books. We're giving away. No, these aren't going nowhere. That's the only copy of these I got. I already gave them. I had 2 of the boxes that we had full of them. They're gone. And then so giving away 36, 37, 38. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yes.
It's Christmas, so we can still ship in time. So if you get somebody that wants some,
Well, I got a couple of cases one went to a local library down here. I think I gave them 2 cases. And 2 of the middle schools called me and asked me if they could have some. And I told them yes. They're going to write this nice little letter and stuff. So I talked to them about it. But because I was surprised, I guess the library let them know, and they gave me a call, which is cool. Hey, that's the right age to get them kids reading, people. You should always look. The internet's great, and I love the internet, and I'm never going to be against the internet, but you should teach your kids to enjoy reading. Even though when they grow up, they might actually do it online or on their pad or something else. But most of the readers I know still like the tactile sense of the book. I don't know why. I can read on the book. I can read on the pad. Technically, I like to cheat. I get John to send me tapes, CDs or USB ports. Man, people like it. I don't have time to read. I like to read, but I don't have time for it. And then, like, if I got to do a guest and I'm real busy, I'll give the book to Linda. I shouldn't say that. So I'll get her to read it and make notes for me. She's speed reader. She reads at a warp speed. Yeah, I don't know how she reads it. I watch her go through Anne Rice's books like it was nothing. Just books this freaking thick. It's this big and this thick. And like, yeah, babe, I'll take a couple of days. Nope, it was done. It's like one in the morning. Say, you can put it up. She says, no, I'm done. I'm like, what? I guess she likes to read, and we don't have the biggest library we used to because of Katrina. We lost a lot of books, but it's slowly but surely been making them back up. And we used to keep about 2,500 books for a sharing library. You could come by and get a book, share. If you got a book you want to put in, you can. And then we started this year. There's a couple of different groups around the South. They put them little mini libraries in front on each corner or something like that. Well, places like Pine Hill and what's the other one? They're in Pensacola. They're artistic communities, so both the communities have them on every corner, literally on every corner. So I
hold like 20 books, something like that, 20, 25 books.
Yeah, they didn't hold any more than that. Some of them didn't hold that many. Some hold about 10. And down in the city of New Orleans, there's a few neighborhoods that do it as well. So it's kind of cool. So I gave a few to each of them, and one lady called me. She said, "This is really good. Can I get more?" I said, "Yeah, go to galaxypress.com." She's like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, that's where you got to go." it's kind of cool, and it's probably something unexpected for them when they go into it to read it, and it's something, and it's when they get into the book, it's not one story, it's 12 stories, so it's a whole different way of reading stuff. And then most of the part, I've enjoyed them somewhere. These are all been read, all except for some reason I haven't gotten into 37. I started reading it twice and didn't get. I don't know what's going on with that. Eventually, I'll sit down and read the rest of it. But
but it's interesting. We were just in, like I said, in Las Vegas, and whenever we do an event or convention, like we just sold 1,000 books in Las Vegas, and it's interesting when you can have somebody look and see the books, like you said, the tactile or the audio books, and they look at it and they read the back of the book or the description of the story. It is so easy. People go, "Wow, I love this thing here."
Yeah, it makes it easier.
It's so easy. Like you go through it, you maybe wouldn't have done it when we were just talking about, but then when you start reading the stories, you're like, oh man, these are all so good. Mm-hmm. And it's that bridge that's really hard to overcome. That you got people listening right now. I'm a publisher. Obviously, I'm going to talk about the books that I publish, and we've also got the podcast that you air every week. But it's like it's that bridge to get somebody to go from I like to read to I want to read this book, and we don't have the book there for somebody to pick up and just read. The Galaxy Press website, we've got a description of all the different stories that people will read, and they can listen to samples of the audiobook for each story. We've got that too, but it's just kind of like how to get somebody to go, yeah, I want to get these because they're really there's just that good a story. The Westerns, these are people that had no idea that L. Ron Hubbard wrote Westerns, and we sold 1,000.
Yeah, and I bet you that was a surprise to them too. I mean, I wasn't surprised because I've been through the collection, but it's and hey, Western people like to read. Everybody's people live.
More Zane Grey. We've got a couple different blurbs from other media saying if you like Louis L'Amour and Zane Grey, then you're gonna like Hubbard. So and all of a sudden they went, okay, good, I'll try it based upon that.
Hey, well, that's selling. That's what. I'm sorry about that. That's selling. That's what you're doing. It's there's some good stories in there. Some of them are a little longer than others, but there's some really good stories through it. I don't know. It's for some people. You say Western, they're like, but I like to remind people that Gene Roddenberry started out writing Westerns. Yeah. Basically, what Star Trek was a Western in space. Let's be honest about it. That's what it was.
Well, Battlefield Earth. Some of the guys are like, "Is this a Western?" I was like, "Well, it's technically sci-fi, but the main hero of the story is Johnny Goodboy Tyler, and he has his horse Windsplitter with him the whole time, and he's in a buckskin throughout the majority of the book." So
yeah, it's those kind of things they can take to it. They'll enjoy it. I shouldn't say this on there, but the book was so much better than the movie. It's not even funny, but I'm hoping one day.
Always too.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping one day we'll see a remake, maybe make it into a trilogy or something, and so they can really, 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 because you can make that book into a damn trilogy, and really tell a story the way it's meant to be. And most of the gripes I heard wasn't. It was just like the time frames were too short to learn how to fly a Harrier jet and shit like that.
Then the Harrier jet isn't even in the book.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. Well, and then there was a couple things that wasn't in the book actually, but you don't have the same thing.
No cavemen and no Harrier jets.
Yeah, and I know
but they had no budget to go to Scotland, so they didn't go to Scotland.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, there's just. But I mean, unfortunately, movies do that. I mean, I remember talking to Travis Walton when they did Fire in the Sky, and I said, "How much of this is real?" He said, "About 25%." I'm like, "You're kidding me."
Wow.
He said, "A lot of this is just," but they wanted to make it more exciting. And he said, "I had such a hard time signing off on this." He said, "Because if you read the book and you watch the movie, you're confused." And I just know people these days should know. Movie theaters are going to take liberties. That's what they're going to do. They're going to put out what they think is going to make them money. They're not so much worried about. I've been watching rewrite series now like Star Trek and all kind of Marvel stuff just because they think it's going to sell. Turns out it doesn't. I've always had this rule: why do you mess with something that's not broke? Don't try to fix something that's not broke. Just move on with it. Make a new character if you think you need a new character for something else. It always makes me crazy. Oh no, Carol! We're gonna give away 12 tonight, and we're gonna give away 12 tonight. We're gonna give we're gonna give away 12 after the first 20 emails. Then we'll do 1, 2, 3, and 4. So what is that? 12, 24, 36, 48 books are going out tonight.
Wow, that's impressive.
So what we're gonna do is, it's we're gonna be giving away what is it, 3, 6, 9, 12 of these right here, because you're gonna get 3 of these for 4 people, and then we're gonna give away 4 of them Zeta talkers. No idea what's in that book. I'm just warning y'all now because I don't know. And where they at? I'll have to dig them up there on the other side over there. But there's a couple other we give away besides that. I got them stashed on the other side of the desk. But so that way, the 4 winners will get 12 books each, and y'all should just be happy as pig. I'm doing that because we're so close to Christmas, and a couple people asked me if they could have books for Christmas and give away. And I know I had some ladies write to me today saying, "Oh, I know she'll be giving away 3 books. Are you still doing that?" Yes, we're still doing that. Pretty soon, though, I think I'll be down to. I got to go deliver some, but I think after that I'll be down to 2 cases on what John and them sent me, and then a couple other stuff besides that. So I got to go make a trip. Oh God, probably this week sometime, and just have fun. And I still got to go by and see the library, so that's kind of cool too as well. But it's a lot of good, lot of good stuff. But we're going to do after 20. We ain't gave you a question yet. Just calm down, people. We'll give you a question. We'll give you.
Give me a book.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get the question right before we do that. I don't know. There've been a lot of varying questions, and don't forget, we're gonna give away a lightsaber tonight too.
Whoa.
So Jimmy's been having a ball with giving away these lightsabers. He's every time I talk to him, the number goes up at how many he sold. So he's just happy as pig and poop. But we're gonna have they're gonna give away like one of the ones that I've got, and I forgot who else he said it was. Let me think, it'll come to my head. They're giving another Rob book, another Ray book tonight, which was a girl in the second, third series of Star Trek, and so she's in there. And we've already given away on 2 different occasions now. We've given away Obi-Wan Kenobi's all 3 of his different lightsabers. So we've been giving away steady. And
did you say Ray from Star Trek?
Did I say Star Trek, Star Wars? If I did, yeah. And she's from Star Wars, and like I said, we're going to give it away. Not this one. We're giving away one just like this one. It'll be going out now. I'm gonna tell you a secret. We're giving away one of her lightsabers tonight. We're going to give 2 of them away. Actually, whoever gets the second one's going to get a copy of this one. So there's going to be 2. So it's the holidays. Well, I don't do shows on the weekends. I party and vacation. Well, right now I'll be painting, but still, there won't be no party. It's no, y'all can't play. And Glenda, no, you just calm down. We'll get to the questions in a little while. Just calm yourself down. And so y'all got like perfect weather. What kind of weather y'all gonna have for Christmas? Like 70 and sunny. Yeah, so shit. You know what we're getting for Christmas? And we're in the deep south. You know how it's gonna be Friday, 18 degrees. No, it's gonna be pretty. Friday's 18 degrees, Sunday's 17 degrees, and Christmas Day is 20 degrees. And this is the deep south. I mean, Jesus, we should never have it in the teens. But it's weird because it'll be like 12 degrees, and it'll just jump up to around 55 or something. It's a big stretch on temperature sometimes down here. It's really weird. It's who's giving away a flight to LA? Wait, I want to participate. What are y'all? No, I'm not giving. Y'all crazy. No, indeed. All y'all on crack out there tonight. It's what's his name? Mart Reese is giving that. He's giving a trip. You can only win it if you're in New Orleans. But he's giving a trip out of LA, all expenses paid. Yeah, you can fly out first class and the whole 9 yards. I think he said each trip's worth about. He's giving away. He's a sci-fi guy. He's big into sci-fi, and he owns something to do with making games. So he owns a company that actually works for the companies that makes games. And he's just, I don't know, I guess he's a generous guy. He decided he was going to give 2 of them away. I don't know, maybe his girlfriend got mad at him. He's not going, I don't know. I have no idea, people. All I know is if you're downtown in the French Quarter, he's got signs all over the place. Y'all go check him out. He only looks like he's trying to give somebody away from the quarter. I guess tourists could win too if you're in a quarter. But he's giving two trips away. Yeah, he's putting you at some fancy dancy hotel down there. It's 5 days. Yeah. I know. First class, 5 days. Put you in a nice hotel, feed you, clothe you. Oh yeah, you get one day you get to spend $1,500 shopping any stores you want to go. Each person, by the way.
This is an author?
He owns a company. He's a tech is what he is. He owns a company that does illustration and writing for gaming companies. He said he's one of the most desired ones out there for some reason. A lot of his stuff is. I said, well, tell me a game. He said, I'm not going to tell you. That's one of what games it is, man. I might want to go play them or something. Which I haven't gamed in so long. It wouldn't be funny, but he just decided that he was on the local news, and he just decided that just for the holiday spirit, he was going to give this away. And best I can tell, it's only in New Orleans. They're not advertising anywhere. You only see it like if you're walking down the street pole. So a lot of people call us to make sure it wasn't a fake. And dumb, you put his cell phone number on there. When I talked to him, I said, we're going to do an interview in January. I talked to him. I said, did you regret that? He said, oh, yeah, I got a new cell phone. I said, never. I said, because everybody was dead. They did it. One person seen it and just put it online.
Oh, yeah.
And it went viral all over the place.
I don't need the tickets. I'll just take the shopping spree. And
I know. Yeah, see, if you listen tonight, buddy, look, see, she lives out there already. Well, you can see John and her in a nice fancy hotel. They won't mind. They'll go shop and hang out in the hotel. It's probably close to where they work anyway.
Yeah. Probably down the street from us.
It probably is. But anyway, getting back to what we were talking about. I keep getting sidetracked tonight. My brain has been mushed for 2 days for some reason. Too much going on. Oh, Bernice, I will, when the house is done, I'll put pictures of all the inside of it, except for the bedrooms.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see your inside house too. I've seen some of your photos as you're working.
The floors are beautiful. The backsplashes are beautiful. Matter of fact, in sometime, probably in June or July, I'm going to change out my countertops to more match my the backsplash I put in. It was a little busier than I thought it was going to be, so I'm going to have to put something a little more subtle in there, but maybe white marble, something like that. Maybe black marble, something. I wanted to have a shine because everything in my kitchen shines now. So I was messing with my wife, so you can see yourself in all of our new appliances. Very reflective. I was like, damn, this is having a mirror all the house. I said, man, I'll go on a diet fast. Plus, my refrigerator talks to me. It likes to tell me when the door has been open too long or what temperature it's at. Or I'm like, shut up. I got enough things talking to me. I don't even damn refrigerator talking to me. But it's a double door. I was going to go with the fancy dancy. I was going to go with the one where you could open it and just get your drinks out and not open your refrigerator. But man, this one was so big. I needed a big, deep refrigerator because I like to buy a lot of steaks and stuff and keep them fresh seafood and keep them frozen when I want to eat them. I had to go with this one. I'm going to have to rearrange where my dishwasher is now, though. It's going to have to go on the other side of the counter. I'm going to put some shelves where it's at now, put it on the other side of the counter. But hey, it's part of being a contractor. Things like that happen. But we put all new furniture in the living room and dining room, and we just got it in the other day, so it's all in. All new appliances. No, whoever wrote that, I'm not rich. After when I'm done with this, I'll be a poor bastard, actually. I need a lot of work, people. You need your house model? It's so funny. This lady writes to me at night. She goes, I really like your floors. Y'all did a good job on it. Could you come do mine? I'm like, sure. Where you live? Yeah, New Hampshire. I'm like, really? I said, you want to fly us up to New Hampshire and pay us, put us in a hotel? Sure, we'll come up and do your floors. I said, because we just did. We did. Matter of fact, Angie's List called me the other day and said, y'all do really good flooring work. Y'all want to come work and do some floors? I said, send me some jobs. I said, if I got to pay to get you leads, so you can just forget it. I'm not going there. I found that out with some other company. Oh, you got to pay for leads, which is not bad, but I mean, you end up spending $1,000 in 6 months, and as long as you're making like 5 times that, it's not as bad. But still, there's something just wrong. And then I found out the customers had to pay too. I was like, what? So that's it. I'm out of here. I couldn't do it. And I'm lucky. I got a lot of base customers. Chrissy, what's the question? I'm not telling you the question yet. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I'm going to torture y'all all night. Mm-hmm. Lightsabers, books.
They want the goods, man. They don't want to hear you yapping. They want
the question. I might ask you what Emily's age is. Y'all never figure that one out. I'm lucky. I found out. I had to bribe somebody else that knows her. Yeah, sincere. Yeah, they'll never get it. So we're not going to use that as a question because it's never pertinent to ask a woman their age.
I don't. It doesn't bother me
So
at all.
you only look like you. Only look like you.
That's the real age of 24.
I was going to say 24, 30, somewhere up in there. She look good.
Just add 20 to that, and you're close.
We could ask him, Sarah. He said, y'all can tell me Sarah's birthday, but y'all don't know who the hell Sarah is. That's what I ought to ask you. Tell me who Sarah is. Y'all would never know. You'd have to go watch all kind of videos in the past, and when John and them are at conferences, the only way you'd figure it out.
Have you had many people, like, from what you've been doing, what's the most common thing that people are getting for Christmas as for holiday gifts this year?
Money. Give me some money. Give me some money. No, really, truly, a lot of people I know for some reason have, unless they're getting big ticket stuff, a lot of them have opted out to give cash. And I was like, really? It's not a birthday. This is Christmas. See, when we do the house, like we're going to have about 12 to 15 people here for Christmas. So we just do bad Santa, good Santa. That way it doesn't put a pressure on anybody, because some of the members of the family have more money than other members of the family. And if you let them get away with it, they'll go ape and buy all kinds, and then there'll be a big fight. So no. We do good Santa, bad Santa, and that's what we do.
What does that mean?
Well, good Santa means you can spend out X amount of dollars, and bad Santa just means it's something, something stupid or something bad or something goofy that you spend a minimal amount of money on. And it keeps the family from killing each other, actually, to be totally honest with you. In the old days, because in the old days it was different, we'd all be, like, if you would have seen my house after Katrina, the whole entire living room, you couldn't hardly tell what a tree was. There were so many presents in there. Because everybody was making big money. Everybody in the family was, and if they weren't associated with us, they were associated with somebody else that was in the business. And there was just shit everywhere. That was fine. But now, a lot of people came through COVID. It was hard on them. Had to spend a lot of their savings and stuff like that. Granted, I spent way more than I should have. And but you get used to living a certain way, so you're not going to stop it, especially when you got money in the bank. So we just don't like putting pressure on other parts of the family. And everybody does okay now, but we got a big family, and it could turn into a nightmare. I know at least 3 or 4 of them would just go spending $300 on everybody, and then that would make everybody else mad. So I said, no, this works good. So, what was my bad Santa gift this year? Oh, I bought him some geodes. It's a little kit. You have to grow the geodes and then break them open. See, that just aggravated my family. They don't have the patience for that. And then what did I get what the hell was that? I think I got him a s'mores machine. No, we're not putting you in timeout. We're kicking your ass out is what we're doing. I think that was the other one. So I got all the marshmallows and chocolate and everything for it, and the cookies and all. They'll still be making s'mores Christmas Day, I can tell. Oh man! But we do just a lot of different things. And I remember my daughter asked me, "Well, what are you getting Linda?" I said, $15,000 in appliances and $20,000 in furniture. Oh, well, I'm like, what do you mean? That's our Christmas present for the year. That's our Christmas present for the damn year. It might be our Christmas present for next year too.
Nice. Where's your dog? Your dog isn't showing up yet.
She is locked up, and she is not happy. She's locked up. I heard her trying to dig out a minute ago. She's we're training them because we got the new floors in. I don't want them, on the floor.
Right.
So they're being trained. No, you only go here and nowhere else. And so they're learning. Because, the floors are pretty sturdy, but I just don't want to have to be cleaning them and waxing them all the time. And we're not waxing them, but cleaning them all the time. They're really pretty durable. They're I think what are they? 14 millimeters thick, so they're about like yay. And the tops are, I think 7 millimeters of that is the finish on the floor. So they're really, really durable floors. And then what I was going to do, I was going to pull up all my hardwood. And I'm like, why in the hell would you do that, Joe? It's really good hardwood. If you ever sell a house or maybe on, I might pull it up and refinish it if this floor ever gets rowdy looking. Because I was going to just refinish my bottom floors. I was going to sand them and clean them and finish them. And I'm like, man, I just wanted a different look. The floor, the planking I had before is a narrow plank, so about this wide. The planking I got in now is 7 inches wide. So it just gives you a different look. Plus, my family freaked out. They said, what are you doing? You're turning it. I said, yeah. So the kitchen's going this way. There'll be a divider. The living room's going this way. And I said, and then the hallway's going this way. And the second hall will have a divider because it's going to go a different direction. I wanted to break up the house like it's supposed to do. People always think they have to relate a whole entire floor the same way or else it's not going to look good. That's because they dummies and don't know how flooring works. You can have the same floor in your living room and your dining room or your walk through. And if you got it divided and you change it in direction, it looks like a whole different floor. And I had to kick the kids off it because they thought they were ballroom dancing. They had both floors. They were just dancing all over the new floor. I was like, get down on my floor, people. Jesus. Because my son and his wife, his wannabe wife, they were cracking me up dancing on the floors. I said, here, go take a book and read. I said, go take one of these L. Ron's books and go sit down and read. Like, whatever. That's the only thing he's going to read is if it's online. That's reading no other way. But I did let him, he was listening to something I had, something I got from y'all. It might have been Fear, actually. You know what? With the 2 lightsabers we're giving away tonight, I'm going to give one of y'all, whoever doesn't get the second saber is going to get a copy of Fear.
That's a good book.
That's an amazing book.
So I think I got 1 CD left and 3 books, 3 books. And that's it on that one, guys. Y'all just too bad. You better get them while you can get them. No, I'm going to give the rest of them away just probably Wednesday.
Well,
John Newman's going to come back and join us.
Somebody to go to our website and buy it too.
Yes, it is. Well, because
you can get your holiday gifts.
yeah, so whatever's left of Fear, I'm going to give away on Wednesday, and that's it. So go get some. Actually, it's better for y'all to go over. No, it's better to go over to the website, galaxypress.com, and look around. Yeah, because Fear's there, and all the books you see behind me is there, but there's a lot of other stuff there.
Yeah,
a lot of other stuff. And if you know you have a little bit more flush in money, there are several types of pads you can get, or HD plugins, not HD, USB plugins, stuff like that. Yeah, you can get a lot of material on it. Mm-hmm. Or you can go for the big pad and get all the stuff on it. Well, no, it's not.
There?
What is this? No, I got some black thing behind me. Yeah, I got a pad, not the one y'all want to see though. That's an Amazon Fire pad. Y'all don't want to see that thing. That's how I can control my bitching Alexas that want to talk to each other. I'm telling you, I got some problem with Alexa and Siri talking to each other. And today, my son and I are driving. Siri just starts talking to both of us. We're like, what? Just out of the blue. Oh, that's not the right place to go. You should be going. My son's like, what did you ask? I didn't program anything. It just, and now sometimes if Siri's in either room with Alexa, they'll start talking to each other. Or sometimes Alexa will just start talking to me out of the blue. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I called him and asked. He said, oh, it just does that sometimes. I'm like, it'll be weird stuff. The thing is weird. I don't even know what to think about it. That's very weird. It's
turn the Siri off on my phone. All the voice activated stuff.
Actually, you know what, Samantha? Well, I got enough time to get it right now, but on the next show, I'll have it out so y'all can see it. Yeah, it's been on with me before. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've had it before.
Yeah, basically, you get all the books, the other stories, and the iPad's free. The device.
Yeah, actually, that's true. That's true because you're getting $3,000 worth of stories. No, they got a lot of good stuff on there. I spent a lot of time when I first got it. I spent a lot of time. Well, what I was doing was I'd plug it in and swipe it to my phone or swipe it to my car. A lot of them I read in my car when I had to go like Florida, places like that. I didn't think about it. I should have brought it with me to Salt Lake because I could have listened on the way up to Salt Lake. And no, it ain't traveling with me no more. It got lost once. We ain't going through that shit again. It's staying at the house. No, that's the one you begged me for, John. No, you ain't getting that. John was trying to bribe me for it. I'm like, go buy it. I said, give me $5,000. He's like, really? I said, give me $5,000. I'll send it to you. I said, John, he's like, what? They cheaper than that? I'm like, yeah, they're cheaper than that. Go ahead and get you one, doofus. Yeah. This picture behind me is constantly, people are constantly trying to get me to give the picture. Y'all can't see it right now, guys, but there's a picture of, was it Turley? Who is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it is, right there.
The
people
painting
are constantly,
by
That's an autograph, Frank Frazetta.
Yes, it's numbered autograph signed, guys. You're not getting your hands on it. Matter of fact, when we redo the studio, it's going in a different place so I can see it better. It's going to go up there with a couple other pictures I got that are signed and limited. And matter of fact, that thing right there, the paddle wheeler that's stuck in the swamp melting down. You want to know how much that picture's worth. It's signed, numbered as well. It's I try to collect good stuff, people. I got to leave my kids something. I was trying to give him my house. Got to get something out of it. No, Jesse. No, y'all don't know my son. I try to get him good and come on with me all the time. He's just no, he's not into this. He doesn't have his daddy's ego yet. Give him some time. He's only 36. Give him some time. Give him a little time. That'll change. He's got to deal with me all the time. I made him a partner about me and his brother made him a partner about 8 years ago. Now that his brother's retired, he's starting to figure out, oh, it's not quite as easy as I thought. Yeah, because there's a lot more stuff going on now. You got to learn a lot more. What we giving away? No, she's not giving away her jacket. Y'all learn, man. Y'all too much eggnog tonight, as I can. Yeah.
I think they're ready for you to give a book away.
YouTube is working. Y'all can go watch this on YouTube. And if you're in YouTube, you come on here. You seen that 69 sex guy came on here just a few minutes ago. Alexa, what is that? Cinema was on here a few minutes ago. Let's see. Where's my email at? Let me see if we can find my email. Okay, so. But I still didn't ask the question. How can y'all get a book if I don't ask a question? See, I'm playing dirty tonight. Yes. I'm going to make this easy because I feel like I'm in a good mood. How much did George Lucas sell Star Wars to Disney for? See, that's an easy one. Since I got the answer right here in front of my face. Look at all y'all writing me emails already. I got to quit this, people. It's just my email's going. Yes, I just asked a question, but that's not for the lightsaber. That's for the books. That's the 48 books we're giving away. Yes, I was going to ask something about Elrond, but y'all would never get it, so I decided to do something easy. No, maybe Wednesday we will. You mean the Darksaber? I told you it was Ray and the one like mine. Yeah, so there's 2 of these that are being given away. One is an extra, and then there's Ray's sword lightsaber. This is the one when I go to LA, I'm gonna beat Emily up with.
But you get that short blade you're gonna be giving to her.
Oh yeah, I'm bringing her a special present after they try to kick me off the plane for keeping it with me. I haven't shown you. What is it in here? No, it's in the hallway where it belongs. It's I got her. It's a Chinese. I forget which kind it is now. If it's a samurai or if it's the other one. It's a gorgeous 440 stainless steel. It's sharp as hell too. I said, Johnny, you better watch out. She just cut your clothes right off, or you're running. 2.2 billion. Where'd you come up with that? George would have fell over and laughed at that. 2. Did you look it up? We're on the internet, people. Look it up. Ooh, yeah. Look it up. Michelle the other night, one of my friends was trying to get a lightsaber. She said, I'll have my sister call. I said, no, I know who your sister is. These are for regular listeners. That's why we're giving them away. Now, the lightsaber question is going to be easier. Who was the biggest star in The Final Hope, or The Hope, whatever it's called, the Star Wars first one? The Hope. Good Hope. I can't remember that. Who was the most famous star in there? No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about who was the biggest star in the movie. And it wasn't Luke Skywalker, and it sure wasn't his sister. So, look, I'm helping y'all out right there. He went on to be a way bigger star than any of them. Matter of fact, they made a movie out of him. Y'all will figure it out sooner or later. Well, I didn't even tell you who was going to win yet. So this is how this is going to work.
What's number of a person calling in or something?
So I got my email open up, and I can see how many there's open. So on the books, it's going to be 21, 22, 23, and 24, unless they don't get it right, and then it'll go down. It'll just scroll further down to the next person. And on the lightsaber, it's going to be 4 and 5. Yeah, there'll be new ones coming up. Yeah, because I'm double counting. Who? Morgan Le Fay, really? Now you know I can't mail. If that's not your real name, I can't mail the books to you. I love your email. I think it's great, and you got the right answer. But what's your real name and location? You really live in Salem, really? Because you're gonna have to give me a location if you. No, I believe my son was just in Salem just recently. So that's your witch name for your coven, and you do live in Salem, Mass. All right, well that's cool. Just make sure re-email me in a minute because I don't see your address in here. So you got to re-mail me and make sure you get me the address. Yeah. $25 billion. Hey, nobody would have paid $25 billion. Come on, y'all are on crack tonight. Look it up. We got 3 winners. I want to see the last one. I'll even help you. It has a 4 in it. I can't believe you. I just want to look it up on the internet. Kathy, how are you doing? Kathy, where are you from? Wisconsin. You in Cheeseland. Mail me some cheese. I'll send you some extra books. Well, I always try to get my friend Amelia. They run a cheese factory up in Canada, but it costs too much to ship it down here.
I'll have to go visit.
Yeah, you got the right answer. So, Mass, huh? So we got one in Mass, one in. What is this one? Christopher Morgan from American Airlines. Okay. I don't know why you had to include your American Airlines thing. Is that like you wanted a free plug or something? I'll be nice because I got like 80,000. I got like 80,000 points with y'all, so I'll be nice and give you a free plug. Nope, you didn't get the right answer. No, you left a 5 out of it. Wasn't just 4 or 0. Nope. You better get on because. Let's see who else is in here. William Christopher Carey. Well, that sounds like a nice New Hampshire name. No, you got it right. We got one left, people. So, William Carey, are y'all freezing your you-know-what's off up there yet? I mean, we will be next weekend. I know y'all got our storm that came through yesterday. It's been dumping buttloads of snow on top of all y'all. See, y'all making me use program right now. Jerry Kahn, I work at HBO Max. What people? Y'all just want to plug this. I'm gonna start sending y'all a bill for this now. Yeah, I'm gonna want to cut out of this free advertisement here. Besides, it wasn't 3.5 anyway now. Michael Wentz, where I know that name from? I know that name. Los Angeles, California. Well, hey, you can go over there and buy him in cash. No, you didn't get it right either. You went 500,000 too much. Yeah, if you can get back before somebody else doesn't get it. Stephanie Antoinette, really? What's your last name? Is it Kennedy? Because that's my sister. Don't even. Look, somebody.
Takes 2 seconds to Google it.
I know. So, Kirill Housing, Morris Housing. Did I say it right or close? Kirill Moore Housing from Britain. Oh no, okay, from Britain. Yeah, you got Britain on there, so I'm assuming you're in London. Yes, you got the first lightsaber. So that's going to be the one I was showing, the blue one, and you'll get a copy of Fear with it. Yes. Hey. Natalie posted 3305. Natalie Woods. That sounds, another name sounds familiar. We got like rock stars and movie stars or something. Oh, you got it. So that's all 4 of our book winners, and I will get that out to you. Actually, I'll be at the place. Some other books going out tomorrow, so I will send them out tomorrow. Make sure everybody who won those sent me that. Now, on the people who won, well, we haven't given away the other 2 yet, but for the people who won the lightsabers, you have to send me your address. Make sure it's correct, because I'm not the one mailing it. He is. Yeah, so he usually mails them within 2 days of me sending them to him. I haven't seen anybody have to wait more than 4 days to get their lightsaber. Yeah, I know it's close to the holidays right now, and I know you're overseas, so that may be a little bit longer on you. But even the ones overseas, I was talking to a guy got his in Australia in 7 days.
Wow,
I was stunned. Fast. I know, I was stunned. The girl in Spain got hers in, I think, six days. Yeah, we gave a lot away overseas for some reason.
Because they answered the questions right.
Yeah, well, that's true too. That helps. Guys, I'm giving y'all easy questions. Okay. He was in Indiana Jones. Does that help y'all any? Nope. All right.
Come on.
I mean, Star Wars and Indiana Jones. I mean, Really, people could. Oh man, I might just keep these two for myself. How's that? I mean, just two of them up for grabs here. Who is this? Let's see. We've seen 3 emails come in. Let's see. No, all the books have been given away. You should have sent me the answer on the thing. No, John Goodwin, you can't have one. I see your name in there, man. John's trying to. No, that's when he emailed me earlier.
Yeah, that was the last time you were on the show. I emailed you.
I know. Lisa Greer. Hello, Lisa Greer. And where are you at, Lisa Greer? St. Louis. Whoa, how you doing up there in St. Louis? Y'all cold yet up there? Y'all got a lot of rain. I know that.
What's the email?
My car.
My car?
You got it? You got it right? All right. All right. So, Lisa, yeah, no, you got to just be sure you make your correct email, make sure everything's correct, because he's going to mail it out. And if there's a problem, I'll have to contact him, or you'll have to contact him in there. Who you work for? Keesler, like the credit union? Oh, you're on vacation. You're from Mississippi. Well, no, and still he'll have to mail it to you. It doesn't help you be here by me. It doesn't now.
I just emailed you a picture of the answer.
It's evil time. I know. That's what I should have put up was a picture and maybe give him a better chance. Guys, I've never seen anybody take that long to get that answer right. I mean, that was crazy. Look at it. Oh, look, see, Amelia. Emily knows her. She said, right, I wonder if I can share this. No, it won't let me do it on here, will it? Come on out of there. No, it's in my email. I want to bring it out. Guys.
You want to put it on there?
So many of y'all wrote and didn't get it right. I mean, the Indiana Jones should have been a dead giveaway. Harrison Ford is, I mean, that should have been a dead giveaway. Well, even back then, he was still a bigger star than his 2 co-stars. Yeah, he was already starting to make it in the world. As far as what's his name that played Luke, I really never seen him do anything after that. And the princess didn't do all that much after that. I mean, she did some, but not as much. Oh, I tell you what, I will throw in a lightsaber if y'all can guess what my favorite Star Wars was. You ain't never gonna get it. So yeah, I'll tell you this: it wasn't one of the movies. Ooh, that made it even harder on y'all two now. Actually, no. Come Wednesday, I might. If I'm feeling a terrible mood, I might give this stack away behind me. Now they're all different. What is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So all 8 of these books are different. And the reason why is I know, and then there's, I might give those away with it. That's 24. Because I know coming in a couple of days, a lady's sending me, I think it's a 5 or 6 book set that John and Emily had on sale. It's, oh, now I can't remember which set of books it was. See, my brain is fried. I need to take like a vacation in the Bahamas and go hang out with what's his name? What's his name that's in jail? Oh, yeah. I don't want to hang out in jail with him. He's going to be news for quite some time to come. But you know what? Since it's Wednesday, but that's only 4 days before. I will ask him tonight when I talk to him, when I send him this information for this, because we have. He originally it was going to be 12. I think we're up to almost 18 now, or 20. He pitched in at least another 10. Well, one of them he's sending me for a personal thing, but so at least another 9. So we'll give away 3 of them on Wednesday. Yes.
And I'll do this thing too as well. Anybody who's listening here, like if they go to Galaxy Press and then they email me at, I think it's info at galaxypress.com, and they just say that you heard me on your show, whatever they buy, I'll throw in another special book on their order, on top of the order. They go in, whatever they order, just email me at info at galaxypress.com, say that you heard about it on the Centralist with you, and then I'll make sure another book is added into the order at no charge, free.
There you go, Carol. You should jump on that right there. Well, no, we're done for giving away stuff tonight, but we'll be giving away stuff Wednesday too. I got to go through what books I got left. because I got to give some away for the New Year's. But I think we're still holding pretty good. I had John and them sent me a good amount, and then I had 2 other people send me a good amount. And Borders sent not Borders. What's the other one? Sent me a random 12 box. Yeah, Barnes and Noble sent me a random 12 box set, just random books. Some of them are cookbooks. I mean, it's just weird stuff. Some are cookbooks, some are good stories, some are just weird stuff. There's even a book in there, How to Learn Tarot. I mean, it was like whatever was left over, stuck in a box and sent them. But so y'all will find out when I find out what we're sending out. So at the same time as I'm pulling them out of boxes. But Friday we're going to Wednesday we're going to really just go on the lightsabers and the books I've got left over from Writers of the Future. Well, I want y'all to get in these stories because I want people out there to read the stories and realize what it is that you can be doing for yourself. I mean, these days on the internet, if you're an excellent writer or a good illustrator, you can be making buku. And if you win Writers of the Future, that's a big step to getting you there. Well, I didn't know in the beginning, but after knowing John and Emily for as long as I have now and being involved, I've got to talk to all the judges and they really do want to help you out. Plus, they have a pretty good workload themselves, and I have seen some of them refer people for jobs or help them get jobs or stuff like that, or even go work for them. So you just never know what's going to come out of this until you win, and you can't win unless you submit. Just hit the button, hit the button, hit the button, hit the button. Yes, this will come from an archive tomorrow. Sometimes it'll post archive and it will stay up permanently. I will put on there later tonight. I will put on that book giveaway coming up on Wednesday, and at Wednesday and Friday we'll be on next Friday before Christmas. Oh yeah, I'll probably be dressed up like a freaking reindeer or something. But I gotta watch my family get crazy, and my 2 little elves. I'll have my 2 dogs dressed up as elves, and then we'll have helpers.
Aww.
If they wouldn't slime on the books, I'd let them bring them over to. Man, that much. She couldn't keep her mouth on any of these. Lola's mouth only opens about that much. She's growling at me to dance. And you're a real threat. I'm scared. Stay away from my toes. That's all I'm worried about. There and what are y'all? Last week of April, second week of April. Where are y'all this year for the gala?
April 28th.
Yeah, so last week of April, they're gonna have the gala. So y'all can't get into this year; it's too late. But you can submit for next year.
That's right. But you can watch the gala event live online. It'll be streaming at 7 p.m. live.
And if you want to get an idea, last year's is on my home site at uprn.com, uprntalkradio.com. You can go over and take a listen to it there, or take a view of it there, actually. It's streamed through YouTube, so you can watch it on YouTube as well. But you can go over to YouTube for Writers of the Future, and they have last year's and this year's, or last year's and the year before last. And there's a lot of great stuff in there. Y'all should go watch it and see. But it gives you an idea if you win how you're going to be treated. Yeah, you get the red carpet treatment. And some of you moms don't deserve it.
And just using it as a bridge. We're coming into the holiday season. Some people are on vacation too. So we've got that online writing course that people can take and get through in the time that you're going to be off, to be able to learn from the best of the best on how to write short stories, to be able to submit a story to the contest. It's free to take the course, free to enter, and if you've got the time, we've got the wherewithal to help you do it.
Donna, the course isn't hard. I'm just not patient. Go ahead, Amy. Let me cut you off.
I was just saying, just go to writersofthefuture.com and it's right there.
Yeah. So, no, it's a good course. It teaches stuff. Let me tell you, I've been real lucky with this because I've taken the course 2/3 of the course. I don't want to lie, and I got to sit. So it was weird. So the year before last, I spent a lot of time with the illustrators, which I still can't draw, but I learned a lot. But this year I spent a lot of time with the writers. And I got to say, I pumped out 12,000 words. Y'all been on me about a novel forever. And I got 12,000 words that last time I was up there. So I learned a lot. Now, granted, it probably needs a lot of editing and a lot of stuff and a lot of spell check and things like that. But I think
that's secondary.
Yeah. And well, no, I'll cheat. I'll send it to Emily and say, Emily, fix this damn thing. It's not cheating. I can't help it if I know. And look, y'all know my editing is not real good. So it's but the point being is, by being there, my goofy ass who ain't been to write anything, other than essays on, when I was in school. It's I learned a lot from it. And if I can learn a lot, God, anybody who writes can learn 5 times as much as I did. Because I wouldn't always pay attention. Sometimes I was harassing somebody like Sarah or John or somebody, or Emily. She put you to work too. It's but I don't know how to really explain it. I mean, the 2 years I was there's a real good. Everybody's really comfortable. And I know the people who came there are nervous. I understand that. But even they feel more relaxed. After like day 2, I noticed everybody was kind of relaxing and getting to know each other. I didn't see any real big spats or anything like that. Now, I'm not privy to everything, people, but I will tell you this. Everybody who works for Writers of the Future and Author Services, I had access to all of them. Unfeathered access. John and Kid, just go ask them whatever you want. And none of them hesitated to ask me. So, one thing when people lie is when they got to stop and think about what they're going to say. There wasn't no stopping. They just told me what they were doing or what was on their mind or whatever. So all I can tell you is you'll be treated really well. It gives you a step up. I mean, if you go into any job and say, hey, I want Writers of the Future, boom, you're already up 1 level. The guy's going, really? Okay, you might be up 2 levels. It might help you to get the job over the next guy that's coming in or the guy who just came in before you. So try. Again, it never hurts to try. You never know who's going to win. You just don't know until you try it.
That's right.
What do you mean how much they pay me? About $100,000 a year. How's that? How much they pay me? No, man, it doesn't work that way. Because I know I've told the story a million times, but I was on John's ass for a while. And a matter of fact, when Jeff and I were talking about that last night, and, it's just when you hear stuff, you just got to make sure, because we sponsor a lot of different people, and they're exactly what they say they are. There's no funky monkey business going on. There's no harassment of any kind. They take really good care of y'all, which it's got to be aggravating because some of y'all are aggravating. So John and Emily have way more patience than I've ever had. And not just them. I mean, Joni, the whole bunch of them. There's just a great crew over there that work really well together. And if there are problems, you don't get to see them. Okay? That's how well they work together. It stays wherever it needs to stay. It doesn't get drug out in the middle of everything. It doesn't any drama. And by the way, there wasn't any drama. Not me knock on wood. I shouldn't have said that out loud. But there's not. It just, for me, for y'all to win with them, I think you'll be much better off in so many ways that I can't mention than if you submit it to any other publishing company out there. Other publishing companies do this. And I've interviewed with a few of the other ones, and a lot of them were just like, it's kind of sketchy, and there was always some kind of something involved, or they wanted to keep your material, or they either wanted you to pay something, or they wanted to keep having rights over your material or whatever. These guys weren't like that. As far as I know, the only thing you got to pay for is your dinner, and that's a good thing because I know some of you people can eat. I'm just saying, and see, that's a question I just asked somebody, and like I said, they just answered without thinking about it or anything. It's just these kind of things you need to know, because when you're going to submit anything to anybody, you need to know it's the right people to go to and guide people. How many people I endorse in my life? 3. Let's be honest. I'm not easily swayed to do it. I really like them. Emily and John are great people. Everybody I've met over there at both places are great people. Yeah, I mean, they're all nice people. What can I say? They're nice and good looking at the same time. You can't ask for better. I mean,
yeah, look at her.
I know. Well, I was talking about you, but we all know she's good looking. But that's a given. Yeah, they all work their butts off. Let's just put it like that. I mean, they literally work their butts off. It's a nonstop thing for the whole week. Everybody's there, and I'm not going to lie to you. If you're an illustrator or if you're a writer, you're going to work while you're there, but you're going to learn things you're just not going to learn anywhere else. My all-time favorite is the 24-hour story. I shouldn't say that online because I might scare people.
Yeah.
That's still my favorite by far.
They get prepped for it. Yeah,
they do. And, they got excellent illustrators there. I've met several top-of-the-line illustrators there. All of them doing quite well for themselves. And as far as the judges go, as far as the writer judges go, you can't ask for better judges. Well, they're going to probably rotate judges from time to time. That's what happens when you do this. But still, win is all I can tell you. You can't win if you don't plug it in. I'll tell you a little secret. What I would do is I would go cruise around both their sites, Galaxy Press and Writers of the Future, take a look around, see what you do, If you want to get a little cheap, maybe read a little L. Ron stuff, put you in the right kind of mood to write. But you need to write from you, from your soul, your heart, whatever it is, your brain, however you write. That's where you need to write from. You don't need to copy anybody. And again, the worst thing that's happened is you won't win. And nobody's going to come shoot you. Men in Black are not going to show up at your house, I promise. It's not going to be that way.
No.
I wouldn't endorse them otherwise. Wait, you broke up right as you said that.
Well, I said it's a blind judge contest, so your name won't even be connected to what the judges see.
Yes, and that's the whole thing I wanted to go see people, and that's exactly why I was so disappointed. I thought I had their asses. But hey, it's exactly what it seems. That's all I can tell y'all. But again, you can't win if you don't submit. So submit,
right.
Win, and then you get to meet John and Emily. Yes, they're nice people, good people. Hey, they're just good people. So you'll get to meet them. My favorite is Joni, though. That woman is just like the whirlwind. She's like the whirlwind on Dune. That woman is just, and then Emily's right over there. It's like two whirlwinds going on. I should have videotaped y'all last year. Y'all was moving around so much. It's great to watch them. They are workaholics, and they put on a really good show. They take care of all of y'all. Anybody who wins and makes it there, they take really good care of y'all. They really put on a top 100 event. The gala is fabulous. It's just like any other gala in Hollywood. You can look for yourselves. Just go watch the gala. You're going to be in there. You're going to get on stage and talk and the whole 9 yards. Yes. Denise is like, I just passed out. I just fainted. Well, if you don't submit your book, you can't faint. How's that? My rule about if you don't vote, you can't bitch. Well, if you don't submit, you can't faint. So y'all get over there and do it. But any other words from them, guys, since I've been yapping for the last 10 minutes?
No, just the main thing is it's the happy holidays. And for anybody that's into reading, if you know people that like to read, these are great stories. They're really good for middle school on up. And like I said, anybody that goes to Galaxy Press to check out the books, gets any books, if you also then email me at info@galaxypress.com and just say you heard of me tonight on The Centralist, I'll send you another book on top of that for free of whatever you order. And so you'll get it as a gift for whoever you've got that likes to read. And if you know somebody that's an inspiring writer or artist, like Emily said, and you've been saying, Joe, too, it's free to enter. It's open to anybody that's not professionally published. And you can't win if you don't enter. And it's just the only way a writer writes is the only way that he becomes better is by writing. So you can learn from this. Here comes the lightsaber. The only way
I was just about to say happy holidays and be safe, and Joe whips out a lightsaber.
By the way, all the lightsabers come with the fighting blade. So in case you want to whack your husband, your spouse, your friend, your wife, whoever it may be, you can whack them with it. My stepdaughter tries to attack me with hers all the time. I'm like, we have saber fights down the hallway. my wife threatened to videotape it, so we said we'll go somewhere else. It's just, running down the hallway in my shorts and my socks is not what the world needs to see. Trust me. It's what is that, Marcia? Who? No, they're going to come back and visit, hang out with us a little while. We just ended up running over late because I was babbling, but. Now I want to see everybody. The more people submit, the better. And look, if you don't win this year, submit it. Okay, I'm going to say this real quick. You can submit 4 times a year. 4. Not once, but 4. And, you might get a letter back saying maybe if you do this, this, or that with your book and then resubmit it. Or you might just submit something new. But it does go to the judges with a number. So, and then you just hope you win.
Yeah, maximum 17,000 words.
Say what, Jeff? What was I talking? Oh, you mean his daughters? No, they came on camera after we got off the air. Yeah, well, they were cooking or cleaning or something. I don't know what they're also whirlwinds. Them two, holy cow!
Oh yeah.
It's great because they have opposite points of views on politics. I was talking to both of them, so it was great. I was trying to know how to kill it. Don't kill each other. Oh no, they're bright young ladies. Yes. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with their dad. I'll smack you upside your head. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he doesn't look like he's gonna have much patience with y'all. But no, they were great. I know. Y'all caught them. Wait, where were they? They must have been on one of the videos we did somewhere along the line. They must have been on one. But no, they're fun too. The whole, like I said, everybody associated with this is just fun people. is Todd a judge? Somebody just asked me if Todd was a judge. Oh, yes, I think I should have known that.
He became a
Todd's
judge
a lot of
after the
fun.
podcast. Yeah.
Todd's a lot of fun. Him and I crack out. We were cracking each other up this year, man. It was ridiculous. And then poor students thought, the poor winners thought we were cracking up at them. Had nothing to do with them. There was like 6 of them sitting over here. And him and I were just laughing. We were looking at something behind them. I guess they just thought, why are these two laughing at us? The little skinny guy, little guy who works with Tom Wood came over and asked, why are y'all laughing? I said, we're not laughing at you. We was laughing at the guy that fell out the door coming in the door. That's what we were laughing at. Had nothing to do with y'all whatsoever. It was great. No booze allowed. I'm sorry. No, nobody drinks these things. What are you talking about? No, we're not even going there. That's shame on all y'all people even thinking that. LA don't serve booze, right, people? Midnight, they ain't no booze. 2 a.m., they ain't no booze. It's not like the rest of the country where there's booze everywhere. It's no, really. I'm gonna say this last time. I'm gonna get out of here. The good ones are great. If you get to ever meet them, you're gonna really enjoy them. They're really hardworking people. They put on an event that really helps literacy around our country. Actually, nowadays around the world, and we need to all help literacy. Really. I meet people sometimes that have 3rd grade, 4th grade reading skills. I'm like, really? You know that I can't read a novel because their skills aren't going to let them do it. No, I read better than I talk when I'm reading, yeah. But it's just go out and buy a book, share a book. I prefer if you buy one from galaxypress.com. Oh, you can get their stuff on Amazon, but I would rather you go to John's site and get it. They're all over the place. Yeah, it's not just
we're at Amazon. We're at Barnes & Noble. We're at
Books A Million.
Yeah, Books A Million down there.
They're all over the place. So go out and buy a book. Like I said again, I'd rather you go to galaxypress.com, but feel free. But buy a book, share a book. Put it in your little library in your corner. Share the book, give it around. Yeah. Actually, if you're going to do that, you need to buy one for yourself and one for the share. Really, do you really want to be reading? It's COVID, people. I knew I was going to get in trouble when I said that. Anyway, we got to get out of here, everybody. I want to thank everyone for driving me crazy in the sweet messenger thing. Again, y'all do know you can talk to us on Facebook, on YouTube, on LinkedIn. That's why we have them. I don't know how the Roku thing's going to work. That's what. That's going to be a question next week. What's going to be the name of the Roku channel? That's going to be for all 3 of the lightsabers we give away. That's going to be the question next week. What is the name of the Roku channel? So it may or may not be published by then. So if it's not, you're going to have to get creative. That's all I can tell you. Remember, the email is always icar@cox.net. You can find us there anytime. You can write to us there anytime. And I always got to give a shout out for Michelle DeRoche because she's been working her happy buns off. She's brought in, I think, 4 new shows in the last week. So we're going to have I think our morning shows are going to end up being from the UK and Australia. Now, that's great. I'll have to put them on the FM tower because they'll just love that accent. Yeah. I'll make money off of that one. But yes, as soon as I know about Roku, it will be posted on all of our Facebook pages and all of our other pages, so you can find it. Everybody will be on television now, so you got to be pretty when you're on TV. I'm just scared of children now, but that works for me. No, that's not. Don't go with the name. Let's just stop. We're going to leave now. Y'all can work on a name Wednesday. Just make you a list of names. Y'all know what the name of this station is. So, is it this or is it something else? Or did I add something into this name? Yes. You better hope I got Rupert going. On that note, guys and girls, we're going to get out of here. Please stay tuned for Bill Scott. Oh my God, for Spaced Out Radio, and I'll see y'all all next week.
Good night.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Welcome, everyone, to the Wednesday night segment of the Outer Realm. Had a little glitch there. Don't ask me why. Wasn't working with me. Anyway, we're broadcasting live here on the United Public Radio Network and UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 and 107.7 FM from the beautiful city of New Orleans. We are fully sponsored by the amazing folks over at Folgers Coffee, who have been a part of our journey since the very beginning. And thanks to them, we are here not one, but 2 nights a week. So thank you, Folgers. We appreciate you so very much. Also, big thank you to Dr. Snick, the sonic surgeon, Justin Snicker, for his contribution of time, his voice, his music for our intro and outro. He's an award-winning composer of Halloween, horror, sci-fi, and dark wave electronic music, which can be found anywhere that good music can be found. Also, big thank you to Steve McGinnis, the mind and the artwork behind our art, of course. Check him out on Instagram and check him out on Facebook. He's got stuff ready to go, and he does beautiful commission pieces. So big thank you to Steve McGinnis. Tonight, for the first time, I'm really excited about this, and I'm really grateful that he could make it on last minute. Dennis Stone. And he's the owner of the amazing America Stonehenge located in New Hampshire. Very exciting. I thought to myself, how have I not been here? So I'm really looking forward to hearing all about it. If you guys want to interact with, of course, us and Dennis, you're going to have to head over to one of the 8 platforms. And that is for tonight. YouTube, UFO Gods and Extraterrestrials, The Outer Realm, UFO Paranormal Radio. Then we head over to Facebook, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, United Public Radio Network, News on the Flip Side, Joe Montaldo, UFO Undercover, Canada's Most Haunted, and The Outer Realm, of course. So please remember, we will get to you guys as soon as we possibly can, but picture this like 8 chat rooms, like a superhighway of chat going into like a 1 lane. It's kind of like that. We have a lot of comments that do come in from different areas, and we do try to keep up with the guests. So we will do our very best to get to all of your comments, but please be patient with us. And I see he's chiming in, so let's go right to the bio. Let's get a nice intro.
Absolutely. Dennis Stone
Good.
is the president of America's Stonehenge. He graduated from Daniel Webster College in 1977 with a degree in aviation management and was a full-time commercial pilot for over 35 years before his retirement in 2016. America's Stonehenge was opened up to the public in 1958 by Dennis's father, Robert Stone. Dennis has been involved with America's Stonehenge for most of his life and has always had a fascination with archaeology and archaeoastronomy. Since retiring, Dennis has found many serpentine walls and spirit windows throughout the site, amongst other new discoveries. He has taken numerous courses and traveled extensively to ancient sites, both in the U.S. and internationally. So please, let's welcome Dennis Stone to the show.
Hello.
Hi.
Woo.
Hi.
I know. I've been waiting for this.
Does she
How are
look
you?
excited?
I know. Yes, I am excited. So, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you for having me on this evening.
Oh my goodness, it's such a pleasure. I'm just really grateful that you can do it at such short notice, because things drop off. People are like, oh, I can't make it. Oh, I've got the big C today. Like not C, like, the pandemic C. Anyway, it just seems to be recycling again. And we're just like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. But we are very grateful, and we appreciate you so much for joining us short notice. Everybody's already chiming in the chat room. What we're going to do as comments come up, Amelia will read them out, because we have probably 80% of our listenership is audio. So they're listening on servers literally all over the world, on different sites as well. So they can't actually see the comments. We're going to do something like this. So you can see them, and then you'll be able to answer, and Amelia will read them off, and then we'll go from there. So everybody be patient with us. Thank you. Anyway, where would you like to start? It's all so exciting. I mean, I always thought, I'm pretty versed in a lot of historical things and archaeological things. And I have to say, I was completely blindsided by this. And I watch all of the shows that this has come on. So I'm thinking I've probably seen this and been in awe, but not really pieced together the whole story behind it. So why don't you take us down the whole road as to what exactly is this amazing site that you call America's Stonehenge?
Well, it is an enigma. We're not sure who built the site. We think it was built about 4,000 years ago. And as my dad used to say, it's a well-kept secret, but that's not our intention. So you're finding out about it. It's not unusual. That happens quite a bit. Next year, we'll have our 65th year that we've been open to the public. It actually has been worked on archaeologically since 1937. It's been written up, in different books and magazines, different TV shows, but it's still really not that well known, as you know. We are trying to get the word out. But the site, we think, is an ancient ceremonial site. We're located in North Salem, New Hampshire, about 40 miles from Boston, right up Route 93, exit 3. It's a very easy hike up the highway. And we're in southern New Hampshire, about 20 miles from the ocean. The biggest river near us is the Merrimack River, one of the largest rivers in New England. It's about 5 miles away.
Beautiful. Yeah.
In the Spigot River, which is a tributary, goes right by the bottom of our hill on the west side. But the site consists of about 110 acres today. These are stone ruins. They're rough stone constructions. They sit over the entire hill pretty much. But the main site, and I sent you a number of photographs of different parts of the site, but the main site has about 1 acre of stone structures, chambers, plaza, courtyards, and underground drainage system that covers the entire 1 acre. It keeps it dry. So somebody actually engineered a complete underground storm system drain to keep the place dry before they actually built the chambers over it. But we don't think it's a living site. We don't believe it's like, the Flintstones where you lived in these chambers. However, they do look a little bit like some of the Flintstone homes. They have stone roofs.
They do.
And some of the roofs weigh up to 28,000 pounds of very, very large slabs of stone that were quarried and then placed on top of the structures, which is a little unusual. We know farmers and early settlers moved stone around. They built in New England about 240,000 miles worth of agricultural or historic walls. But our walls actually appear different than these walls. And we'll get into that in a little bit about the serpentine walls and some of the other different shapes. Yeah. But it is an astronomically aligned site, too. So ceremonial site, possibly burial, possibly a place of religious practice. And I would imagine, during ceremonies like the winter solstice, summer solstice, spring and fall equinox, people would come up and celebrate. The hill is about 360 feet above sea level, and the site sits on top of the hill. And that's not unusual for an ancient, ceremonial site to be up high near the heavens, if you will. Where the people lived is still a mystery to us. If it was a domicile site, a place of living, you'd find the refuge, what we call the middens, all the trash left behind. Even if a lot of them are perishable, you still find a lot more either pottery or stone tools, utensils, weapons, that kind of thing. And we have found those on the site, but not the great quantity you would find from people living on the site. It's just not like that at all. I will say that our site is kind of the Reader's Digest of these sites. And we're not the only site. My dad got involved in 1955, and they knew of about maybe 24 sites throughout the Northeast. Today, that number, it's not only in a greater area from Canada, Quebec, and Ontario, all the way down to Virginia. We're finding these stone ruins, but about 800 different sites. So a site could be like ours with 106 acres of chambers, walls, and we mentioned the serpentine walls and constructions. It could be one chamber like in Windham, New Hampshire, just one structure. Or it could be like North Stonington, Connecticut. And North Stonington is on the South Shore of Connecticut. Only 6 years ago, I became familiar with that. There's 8,000 different stone structures in that town of 35,000 acres and 25 different categories of structures. And they look just like what we have on our site. except ours is kind of compressed on about 110 acres. So our site's a little unusual, as you probably saw looking at the photographs, but it's not the only site around. It's sad because across the nation, these structures exist, and we weren't taught these in, elementary school, grammar, high school, even going to college. Most people never hear about these things, or even on the media. Except for we appreciate your media because it is getting the word out. Because a lot of these chambers are being destroyed today by development, and if you can work out something with contractors like that chamber out there, if you can build around it, or if you're putting a highway, if you can build around it, that'd be wonderful. And then it's a win-win for everybody. Yeah. But when my dad got involved, there's a couple of loops around Boston. There's Route 495, it's an outer belt, and also Route 128, which is part of Route 95 from Maine to Florida. And when they put in 495, there were some beehive, what we call beehive, look like a beehive kind of structures, like you see in Ireland, kind of dome shape. They're no longer there today, So 60 years ago, they were putting the road in. My dad got to see them, I think, photographed them, and they're no longer there today. I think today, maybe they would try to build around them, which again would be a great, win-win thing, Get a highway and save the structures. So we're trying to get the word out to protect these sites from vandalism, from destruction, and also to try to get more research done on them, investigation and that kind of thing. It's a slow struggle, actually.
It is. It's fascinating to me when you look at the technology, when you say how heavy these large stones are, and when you think about how far back you think they go. I mean, it could be back even further. Like, who really knows, unless there's some way of testing. Who do you think could have had that type of technology to build some of these things? Like, it's sophisticated when you look at it for the time.
Yeah, they did definitely put a lot of work and effort into it. And on our side, it looks like they planned it, especially with the underground drain system. Some of the drains run 75 feet. They carve channels through the bedrock, and the channels actually lead into underground tunnels, if you would. And some of them are large enough for a little kid to crawl into. And they keep the main site dry from snow melt and rain and that kind of thing. And the rock, it's granite. It weighs about 163 pounds per cubic foot. And so we can estimate the weight of these structures, on the stones without picking them up, just do the dimensions, Yes. And like I say, one of the largest roof slabs is about 28,000 pounds. So it's no easy task moving that.
No.
And then putting it up on top of the chamber, and the other thing we found out over the last 40-something years, one of our researchers, Dr. David Stewart Smith, he started with us in 1978, and he had already worked for the British government doing repairs in Scotland and in England on megalithic and medieval structures. He went over there in 1972. He's from Connecticut originally. When he came back in 77, he learned that our site existed, plus others, and he was kind of blown away because he had seen very similar type structures in Europe, In Western Europe, you have Stonehenge, but there's 50,000 other megalithic sites throughout the entire western part of Europe. And these go from the Neolithic into the Bronze Age. And they're just all over the landscape. So there's technology on that side of the ocean that was able to do this.
Yes.
So on this side of the ocean, Native Americans in New Hampshire, recently I found out that they go back as early as 13,000 years ago in the western part of the state. The New Hampshire Archaeological Society is finding evidence over there. We thought, years ago, they used to say, well, maybe several thousand years. And then it went back to about 10. And now they're finding evidence of 13,000. And the glacier said, actually, the Younger Dryas was still around that time. So I don't know how these people made a living or survived, but they did. They did. Yes. And so Native Americans have been in New Hampshire for that long. And people often say, well, if your site is 4,000 years or older, who was here? Well, we have people here in New Hampshire going way, way back into the Paleo, going into the early Archaic, into the Archaic. Were they the ones that were responsible for these sites across the Northeast? I definitely would look at them first. Absolutely, And they may have had a big, big part of this, maybe 100%. But there are some interesting features and different pieces of evidence suggest that people were coming over not only before Columbus, but possibly before the Vikings. They were in Canada 1,000 years ago, but there's some other pieces of evidence suggesting they're here a much earlier time period. So that's a great question. We haven't been able to answer. Our minds are still open, but we are finding similar features from here, not only up in Canada, and that area in Ontario and that area up near Peterborough, Ontario, but in the Baffin Islands in Canada, coming right into Newfoundland, right into Nova Scotia. But there are interesting features out in Alberta, Canada, too. On I think it's called the Milk River out there. There are inscriptions that seem to be old world inscriptions. Mm-hmm. And there are serpentine walls and other features that are in Canada going all the way up to California, actually. Near Mount Shasta, we have serpentine walls in a town called
Mount
Weed.
Shasta. Yes.
Yeah, such a beautiful area, and very, very spiritual. Very, as you know,
There's a lot of stuff in Mount Shasta.
So we got to go see that, see some spirit walls, and go out to see Mount Shasta, and the cave there too. The caves there.
Oh yeah.
So that was in my itinerary. I was going to speak at the out of Santa Cruz at the university in 2020, but as you mentioned, COVID, it kind of was a conference there. The whole thing got messed up. And it was going to go virtual instead of being there. And I wanted to go there. I wanted to see the surf capital of the world, and I wanted to go to see the Berkeley Wall. Yeah, different things, including the Berkeley Wall, which is kind of famous, an ancient wall that goes from supposedly Oakland up to the Canadian border. Nobody knows who built it. However, it actually starts in Santa Cruz, I found out. And I'm like, wow, right? How far from the university is that? And I was going to go up to Mount Shasta, but they canceled the beat in person there in Santa Cruz. So they made it a virtual. And that week, the Holzer files from the Travel Channel came in and filmed all week. So everything got kind of turned upside down. I haven't made it out there yet. So that's on my bucket list, to get out there and see some of these features on the West Coast too. So
it'd be kind of nice to see how many you can try together.
Definitely, yeah. So we're going to try to get out there and see that. But we had no idea when we started in the 1950s that this was so wide range. Some of the features. Were the people on the West Coast related to the people on the East Coast? Possibly by trade. You trade not only goods, but you trade ideas, So it's a possibility this thing made its way either from out there to here or vice versa. We're just not sure. They're in Alabama, too. And Dr. Holstein from Jacksonville State University, we became familiar with him about 3 years ago. He's been working on his serpent walls since the 1970s, and we didn't know that. And he calls them rattlesnake walls. But there are cons, there are monoliths, and there are the serpentine walls in the 40 square mile area of down in Alabama. And he's going to try to eventually meet up with him at the university and show us some of these. But he's aware of ours too. So I think we're going to find out more things, not only in Canada, but in the United States too, that are there that we just are unaware of, They keep popping up.
I think you do have to work with like minds. It's something that's open. I know people who are working on these sort of things, and it is fascinating. The information is definitely out there, but how can you go about carbon dating or just dating something like this scientifically? Like, do you have any assistance out there at all for this sort of thing?
Yeah, they actually started doing some carbon dating on the site back in 1966, and we ran 12 different carbon datings on the site. And a group called New England Antiquities Research Association, NERA, and they have a nice website, NERA.org, was formed by my dad in 1964 in our basement. And the group is still, cool. Yeah, and my dad started that group in 64. There was a group before that called the Early Sites Foundation from 1954 to 1964. And he had two professors from Yale, from Dartmouth College. We had people from the president of the Connecticut Archaeological Society, among other people in that group. But by 1963, a number of the members had passed away, and they dissolved the group by 1964. So my dad started NERA in our basement. And the group is still going strong today with several hundred members. We even have one of we have state coordinators up in Canada, the provincial coordinators. Terry Duvall was in Nova Scotia. He's been on History Channel a bit. He was the first Canadian president of the group. And in Quebec, actually Montreal, Gerard Leduc, a gentleman up there, was the coordinator, and used to bring people east of Montreal to see some of the stone ruins up there, chambers and so forth, just east of Montreal. And Boston, Massachusetts, one of the big newspapers actually did a whole story. I'm looking at the paper going, oh my God, that's what we're into. That's Gerard, doing the tours up there. I think he has passed on since that happened. Right. So, so carbon datings, we've done 12, and they went from 66 to 1995. Most recently, we've been doing optically stimulated luminescence testing, and Dr. Feathers, it's a testing you can date dirt or you can date rock.
Okay, and this is what?
Yeah,
So I
it's kind of,
explain
it's,
that.
yeah, well, it's called OSL. And
Okay.
you can date dirt or rock, and you need certain minerals in it, like potassium feldspar, you need quartz, or you need even calcite. And they take the dirt or the rock samples, but they can't be exposed to the sun or outside, light. So it's done in the greenhouse. I mean, in a dark room environment, basically. And so you build a structure, and soil very slowly deposits, say, next to a wall or on the roof. And in the Oracle chamber, which I sent you pictures of, we found out in 2020 when we heard this was going to be done at our site. They actually asked us. We said, sure, And it was the University of Washington, Dr. Feathers, and he came all the way out from there, and he did 4 cores at our site, and he did 22 places from our site all the way down to Virginia at some of these stone ruins. It used to take 5 years to process do the test processing, whatever they have to do. It used to take 5. Now they're down to about 2 years. He had 2 Brookhaven National Laboratory women with him, and he had about 25 people up there on the team, geologists. We had NERA members, and we had the LIDAR, and we had the ground penetration radar at the time, mapping where the cores came from. It was a whole day. It was done on 9/11 in 2020 at our site, and after that, they spent the next, I guess, week or 2 going right down to Virginia, taking other cores. So the Oracle chamber roof was a good candidate. We found the soil depth was between 17 and 24 inches. We thought it was only like 5 or 6 inches of dirt on top of the chamber. And it was satisfactory. They took the cores, and the dates came out just recently after 2 years of 10 of the places. The other 12 places, I think they still have to do the processing. And they're all pre-colonial dates that are coming up from here to Virginia. And a couple of them are pre-Columbus, so pre-Columbian dates. And all they tell you is when the dirt came in and covered the chamber. The chamber, as Dr. Feathers says, was there first. How much longer before the dirt is unknown. It could have been many, many centuries. The carbon dating, the 12 we took, put the earliest part of the main site back to 4,000 years before present. And we had 3,000-year-old dates from the main site also. So we think construction was around that time. So the dirt from the OSL dates seems to be something that accumulates, and it comes in from windblown particles and vegetation decay. It takes about 100 years to 125 years for an inch of soil to accumulate, unless you have erosion washing it away. So that's a New England rate. So 24 inches could be quite a few years of accumulation. So we're excited about this new type of testing. I think it started at the University of Oxford back in the 1980s, but like radiocarbon dating started in 1950, but it took many years to really perfect it. Some people agree with it today. Some people don't agree with carbon dating. We get all sorts of visitors at our place, and people even say, well, I don't know, but I heard carbon dating doesn't work. But they've been using it for almost over 70 years now, and it's pretty expensive. The OSL is $1,000 per core. And they took 4 cores from our site. So you have to have funding. You just don't go around. I would love to date all the serpentine walls, because some of them are sitting on bedrock, but some of them are sitting with an accumulation of soil. And one of them actually was tested that day. And the date was that it was already sitting there at 1400 AD. So it wasn't some crazy farmer building it 200 or 300 or 400 years ago. It goes back before Columbus. And how much earlier than that? I don't know how long it took for that dirt to accumulate next to the wall where they got it, but the wall's older than that, as far as we know. So,
and how many of these do you have?
As far as the serpentine walls?
Yes.
14.
See, that in itself, you're lucky if you find one or 2 on location. 14.
And they go from about hopefully 27 feet in length, all the way up to the biggest one is the watch house. And I think I got some pictures, both LIDAR of that chamber and the illumination inside of that on the Equinox. So that wall we GPSed about 5 years ago. It is 2,550 feet long. So it might be one of the longest serpentine walls, around. And it's twice as long as the Great Serpent Mound in Ohio, which is really amazing. It's in Peebles, Ohio. That's pretty. If people know about that, it's supposed to be on the United Nations World Heritage Sites.
It's spectacular.
But I think COVID tied up everything and all that. But it's an amazing site, and it is an equinox and solstice.
with serpentines, like the size in size?
So ours, ours, like I say, the 14 vary from 27 feet all the way up to 2,550. So the biggest one would be about twice as large in length as the Great Serpent Mound in Ohio.
Okay.
And I'm familiar with a couple of the guys. I've done some radio shows with a couple of them that are involved with that out there. You know, Jeff Wilson, and I've communicated with Ross Hamilton. They're really big out there. They're excited about ours. And when I was on the radio show a couple of years ago with Jeff Wilson, turns out he had visited our site, you know, a number of years ago, way before the serpent walls were found. So he was quite fascinated by that because he's got the serpent mound out there that he's involved with, you know.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it was a great connection, you know.
The fact that you've got 14.
We might find a few. We think there are a couple more up there, but you know, when you look at them, you're not 100. Well, none of this, we can't talk to the builders, so we can't be 100% sure on all of these. Right. But when you see them and they undulate and they turn, they twist, they have tails, like pointed tails, and they have, you know, the heads are either boulders or stacked heads. And now North Stonington, Connecticut has they have 400 of them in one town. And that's amazing. In one town, and I'm sure the residents down there probably don't even know about all of that. Hopefully they are. Hopefully they do. Yeah.
So, what is the significance of these serpent mounds? Because obviously they're pretty spectacular, and I mean, architecturally speaking, they're unbelievable. Do you guys know what the significance of all these mounds are?
Well, again, if we could talk to the builders. Our thought today is that Draco, the constellation, may have inspired in the northern hemisphere. Have inspired
I totally
people.
I knew it. I know.
Yeah, and they say that about the Great Serpent Mound too. You know, and they think there's 94 of those serpent mounds going all the way out to Iowa. So when you look at the Great Serpent Mound in Ohio, which is amazing, and people, you know, it's just an amazing structure. People should, you know, look it up, Google it, whatever, or visit it. But they go right out to Iowa, and there are other serpent mounds. But the serpent walls might be even more, because one town has 400. We have 14, you know, and they're in the Hudson Valley. There's 500 chambers in Putnam, Westchester, and what's the other county down there? But there's 500 structures down there, and they go right into Monticello, Woodstock, and Bethel, New York. And some of these structures are chambers. Some of these are standing stones, and others are serpentine walls. So, and they're in Pennsylvania too. So, but maybe Draco, you know, possibly as above, so below kind of idea.
I know that just for different reasons, but that's a whole other show.
Well, there may be some other, you know, the serpent represents so much, even Adam and Eve, you know, or St. Patty driving out the serpent worship. But
the ancients actually believed, you know, in that reptilians were very much like, you know, draconians, much like subterranean beings on our planet long before we ever arrived here. So, you know, they worked with them, they revered them, they emulated them. You can see them, you know, in South America. There's tons of different archaeology with respect to that.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, maybe that's an inspiration from that too, you know. But even just snakes, we have snakes in our area. As a matter of fact, on Halloween this year, we had a VIP tour with Scott Walters and Haley, and they came down from Nova Scotia to Washington. And while they were standing looking at a boulder that was found during a near field trip in 2018, one of the members found it when we were out there on the hilltop. And actually, they got away from my tour. I don't know if that's, I don't know if I should be insulted, but they walked away from my tour. And they found what looks like a pregnant female carving of a goddess on one of the stones. So it was a really good thing. And when we were Scott, we showed the tour people, and while we're standing there, all of a sudden we look down, there's like 3 snakes walking around, crawling around all the people, because some of the people are kind of freaking out, you know, and there's a serpent wall just, you know, down the trail, you know, a short distance, you know, so we got the serpents up there too, the real ones, you know, so.
Yeah. I think it's all fascinating. I think you just go back to, you know, ancient times and of course, you know, going back because these things are all over the bloody world. So they've always fascinated me, why you can have an area that has over 400 and you have one property that's got like 14. And
how many are
in Ontario? We've got like one that we know.
that we know of. Underground, even with the sites that you have found, you still don't know how extensive. It could go past what you think. You could have a blocked off tunnel because Earth has come down over the years. I mean, you're talking about it could be thousands of years for all we know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's where we need people to come in and do more research. Ground penetration radar, we've been using it. It's non-invasive, so if you use that and you find something on the ground, then you can decide whether you want to do a shovel test pit or a full-scale excavation or just to leave it alone, But most of the time, if you find something down deep, you probably want to see it with your eyes too, perhaps recover some of the artifacts. So we've been using ground penetration radar also since the 1990s on our site. And we've only mapped a small, probably a couple thousand square feet. We need to definitely bring it back. And Doria, a woman she's part Native American. She's been up during 2020, and she was actually working with a LiDAR guy who was a friend of hers. And he did 15 acres. It took 600 hours to process his data, and she's done a few thousand square feet, and I've helped her. She's coming back to do all the drains, the dozen drains that we have, some of them running up to 75 feet, as I may have mentioned. And she has a software now to take his images and blend it with her images, so we'll have 3D above and below the ground. That might be kind of useful as a tool, I think,
That is really cool.
That'd be pretty cool, yeah.
It's a great piece of technology.
It is, yeah.
Any sort of assistance, let's say, from academia in the area, archaeologists who want to put the funding into your site? It's pretty spectacular. It's a big area.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. We have individuals that come from different universities. The last one was a doctor from the University of Connecticut. He was up about 5 weeks ago with one of the NERA vice presidents who's now, he retired from that position. He brought him up. And the guy spent a couple hours with us walking around, and he's mainstream. And generally, he told me to my face, he goes, I'm a skeptic, but not necessarily kind of a healthy skepticism, ask the questions, not closed-minded skepticism. But the takeaway of that is he was very fascinated with our site. His mind is open now. He's looking at the walls, the serpentine walls, the chambers, and he kept saying things to me that was very encouraging. And after I heard from that gentleman that actually introduced him to our site, the guy that was a vice president of NERA, he lives down right near North Stonington too, and he showed him North Stonington. He said, he says he was impressed with your site, and he wanted my name. I guess he didn't get my name when we were there, and he wanted my name. So he wants to come back and look at the site. He's getting ready to retire. He has a lot of pull, a lot of influence down there, and he knows some of the skeptical archaeologists too. And he is aware of the OSL dating and the carbon datings. And he actually was hired by the state of Connecticut to look at Gunjiwap. Gunjiwap is a site that's 250 acres of stone structures. A lot of the same features that we have at our site, including serpent walls, standing stones or monoliths, and even inscriptions. And it has been carbon dated, and they just did some OSL work with Dr. Feathers on that site. And again, that came out pre-colonial on the dates. And that will be out there. And he actually has been working on that for 14 months now. And my friend that brought him up said he's had a change of heart. He's actually very interested in Gunjiwap. And then when he was at our site, my friend said, what do you think about this site? He goes, sophistication. He goes, the amount of detail work that went into building this, particularly all the drains, all the structures, and everything that he saw there, including the serpentine walls, and he didn't see all of them. He was just kind of blown away by that. So maybe he'll be a help. He's kind of big on getting funding. And that's what it's going to take to do more testing, I think, more research.
I might have a website I can send you and connect you with for that as well.
Well, that's great.
A comment by Rob is actually tomorrow night's guest. Hey, Rob.
Hi, Rob. He said, hello, I used to live in New Hampshire and visited America's Stonehenge. They're very interesting.
Oh, thank you.
He's on tomorrow.
So there's tomorrow's guest, everybody.
Thank you, Rob.
Just before we go too much further from Tamara.
Hi, Tamara. Tamara asks, why do you think it has taken so long for these sites to be taken seriously?
Well, that's also a great question. Our site back in the 1930s, William Goodwin was the first researcher. At that time at Harvard University, there was a great naval historian, Samuel Eliot Morrison. And actually, Mr. Goodwin and Mr. Morrison kind of butted heads. And Morrison basically said, no explorers before Columbus. And Goodwin thought possibly Viking when he first saw our site. And as they started cleaning it, he hired a crew. And the crew was hired in 1937. The head was from MIT, Roscoe Whitney. And as they cleaned the site up, it didn't really look like a Viking settlement. There were no sod houses, they're all stone structures, with stone roofs. And he thought at that point it could be something to do with the Irish Calder monks coming over before the Vikings, going back, hundreds of years before the Vikings. Mm-hmm. But Samuel Morrison wouldn't buy any of that. He said, yeah, there's nobody here before Columbus. That's it. He died in 1976. He wrote Admiral of the Ocean Sea about Columbus and the European discovery of America. Well written, and the gentleman's very, very, educated, very smart and everything. However, in 1960, they proved the Vikings made it to Newfoundland at Lonzo Meadow. And he knew about that, but he said, well, it wasn't significant. It wasn't that important. But it kind of went against his no explorers before Columbus, it kind of broke back.
Yes.
But they now think the Greenlanders were coming into Canada and possibly into the United States, or at least North America, for about 400 years before they abandoned Greenland during the Little Ice Age, starting in the 14th century. Mm-hmm. And before them I read Folly Moore's book, the great Canadian author, and his book, West Viking, in 1965. He spent years putting that together. And when he put the book out in 65, he said, there's something missing. There's artifacts, which are these stone columns or cairns up in Baffin Islands and some of these boat-shaped stone foundations up there and sod-shaped foundations, which he eventually explains what he thinks they were, are still up there today. And he goes, somebody was here before the Vikings, way before the Vikings. And so if you read his book that came out a little over 20 years ago, and I just read it again, I read it 20 years ago, The Far Fares. He talks about people coming over here before Christ from the old world. And it's a fascinating book. He's so well researched. He spent from 65 up to 1999 putting that book together.
Wow.
And I don't know if he's still alive. He must be pretty old now if he's still alive, but it's a well-written book. If anybody wants to get into early visitations across the North Atlantic, he goes over to Europe and everything, explains who the Albans were, it's fascinating. We were just in Iceland, and Pythias, a Greek merchant from Marseille, France, actually made it up there in 306 BC, 1,500 years before the Vikings were in Iceland. And when I visited Iceland, they talk about it up there. I didn't even know if they'd mentioned it.
At least they talked about it.
Yeah. So before Christ, the Greek merchant, he's famous. He's the one that associated the lunar cycle or the daily cycle of the moon as the Earth turns with tides. Nobody had actually put that together. The tides come up and go down, the Bay of Fundy and all. But anyway, he actually associated those two. Plus, he did some stuff with navigation. He was a very, very smart individual, but that was 1,500 years before the Vikings made it to Iceland, So Europeans, they were up there already.
Really fascinating.
He thinks they made it to the North America. That's the other point. They went across Greenland, which they called Krona, like the goddess, or the god of time, Cronus, and he made it into the Baffin Islands, and the structures are still up there today. And he's got pictures of them. It's just stuff that's amazing. Yeah, right in Canada. Yeah.
I totally believe that. That makes a lot of sense. Not surprising. They find ways. They were seafaring people. And the cold, they were not overly affected by the cold. Anyone could have done it. They most certainly could have.
Yeah, they're hardy sailors. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Have you considered maybe opening up the property to universities of archaeology and saying, hey, our site, I would be willing to let you bring your students in. They do it in, Mexico, South America.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Students go in and they go and work at certain pyramids and certain sites. It may be a great way just to get your site excavated and somebody's getting an education at the same time.
Yeah.
It may be a good way to get funding as well.
Well, that's a great point. And we are always open to researchers, like to see the proposal, but we would welcome that, we always have, My dad always found it very difficult to get universities and schools. Individuals would come up, from different universities, but the schools usually send their students around the world, to other places. In fact, my friend, I mentioned her, Haley, she actually was in school for archaeology and took physics and astrophysics and all that. And she ended up in Mexico digging. Not in the United States, she ended up in Mexico.
I know. I had a friend who did the same thing. Okay, I say let's open the doors to people out of Europe and Mexico. Come on,
come up here. Come up here and dig. Yeah,
down there.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think these sites need to be looked at, protected, conserved, and researched. They really do, because there's so many of them. Our late David Stewart Smith, as I mentioned, he died in 2016, just as I was finding my first serpent walls. And he was fascinated by that because he spent almost 40 years with us. And he walked out in the woods and didn't know. But once he saw him and your eyes open up, and because we clear out some of the brush, it's like, how did we ever miss these things, you know? My dad died in 2009, and so many others have died before that never knew that we had possibly serpent walls. And of course, that they go across the nation. But David said, I think we have an ancient lithic or stone building culture across the Northeast. And that was back, I think, in the 1980s, he told me. So he'd have to expand that, I think, across part of North America, probably. And he goes that they're undetected, they're ignored, they're ridiculed, and most of the public don't even know these things exist, you know?
True.
And that's still kind of true today. So we have an ancient stone building culture, and you were asking who they were.
Yes.
All I can say is they're a stone building culture, and they weren't farmers in the sense of colonial farmers, you know? These are maybe ancient people that did a little farming, but you're stone builders, yeah.
Have you ever found any remains or bones or anything like that?
Yeah, they have been. And usually in New England, a bone will dissolve in a couple hundred years because the soil is very acidic.
Yeah.
But in 1938, Goodwin found 3 bones on the main site, and that's that 1 acre area. And he held on to them. And we had them in our museum starting, I guess, 1958, all these years. 1968, a teacher from one of the local schools brought him to the Smithsonian down in Washington. And she brought a couple of different other bones, too, that came from our site, including the watch house. Dr. Lucy Huygen, in 1968, she was a physical anthropologist. She examined the 3 human bones, and she was kind of fascinated by them because there were some markings on them. And she said these markings had to be made while the person was still alive, like little cuts in them and everything. But she also found that they're very denser than she would expect for a human bone. And at the bottom end of her, I got the report, you know, and in fact, I have it on my screenshot on my phone. She says, basically, my feeling is these are human. Well, radiocarbon dating wasn't done on them. They were found in 38 and you're exposed to the elements, you know, for over 30 years. And what I'm thinking, and I've talked to a friend who's done the Paracas skulls in South America, is to, in fact, the laboratory he uses right in Toronto, is to bring them up there, or maybe one of them, and have them test them for DNA, which see if that would work, you know.
I think that would be a great idea, because that would definitely give you some idea, at least, you know, the people or people who were there at least for a period of time.
Exactly, yeah. Were they the builders? We may not know. But we might get, because the bones are denser, so is that a different species? I don't really know, but she was concerned by that. But she goes there. But she also looked at bones from the watch house. We were talking about the watch house as being part of a 2,500. And those bones she looked at, in her thought, were there a bison, or buffalo. So she showed them to one of her colleagues, a gentleman, and he was more of a specialist, I guess. He looked at him, and he goes, yeah, they're bison. She goes, yeah, but they're from New Hampshire. And he goes, they were in New Hampshire. He goes, it's the, I think they called it they had a name for it, the country buffalo. No, they had another name, but we're a buffalo up here. And so he wasn't surprised by that at all. And they found right in the watch house, you know. In the watch house also a stone, triangular flat piece of stone about 1.5 inches high. It's on display in our museum, had a drill hole in it. And a piece of bone found right there too, about 1 inch long, had a drill hole in it. They were both found in the watch house. I thought, these are pendants for a necklace.
Yeah.
And for who and how old, we don't know. But they were found inside that same chamber, you know. So maybe it's an offering.
I was going to just say, if you think this was a ceremonial site, maybe there would have been offerings done. That would make a lot of sense.
It would, yeah, definitely. It looks like that's a possibility, yeah. And it's a wonder the stone will last pretty much forever, but the bone being inside the chamber, including the bison bones, maybe they were left in there too as an offering, you know?
Yes.
It's possible. We just don't really know, but that's what we have for bones up there. And then we have other bones that are found in the, you know, over the years that are actually more recent animals, you know, that have passed away up from the woods, but not. These others are very interesting though, especially those human bones, you know. Maybe we'll get the DNA of them.
Sorry, how long would it take to do DNA analysis on something like that?
Yeah, I got my friend, he lives in Malibu, and he's got a place in Oklahoma, and he's been out doing filming on us. He's been in South America many times. I'm going to find out, because he's done the process before, and he showed me a picture of the laboratory. I used to fly into Toronto all the time. I probably could have maybe got a Uber and gone over there and talked to the people in person. I said so many overnights, so many near your airport up there in different areas, different like the Sandman Hotel. I don't know, we stayed all over the place up there, but I bet I could have gone over there and talked to them.
The airport strip is quite hot in Toronto. I was born and raised in Toronto, so yeah.
We did a lot there. So, and that's where the laboratory is located, and he sent the picture of it. So he's had, in fact, I got to talk to him because he's going to try to come out this spring. He wants to take some samples off the Oracle chamber roof where we got the cores and do some laboratory testing with those. He says, yeah, I'll come out there after New Year's. I said, that's going to be frozen until about May, the ground.
I will now.
Because he's living in California, he thinks it's warm. I have to keep reminding him it's not like Malibu.
It's the East Coast, yeah.
It's the East Coast,
yeah. So it's freezing over here. Yeah.
Then we get mud season, So I said, you don't want to come here in mud season either, So maybe the summer. So
summer is perfect. Then he could come just in time for whale watching.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So there you go. Yeah.
I love it.
Definitely.
All right.
Tamara asks, so do you feel we have lost a lot of historical sites due to the idea that removing historical sites was a way that the history of the Americans was rewritten by our forefathers?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I don't know if it's like an active thing, and maybe in some cases possibly. A lot of it's just like ignoring these sites, But I will say some of the archaeologists, some of the really mainstream ones that are really close-minded, I guess, my opinion, is they say, why are people wasting the time on these sites, like our site and some of the other sites, some of the archaeologists, why are they wasting their time there when they should be looking at legitimate sites? And I'm like,
Good old academia. Good old academia.
I don't know how to answer that, And who are they to judge that?
It's just crazy.
It's history. This is the stuff that they want. They want to see remain buried. This is what they want. They don't want this to surface, and they are because, we're going climate change and let's face it, things are scaling back. We've got ice melting everywhere, and they're finding all of these things, and they don't want to. They don't want to talk about that.
They're afraid they might have to rewrite history books.
That's part of it too.
They're doing that with the cancel culture, anyways.
No, exactly.
Trying to. We've been in different things like Forbidden History, on a show or in books too.
Yes.
But I think there's a prejudice too. Maybe they don't want to know the actual past, but when you go to school and you get a master's or doctorates in history or prehistory, and then you learn that you may have learned it incorrectly, and you're now teaching incorrectly or writing books. It's kind of a hot, like if I learned after all 42 years of flying that I was doing it all wrong, I guess I'd have to swallow this big pill. I don't know, but it's a little bit, I mentioned Samuel Eliot Morison, No Explorers Before Columbus, but John Wesley Powell at the Smithsonian in the late 1800s, he was the head of the Department of Ethnology. He basically said, if you find any pre-Columbian Old World artifacts in the digs, a lot of the mounds out west, there may have been 1 million at one time. If you find any of that, you have to basically disavow those. So it's called the Powell Doctrine today. So basically, if there's any evidence of ancient stuff here, and it could have some connection with the Old World, for instance, whether across the Pacific or across the Atlantic, you have to basically not pay attention to it. So that kind of set a little bit of the tone too, and that was 130 years ago.
Yeah, the Smithsonian are known for, disposing of things and hiding things like the bones of giants that a lot of the indigenous people have found. They used to dump those in the ocean.
I heard that in the Potomac River too. I heard that too.
So you know what? Note to self, I shouldn't say it, but maybe not the museum you want to deal with if you're finding something really significant right there.
No,
leave that right there. Send the hate mail to our producer, not me.
Sorry. Send it to Joe Montaldo at UPRN.
Yeah, that's
right. We do that to him all the time. I have to wonder, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I do believe every theory has some truth. Do they not know what's there, or do they have documentation? Years after years, you collect things. There's journals, there's diaries. I mean, you go to the Vatican, we have Dante's Alighieri's works. Why wouldn't you have a journal of a civilization that was there before? Why wouldn't it be found? Why couldn't it be found? If you can build those tunnels, you can put papyrus together. So we're in it's in a
Common
forest,
sense will
right?
tell you.
Common sense and, you know,
Yes,
a little bit of
yes, of
mediumship.
course.
But anyways,
Sure.
I just have to wonder if there is, you know, documentation and knowledge and a lot of facts stored somewhere. And, you know, and that's why they're being the way that they're being, you know, dismissive. And
it's possible.
Me, that's
fear.
Yeah. For me, that's a fear of something, you know.
Yeah, I know in Scott Walter's book, talking about the Templars coming over too, and that the Vatican has document from around 220 BC that was written about people coming over across the ocean. It's fascinating. I'm just reading the book right now about that, and there's a gentleman that actually contacted one of them, a senior, he's like a priest over in the Vatican. He admitted that these documents exist, and that it does show that apparently, he goes, I'm not going to say yes or no, or, you know, deny, or, you know, whatever, prove it. But because they indicate that there were people coming across into the New World, you know, well before Columbus. I mean, going back to the time of Christ.
Absolutely.
And I got the letter from, you know, this in this book is actual letter from the Vatican Monsignor, you know. So I was just reading that today, going like, wow. And they say there's other pieces of evidence too, suggesting that we knew that people coming over here. Well, and across the Pacific, and Atlantic too, you know, both.
Yeah, there has to be. I mean, we know there's ET civilization. We know all about that now, whether they're throwing disclosure or not. I mean, there's constant evidence being out there. Who knows what else they're hiding and they don't want to expose.
They've just shown though that the Vikings were in South America.
I know, it's
like 800 AD. Dr. Kathleen Ann Ball found Templar caves in Brazil. 200 years before Columbus. So, I mean, it's, you know.
Well, they say the warrior of the clouds, the Chachapoya in Peru. I think they had a big battle with the Inca, but they were ferocious fighters. They were very tall. Some were fair skinned with, you know, light colored hair. They lost the battle because they were outnumbered by the Peruvians. And I think the Peruvians were so respectful of them, they made them their honor guards for their own king after the battle was done, you know. And they that might be some, you know, Viking there, you know, because of the description, you know, the Chachapoya, warriors of the clouds. So that's another one of those possibilities too, you know.
Absolutely.
In Verrazano, when he came in 1524 up to Outer Banks, you know, he was looking for that Northwest Passage, but I used to fly that whole eastern coast a lot too, and I'd be looking down at Chesapeake Bay. He went past that, and it's a huge bay, you know, went past that. Then he went past the Delaware Bay into New York Harbor, and he spent a little time there. You know, they get the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, they do the marathon over, it's beautiful. Then he heads east, southern coast of New England. He gets into Narragansett Bay. He's met by a Native American whose name was Magnus, which sounds very Scandinavian. And he spends quite a bit of time there, right near the Newport Tower and the Narragansett Stone and the Ian Hawk Stone, and there's a couple other inscriptions there. And he said that they were very, very kind to him. Some were very Native American in their appearance. Others had blue eyes. Some had green eyes. Some were, but quite tall. And Roger Williams, 90 years later, got there, and he spent time with the Narragansett, and he remarked on that too. So two different sources, from what I understand. And I'd like to see a little bit more about that before I'm 100% satisfied with that. But I've read that in a lot of different books and in different publications, even in the NERA Journal, that group I mentioned. Sounds interesting. It sounds like, again, you know, old world visitors intermarrying with Native American, and they would be dressed like them, but there'd be some traits of the, you know, the European in them too.
100%.
Possibly, yeah.
I completely believe that. Absolutely.
Yeah. And they say the word Narragansett could be a corruption of North Gang settlement to do with the Vikings, you know. But again, is that accurate? I don't know. It's just something I throw out there. I hope I'm not putting out bad information, you know.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, you're allowed to hypothesize, you know. Everybody's allowed to. So absolutely. Talk to us. You mentioned at one point, like the Oracle Chamber.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's a larger structure still intact on the site. It runs north and south, as I mentioned, out of True North. As you walk into it, you're kind of walking in. It runs north and south, but the entrance actually is kind of facing the west, and it's missing its roof lintel today, and we have photographs that had a beautiful lintel over the roof. The picture's taken in 1920, and one was taken in 1900, according to Goodwin. It's in his book. He wrote in 1946, The Ruins of Great Ireland and New England, one of his 4 books he wrote. And there's some beautiful pictures of the oracle chamber with its entrance still covered with, I believe, 3 roof slabs, including the lintel. Those stones are gone today. Dave Stewart Smith looked at them starting in 1978. It's like, where are they? Who took them? But you walk into it, and you turn left, you're heading north, and you're looking down about a 27-foot tunnel, and it's about 7 feet tall. And as you go down about halfway, you'll see an opening. It's horizontal. You'll see light coming through. It's a 6-foot tube. This tube goes through to the sacrificial table. And this tube is about a foot by maybe, a foot. It's kind of rectangular shape more, though. And it goes 6 feet. And when Goodwin first worked on the site, both ends of that tube had stone plugs concealing it. They didn't know what was there when the first workers got in there. And one of them moved the rock. It came out, and they see this hole in the wall. And then they went to the other side, and they pulled out the other stone plug. And we have this horizontal tube, which we call the oracle tube or speaking tube today. And as you're standing below it, the bedrock had been removed, except right beneath it, they left a piece of bedrock still intact, connected to the bedrock. It's about 10 inches above the floor now. And you stand there, and somebody around 5.5 feet tall can stand there and speaking to the tube. And if you go outside by the sacrificial table, there's a ramp. And the ramp is on the west side of the table. And if you stand there, it can hold probably 30, 40 people. You're looking down at this table. When somebody speaks, the voice comes out underneath the table, kind of an acoustical thing.
Right.
And just 3 years ago, during some vandalism, we found that end of the tube, 6 feet from the oracle chamber where it goes in, is actually flared, kind of like a clarinet or a trumpet end. So it actually widens out. So when the sound goes through it, it helps to amplify it a little bit. And so when I was in Malta 25 years ago, we spent about a week over there, and I saw holes in the walls in some of the chambers. And I mentioned to the guide, I said, what do they think they were used for? He goes, oh, somebody would talk through those. It was like an oracle. I says, we got something like that in New Hampshire, and he was really into that. I kind of described it, and I think we had a brochure and showed him what it looked like. So we think during a ceremony, perhaps a wedding, a death, perhaps the solstice, equinox, people would stand up there, watch a ceremony on the table, and hear this voice coming out, and thinking it was a god, a spirit, or somebody speaking to them. And you can do it today. You can actually go there, and we can do that for you today. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So there's no other function for it. It's not a smokestack or anything. We do have a chimney at the far end. As you continue past that, there's a hole in the roof. And until 1959, there were 2 stone louvers, and we have the photographs. I don't know if I sent that to you. 2 stone louvers that could be adjusted to adjust a draft if it was used for a fire. And somebody stole them in 1959, I think the second year we were open, so we no longer have those louvers. There's 5 closets in that beautifully made closets inside the oracle chamber. There's a bench seat across from one of them. It's carved right into this rock, and there's no tool marks, no metal tool marks. They took a 90-degree cut in the rock, and you can put about 3 people sitting there, and you're looking into this beautiful stone closet, if you will. And we think maybe they put something in there like an offering. And there's 4 other closets in there too. There's 2 carvings, one of a deer, but it really looks like an ibex. And if you look at the Iberian ibex, in Western Europe, there are different types of ibexes, and it looks like the Iberian ibex, which is where Dr. Barry Fell from Harvard University thinks these people came from, because of the inscriptions that were found at our site. Very controversial. They were found, some of them go back to the time of Mr. Goodwin, others were found in the 60s. He visited us in 1975. He was at Harvard University, and he was the head of the Epigraphic Society, a group of like 1,200 people that studied ancient scripts across North and South America. Originally from New Zealand, went to school in Edinburgh, Scotland, and then he came to the States. And he wrote America BC in 1976, Bronze Age America after that, and Saga America. So he wrote 3 books and did a lot of publishing, and he died in 1994. And he said the 3 types of script he found at our site, as well as all over the Northeast, is Libyan, Celtic, and Phoenician. He said they came out of Spain, because we know the Phoenicians originated possibly in the Persian Gulf, and then they were in the they're in the Middle East. They're at the Phoenician coast, Syria, Lebanon, and part of Israel, the Golan Heights. I thought that area in there, and Tyre and Wybos and Beirut are all Phoenician cities. And they went across the Mediterranean, setting up 50 other cities for trade. And then they ended up in Spain and Portugal. And they might have made it to the British Isles into Scandinavia too. And then they set up 50 trading colonies on the coast of Africa, Hanno. I think it was 7 trading colonies they set up. He feels they launched off of Spain and Portugal, and they came to the States just like where Columbus launched from. And that's Siberia, and that's what this inscription looks like. The deer carving really doesn't have the antlers of a deer. It looks like the horns or whatever on the ibex, and you can Google that. It's like, wow, it looks just like that. The other carving I found in 1967 near the exit, it was a window, not really an exit. It's because of wear and tear and vandals and stuff. The hole got bigger, and they made an exit out of it. It was a window. We think the sunlight would come in there and illuminate that ibex carving. Actually, we got to try that. We got to actually go up there and try it. Part of the problem is still too many trees blocking the sun coming in from that direction. We just did a complete forestry thing over 2 winters with a licensed forester, and we got to see the watch house illumination for the first time. Wow. Before 2020, you could never see it. There was just a dense forest there. You couldn't see it.
Yes.
So the Oracle Chamber is interesting. It was named because of the Oracle Tube. It has 2 underground drains. One of them runs 45 feet just to keep the structure dry, and then it has it has a bed underneath that Oracle Tube. If you are standing there and look down by your knees, it's a big hole. It was man-made. It goes right to your left, 8 feet, and it has a window. You can actually lay in there, and you could be looking out this window. I have no idea. It doesn't look like a closet. It looks like somebody could actually lay in there. So if that is a ceremonial site, did a priest or shaman or somebody else, stay in there during the ceremonies? It raises a lot of questions.
What would they be looking at? The sky?
Well, the window only looks into the chamber. It's like you could actually observe anything coming or going. I think the structure, and if you stand above the sacrificial table, you can't see the oracle chamber. It blends into, to the left, there's actually a natural ridge of bedrock. They call it a sheet back. It's like a ridge. They artificially continued that on the roof of the oracle chamber. And then when you're standing up there, like there's a chamber down there.
Right.
So I think like the Wizard of Oz, if somebody was in there talking, people above would be like, oh my God, it's a spirit or somebody, possibly, kind of like the Wizard of Oz thing. Don't pay attention to the guy behind the curtain, I mean, for a farm, this makes no sense when you look at that chamber. It makes no sense at all. But it's an amazing structure. In the 1800s, some of the site was taken away. Some of it was taken away for the stones for other building purposes. So maybe 25 or 30% or something like that of the site's missing. So you see the foundations of other structures, where there are more oracle chamber structures. There's one area, I think there was probably a similar structure. You can see the remains, but the roof and part of the walls are gone today. So there may have been another structure somewhat like the oracle chamber just to the south of it, So it's unfortunate it's not there today.
Wow. That's, that's fascinating. There's just so much, to piece it all together with, you'd almost need information from other spots.
You do. You really do. You got to, look at other sites too,
No, absolutely. But the one thing that you say, scaling back all the trees, it just makes me realize, because there's another site I'm familiar with where things like this are starting to surface. They think it's one thing, and it may be partially, but it's starting to look like if they uncovered it, they would not be far off of what your area is like.
Interesting.
I'll send you that information. It would be good to you guys to collaborate or something, because I'm thinking, you could probably give each other answers. Is that just based on the people that are kind of working it over there as well? But the constellations is something that interests me, because that seems to be something that the ancients would do. They would build on power spots. So I'll back up 1 minute and let's talk about your site being a power spot. Stargate, Gateway, the ancients always built these sort of monuments in places that they believed were power spots. And that usually did align with the constellations in many cases. Do you think you fall under that?
possible. I mean, there's different areas. I'm not an expert in that area, but I will say that there is a earthquake. It's a joint. It's another part of the earthquake fault line called the Clinton-Newbury fault line. It goes from Newbury, Massachusetts, which is to the east of us on the coast, all the way down to Clinton, Mass, which is southwest of us. And the whole hilltop is bisected by this fault line. So that might be interesting. I know Machu Picchu has that too, and about 700 of the stone circles. And they're in Scotland is about 700, but in Wales going into England, there's about the same number. And my friend Maria Wheatley's big on on ley lines. She's on vortices. She's written about it. She's been on History Channel. Yeah. And I think you might have her as a guest eventually. She'll really get into that.
Yes.
Oh, she's wonderful. And that's that's really her expertise. And her dad visited us back 40 years ago. He was an archaeologist. She's an archaeologist. She lives right by Avebury. She's already done a little bit on our site using maps and stuff. And she's been trying to get here for the last 2 years, but COVID kind of messed it up. She did make it to everything else. I call it the dark ages. She did make it to Chaco this year, and she was in Malta recently. But she says your site is powerful. So when she talks about our site, or if you have her on a guest, get her more into the details of that. I will say, we talked about ley line. She says you have to have 5 points to make a ley line, according to what they have in Europe. She goes, in the States, sometimes you just need 2 points. But she goes, with all the research they've been doing for decades and decades, she goes, really, you need 5 points. But I will say that in 2012, my son Kelsey was using Google Earth, and he went along the summer solstice sunrise alignment. He just took it across New England. He continued, and what they did in the 70s, they looked on hills around us to see if there was other structures, and there are, where they aligned up with some of these astronomical alignments, and some seem to be. But back in the 70s, you had to actually go over there and look at these hills on private property. It was difficult. Today with Google Earth, it's much easier, So he took Google Earth around the world, and he ended up over in England, and he's been to Stonehenge a couple times with us. We took him over there, and he said, gee, this looks pretty close to Stonehenge. And as he changed the scale, he blew it up, and all of a sudden Stonehenge appears. So that line that goes from the astronomical center, it goes through a stone circle, then it goes through a stone monolith, which is a summer solstice sunrise monolith. And the monolith is actually shaped with an asymmetric top. And when we saw that, because the stone's always been there, and when we cleared it out starting in the 70s, so that's kind of funny. Most of our monoliths have a point in the center, kind of like an arrowhead. But, most, but not all. But when we opened up the clearing to the horizon, all of a sudden we could see the horizon about 5 or 6 miles distance. There's 2 hills that intersect, and they intersect the same shape as the top of that rock. So the rock kind of fits into the notch. And in Europe, they call those horizon features. You'll have the notch, or a little hump, the stone you call your foresight, then you have your back sight, kind of like a gun sight. Then you watch your object rise or set over these. So we're quite amazed about 50 years ago to clear that out finally and see that. So my son took that line right across that whole thing, the center, the stone circle, which is where we think you stood, the stone itself, the far distant notch, and he went across to England and he blew it up, and that line goes right through the center of one of the trilothrones at Stonehenge, which is kind of neat. It's like, if that's a coincidence, I'm like, wow, and I said, it was just after my dad died, and I wish you could see that, because we've been looking at that stone for decades. We never knew that if you had X-ray vision like Superman. After that, my son taught me how to use Google Earth a little bit, and if anybody can do this and are good at this, please do it and tell us if we have any errors, if we're making mistakes. But true south, and not magnetic, but true south goes through Machu Picchu. The winter solstice sunset goes through the moon pyramid at Teotihuacan, which we've been to. Not the sun pyramid, but the moon pyramid. Yes. The equinox sunrise goes to Pueblo Bonito at Chaco Canyon. Again, is this a coincidence? I don't know. But the sunrise goes through the pyramids on the Canary Islands, which I didn't even know existed. We took it over there, and it goes right through the truncated pyramids. And the August 1st sunrise goes to the Great Pyramid in Cheops. So it's something that some people are interested in. Others will say, it could be coincidental, but there's a lot of coincidences there, Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting, but there are ley lines on our hill. And I have a friend that was the one that set up the Santa Cruz West Coast Dowsers thing. And she's done a lot on our site. She goes, and I've tried the sticks myself. She says, I'm pretty good at it. I don't know, but right. My dad found the first well at our site using a dowsing rod back in 1958. I didn't even know he was into that. He told me years later.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think it's fabulous. So, before we continue, why don't we do, Amelia, do you want to just do a station ID right now?
Yeah,
Instead of
not
waiting
a
a few minutes
problem.
and do
Let me
that, yeah.
get
And just to answer Ron Watson, yes, we can see your comments and questions. So go ahead, fire away. Okay, go ahead, Amelia.
There's a lot of them, that's why. You are listening to The Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano, comes to you live from the beautiful city of New Orleans on 105.3 and 107.7 FM radio. Tonight, we have, for the first time, Dennis Stone with us, and we are discussing America's Stonehenge. If you missed it, don't worry. You can stream or listen to our archives on the platform you normally use. And a big shout out and thank you to the amazing people at Folgers Coffee for fully sponsoring our show from day one. And we thank you for your continued support. And also a big, huge shout out and thank you for our intro and outro to Dr. Snick, the sonic surgeon, Justin Snicker, award-winning composer and musician. You can find his music on Amazon and Bandcamp and find him on Facebook and Instagram. Speaking of which, if you are watching us right now on our Facebook page or you are watching us on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button and our like button as well. Just saying. I was a little disconnected because you caught me off guard because that's early. I'm like, ugh.
I know, that's okay. That's okay. I just figured we would do it because then we can just move on to some other stuff. Curiosity, because you mentioned that you had the Holzer files filming there, and I know you've got different people, paranormal investigators, we've talked about that, coming onto the site. So let's just kind of slip into something on a little bit more of the metaphysical side. Is the site haunted? Like, why?
Sorry, what was the question?
Is the site haunted? Like, all these people are coming forward, like Holzer, like Alexandra as a friend. She's been on the show 2 or 3 times, and I mean, if she's going there, I know there's got to be something to it.
Right, yeah. I mean, people have been doing different type of psychic research since the 1960s. I think I mentioned to you, somebody had taken a crystal, sent it out to California, and they did a reading on it. There's a name for that. It's psychokinesis. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, you can read. And then they fortunately sent, the crystal came out of the upper well. The upper well actually is in the main site, and it's 23 feet deep. But in the 1960s, it was full of muck and debris. And somebody started cleaning it in 1961. We got the report on that. And my dad finished it in 1961. In 63, my dad got down there. When he got to the bottom of it, it gets very wide. And somebody actually quarried the last 5 feet of it through solid bedrock and found a whole bunch of quartz crystals down there, you know. So,
oh my God. I was just going to say, did you find crystals? Sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't want to get side. Well, the crystal thing's interesting. But it doesn't seem to be a well for water. There's no vein of water. The only water that goes into there is from snow melt and when it rains. And then the water goes through, there's a wall between that and what we call the paddy area. I think originally it was a courtyard. And if the water gets up to a certain point, just a few feet, it actually floods out the whole area. Then it goes into another one of these underground man-made drains, and it helps to keep it dry. But it's not really a well for water. We think it is a mine shaft to extract the quartz crystals. And we're not still sure about that, but my dad wrote that up in the New Hampshire Archaeological Society, their newsletter in 1963, and we got that report too. And then somebody did the reading on it in California, and I have that report. I wish I had it here to tell you the details of what they felt. I just don't have it in front of me at the moment.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, it is interesting. And then Holzer first visited us in 1970, and he kept coming almost every year through the 70s. And in 76, he was up, and he actually did Leonard Nimoy's In Search of, the second episode. He produced and directed that. And I was there during that. And I actually thought he forgot he actually did that, at the time, And then he passed away in 2009, like my dad did. And then the Holzer files came out 2 years ago, and they came up and filmed us for that. Back in 74, that particular year, he brought in July 12th of 74, he brought in Ingrid Beckman. I guess she was kind of getting her start in the paranormal at the time. And I don't know if she's passed away, but in 74, I remember she was pretty young at the time. And it's in his book, 1992 book that Hans wrote called Long Before Columbus. And there's Ingrid in there, and it was the summer months.
Check that.
Yeah, it's interesting. And her and her experience is all recorded. Hans used, I think, camera. He used a recorder, and then he put it into the book. November 12th, and the 12th for some reason, he brought in Ethel, and I always school. It's Ethel Johnson Myers. You know Ethel Myers?
Yes, yes.
I always get the names backwards, Johnson, but it's Ethel, and she did a similar reading. And because she was coming up somehow or other, and we didn't have the internet back then, Betty Hill found out. Maybe it was in the local papers that Hans was bringing in this psychic. Betty Hill lived in Portsmouth, New Hampshire at the time, about 30 miles away, and she heard about this. She came over, and we got to meet her for the first time.
Very nice.
And I guess most of your listeners know about the Betty and Bonnie Hill experience,
absolutely.
And the movie that came out, and I think Estelle Parsons played Betty, and James Earl Jones played Barney, and it was a pretty good movie. I just watched part of it. Pretty cool. I think it was an NBC special too.
Yeah, it was pretty well done. Absolutely.
I think so. Yeah, and what an experience they had going into Canada and coming back on a vacation,
I know,
and then
surprise.
all bad stuff happened. So that just don't go to Canada. Come back and have all the bad stuff.
Expected.
Watch Rick Warren. Careful, beware of the boy.
Yeah,
it is a gift that keeps on giving.
We'll stay away from that. But it was an amazing thing that they did, and so she came over to meet Hans, of course, and then she wanted a reading by Ethel, and she did. And I was there during that. I was like 20. I would have been 20 years old. And what I don't know, and I asked Hans Holzer. I've stayed in touch with his daughter since they came up 2 years ago to film, because she came up. It was the first time she actually came up on a show, Alexandra, and I just talked to her 2 days ago. But what I don't know is if Hans, where that report is. I would love to read the reading by Ethel over Betty Hill. What did she, what was that? That would be interesting.
All of this stuff. Yeah.
So that would interest, I think, myself among yourself and probably your listeners too, to see what that reading was.
If Alexander wants to dig it up and come on the show and bring you one, and you just kind of collaborate on that.
I can mention it to her. Yeah, she's really wonderful, and she's in New York City and carrying out her dad's
she's been on the show 3 times.
Yeah,
she has. Oh, okay. So
proud
give her a
to
call.
That's why Michelle suggested it, because we're actually friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's great. She does want to come back and do another thing at our site, eventually. But she's got like 5 or 6 kids, so she's very, very busy too. And she is carrying on dad's work. They're keeping her busy.
She's wonderful. She's wonderful.
Yeah, I like her. Yeah, she's just. I never met her as a kid. Her sister, who's older, and her didn't come up, and that was part of the show too. Is apparently Hans kept them away from our place, but Hans came out, many, many, many times up to our site. And then that book came out in '92, and that's where you'll see another. Nancy Abel was another psychic that came. He brought her, I think, in '75, I think.
What were they picking up? Were they picking up on past civilizations, on spirit people, on extraterrestrial? If Hans was there, it's because there was something very interesting there for him.
I would suggest the book is available. Yeah, if you get the book, you can go into it. I can't remember all the different. I'd probably mix them up, because he has, I think, 4 different psychics in there. 3 of them mainly, but he mentioned some other, and in the book. So if you get the book, you can see exactly what he put down there.
I'll check, because I have all his books on digital.
Yeah, long before Columbus. 1992, Columbus's 500th year anniversary. So that's when the book came out.
Yeah.
I don't know the publisher.
Worth checking out.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got a comment. We're going to come up to this one.
Natalie Closon. Hi, Natalie. She says, I am guessing you've used D-Stretch. It's a tool for rock art researchers who wish to enhance images of pictographs, not an expensive program, in case you haven't used it.
I haven't. No, I don't think we have used that at all. It's not familiar to me. I'd like to learn more about it. I do know at Stonehenge they use laser scanning, and that the guy with the LiDAR says if you want to get that device, it's $150,000. She may be doing something totally different, but laser scanning, they picked up things at Stonehenge that you can't see with your eyes that are inscriptions.
Oh, yes.
So maybe that's kind of along that line. Yeah, we're open to that.
Fantastic.
And Tamara asks if you have any magnetic anomalies at your site.
We do. We get a lot of every time they come up to film us, whether it's Ancient Aliens did us with a drone and everybody's having problems with the batteries dying up there, the GPS not aligning. The one guy was doing infrared. He has a $13,000 drone. He does movies. He does all sorts of solar panel inspections. But he came up and he used his thermal imaging camera on our site.
Right.
And it was a $13,000 unit. And when he tried to launch it the last time, he was going to show it to the LiDAR gentleman. It would not get off the ground. And I guess it's something to do with the airspace, as A, B, C, D airspace, and it would not let him get up. He was so mad and so frustrated. It was a brand new, very expensive drone. But he has some thermal imaging. Those images are really interesting. They go down to about 14 inches. But we're open to any kind of, research. If people write a little proposal, and if it's not going to destroy the site, or harm it in any way, we're definitely open. What she said sounds really interesting to us. I'm sure there's other inscriptions we can't even see. That we've been thinking about. What are we missing with our eyes? So that would be great.
How much is still underground?
Well, they've excavated 1 acre since 1937. If we took all the shovel test pit, we call them STPs, and all the excavations for 85 years, about 1 acre out of 100 and about 6 acres have been excavated. So that's not even like 1%,
No, that's very, very small.
Small
percentage of what you have. So
exactly.
What are you looking to do next with the site? I mean, aside from keep going.
Yeah, we want to use the latest technologies. I think we want to do some more OSL dating too, because we have thousands and thousands of feet of stone walls. Some of them are serpentine walls, others are walls that we don't think are colonial. And test these, if we can do more, but it's $1,000 per sample, and you have to wait about 2 years to get the results back.
That's really hard.
Which is kind of tough, And by the way, those 10 sites that they did do, Dr. Feathers, he put it out for peer review in the, it's called the Quaternary Geochronological Journal. The editors in Germany, they have 33 editors around the world, including, I think, 6 in the United States. And what they do is they read the article, they look at his data, and they put out a peer review on it. And that journal basically is all about different dating techniques, spin resonance, carbon dating, all sorts of different types of, including OSL and SL, which is surface illumination, which is another one they can do. I think we're going to do more of that, because the dates are starting to show that the Patty family had nothing to do with the construction. And it's not a colonial site, as many of the mainstream have always written it off as some crazy farmer or bootlegger, bank robber, mail robber they assigned to this guy, which is basically libelous or slanderous. The guy wasn't any of these things. And they said he and his 6 husky sons built the whole site. He actually had 2 sons. One son died in Boston at 17 years old for some reason. The other one, his name was Seth, and he survived into adulthood. And he had 5 daughters. Maybe the daughters were all husky. I don't know. But he said the 6 husky sons built the site. It doesn't look like a farm, and why would they waste their time? They had to make a living, And he was a shoemaker
I don't
by
think
trade.
they would waste their time with that.
I know.
Like you say, you have to live. Your land is what sustained you. So you're going to use it to sustain you.
Exactly.
And, I can't see going to all that trouble, no matter how husky your girls are. There we go. Amelia, we get this. This is something else Natalie's saying.
Yep. Natalie said G-Stretch can bring out faint pictographs that are invisible to the naked eye. It works on a digital camera images. No special filters or lighting are needed. So is that like an app program or?
Wow.
Natalie, if you wouldn't mind, is that an app or a program that is downloaded to your phone or to
if you can elaborate on it, it'd be great.
Is it
that'd be wonderful,
is it a computer program? Is it a phone app? How does it work? Pegnick asks, how does a compass react differently at this site?
Yeah, there is that. We have had that, definitely. There's one problem is that chain link fence that goes around the site covering that 1 acre. But also, even if you get away from that, there seems to be some magnetic anomalies. And one of the gentlemen that he was actually doing our 12-minute video that we have. You can see that on our website. It's a 12-minute introductory film. And he did some ads for us. He used to work for an ABC affiliate in New Hampshire. And he had a and his background was basically engineering. He went into school for engineering. And when he was using his drone, and he was using, and this is a different gentleman, the guy with the thermal imaging, and he was just laughing about it. He goes, my batteries are dying. All these batteries are charged up. They're all dead now. My drone my drone battery died. He had audio. His audio was separate with the battery, and that died. And he just says, there's got to be a reason for this. But he says, I think it's prosaic. Maybe it's something to do with the minerals in the ground. He goes, but he didn't know. He goes, the other side is there's something else going on here, and I can't, something maybe more supernatural, because I'm going to go with the down to earth first, he said. And maybe you have different minerals in the ground. You have the quartz, feldspar, mica we have there. Is there something else? So he was really trying to figure it out. It really puzzled him. You could see he was really stretching, but he had an engineering background, and then he went into the whole media thing, and it puzzled him. And we've heard other people say the same thing, whether it was Ancient Aliens up having some issue, or, the Holzer Files, and we've had other people up there filming the Scott Walter show and stuff like that. So compasses do get screwed up, and that causes problems with the drones, because they use GPS basically, but even that was a problem too.
Yes.
Yeah, that became an issue too,
Drones are great, but if you lose one, holy cow.
They filmed a show here, and the drone went right into the trees, almost headed for the house. We're like,
that's a huge loss. That's a huge loss. They're beautiful, beautiful equipment. They're fascinating what they can do, the bird's eye view and everything, but you get a kick of wind or a bird come at it, you're done. I don't think there's insurance for that.
Do you have concerns over, or have you had any issues with vandalism on such a big site like that? You can't
we have, definitely. And it's some of it's juvenile over the years, but the worst was in 2019. It happened in September, I think 28th, 29th at our site. And somebody came up, and they first cased a joint the day before, and we know who it is. They did catch him eventually, and they were from New Jersey, actually. And they came back sometime during the hours of being closed, and I think it was Sunday morning. And we had him on the cameras inside the building. We have everybody for security, and we pretty much picked out who it was. But he came back, and he used a 14-inch diamond saw, and he took it to the sacrificial table, and he carved several inches into it, I am Mark, which is his first name, across the top. We thought it was more biblical because he put a Christian cross, not an equilateral, but a Christian cross below it. And then he put down at the bottom, like, WWGA, WG1, and we had no idea what that meant. It was letters, and the letters are about a foot across. They were really big letters, and they went into the stone up to 6 inches, and the table's about a foot thick. So really, structurally, it wasn't good that he, Not only did he do that, but he took some sort of a sledgehammer, and this table was sitting on 4 legs, and it's part of it is actually into the oracle chamber wall. So the oracle chamber wall, then 4 legs that support this. And the table is about 9 feet long by about just under 6 feet wide and about 4.5 tons, so 9,000 pounds. He ended up knocking out 2 of the legs on the north side of the table. The table is orientated east and west, and the whole table came collapsing down, and it actually caused damage to the oracle tube, as I mentioned. And I mentioned during a repair, we found that the whole thing was flared out like a trumpet or clarinet or so forth. But he did that, and that afternoon, my son's it's amazing some of the stuff that kid comes up with, but he went on and he found out that it stood for where we go one, where we go all. So it's part of what we think is either the follower, and there are probably really nice people in it, but I don't consider him a nice person, what he tried to do to our site. He tried to destroy it, basically, and it's QAnon, but either part of it, or he thinks he's part of it, or maybe he's just a bad egg. I don't know.
Maybe that's bad times.
Maybe he's not all there, though.
Yeah.
He had some family tragedy that happened a few years earlier with his son, apparently. And by coming up to our site, he thought he could redeem himself, or something would be good. But by trying to destroy our site, it caused us an enormous amount of grief over the years. And we did repair the table. It took us 2 months to repair it, to get the thing back up and everything. But it's compromised forever. Our assistant archaeologist.
It's so unfair.
Yeah, to damage an innocent site like that. And that's happening across the nation. I have another friend, I mentioned Heather, and she's in Aruba right now, but she's seen damage down there. We've done a radio show together, both of us as guests, talking about vandalism about 2 years ago. She's wonderful, because even in national parks, people will take some of the petroglyphs, sell them on the black market. Other times you see people take and just scratch over them, you know, and that's
it's terrible.
that's
Spray
They did
painting,
it to the
yeah,
Colosseum.
graffiti.
The Roman Colosseum for years was fenced
Yeah.
off, so you couldn't touch it. And somebody was so upset about it, said, I paid all this money to come and see it. You don't let me touch it. And she spray painted it from the other side of the fence. And they both ended up in jail. I'm like, you don't do that kind of crap at the Vatican, like in Rome,
this is
man.
why
Like,
I wanted to address it, because it is a problem around the world. You have these
It
sites
is, yeah,
that are,
yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
crazy people.
Yes, and I'm
Yeah.
sorry that you fell into that, you know. So.
Yeah, it's very, my dad probably rolling, and everybody else that supported us, all the researchers over the years. So that same day, actually in Sedona, the Red Church, that was attacked that same day. And in New Hampshire, one of the oldest Masonic temples, I think they don't like the Mason, was burnt to the ground. It's one of the oldest, and they never found out who did that. You know, it was the same night. So it was like, whoa, what's going on here? And we felt like, you know, we're in danger, you know, and our site was in danger for more of this. So our assistant archaeologist, he went to school in Boulder, he's basically a professional stonemason. He's the one that helped us put it together. He did a wonderful job, and plus just making us feel better, because we were feeling horrible about this. And then we hear of other places being attacked, you know. This gentleman that did it actually wanted to take down the Bunker Hill Monument, and he has social pictures in front of that, you know, on Facebook. He went to Washington, D.C., wanted the Washington Monument. I have no idea, taken down. Then he wanted the Mount Rushmore, Crazy Horse. So he had a whole thing. And when they arrested him in New Jersey, his first comment was, "This is a thing about Texas." So we think he did something in Texas too. And then he was up in Nova Scotia, and our detective in Salem, New Hampshire, was wonderful. He did such a great job, because this is going to take time. The wheels of justice turn very slowly, and they did. He told us exactly what to expect. This guy was up in Nova Scotia, and I mentioned Scott and Haley did a tour from Nova Scotia, Knights Templar, that kind of thing. And they went to this thing called it was on the Oak Island show, and the owners really didn't want it on there. They didn't have, it's a whole thing with that. Somebody went up there, and when they got to this particular site in southern Nova Scotia, ancient carvings and everything, somebody had got in there and dug a 6-foot tunnel, and they also stacking stones up against the carvings, causing some disturbance. And that was, I guess, 2 months ago. And I think this is something that this gentleman wanted to do, but I'm not sure who did it, you know. I'm like, oh my God, you know, it's still going on. This guy's still out there, by the way. They caught him, and they found him incompetent to stand trial. So he's on the loose. He's not remorseful or regret. Yeah, he's just out there.
That's terrible. But this is
3
another
years
example here.
Peg says the guide stones are gone.
That's another.
Oh yeah, Georgia. Yeah.
Love them or hate them, it's their monuments, and they're gone.
Yeah, they're gone. Yes. Yep. We were scared because they called that America Stonehenge too, American, and on NBC News with Lester Hood. He's a great. I like that guy. But anyway, he was on talking about it. I'm like, he used our name instead of the American nickname, American Stone. They call it America Stonehenge. So you know, our web hits went up, and my wife goes. So we told our detective, you know, can you have a couple guys just check, because we don't want to copycat again, you know.
No, you don't need that.
No, we don't need that. Yeah, it's been very stressful, you know, very stressful.
Oh, I believe
I can't even
it.
imagine. I can't.
Yeah, heartbreaking too.
Natalie says, from what I gather from the website, it's an app, but the better way to use it is onto the open source program ImageJ. So I'm guessing JPEG. So the app for G-Stretch, the website G-Stretch.
Is that with the E is an echo or a G?
D like David.
Yeah.
D
David.
like
Okay.
that.
Okay. A D isn't David.
Yeah,
Okay.
there it is.
It will always be here when you look at the archive.
I'll go back to
right
that.
up there for you. There we go.
Perfect. Oh,
So so go to the website. I imagine if you just Google it, you'll get all kinds of information on it.
I will check that out, and then we can start playing around with that up there at the different stones and see if anything comes up. That'd be really. Even the ones we know about, like the deer carving, you know, at Ibex. Just check that and see if there's anything else there too.
I would see when I try to remember things, I play with them, like D for Destiny, Destiny Stretch, D Stretch, and then it stays. I'm one of those people who studied that way in school.
Right.
It helps to memorize it.
It does.
Excellent. Yeah.
It does.
Perfect.
You know, just something that you can relate to.
I'm going to write it down when I get off the show so I don't forget. Or I can go back and look at it too. I know.
I'll put it back up for you before we sign off.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. We appreciate that. Yeah.
I guess you guys have a general idea how big everything is right now. That overhead that you sent me, how many acres is that? Is that your full 110 acres or is that?
Yeah, it's about 110 acres. Yeah, with the lines radiate out from the center. Yeah,
yeah, because I'm looking at these sort of asterisks, sort of.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that like the whole property from overhead?
Well, that's pretty much our property. Exactly. I will say that next door to the east of us, the family's owned the land for generations, and they just sold off about 20 acres of the land away from us. And in that area, there are walls, including that looked very similar to our wall patterns. And the gentleman that was the vice president of the era, living in Connecticut, was doing some. He's great. He does photogrammetry, amazing pictures of these circuit walls all over New England, including our side. But he said, "Hey, Dennis, that next door neighbor." He goes, "They got walls," and I said, "You know what? I just saw those too." And because they're putting homes in there now. But the good thing is the homes have a couple, like 3 acres of land, so they're not. If it was high density homes, they would have just leveled the whole thing, Mm-hmm. So these walls, although they get disturbed, they're still kind of intact with some holes where they had to put a driveway or the road through. But they look like our road. So maybe our site does continue out further, into our neighbor's property, So something that needs to be looked at more closely.
That would be a surprise to your neighbor.
Yeah, they may or may not like that, if they want to develop more of the property, or hey, we got some. Or you get Stonehenge here too, which I don't know why. He probably does, He could.
I'm just really excited for you for this journey because I can't even imagine what's underneath everything. Like people get really funky as well with mounds, like the serpent mounds or the walls. Can you dig under there or into them? Like, is this considered something sacred? Because it really is. In some places like Ohio, they're really, really protective of that thing.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah. I mean, it's private property. We were made a state historic site in 1971. My dad was pushing for that a little bit. But they don't own the place. And most of the state historic sites in New Hampshire, I think the number I heard one time, like 70% are on private property. The other are state, like the Robert Frost farm in Gary. My grandfather had him for a teacher, but that's state property and a state historic site in that case, and we're open year round. And the designation was kind of good, get us a little more recognition. Maybe, I don't know about protection.
Does it hinder you? Does it hinder you?
Archaeologically? No, it does not. No. And even if we became like on the National Register of Historic Sites or places, we tried that 20 years ago with Dr. Winkler from Penn State. He was doing research on our site starting in 1997 until 2001 when he suddenly passed away. Right after retirement from Penn State, he was an archaeoastronomer from 64 all the way up to 1999, I think. And he was working on getting us on the National Register of Historic Places. You have to go through your state capital and then Washington, D.C. He goes, "Oh, my God, the paperwork, the red tape, and all of this." He goes, and then he passed away. And then no further work was done on that, And I was flying at the airlines, my wife, because you don't have time. You just fly and repair things when you come back home, fix all the broken stuff over there,
Right. Yeah, we don't want our pilots on the internet while we're flying. And I love to fly, so don't take that away from me. Don't put that away.
No. I was on some of these. It's funny, when I was still flying until I retired in 2016 with Mark Eddy, it was great. He was getting me shows. And you have to have a certain legal time of rest, very, very, the FAA is very strict about that. But I was staying within the legal, rest period, but I still did my radio shows at the hotel sometime, but I had to be careful because if some incident happened, they looked back and said, "Wait a minute, you were on a radio at this time," and that's all documented, and you had this incident and you didn't have your rest, that would be a federal violation, that would be bad, the company would get rid of me, number one. So I had to be careful about that, but I love flying. I did it for a long time and I enjoyed, aviation, all that. And then I enjoyed the rocks, and my co-pilots always enjoyed talking with me, and I enjoyed talking with them about these sites, and we'd fly into St. Louis and I'd say, "Oh yeah, there's Cahokia." I'd ask the controller one day, the approach controller says, "Hey, where's Cahokia?" And the controllers are so wonderful, and it was quiet. You're not supposed to bother them. It's busy. It was very quiet. And he goes, what? You looking for the airport or for the mounds? I said, the mounds. He goes, well, 1 o'clock in about 5 miles. My co-pilot never knew anything about them. They're like, oh my God, So we did that a lot. We did that a lot over the years,
So you got
get
to
to
go
see
over it.
everything.
Did it mess with? Did it mess with the aircraft's compasses or anything like that? Because
I haven't seen that. No, no.
okay.
Fortunately, no, our GPS or anything like that. Fortunately, So that's good. That's always good. You
No,
don't
it's a
get
good
lost.
thing.
It's a good thing. Yeah.
Don't want to
Can
be
I-
a plane that's going renegade, doesn't know where it's going.
That's bad. That's a bad day.
Can I tell you something personal and funny? My brother graduated. My brother and I are 18 years apart. He graduated high school in 1969, the year I was born, and he wanted to be a pilot. He went to his counselor, and being an immigrant from Italy and everything, like he really had to work hard for his grades and everything. Do you know what they told him? It's just a fad. It's passing. It's only for the rich. This is how
Really?
far back it went.
Wow.
And
Very
your whole
cheap.
career was a fad.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said, oh,
Isn't that
no,
crazy?
it's just for the rich. Flying's not going to take
No
off. At the
kidding.
time, I think it was just Pan Am was out there at the time. So I just thought you'd find it funny because
They discouraged him, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
I know.
was just shocked. I said, wow, I thought they were supposed to encourage you. And they
Yeah.
said,
I
oh, you
know.
won't get work, but
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. That's fun. 1969. Wow. I got into it in 74, and I was trying to do the military, but my eyes weren't perfect vision, uncorrected,
Yeah.
and I was colorblind. My grandfather's completely colorblind. So I went to the Air Force for the physical and everything in 1973, a year out of high school. And I said, well, everything is wonderful. Your grades, you passed the test, the oral was good. However, your eyes, you're not 20/20 uncorrected. You have some depth perception problem, and you're colorblind. I'm like, what does that mean? They said, you'll never fly for the military ever. So I did it on my own,
Good for
yeah,
you.
because flying for the
Yeah.
military isn't just flying, it's also shooting. It's
Yeah.
also armory. So, yeah.
Yeah, during Vietnam War too, it would have been a little dangerous to get into it, but I wanted to serve the country. But they said, nope, you can work on the ground, but you can't fly. So I decided just to do it on my own.
Yeah.
Working at the museum and doing that, and I enjoyed both. I really did.
Absolutely.
It was a
You got to
passion
see
jump.
so many amazing places.
Yeah.
I know I was never on your plane because I didn't get to Boston until 2018 or 2017. So
Yeah.
I know I was.
Well,
yeah. New Hampshire's my favorite
Yeah.
state, even though I'm
To see
Canadian.
everything.
yeah.
Well, we are almost like at the top of the hour. So this is the part where you promote yourself, promote the sites, go over the websites, any events that you have coming up that you'd like to promote for people to come to the site.
Well, it's a holiday. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I want to first say thank you so much for having me on this evening, and I'm happy Mark connected us. But I just love being on your show so much. And if we have any future discoveries, and if I can get that app up, maybe we'll find some more petroglyphs. That would be wonderful.
And then just come back.
Yeah, we can do that.
You can show
But it is a
pictures.
holiday. It is a holiday season, and I hope everybody has a wonderful holiday. And we got the next Wednesday. We'll have the winter solstice sunset.
Nice.
And so it's 52 years ago. We saw the very first one with my eyes. 3 years before that, the guy that cleared out the clearing in 1965 actually took the first photographs in 67. But so that anniversary is coming up, and then we'll have the February 1st, which is called Imbolc by the Celts, but it's also around Candlemas and Groundhog's Day. It's a cross-quarter day will be after that, So we have things going on throughout the year, and our website is stonehengeusa.com. We list all these different things.
Yes.
And if you go to that, you can pull up that 12-minute theater video and see it. You can do the app, and you can do a complete tour without ever coming. It won't cost you a dime to look at it. It's very good. And if you use it at our site, you'll love it too.
Mm-hmm.
And there's other website, telephone number, and email address, and we try to answer questions. You can call us too.
Mhm.
It's on Instagram and Facebook too. We have that information. So
And I
it's
have
all there.
All that is
Yeah.
in the show description. So all they have to do is click on
Yeah.
the link. All your links are there.
Everything's there. Yeah. So that should make it really easy. Thank you for doing that too.
Oh,
you.
you're very welcome.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
You'll have the website. I sent it to Michelle, and Michelle
Okay.
can email
I
it
just
to
sent
you.
it to you,
I Googled
yes.
it for you. You might be
Oh,
able to
thank you.
use it for the solstice. You never know, right?
We appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
What we'd like to do is a live Facebook with the solstice, but we'll see if we can do that sometime
No,
too. That'd be
you
kind of
might
fun.
be
Yeah.
able
Yeah.
to get pictures, like get this
Yeah,
program
yeah.
running before that and share that with everybody that day. You never know. If
We
you
could
get
try
it,
that, yeah.
going by then. It looks
It will.
simple.
Yeah. We'll
Yeah.
try it. We'll do it. Yeah, we'll do that eventually. Yeah, sounds good.
Well,
Thank you so much.
thank you for
Thank
joining
you.
us. And I will
You're
be in
welcome.
touch with you. And I always like to surprise people with how many people were listening. So I'm
Oh, thank you.
a bear of good news, hopefully.
Yeah.
Lasso, our producer, that seems to be MIA, but we'll figure that out too. But thank you again for joining us. And I will email you shortly.
So thank both of you. I really enjoyed it. Happy holidays to you. Try to stay warm.
We'll try. Cold up here.
Right. It's freezing here.
In New Orleans, you'll be okay, though. You should.
We'll see. That will come hang
We'll
out with
see.
you. All right. Thank you so much, Dennis. Nice to see you. Thank you
Yeah.
for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank both of you and your audience, too.
Good night.
Good night now.
Good
Bye-bye.
night. Well, that was just so much fun. Oh my gosh. Very informative. I did not see half of that coming. That was just fabulous. Again, the fact that it was that close and I had no bloody idea goes to show you, like, and I research, man. I am on everything. And when this was brought to my attention, I'm like, how did I not know this? I was mortified that I did not know this.
That was funny.
No.
No. I mean, it was funny their excitement when we found out he was coming on. Michelle was just ecstatic.
I love this stuff. I love this stuff. It's fascinating. He's so delightful and he's so generous with his time. He's just wonderful. I am so glad that he came on and that we could share him with all of you guys. So definitely check him out. Go to the website, even go to Google Images, check out all these pictures. It is fascinating. So huge thank you to Dennis Stone. I mean, huge for coming onto the show tonight, especially last minute. We're really, really grateful. Big thank you to Folgers Coffee, who sponsored the show. Big thank you to Dr. Snick, aka Justin Snicker, as a sponsor of the show for his intro and outro. We thank you. Whatever platform you guys are listening to, please, we would appreciate your support by either subscribing, following, liking, whatever the case may be. We would appreciate you. If you want to contact us, please do so at the Outer Realm Contact at gmail.com, the Outer Realm Contact at gmail.com, or just go to the Outer Realm Facebook page, click on email, and that will take you to us. Now, we are backing up a little bit because we are coming around to the holidays and we are going to be suspending some things. As far as booking for the shows, we are well into middle to end of March. Yes, we are. I know. But I can tell you, we've got phenomenal people coming on. It's just going to be really, really amazing. Names you've never heard of. Topics are just abundant and unbelievable. So definitely 2023 is going to be another fantastic year. Now, tomorrow night, we welcome Rob Goutreau. And he was in chat room earlier today. And of course, in keeping with a nice, more lighthearted December, he's going to be discussing, he has actually 4 books out now, by the way, Pets in the Afterlife, 1 through 4. And I will list them all in the show tomorrow for you guys to check them out. Yeah. And it's just going to be really amazing. We try to do this around this time of year just because of the fact that, you know, we lose our fur babies as well. And it's just always so nice to hear stories about them being around. So this is going to be wonderful. He's just been delightful to deal with over email. I cannot wait to meet him. Reminder for tomorrow, we have a new show, week 2, Spirit Quest, The Journey of Life with Paul Francis, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 to 7 Central. His last archive is just going through the roof. So, you know, you guys, I have no doubt will enjoy the continuous content that he has to offer. And of course, 'tis the season, so you know it's going to be really good. So go ahead and check him out. So in the meantime, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I know the chat room has just been lighting up, but again, we tried to stick with questions that are geared to the topic, and there's just a lot of people that we missed. However, again, you know, the most important thing is that he get all this information out because it's raising awareness for this amazing location. So hopefully the world will settle down a little bit, and we're going to go check it out. So anyway, thank you. We will see you all tomorrow night. and have a good evening. Behave.
When you were a kid, did you want to be an astronaut? A crossing guard? Sometimes our dreams feel a little all over the place, but we're not alone. In fact, McDonald's created an education platform, APA Next, with all the resources Asian Pacific American students like us need to navigate the next steps, or even figure out what they are. With streaming workshops on college admissions and more, a lot of the work is done for us. Come take a look at apanext.com and decide what's next for you.
That way we could get Bill WD-40 into the Spreaker chat so he can lube us up for tonight's show. Jeff Swenson, thank you for joining us. Hi, Kathy Evans and Lily Pond and Social Dig. How you doing? I heard you got a good show going on over there, Social Dig. That's awesome. Congratulations. And let's see, Invisible Tracker. Body Tech, good morning to you. 405er, how you doing, buddy? Chris. Teen, nice to have you here. All right. We're caught up on people. 20 seconds away. Super Chat is open. Remember, it's a good way to support what we do on this show. And, of course, do a little shopping at spacedoutradio.com. It's a great place to get some swag, especially that woo kind of swag. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Hey, do me a favor, everyone. It's that time. Let's get our horns up. Let's start this thing. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do Old Navy the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, and check out our swag as well. Tonight's show brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a great show for you tonight. It's all about the experience. Colin Ekstrand is here. We're going to talk about his lifelong experiences with his brand new book, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. Good BC kid. We're going to like him tonight, definitely. Then in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp, where Swamp Dweller has a spooky story for us. Then Terry Hall will fill in for Tim Senor, who's vacationing in Washington State this weekend. And we'll have the UFO report for you like we normally do. All right, let's kick things off, shall we? Colin Ekstrand shares his magical experiences with us tonight. He's a small-town boy growing up on the island of Vancouver Island here in British Columbia, and these incredible events began when he was a young kid. Now, he did everything that other kids should do, playing sports like hockey, baseball, softball, volleyball. He was very successful at track and field and football in the small town, a working town called Powell River. But over the years, some fantastic situations started happening, and they became more frequent. Now, you can find his book by going on Amazon.com and typing in My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. So we're going to learn all about it tonight as we bring in Colin right now. Colin Ekstrand, thank you so much for coming on Spaced Out Radio tonight. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. It's splendiferous to be here, Dave. It's a word I used in my book, and it is a real word, and it's a real positive word. And again, it's a real honor to be here. Thank you.
Excellent. We're glad to have you here. And a fellow BC guy like myself, it's always good. I started my radio career on Vancouver Island in Parksville, and then over to Nanaimo, then back to Parksville. Same owners. They just pushed me up the highway and down the highway before smartening up and heading back to the mainland where the sharks couldn't get me. So, I mean, it's a beautiful area where you live. And the one thing about Vancouver Island that a lot of people don't know is that there are a lot of weird and strange things that happen there. It's very haunted. There's sea monsters all around and inland on the island that have been reported. There's mermaids that have been reported, Sasquatch that's been reported, and, of course, UFOs and aliens. I mean, you got the real gamut there.
Well, I wish I would have seen a few more.
Well, that's just the way it is, man. That's just the way it is. But, I mean, explain to people because we have listeners literally all around the world. Vancouver Island is on the west coast of British Columbia, Canada, and it is literally the next stop is Japan. And so... Yeah. And it was one of the areas that was, one of the final areas of the West Coast Passage that was actually found by explorers here. Captain George Vancouver is the one who found it. So for you, living in that little piece of paradise there, I mean, what was it like growing up in that area?
Well, Pearl River actually is not part of Vancouver Island, yet it takes ferries to get to it, whether you're traveling from Vancouver on the mainland to Powell River or on Vancouver Island from Courtney Comox over to Powell River, due to the very large, wide inlets on the mainland. And it's more cost effective right now to have ferries running the show there than building roads. But you asked me what it was like growing up in Powell River. So I explained it's sort of isolated. So number one, you're always taking ferries to go play sports against other teams. So that's a common denominator amongst everybody in Powell River is ferries. So now beyond that, very close-knit community. If you didn't know the person by name, you certainly recognized them because you would see them fairly frequently. Now, as it turns out, Powell River has actually become a city since then, but it's sort of like a small town. We'll call it a small town, and it's good for the title. But so it's very more intimate, close-knit community due to the isolation. Very friendly, hardworking. There's a lot of outdoor activities, a lot of camping, a lot of hiking, a lot of fishing, a lot of outdoor activities.
For sure. Now, growing up in an area like that where Powell River, back in the day before, the Vancouverites all decided to start exploring the provinces when real estate shot up right across. I mean, what was it like growing up there where you knew everybody? I mean, you were isolated. It's an isolated town, right on the coastline. It's known for its fishing. It's known for its logging. And if you weren't involved in one or the other, you had family who were. And like you said, everybody kind of knew who everybody was. So when strange things started happening to you, and we'll get into what happened here in a little bit, were other people involved in what was happening?
Not necessarily, no. It was more or less, I think, of a individual personal thing than it was collective. But I'll say this, I believe the things that I did, anybody can do. And therefore, striving for goals, whether they be athletic or career goals, you'd be surprised how much in common they have, the tools to strive to achieve the goal in mind. So again, your question, were there other people involved? Other than teammates, but in regards to my own personal experiences, it was sort of a individual thing.
All right, well, let's take the time here to learn about your magical experiences. When did these start for you?
Well, 5 years old. When I first Now, remember, between the ages of 5 and 20, a lot of my magical experiences were connected to my athletics. But I was always a very reflective, introverted person who just ask me that again.
Well,
so
just in regards to when things started happening for you.
Yeah, I was 5. And okay, so again, I was mentioning most of them when I was younger were athletic. So again, when I was 5, I put six, I hardly ever held a hockey stick in my hand, and I put 6 pucks in a row in the center slot at an elementary school's festival where there was arts and crafts and games. And that was the first stirrings of something extraordinary. Now, I didn't think too much of it then, but as things materialized later in life, I look back and say, oh yeah, that's probably where it started.
Okay, so you had the gift of the hockey stick, which is something that is very Canadian. Very Canadian, by the way. And, you know, as going forward...
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Hey there, I'm David Novak. I ran Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut. And like you, I'm always learning so I can be the best leader I can be. That's why I started How Leaders Lead, the first leader-to-leader podcast with CEOs from Target, Pepsi, and Adobe, and greats like Tom Brady, Jim Nantz, and Jack Nicklaus. You'll learn how to win, how to bounce back, and how to lead. So listen to How Leaders Lead wherever you listen to podcasts. It's the best podcast on leadership you'll ever listen to.
Or did this all revolve around sports? Did it revolve around your own personal abilities?
Well, in the beginning, it was sports. But as I refer to my reflective nature, that in the beginning it was sports, but there was always inspiration and grace there. Right from the beginning and right to the present. So even though it was sports, I make that connection because as I got older and grew up, it became more evident in my life. My own personal philosophy would be used more than just in sports when I was young. It would transfer over to one's career, one's family, adult life. But as a young person, mainly they were athletic achievements. But reflecting back upon them, I sort of see the kind of tools that I used, mental tools of goal setting and focus and concentration and planning. So yes, in the beginning, mainly they were athletic.
That's really interesting. Very interesting. And did you ever think that they were some sort of paranormal experience or just supernatural type experiences? When did you start thinking that it was something a little bit different?
Well, I knew by the time I was 20, I already had at least 24 peak athletic experiences. And to my recollection and observation, that's fairly unusual. I think most people might have 2, 3, 4, or 5 by that stage in their life. But I had more than that. And it kept on going even after my youth, into my adulthood and my family life. The grace and benefits that I utilized toward my athletics I used in adulthood and wound up benefiting my family members. I believe it rubbed off on them, and I see them succeeding, and I hope I'm a little part of that as well.
Okay, so you had an athletic gift regarding sports coming across very easily, and me being a former sports guy, I'm very, very intrigued by this, because dealing with professional athletes the way I did, it was very much watching people be able to do things that I know I struggled with on the ice or on the ball field or whatever. To some people, it just came like a supernatural sixth sense.
Yes, well, that certainly was a gift I had. But I think you will know that even a gifted athlete who does not strive to improve themselves will soon be surpassed by those that are striving to improve themselves. So even if one is given a certain amount of ability, if one does not exercise it and improve upon it, you will be passed by others that are continuing to work at their craft, whether it be athletics or otherwise.
Okay, so what did you excel in?
Okay, well, I have stories in there about hockey, baseball, softball, track and field, volleyball, and Canadian football. Six sports with stories in the book from athletics.
Okay, so let's go to the hockey rink, because our American listeners would like to see there. I mean, how long did you play hockey for? Did you ever get offered any scholarships in regards to any of this?
No scholarships, but it was certainly something I was aiming for in junior hockey. But as you'll read in my book, the junior coach had it out for me, Dave, from the first meeting I had in the office with him and the scouts and the New Westminster Bruin. Ernie Punch McLean was in the office. They're the team that drafted me and signed me to their protected list when they were winning Memorial Cups. So I was 15 at the time when they signed me. And that's in the book, and that's a big thrill. And there's some stories there in the book around that as well. But regarding my junior career, I mentioned that unfortunately I was the coach's whipping boy, and I didn't stand a chance to get a scholarship once I got there because of the playing time he gave me. But it was certainly something I had in mind, but it didn't work out.
So for you, being very promising in the athletic form, I mean, what made it easy for you? Were you just a naturally gifted athlete?
Yes, I was, but as I mentioned before, unless I strove to improve myself, I would be surpassed. Now, I always like to set goals and achieve, set them higher than where I'm at to make life interesting and see what I can accomplish. And so I would find that I would need to work at the craft to improve upon it. It wouldn't just improve by itself.
Okay, so fill me in here. I mean, how many different sports were you playing competitively at that time?
Well, as I mentioned, there were the six, so I was a very busy young man, and my schooling suffered for it at the time. But by grade 9, I started to study more, and I picked that up where it was very respectable grades for entering university if necessary. But again, like there were the six sports, and the Canadian football was a one-time event when I was 11. It was a pass, punt, and kick contest that the PE teacher, physical education teacher, asked us to, all the athletes who wanted to participate. I had never played football. And as it turns out, when the Powell River boys were competing, I actually finished second. But a minute later, the officials recognized that the person who won that event was too old for that age category. And they came back to explain to all the athletes of this error and that I had actually, therefore, finished first. Then got to go to Nanaimo for the Vancouver Island Championship and beat the boys from Nanaimo in Victoria. And they played football. And I'd never played football. So that was quite a story. And then I got to go to the BC Lion Edmonton Eskimo or Elks game. They're the Elks now. They changed their name. And I got to go and compete amongst 28,000 fans. The BC Lions in Edmonton were fighting for first place and top spot for the home field advantage for the playoffs, and the stands were full. And it was my throwing arm. I couldn't kick and punt very well. The soccer players did better. But my throwing arm is something I did inherit from my dad, and he was quite a good athlete. And my throwing arm, in the very end, had me finish third and with the furthest throw. And I got an ovation from all the fans in the stands because it was that impressive. I'll never forget it, and it's in the book.
All right. Now, what do you do to spend your time today? Like, what do you do today? Are you a motivational speaker? Or is the book about trying to help people find their own path?
Yes, it's about people trying to help them find their own path, to inspire them. The book is filled with grace and inspiration. I think the world could use a lot more inspiration. So nowadays, I am not done so much public speaking, but I tend to spend a lot of time learning now in my adult life. Like, I'm a home share provider. I'm at home more often than most people. So I can find 3 or 4 hours a day to learn, and often it's on YouTube and in the internet, and I find what I can learn on the internet usually far more interesting and educational than what's on TV. So I'm a learner. I love to learn.
Well, yeah, I think all of us love to have that habit of learning something new. I mean, the idea that you have kind of pushed yourself to try and better who you are.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Vacations are supposed to be easy, right? Lots of stress-free time spent on the beach with a drink in hand, making memories that will last a lifetime. So booking a vacation should be easy too, right? That's where Apple Vacations comes in. They offer easily bookable vacation packages with exclusive nonstop vacation flights to your favorite vacation destinations. Explore deals to top-rated resorts like Riu Hotels and Resorts and plan your vacation with ease. It's like turning on easy mode. Get started at applevacations.com today.
You're all about, I mean, how is that rubbed off on people?
Well, I'm sort of subtle. I'm not in anybody's face. I'm not a disciplinarian. My method would be lead by example and hope it rubs off, and hope that those that I care about the most, even my friends, succeed in life and are happy. And it's not easy to succeed in life or be necessarily content or happy. So those are wonderful things to strive for, and those are meaningful to me, and I would hope they're meaningful to others as well.
Now, you have an invention that you kind of created here, and we're going to get into that more in the second half hour of the show here. So, what made you start to inquire within yourself about what this was all about?
Well, that's a good question, but I can say that it started at a fairly early age. I think I started reading books seriously at about 15 years or 16 years of age, and certainly 17. I recall at 17 years old being interested in spirituality and religion, and I wanted to know more about different religions, not just one, not just the Christian religion, even though I love Jesus and I always will. Nevertheless, I still want to learn about other religions. So I would say, I went to church when I was even a young kid, and I recall having feelings of, yeah, God's real, and want to make him personal. So, that spiritual side of me was there early on in life. And I don't know if the traumatic experience of my mother leaving our family when I had just turned 7, had anything to do with that, because you start to question life, even as a 7-year-old.
Colin, I'm going to get you to hold on right there. We are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. Colin Ekstrand is our guest. He's got a book out on Amazon, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. We will return on Spaced Out Radio right after this. Stay tuned. All right, we are clear. Now our YouTube audience can still hear us. But so far, so good, my friend.
Thank you, Dave. Doing my best.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, so far it's a lot of good. A lot of fun. All right. Let us...
Yeah, keep asking the questions.
I will.
There's a lot to probe here.
I will, don't worry.
Right on. I prefer that.
You do a lot of fishing over there?
They do. People do. I particularly don't. I don't have a boat. But I know it's big.
Can you not fish off the shore there? Because
I
it's so
think
deep.
one can, but you will need a fishing license, yes.
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. All right. Colin, I'm going to try something because apparently there is a little bit of clicking. I cannot hear it, but many people on our chat room are talking about it. So I'm just going to reboot my audio here and see if it's on my end, okay? Hold on. All right. Like I said, audience, I can't hear in the YouTube chat. I can't hear a thing on any sort of clicking whatsoever. I'm gonna see if I can hear it on my YouTube here. One second, Colin.
Yeah, no worries.
Wi-Fi. Don't need a commercial. Let's just get to it. Don't need a commercial. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. All right. Why am I not hearing that then?
I don't hear it.
No, it's like a ticking sound. I don't hear it on my end. I hear it on the YouTube side. I don't know, guys, if this is a Do you have a fan or anything going behind you?
No, I don't. Like, this is the laptop. I mean,
No, I understand, but like
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
no.
hear it, but I know it's on our YouTube channel, and I don't know if that's your signal or if that's a YouTube thing that is happening. So I really don't know. I don't know what's going on. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with our good friend Colin Ekstrand. He's from British Columbia here, right where we are, and he has a book out. You can find it on Amazon. My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. And we're going to get right into it right now. And thank you so much, Colin, for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad to be here.
Okay, let's start off with you recently created some sort of invention.
Well, it wasn't recently. It was actually when I was 19 years old. It was when I was 19 years old that I drew up a UFO Frisbee that could be illuminated in the middle. and took it to a patent lawyer in Vancouver. And we sent it off to the patent office and received a reply back saying that there were a few other patents that are similar enough that they couldn't just
Lucky Land Casino, asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess?
Aha, in my dentist's office. More than once, actually.
Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kids' PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win and tell.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere, playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Vacations are supposed to be easy, right? Lots of stress-free time spent on the beach with a drink in hand, making memories that will last a lifetime. So booking a vacation should be easy too, right? That's where Apple Vacations comes in. They offer easily bookable vacation packages with exclusive nonstop vacation flights to your favorite vacation destinations. Explore deals to top-rated resorts like Ryu Hotels and Resorts and plan your vacation with ease. It's like turning on easy mode. Get started at applevacations.com today.
accept it or give it a patent. And so the patent lawyer said that more work would be needed to make changes. And it would take a lot more work to get that done. And at the time, I had gotten a good job and didn't have the expertise to follow through on it. So that's as far as it got. But it was a UFO Frisbee, and I was inspired by Star Trek as a young guy, and I was right into, the woo and spirituality and space and all that stuff. And I did take a shot at it, but unfortunately I didn't get it done. And I still have it. I still do have it. And I still could do work on it, but I really don't have the expertise. And if I come across somebody who's an acquaintance of mine who does, I'll probably tap them on the shoulder or her and discuss it with them. That's where it stands right now.
Right. Okay. So had you ever seen a UFO before?
Not to my knowledge, Dave. I wish maybe I would, but I see, I saw one strange thing, but in the sky one time where like two satellites are going by, one behind another, fairly close at the same speed. I've never seen that before. So, but I've heard since then that there are some synchronicity done with some satellites where they will follow each other. So now I'm starting to wonder if it, was man-made or what. I couldn't explain it. I haven't seen anything UFO up close or anything extraordinary other than what I just explained on that front.
So what made you create this UFO Frisbee, and what did it look like?
Well, it looked like a traditional Frisbee, except it had a kind of light bulb in the middle and a dome on top. And you could turn it on and light it up and play with it at night, too. So, a Frisbee with a traditional UFO dome on it. That's what it looked like.
Oh, yeah? Well, that sounds like a lot of fun.
It would have been. I wish I would have been able to complete it. That would have been, and it was done right across on the tennis courts is when I thought of it, across from Wellington Beach, which is a great big wide open area that would have been perfect for this Frisbee. So that was the setting. And with my interest in space and Star Trek as a young boy, I went for it. I was always setting goals of one sort or another, meant most of them athletic. But this time I took a shot at being an inventor.
Well, hey, I mean, it worked for you. Well, almost worked for you. One sec here. Yeah, I'm starting to hear that ticking too. Colin, when the fact that you've had in your aspects an extraordinary life where you've had some very joyous and eventful experiences, would you say it's the power of positivity that is what's really been your focus for your new book?
Yes. At the end of each chapter, I would even put in like words of wisdom. For example, I'll give you an example. At the end of one chapter, I would state, for older youth or adults, to keep in mind that for younger people, that an encouraging word could possibly change their life and have a meaningful effect in their lives if given that positive reinforcement and recognition. You're quite right about that.
Mm-hmm. And how have people responded to you around that?
I think most people respond positively. Like, I have sold 177 in the first 5 months, a lot of them to people who had lived in Powell River. Many do not anymore, but it seems that it's common that it's our roots, and it's a common denominator we all share, and we all take pride in. Now, beyond that, the positive message which I'm trying to convey, hoping to convey, I've received some very positive feedback so far, yes.
Okay, so what is that message you're trying to convey?
Persevere. Life has disappointments and challenges. We all face them. Now, I don't leave out God in this book, and faith and grace and inspiration. Sometimes those things become very personal and help a person gain inner strength. That's my view. That's what it's done for me. For example, the more I have faith, it seems the less I worry about life's concerns, thinking that I've got somebody, an omnipotent divine creator, also looking out after me, assisting along the way for us all. That's my view, and so I don't feel I'm on this path alone. I feel that the divine creator is definitely a big part of my life, always has been, even as a child. Not formally, but informally within my mind and within my heart.
And what has been the reaction from your family, your children regarding this?
My girls are very encouraging of this. They're the ones that when I turned 60 about a year or so ago, that reminded me that I had this journal that I talked about turning into a book. They're the ones that reminded me that when I turned 60, that, what am I waiting for? Now's a good time to do it. So they've been very supportive and encouraging.
And, do they kind of follow in Pop's footsteps with the divine message?
Yes, they do. Like I mentioned, in the book anyway, I happen to be a member of the Baha'i faith. I became a Baha'i at the age of 20 through my investigations and research. And as it turns out, my daughters are Baha'is. And the way this works is when the children turn 15, they will determine on their own free will if they want to continue on that path or choose a different path. And I'm grateful because it's been meaningful and beneficial to me to be a Baha'i that they have continued on that path. So yes, they're doing that, and it's a good feeling.
All right, that's perfect. You know, you are of the Baha'i faith. For people who do not understand what it's all about, could you explain that?
Yeah. The Baha'i faith started 178 years ago. Some of the principles are progressive revelation, where every 500 to 1,000 years, God sends a prophet or messenger like Jesus, Abraham, Moses, Zoroaster, Muhammad. And so 178 years ago, actually, 2 prophets were sent. One was a herald of the latter one. Baha'u'llah came 9 years or thereabouts after the Bab was executed, which happens to many of the, or all of the, I don't know all the prophets, but many of the prophets wind up getting martyred. He got the Bab got martyred shortly thereafter. He was foretelling the coming of Baha'u'llah. That was his mission. The other prophet that came after him 178 years ago, and the principles are equality of men and women. The really unity is the prime purpose of the coming of the last prophet, to help unify the world with democratic, free-thinking people and without war and every.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Want to stop engine problems before they start? Pick up a can of Seafoam Motor Treatment. Seafoam helps engines start easier, run smoother, and last longer. Trusted by millions every day, Seafoam is safe and easy to use in any engine. Just pour it in your fuel tank. Make the proven choice with Seafoam. Available everywhere automotive products are sold. Seafoam!
Everybody hopefully cooperating and getting along and living life to the fullest. That's just a little bit about it.
So, as someone who is completely blind to this type of faith, you know, we're looking at equality of men and women, and, you know, that everyone is equal.
Yes. But I don't think we're quite there yet. It's one thing to say it. It's one thing to accept it and support it. But I think in my mind, you know, there's still steps that need to be done to bring the equality to fruition and actualize it. But we're getting there.
Oh, we're definitely getting there. Now the idea behind the Baha'i faith, you know, do you believe in reincarnation or life on other planets?
Reincarnation, our writings state that when we come into this world, it's our first time, but that we are eternal beings. And when we leave this world, we will eventually be reincarnated, I believe, but not necessarily to this world. We're told there's many other different places that a soul could go to, depending on circumstances. Right. Now, whether there's life on other planets, yes, our writings state that there is life on other planets. Not that it's developed at the same rate, because there's the early universe and there's still more to come. And it makes mention that the life on other planets will reflect the environment that the planet has. It could be very different from us. And it will be very different from us in a lot of circumstances. But there will be life there.
Have you experienced life on other planets?
Only in my dreams. Or not so, well, yes, that's hard to say. But I did have some alien contact in my dreams. I can say that.
Well, that's good. I mean, everybody's got to have a little bit of aliens in their life.
Yeah. Mine's in my dreams. I got to fly a craft. And funny, it was back in the days, I believe it was a Star Trek, one of the shows, and they had those short guy at the bar, big ears, and he was always in business, and he was always trying to get the better of everybody on deals. And it was two of those characters in my dream that invited me to fly their craft. And then I woke up, darn it.
So you don't actually remember flying the craft? Because,
correct.
Oh, you're killing me
I know.
Here. You're killing me
know.
here.
But there was one other dream where I was later in life, where I was having a real problem with a disc, a pinched nerve. And I had a dream where there were like 4 tall grays operating on me because it was a concern I had. I knew what was going on there, but it was not, I was seeing them from a third person viewpoint where I was like 10 feet away watching them. Funny enough, after that dream, when I woke up, my back was a whole lot better, and it's been better ever since. So I sort of connect those two things.
So what makes you think that they're dreams? Why are you describing them as dreams?
That's a good question, because some of the dreams I've had have been cognitive dreams. And therefore, you start to wonder if one is consciously aware in a different domain. You know what I'm talking about? Different dimension, different reality, whether it be an astral plane, whatever. But a cognitive dream can seem very, very, very real. And I've had some of those. So yes. And you wonder, definitely, Dave, not all dreams are imaginary.
Right.
Correct.
No. I have had weird dreams about aliens myself. And I have been able to juxtapose that into knowing that that's when I've had an experience, and I find it very keen and very interesting that you're still relating some major woo here that you've been hiding from us as dreams.
It's in the book, though. It's all in the book, though.
But here's the thing: most people haven't read the book yet.
Oh, I know.
So we got
talking about it.
We got to get it out there, and So I mean, when did you start noticing these dreams?
Well, I've always been interested in dreams, but I've never been able to make heads nor tails out of most of them. But some of them I have, where they're cognitive dreams. They're very vivid. I've had, I've flown through the universe at maybe light speed and having experiences in dreams. One time I woke up for a split second with a encompassed by a bright, loving light for a split second before I woke up. And I've only experienced that once, and it felt divine. And, you know, Dave, we're sort of alluding to some woo here and things that can go on, and there's many different things that can go on in the world that are woo factors.
Oh, very true. Very true. But I mean, look, I mean, you don't consider yourself a contactee, though, do you?
No, not directly speaking. I'm not aware of that, Dave. Correct.
All right, but the dreams are vivid enough. Do you think that there could be something cognizant going on?
I think there's always something cognizant going on. We're all interconnected. There isn't a time where there isn't something going on. Yes, there's always something going on. Now, because some of the dreams are so hard to define, I'll leave them out. But the cognitive dreams, I would agree, there's something going on there. And it's part of life experience, being awake and also dreaming, in my view, particularly the cognitive dreams that we really remember.
We got 2.5 minutes before we got to go to break here at the top of the hour. Author Colin Ekstrand is our guest tonight, and we've broken the seal on the woo factor. And, you know, that's where I get excited, and I know most of our audience gets excited as well, Colin, regarding this. So, I mean, the idea that you sat down, these beings told you to sit down, and that they wanted you to fly the craft. What kind of craft were you on when that happened?
Well, it didn't seem large. I'll tell you what happened in the dream, though. I'll be quick because we only got 2 minutes. I was afraid at first. I was down on the ground. I was hiding from them. I hid behind a big rock. They must have come around in their craft and seen me. They popped me into their craft. They wanted to show that they were friendly and invite me to fly the craft because I was a bit scared. They showed me there was no need to fear them. That was the gist of the dream for me.
So they just came right up to you, though, and said, hey, you want to fly our craft?
Apparently, I was glad because I thought they were going to do some nasty things.
Oh.
You know, who knows? You know, you hear all these crazy things out there. You don't want to be one of them. But no, they were very friendly and wanted me to fly the craft. I was happy about that.
Do they just throw you keys, or do they say, hey, come sit in the hot seat?
They basically, you put your hands down on the pads and you become one with it.
So it's like biological and consciousness wrapped into one.
Yes.
So what's that like to sit?
Yes.
Now, with the seat, when you sat down in that seat, Colin.
Yes.
Now, these beings that were there, were they little gray dudes? I mean, because with
they were short brown. Remember, short brown dudes, big ears, the great big-eared guys in. I'm trying to think of the Star Trek episode series. It was something 9. You know, I can't recall. Can't recall it, but so yeah, they just invited me in and invited me to fly the craft. And they were friendly.
Son of a gun. I got to find out more about this when we come back from our break here at the top of the hour. Out of all the aliens that I've experienced, never once have them little bastards asked me to fly a craft. I'm kind of jealous of Colin right now. Spaced Out
There's
Radio.
There's still time for you yet.
Spaced Out Radio continues when we return with hour number 2 next.
I'm glad you're getting into the woo.
Yeah,
because
man.
There is that with this book. There is that with this book.
Oh, we're gonna pull in the next hour, man. We're gonna pull all sorts of woo out of you. I found my direction.
Right on.
I found my direction.
Right on.
All right,
you're doing great.
Thank you, man. But I'm going to turn this over to Dirty Filth here for a quick second, because we always like to see what kind of cartoons he's drawing. So, Filthy, it's all up to you, man. I'll be right back.
It's all up to Dirty Filth.
Good.
Hi, Colin. How's your night going so far?
Not too bad. You?
Oh, pretty good. I had
Right
some
on.
butter chicken for supper and did some life drawing, snuck out early.
Is this Klaus?
Yes.
Ah, how are the kittens?
The gremlin and the gargoyle, they're doing
Yeah.
pretty good. I have no idea where they went. I think Mrs. Filth actually abducted them. And
Yes.
she's
she
probably
can be
downstairs reading a
She can be
book.
the pin cushion now.
Oh,
The
definitely.
claw cushion. They're sharp.
I forgot how sharp their little
Yes.
tiny stabbing utensils
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
Imagine
I
they just
know. I know.
some kind of smarter entity of the universe goes, I'm going to create these little tiny fuzz balls, and I'm going to put the sharpest things at the end of their feet and hands. And
Yeah. Well, that's to balance off how cute they are. They need some defense.
yeah, look at how cute it is. Oh, my hands have been shredded to bits.
Yes, of course.
And my older cats, Whiskey and Blob, they're taking it pretty good.
All right.
So in this drawing, I just decided I was going to draw a bunch of a couple UFOs and some cryptids cruising around at nighttime.
Excellent.
But I'm definitely glad it's Friday.
Right on.
This was the drawing from the other day. I created this crazy evil snowman that goes around and strangles people. Way back when I was like 16, because I've been drawing cartoons for, I don't know, 1,000 years or so now.
Oh, right on. Oh, that's
Get a little
talent. Something I
Sasquatch
can't
there,
do.
and a little tiny California nightcrawler. But I'd like to have a dog, but I don't have enough space for a dog.
I've got a small dog.
Is that the one on your book?
Pardon me? Yes. Yes, yes. That's Princess.
So you ever seen a Sasquatch or anything like that?
No, I have not.
You're out on the islands. Apparently
I mean, we know all about this stuff, but I haven't seen much of that. But yet every day I'm on the, YouTube, seeing all the films, the recent filming of people capturing them on their cell phones, and the like. And I'm glad, because now we've seen, at least on film, maybe 6 or a dozen Sasquatches. So it's not just like seeing the one anymore. Now they're, showing up more often because of cell phones, I think.
And I seen
just inadvertently.
One of these days they might catch one on a trail cam.
Yeah.
I had seen that. Somewhere, it was Africa or something, and they caught a trail cam picture of this bird that they haven't seen for something like 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember what it was. It was just I was just flipping through Twitter and I seen it. I'll have to dig it out, but if they can, it's like when they found the coelacanth. They're like, oh, that doesn't exist anymore. Oh, there it is. So, and then not only that, but people that have interactions with them all the time. I've seen some fairly convincing photos from people that are trustworthy about the subject.
Oh, all right.
And
yeah, they're out there. They don't like us much. Trying
I'm
to
kind of
avoid
partial to
us.
humans.
I don't blame them.
I'd rather hang out with the dogs and the cats.
Yes, me too. Generally speaking, me too.
We get a dog at work. There's at least a dog every day at work, so it works out. It's pretty good.
Right on.
Hi, Dirty.
Hello, Dave. How's your night going so far?
All right. I'm going to try something here.
Dave, I figured out what those aliens were. They were the Ferengi.
Nice.
Do you remember the Ferengi?
I have never watched a single episode of Star Trek.
Okay. Busy man.
I don't think Dave owns a TV.
No, I own a couple of TVs. I just never got into Star Trek. Jorgen Johansson, number 16 in your program, number 1 in your hearts. He's starting on right wing tonight. Yep. All we need is Lars Jansson in net. We need 4 more Swedes to join us. Mennonite Abe, how you doing, buddy? Thank you to Thomas, Tim, and Pascal for the super chats tonight. And here we go with hour number 2, everyone.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do Old Navy the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Faience. Faience is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. You can read the Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. All right, we're going to turn up the woo here. And yes, people, I will admit, I have never seen an episode of Star Trek, and I'm damn proud of it. Never seen X-Files. I've never seen anything weird on TV. Why? I don't know. I'm not that guy. But our guest is Colin Ekstrand, and he's got some serious woo that he's going to open up here, and it's all in his book, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. You can find it on Amazon as we speak. Colin, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Great. I remembered the name of the aliens now. It's the Ferengi. Now, so you wouldn't know what they are because you didn't watch Star Trek, but the Ferengi one was a guy at the bar and he had a brother, and they didn't look too good, but they had UFOs.
Hey, I want to because we are getting a little bit of ringing for some audience members on your. Does your laptop that you're running on right now have a computer drive on it, like a disk drive?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. No.
All right. I just wanted to check up on that because I don't hear it personally. I thought I was in the last half hour, but I don't hear it. But nonetheless, we're going to continue on here on the show. But Colin, right before the break, we were talking about the fact that these big-eared brown dudes who were on a UFO, they came over you. How old were you when this happened?
That was, it was around when I was about 16, when they were playing it on TV. It was coincidentally, that dream happened the same time that episodes were playing on TV. So I was about 16 for that one.
Wow. So you're 16 years old. They basically tell you to sit in this seat. What was that seat like?
It was like a pilot and co-pilot. Now remember, I woke up before I got the...
Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess? Aha, in my dentist's office. More than once, actually.
Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kids' PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win and tell.
Well, there you have it. You can get lucky anywhere, playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Hey there, I'm David Novak. I ran Taco Bell, KFC, and Pizza Hut. And like you, I'm always learning so I can be the best leader I can be. That's why I started How Leaders Lead, the first leader-to-leader podcast with CEOs from Adobe, Pepsi, and Home Depot, and greats like Tom Brady, Jim Nantz, and Jack Nicklaus. You'll learn how to win, how to bounce back, and how to lead. Listen to this insight from Stanley Druckenmiller, the greatest investor of all time.
If you love what you do, first of all, your work ethic's going to be fantastic. You're just going to be better at something if you enjoy it than if you don't enjoy it.
And this from Brian Cornell, the CEO of Target.
I think you've got to balance short-term with long-term. And you've got to have a conviction that the things you're doing, your investments, your strategy, over time, you're making the right investments and right decisions for your brand and your business.
So listen to How Leaders Lead wherever you listen to podcasts. It's the best podcast on leadership you'll ever listen to.
Fly the darn thing. So, what was the seat like? It was a fairly normal seat, but what was interesting, what was in front of the seat? You know, some dials, and this is how you fly the craft. That's as far as I got, was the hand thing. It wasn't like a steering wheel or a stick to go up and down. It was, the one thing I got to find out was that this is how you fly the craft. You put your hands on these platforms on the dashboard in front of you. That's as far as I got. But I've heard that before because I follow you guys a lot in my life. I've heard this before, so it's a fairly common thing one will hear about these craft and the way they're flown.
Were you on the ground when they asked you to fly the ship, or were you already up in the air?
They had got me into the ship by that time. You know, and then there was that other dream where 4 tall grays were operating on my back, it looked like. And the next day I woke up, thankfully, much better and have been ever since. So, interesting.
Okay, so the idea that you're sitting in this craft and they tell you to sit down and fly the ship before you black out. What were you
wake up
or whatever?
Yeah.
What were you looking at?
Initially, I was scared, right? Trying to flee them, hoping they wouldn't see me because I just fear of the unknown. I didn't know. But once I got in the craft, they conveyed a very friendly attitude. So I relaxed a lot upon seeing that they were friendly to me. So I was in the craft at the time. Yeah, they got a hold of me, and I don't know how I got in the craft, but dreams can be strange anyway. But I did find myself on the craft having this experience.
Okay, so the next time you had one of these wild encounter dreams, you ran into some grays. What did they look like?
They were dressed in doctor's gowns. I couldn't see much of them because they had the caps on and the gowns on, and their backs were, 3 of the backs or 2 of the backs were turned to me. There might have been one facing me and one at the head of a table, operating table. So they were covered like doctors would be covered. So it's really hard for me to tell you I couldn't see their faces because they were they were all ready for surgery.
And you said that they operated on your back.
Yes.
Were you having back issues at the time?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was. Yes, I was. Yes. Yes, I was. And I didn't after that, strangely enough.
So they healed you.
And I'm grateful. Whatever, I'm grateful.
What was causing your back pain previous to this?
I had gone for an eye examination, and when they start poking at my eyes, I had actually fainted in their chair and fell out of their chair and injured my back. That's how I injured it.
Okay. So all of a sudden these Greys bring you on, different from the crew that wanted you to give you the keys to the craft. And now they are working on your back and healing you. I mean, this just sounds incredible.
Well, it does sound incredible, but I do happen to follow quite a few channels, YouTube channels, and it doesn't seem that uncommon for the experiencers. Like, they may be in the minority, but the majority of experiencers seem to be repeating similar stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that sort of makes me think there's more validity to it when you hear it from more than one person.
Oh, absolutely. And I would agree with that. Okay. The idea, though, that, I mean, so many people have these wild encounters with extraterrestrials, and you rarely hear of those who are actually being healed by beings. Why do you think these beings were healing you?
Well, I pray every day, and I don't particularly. I'm not prejudiced against beings from other planets either. So maybe that was the best way to get the job done. But in all seriousness, I do pray, and maybe that was part of the answered prayer. Who knows? You know, it does make one think seriously about it.
No, that it does, and that is very true. I mean, did you think these creatures were godly in some way, or some sort of angel, or?
No. Just an evolved human consciousness from their own planet. So not godlike, no. No, maybe advanced, maybe more informed in some areas, but our souls are powerful. Even though we may not have some of the technology and knowledge some advanced older civilizations might have, our souls are powerful and they're eternal. And this may be early in our journey, and we have the potential throughout eternity, or even as humans, to develop our spiritual capacities, and wonderful things will result from that.
And I would agree with you. Going back to these Greys that took you for a few minutes here. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Were they talking to you telepathically?
No.
Were they giving you any
nothing.
messages of what they were doing?
No, just the visual. I think the message was visual, and that's what I saw, and that's what the operating on my back, and then the next day waking up much better, noticeably from there onward. So there was no communication, just the visual. And again, I got healed much better. So just gratitude. Just, yeah, absolutely.
And how did you wake up on the table when this happened?
No, it seemed I was cognitive of the dream when I was already on the table and they were midway through the operation, and somehow my consciousness at that point became aware that I'm standing about 10 feet away watching all of this.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So
so no communication, just the visual.
So you had an out-of-body experience watching yourself get operated on by the Greys.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay, so from your angle out-of-body watching this, what are you seeing take place?
Them operating on my back. That's what I see.
Okay, but where on your back? Your
Now-
upper
now
back,
at the
your lower
time-
back?
Now, it was lower back. And now at the time, I wasn't sure what was going on until I woke up in the morning and my back was better. Felt better, and it's been since then. So, yeah, it was when I woke up, I figured that there might have been way more to that dream than met the eye.
Okay. Were they using any instruments or
Yes.
or what did those look like?
Like a straw with a light at the end. Frequencies, laser frequencies. A long straw-like thing. And it just, like there was an open incision, or I think there was, and they were placing it on my back where the injury was, and it looked like a long straw with a light at the end of it.
Wow.
Yeah. So they did use an instrument that I could tell. And I was curious because I'm asking myself, why are there 4? Maybe 2 to do the job, or maybe 3. But there were 4 tall Greys. Now I associate tall Greys with the smarter ones, the more in control, more freedom. And so I'll tell you, I think they healed me for a reason. They wanted me to be healthy in my later years so I could do what I'm doing now, write the book and share that story in the book as well. So, yeah. So it's strange that way, but the more I think about it, and I'll be honest, that's what I think. I think that there's a reason, and I think this book and the path and project that I started with this book to help inspire others, particularly youth, because most of the book was written as a youth, could serve them well in this world.
How long did this surgery last, do you think?
That's hard to say because I was only there for a short time before I woke up, yes. So that's hard for me to say, Dave, because of that. Because I wasn't there for I wasn't aware for the whole procedure.
Okay.
So now you say, how long do I think it was? That's hard to say. I would say quick. They work quick, Dave. They work quick. I don't think I was on the table very long. That's what I think, but I don't know for sure. Because I was mobile the next morning when I woke up. I don't know, but
I mean,
yeah.
Was there any scarring afterwards?
No, nothing like that.
Okay, so now we have you on one craft trying to fly the ship, but you chickened out. And I'm real jealous of you right now.
No, I woke up. I didn't chicken out. I walked up to the front saying, yeah, I'm ready.
Well, I know, but I'm going to call it that because I'm jealous, Colin. I'm going to call it that totally.
I know.
You have no idea how jealous I am of that.
I really wish I could have flown it and remembered. But have you not had any dreams where you're flying through the air, like levitating and going places?
Oh yeah,
a cognitive dream where it's really clear.
Yeah, but they haven't let me fly the ship yet.
Yeah,
that's what I'm waiting for. I want to fly.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
ship.
that's the big one. That's the big one.
You know,
everybody wants to fly the ship.
Exactly. So, and then you got the second experience. You get the second experience where you get healed by 4 alien greys. Now, did you ever get a good look at the craft? Were they similar? Were they different?
No, they would have been different. The one with the greys was bigger. But it was bigger. Yeah. Like the Ferengi one was a 12-foot typical UFO kind of thing, what you would imagine. But of course, you hear these stories about people going inside craft that looks like it's 20 feet wide. You get in there and all of a sudden it's 200 feet wide or 200 yards wide or bigger. There's so much going on that you're probably aware of that by listening to your associates that explain experiences like that. I'm reiterating that. So it's pretty fascinating. The gray ship was bigger. It was dark. The only thing that was lighted was around the operating table. That was really bright. And then around that was darker. Not a lot of light. It seemed to be focused on the operating table at the time. It was a bigger ship. But all I can say, it was bigger because the Ferengi ship looked like it was a 20-foot, typical smaller UAP. But the operating room was much bigger than what was the Ferengi smaller craft.
Okay, so getting back to your own physical body, you wake up the next morning, you're in bed, you have recall of what's happened, you don't have any scarring. Did you have any marks on you whatsoever?
No, not that I'm aware of. Just healed and again grateful.
My goodness.
So no marks, like not that I'm aware of. No marks that I'm aware of.
Huh. Now, after these two experiences, what kind of dreams regarding aliens have you had since then?
Not too many, most of my flying dreams, levitating dreams, cognitive dreams happen more in my youth than they do now. I wish I had more dreams where I'm flying through the universe, and levitating and thinking to the left of my head, and I go to the left and think to my nose, and I go that way and think to my right, and then I go right. Those were wonderful cognitive dreams where I am in control of levitating and at times see other people down below me, watching me up in the air with their eyes as big as saucers, like we would if we saw somebody here doing that. But that was a dream. So yeah, dreams can be pretty wild for sure. But that's where all the good stuff seems to happen, Dave.
Oh, true. True. It's all about the good stuff. As we got about 1 minute to go here before we have to go to break at the bottom of the hour here. We got another 30 minutes with you tonight, Colin. But, do you call it dreams just out of your own safety?
No, they're different. It's a cognitive dream. That's different than a dream. Very different. Absolutely. And those with the aliens, those were cognitive dreams. Clearly remember. That's different from a normal dream that is just helter-skelter, don't know what to make of it. And, yeah, the big difference. Cognitive dream.
Colin, I'm going to get back to you when we come back from the break about cognitive dreams, because I think that's important to talk to next. And I'm so jealous. You flew the ship.
Don't you have dreams with aliens?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
You met one, I heard.
Yes, I have met aliens. We'll get into that a little bit more here when we return from the break on Spaced Out Radio. Author Colin Ekstrand, his book on Amazon, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. Spaced Out Radio continues when we return. All right, we are clear. And let's give a shout out here. Daniela, my grandma played with little people all her life. Oh, my gosh. That is story time I would love to hear. I so believe in the little people. The AR Perspective, how you doing? Good to have you back. D. Swiger, good to see you. The Michael Leger, nice to have you back. Oh, hey, Clam. Crystal J, nice to see you. YJ, you're probably right again. A backup for the fighters. Yeah, I know. Let's see. Who else we have? I don't think I've flown the craft, Christine. I don't think I have. I think they'd give me that one. I really think they'd give me that one. I like the social dig. I'm awesome in my dreams. That's great.
Good.
I'm awesome in my dreams. I woke up on the table my first time that I know of.
Was it a good experience or not so good?
Well, to this day, I don't know. I know they got me back real quickly because I was going to piss all over their table. Right?
Yeah. And then you woke up and went to the bathroom.
Yeah. And
I know that always ruins it. Maybe that's why I don't get as many dreams, is because I'm up every 2 hours now. But maybe we should dream more, because I understand dreaming happens best just as we're falling asleep or as we're about to wake up. I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, I wish I had more of them.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Vacations are supposed to be easy, right? Lots of stress-free time spent on the beach with a drink in hand, making memories that will last a lifetime. So booking a vacation should be easy too, right? That's where Apple Vacations comes in. They offer easily bookable vacation packages with exclusive nonstop vacation flights to your favorite vacation destinations. Explore deals to top-rated resorts like Riu Hotels and Resorts and plan your vacation with ease. It's like turning on easy mode. Get started at applevacations.com today.
1 second. A little siren going off there?
It's my wife cooking.
Oh, no.
They can hear that.
Hey, Clam, can you check your Facebook Messenger, please? Hey, Scowling Greg O'Brien.
The mix master.
Oh, gotcha.
Baking.
Oh.
I think it's chiffon cake.
Oh. You tell wifey to just bring that up here. Just bring it on up here to 100
She's
Mile.
got a bunch there, yeah.
Yeah, Davey will take some of that. Davey will take some of that.
I'd share it. There's lots here.
Mm-hmm.
Looking through my notes to see if I can find any more woo for you. Oh, maybe my meditation experience. That's a short chapter in the book. It's not a very long one, but it might be worth going over.
Sure.
Meditation experience. I wonder, Dave, when I was 19, I started a curriculum called Body, Mind, and Soul. Never completed it, but it was interesting. 19 years later, my daughters wind up getting scholarships, full scholarship to Maxwell International Baha'i School with the same spiritual principles. And they wound up winning their most prestigious awards.
Nice.
This all took place 19 years later after I wrote that. We should maybe cover that. That's a good story.
Well, we'll try and sneak it in.
If you have time. If you have time. If you don't, that's okay. It's just a good story to throw your way if you want. Yeah, it's a really good one. There's some woo in there. Definite woo. But you only if we have time. You might have it already planned out.
We pass the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. We continue on. We got till the top of the hour. Author Colin Ekstrand talking some serious alien woo with us tonight, and his book, which can be found on Amazon, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. Colin, thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate it. Oh, let me get my microphone back on. There you go. There you go. I want to ask.
Thanks for having me.
I want to ask you before we get into anything deeper here. Let's talk about the cognitive dreams. For people who may not understand what a cognitive dream is, explain that.
It's waking up in a dream, fully aware and in control of your faculties. And when you're in control of your faculties in your dream, you can do things like levitate and fly and go places by thought. For me, when I'm in that situation, I can think to the top of my head and I go up. I can think to my nose and I go forward. I can think to my left and I go left. my right ear or something, my head, right ear, go right. I flew through the universe one time. It was incredible. So that's just one example, but it's like you're fully aware in your dream and you can do things that you can't do in other dreams. You're more fully in control of your environment and yourself.
So the idea that these seem extremely realistic, and you yourself have proof that your back was healed, why not just believe that it happened, man?
Again, I'm just, strange, but grateful. They were kind to me. Why not? We need more kindness in the universe.
Oh, 100%. 100% correct on that. You know, we definitely do.
I'm glad they were nice to me. You hear some pretty unsettling stories about abduction and tests and stuff that would scare anybody. And luckily, my experiences in my cognitive dreams weren't anything like that. They were all both positive.
Now, you also have done a little bit of meditation, and you've had some experiences through meditation as well.
Yeah. I found I was able to meditate more as a younger person, but the one interesting experience I did have at around 19 years of age was while laying on my back, trying to relax and meditate and clear my mind. Finding, sometimes I would strive to astral travel in my meditations when I was young, but I never really was able to do that. But it was beneficial because you relax your whole body and bring down your blood pressure and clear your mind. But the one experience that was noteworthy was while I was lying down, a beam of energy came from above through the ceiling of my bedroom, down through my forehead, and down into the ground. I even heard the ceiling above me crack as this happened, as the energy was coming down, just like, heat and cold. Sometimes heat and cold can make a roof crack a little bit, but it happened right at that time. It lasted for about 4 or 5 seconds. This energy going through my forehead, and then it stopped, and I've never experienced it again, but it's in my book. Because for me, I've always been interested in the, maybe call it supernatural. It's different than normal. It's paranormal. It's a little different than the normal 6 senses. And the soul has so much potential that we're just scratching the surface of it. And cognitive dreams and are as part of the evolution. I think the more we evolve spiritually, the more we'll be able to utilize those psychic spiritual gifts, but maybe not until we're more developed spiritually. But yes, so there was this beam of energy that came through my head above and through the ground for about 5 seconds. I don't recall receiving any information, but who knows? I tell myself, who knows? Because the spiritual world can be so strange and different than our waking lives. I think there's a whole lot more possibilities that go on in the spiritual realm than in the physical realm. And sometimes we experience those spiritual things like cognitive dreams. I think that shows how real other dimensions are for us as souls. It confirms the existence of other worlds other than this world, other worlds that are spiritual that we sometimes go to in our dreams, or maybe always do when we don't remember it.
Are all dreams spiritual that way?
Not mine. Remember, the cognitive dreams are way more meaningful for me. Other dreams, Dave, I can't make heads nor tail of them. So when you say are all dreams spiritual, I don't know whether you mean the crazy dreams or the cognitive dreams. They're more spiritual to me. I think there's purpose behind cognitive dreams, whereas other dreams, Dave, I can't sometimes find any purpose in them.
Well, there are a lot of people.
Cognitive dreams, yes.
There are a lot of people out there who do not remember their dreams at all.
That's right.
You know,
that's right.
And you know, you were asking me about my own with extraterrestrials, and I can tell you point blank that unless it is a dream about ETs, I know I'm dreaming, but I sure as heck don't remember anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I often don't remember things, but when I do, and the cognitive dreams are very easy to remember. Dave, do you have cognitive dreams where there's a great difference between the scattered dream and something that, whoa, you're in control here? Have you had one where you've been able to levitate and fly and go anywhere, or do something like in your dream where you're aware and of what you're doing?
In a way, I would say the only time I remember levitating was when I had a dream about going up on a craft, and I was trying to run away and get into my house, but every step I took, I started rising into the air.
That was with the Ferengi. I was hiding behind a big rock. They still got me. Yeah, so you did have one then, Dave.
Yes.
At least one.
Yes.
Good. I don't have them often enough, so they don't happen too often. Wish they happened more often.
I got a couple questions from Nicole. She is asking, Colin, what are your thoughts on CE5 and HEIS?
I'm not familiar with HEIS, but CE5, it's very interesting to me that people, I believe the CE5 is when you get together with other people and you sort of are there with the intention of summoning UFOs. Am I correct, Dave?
Yes.
Is that yeah?
Trying to make a connection experience.
Yeah. So, you know, generally my viewpoint is, since they don't seem to interact with the generality of people on Earth too much, I being one of them, I'm thinking that these are entities showing us that there's far more to the world than meets the eye, and having us think about that and learning what it is more that meets the eye. And for me, that's an inward journey, spiritual journey. All the spiritual power we possess is within us. It's not out there, it's in us. So we explore our own potentials.
Well, and so have you been able to control your own potentials and your own explorations through this journey?
I'm always trying to develop myself. Self-improvement, I believe, is the path for enlightenment and with knowledge and wisdom. It's an inner journey. And as we discover more about ourselves, and I'm speaking on a soul level here, we can then start to utilize those attributes more and develop them more. But it seems that a lot of those spiritual attributes are almost veiled to us so that we can come to this earth and be challenged by all of life's challenges. And there's many of them for everybody. But I do believe that part of the purpose of being here is to discover those spiritual qualities within us.
That makes a lot of sense. It really does. Let's go back to back with Nicole here. Have you ever tried to make contact with a group of people regarding this?
In my younger days, I was with a bunch of people and we hit the beach at night, and we were hoping to have a rendezvous. Didn't happen. All we got was a lot of dogs barking at us out on the beach in the middle of the night. No, as a rule, I have not, Dave. I've left it. Now, in the Baha'i writings, they speak of, life on other planets basically being left to the scientists, not the spiritualists. Okay, so my spiritual journey is an inner journey, and the UFO factor is probably both an inner journey and out there, but would require rigorous scientific investigation on a multi-level spectrum to make headway into understanding what some of these paranormal phenomena are.
Okay.
It's a scientific study. But it may be spiritual too. We may find it's very spiritual.
And that's the $1 million question. What is it all about? What is it all about? What does it mean? How do we, find a direction and continue down that pointed direction regarding this type of contact? That's difficult. That's very difficult to understand.
You know what I keep hearing, Dave? I keep hearing that they're waiting for us to grow up spiritually. So let's do it. I'm working on it. I think that, that is the answer to your question. You asked, how do we do it? My answer would be, we each work on self-improvement to be a better human being. And I think as we evolve spiritually, they will be more open to us. They're waiting for that. They're waiting for us to stop treating each other or the world with disrespect.
That I understand. A lot of contactees are getting that. Let's go to another question here. This one comes from Michael. Does our physical nervous system have any relevance in these realms that you're traveling to?
I believe not. I believe we're more soul and astral body in these experiences. But what our nervous system is like in our astral body or in our soul body, I couldn't exactly tell you. But we can sense things in our astral body and our soul bodies. So there's definitely a sensory capacity there in these subtle energies called astral bodies or souls that we have. Beyond that, I couldn't tell you what the connection would be from our nervous system to those experiences, other than you certainly can feel when you're having those experiences, just like you could here. But you're not in your body. You're probably some ball of light, possibly flying and witnessing these things, and you don't even know what your own body is. It might be a ball of light, for all you know, that's looking out, and you think you're yourself, and you're moving around and doing things, and your body's sleeping somewhere.
Hey, could very well be. So, do you astral project then as well?
No, I don't. I wish I could. I really wish I could. I really wish I can't sleep on my back. You know, when I had that meditation experience when I was 19, I was on my back. I find it very difficult to relax on my back. I'll be turning over on my side after 5 minutes. I think to astral travel, one needs to be on one's back.
You can do it sitting up.
To relax.
You can do it sitting up. Not that I would know or anything, but yeah, it can be done.
Yeah, I think one could. I think one could do it sitting up, but I'm not practicing that. But maybe I should, eh?
Never know.
Never know. I did try it sitting up. You know, I tried it every way because I really wanted to astral travel, you know, but it's not that easy. So maybe that's for the next world. The good Lord's just telling me, no, Colin, you know, you'll get plenty of astral traveling when you die.
Astral woo is the way to go.
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void or prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Want to stop engine problems before they start? Pick up a can of Seafoam Motor Treatment. Seafoam helps engines start easier, run smoother, and last longer. Trusted by millions every day, Seafoam is safe and easy to use in any engine. Just pour it in your fuel tank. Make the proven choice with Seafoam. Available everywhere automotive products are sold. Seafoam!
Totally the way to go.
You know, I'd like to experience more before then, but so far it's just been a little bit.
What would you like to experience?
I'd like to experience. I would like to experience associating with other entities from other planets, cooperating, sharing, caring. Yeah, learning. You know, we all have something to contribute and accomplish. So, but I think things happen at the right time and place. And sometimes what we want, we don't get. For example, I like to astral travel. But what would I like to do? I'd like to go and meet other civilizations and learn.
I can see that.
From them.
Yeah, I can totally see that.
Mainly. Learn from their culture. I want to see what their culture's like. You know, what's their religion? What's their spirituality? What's their belief system? What's their food? As much as possible, those things would interest me, and I would also hope to be able to share our way of life with them or our insights and just be friends and learn from each other and support each other in a universal way.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it? Sure.
Oh, yeah. We've gone about 3.5 minutes with you tonight, Colin, and I want to just give a shout out that you can find Colin Eckford's book, or pardon me, Ekstrand's book, pardon me, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy on Amazon. What do you want the world to know about what you're going through?
I'm going through a process of rising above challenges and disappointments in life. Through my faith, through striving, through planning, through persevering. Those are the things that are in my book. Those are the things I've done many times, continue to do. So it's don't lose hope when things are down. Faith can be a very valuable tool. For for me, with faith, I worry less and I feel supported. Now, through all of this, I've received through my life many confirmations or successes that sort of make me think that, the good Lord is helping me, because a lot of these successes were beyond my own expectation. So I'm not only using my own faculties, but I'm putting faith in God's faculties to assist me too. And we're a team. Everybody should be a team with the good Lord. And I think one can accomplish more in life that way. I've done it. That's been my experience. That's my main message is don't lose hope. There's a lot of value in the faith. And if you need it, seek it. And if you seek it, you'll find it.
Do you put out to the universe that you want more contact?
Only if God wills it. Dave, all I want is to fulfill my role in life to the very best of my ability, and it only be so much. So when I pray, I rarely pray for myself. I'm usually praying for the people of the world to raise their level of consciousness so that we can have communication and more open contact with beings from other civilizations. It's all through self-improvement. Again, the main message is faith. Believe in yourself. One has to have a strong belief in their nobility to put out a lot of effort. See, if I'm noble, I'm going to strive my very best. And seemingly with that attitude and the good Lord helping me, I've accomplished a lot for a rather ordinary person. And it's all in my book. There's probably 2 or 3 dozen stories that are beyond the usual that caught my interest, that made it into the book, that confirmed to me that this is a good path and that there is a divine power there to assist us if we wish to utilize it.
Right.
The more we reach out to it, the more it can help us.
Colin, that's a great place for us to end tonight. And I want to say a big thank you, Colin Ekstrand, for coming on Spaced Out Radio tonight. What a pleasure to get to know you, your incredible experiences. You can find Colin's book on Amazon, My Magical Experiences as a Small Town Boy. Coming up next, we're going to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on a spooky journey. Then we have Terry Hall filling in on the UFO report tonight. Great job, Colin. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Dave. Dave, you made it pretty painless.
Well, I try. I
prefer the the ad lib and discussion format than reading quotations.
Perfect,
Yeah.
my friend. Well,
hopefully I haven't. Hopefully I did the job for you, Dave. It's my
great.
first attempt, and I'm hoping I didn't let you down. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. You were fantastic. Thank you so much for delivering some serious Friday night woo, man.
Right on.
Take care.
Right on. Okay, you too.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
What a nice guy. What a nice guy. There we go. Very kind man. All right. I will be right back, guys. I'm just going to do something. I don't know. I'll be right back. If you see Terry, tell him to hold on. All right. Charge. Hi, Ronnie. Hi, Jennifer on Spreaker. Thank you tonight to Thomas, Tim, and Pascal for the super chats. Very much appreciate it. Yeah, I think it was his computer, something about that, but that's okay. Terry, we need you back in the green room, my man. I know you're listening. We need you back in the green room. Here we go.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Faience. Faience is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight as we head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. At the time of this, I was a 15-year-old boy. Keep this in context that I live in a small town in southern Ontario, and crime wasn't very widespread. This happened in February 2022. There was lots of snow this year. I was excited because of the week school break. So, while my younger siblings were at school, I wasn't because I had no exams for COVID canceling them and all that good stuff. So I was sitting at home and I decided that I wanted to go to Tim Hortons since I was craving one of their hot coffees. So I grabbed my earbuds and put on a podcast while I started walking. I believe it was either Swamp Dweller or something along those lines. So I got off my street, which keep in mind is this small road. Hence, I walked onto a longer road which took about 20 minutes to walk down to get to the main street I had to get to. Getting to Main Street, I now had to walk another 20 minutes to get to the Tim Hortons I was going to. So I continued down the road. I wasn't thinking about much, I was kinda just lost in my own head when suddenly a man in his young 20s stopped me about halfway down the road by touching my shoulder, and I was kinda shocked. I took my earbud out and looked at him. He then asked me questions that started innocently like, "Do you know where a cannabis place is?" I said no. They then asked how old I was and I lied, saying I was 16. He then asked me if I had a phone. I said I did, but it was low battery. He asked me if I had a lighter, where I was going, and if I knew the bus schedule, which I lied about most things, especially where I was going. I just pointed in a direction and saying I was going over there. And then he said okay and crossed the street. I was so shocked, I took note of the guy just in case something happened to me. He was in his young 20s. He He was wearing a flannel shirt, blue jeans, wearing a backpack, and he was African American, about 5'10". I kept looking across the street periodically, and there he was, always walking in the same direction as me, following me from the distance, always staring at me with this weird look on his face. I then saw him go near an apartment building, so I thought I overreacted because I couldn't see him anymore. The apartment building was near Tim Hortons, so I went inside and ordered a drink. But before I got my drink, I turned around and the guy was all of a sudden there, staring at me from behind a pillar. I tried to just not freak out. Once he noticed that I saw him, he walked to the bathroom. I grabbed my drink and I walked as fast as possible into a Sobeys nearby so I could lose him. I then took extra measures, walking behind a home hardware store and walking farther because I was so scared that I didn't want them to follow me home, know where I lived, or any weird stuff like that. I've listened to way too many Scary Story podcasts. I went to a No Frills nearby so he would never be able to find me. I was very cautious on my way back and looked at all the possibilities that could have happened. I reflected on myself and I only told close friends and family this story. You're probably wondering, why didn't you call the police? Well, that's because I didn't want to cause a problem if I needed to. And this was not necessarily a crime, it's not like it's really against the law to stare at people and freak them out and follow them into establishments. I'm just lucky I got away before it got any worse.
Well, we thank the Swamp Dweller for another spooky story here on Spaced Out Radio. We appreciate the love and support that we get from Swamp Dweller each and every night right here on the Mighty SOR. Hey, if you want to listen to thousands of stories, all you got to do is go to his YouTube channel, youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads, and you're going to be able to get right into it right off the bat. Swamp Dweller kicks off the third hour of Spaced Out Radio each Monday through Friday night. From the swamp to the skies, let's get to the UFO report.
Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know.
Good evening, boss.
Good evening, Terry Hall, filling in for the vacationing Tim Senor on the UFO report tonight. Terry, your mustache and goatee on par as per usual.
And yours as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's kind of odd. I had everything set up, ready to rock and roll, ready to go. 2 minutes before airtime, the wind kicked up, internet went down. I had to swap over to my phone.
Hey, that's all right. You're still looking good. You're still sounding good. And that's all that matters as we continue on. Terry, it's been a year where we've wandered ups and downs of the UFO world here, and we're still waiting for the report to come out on whether or not we're going to get a report. It's looking that way. We're hopeful that this UFO report that was supposed to come out on Halloween was going to be right around the corner. It looks like it might finally be that way.
Well, Chris Mellon kind of dropped something about that the other day, but then again, Danny Sheehan just said they don't even have the office put together yet. So that's half a dozen of one, six of the other. I mean, what do you think about it?
Well, according to D. Dean Johnson, a journalist who has been covering this story, we seem to be very closer than ever to finally getting this report. I mean, heck, it's almost 2 months late, but there was a lot of dragging going on regarding this subject. There was a lot of different types of political arguing going on behind the scenes on what should be allowed and what shouldn't be allowed. And, it's one of those things where I'm really hoping, man, that we're finally at this point where we can get to a report. Now, what's going to be in that report, I really don't know. I don't believe in the amnesty. I don't believe that we are going to get whistleblowers being safe to come out and finally talk about what the government is hiding. I think that has been taken off the table. One of my sources has told me earlier today that indeed, in fact, the government cowered to the Pentagon's demands about whether or not they're going to allow their people to talk freely, either on camera or behind the closed curtain, about this subject. So, I mean, are you getting sick and tired of the games, Terry?
What I'm wondering about, as far as the NDAA thing goes, is everybody who has a security clearance and
Mary redeemed a $50,000 cash prize playing Chumba Casino this year.
I was only playing for fun, so winning this was a dream come true.
Chumba Casino is America's #1 social casino experience. It's serious fun. With over 80 casino-style games to choose from, you too could win life-changing amounts of cash. Be like Mary. Log on to ChumbaCasino.com and give them a whirl. That's ChumbaCasino.com. No purchase necessary. Void or prohibited by law. 18+. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details. The voice in the preceding commercial was not the actual voice of a winner.
Vacations are supposed to be easy, right? Lots of stress-free time spent on the beach with a drink in hand, making memories that will last a lifetime. So booking a vacation should be easy too, right? That's where Apple Vacations comes in. They offer easily bookable vacation packages with exclusive nonstop vacation flights to your favorite vacation destinations. Explore deals to top-rated resorts like Ryu Hotels and Resorts and plan your vacation with ease. It's like turning on easy mode. Get started at applevacations.com today.
has been read into a program. And Grant Cameron made it clear with the aviary that they're not allowed to talk about this kind of stuff. And if they are, they can't continue on getting their security clearance thing. Well, with them being able to talk, quote unquote, with it just doesn't make sense to me. How are they going to continue on with getting their security clearances if they're breaking oaths? It just seems, like you said, it just seems like a game. And then they have the loophole at the reporting office to, if it's too sensitive, they only have to report it to the chairman of the office. It just seems like we're not going to, it doesn't seem like you're trying to push the football down the field to me.
No, and I understand that, but we need them to be pushing it. We need them to be opening up, but we're not going to get it. And I think we are seeing, like I've talked to people like Nicole Sackett recently who have stated that it's almost like the second round of the Condon report, where it's a whole lot of nothing and there's a whole lot of cover-ups going on, and it's not about truth. It's about how quickly can we get this subject right back under the carpet where it belongs. I mean, there's a lot riding on the line, Terry, regarding the UFO topic, and I am just, I'm kind of blown away at all of these promises that we knew weren't going to be kept. I don't think are going to be kept, and I think we're going to be disappointed again.
I think we are too. I do know some people that are scheduled to go before Congress, and one of the things that one of the people's trying to push for is public service announcements on television, regular public service announcements about UFO, UAP, to kind of prep people for when true disclosure really does happen. People as well as I do that when they have an experience, it just messes them up. They have a hard time functioning in life because you go from a black and white world to an all gray world. And for some people, it causes PTSD. For some people that we know, it completely makes them change their life 100%.
Oh, you're exactly right. I mean, listen to our guest tonight.
Yeah. And it just so happens that another member of your staff is another experiencer like that. They went through life in black and white. Their parents were scientists and teachers, and then all of a sudden, everything's gray. And when that happens, you got to stop and think for a second, because they've been told, and we've been told, UFOs aren't real. Well, we've also been told that Bigfoot isn't real, and cryptids aren't real, and Dracula and the werewolves and the mummy isn't real either. So what are you supposed to think?
No, that's very true. We're hopefully it might be next week. It might be after Christmas. We knew that it would happen after the announcement of the B-21, the United States Air Force's new long-range nuclear-capable bomber that apparently they need. Okay, so final thoughts on the report. When do you see it coming out?
Recently I've been told it could be as late as May. I'm hoping before the new year, but I seriously doubt it. I'm looking towards 2023 before we see a report.
I think you're right on that. I think we're too close to Christmas. Or what they'll end up doing, because this is a famous media yarn that the politicos like to play, I think what we could see is the Friday before Christmas at like 4 o'clock. That's when it's going to come out. And it's going to be buried, and it's going to send people on a whole cat chase, and nobody's going to be able to get a hold of anybody on the phone or via email because it's Christmas time, and I think that's the game that's going to be played.
Then they're going to watch Twitter explode when it happens.
As always. All right, trending on Twitter, speaking of Twitter, such a healthy environment.